Chapter 707. Looking at the gloomy Zhou Liang who was rapidly approaching him, Yang Kai's aura seemed to be suppressed by the other party's tyrannical momentum, his hands and feet going cold, unable to move at all. A Saint Realm Master was 2 great realms lower than Yang Kai's current cultivation. If the other party really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to resist. Even Fei Yu wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Zhai Yao, who was standing behind Yang Kai, suddenly whispered. Yang Kai and Fei Yu both wore shocked expressions. Zhou Liang ignored Yang Kai and Fei Yu and went straight to Zhai Yao, asking eagerly, "Has young Master Zhai been injured?" There was a hint of urgency and concern in his voice, and even a hint of worry and panic, as if he was very afraid that Zhai Yao had been injured in the battle just now. The audience was in an uproar as Nie Feng's smile stiffened on her face as she stood dumbfounded in place. Nie Tsong also opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief filling his face. "I'm fine." Zhai Yao slowly shook his head. "That's good." Zhou Liang gently exhaled, his expression relaxing as a trace of fear flashed across his brow, gently saying, "Young Master Zhai must have been frightened. This Zhou Liang came late. I hope young Master Zhai won't take offense." Zhai Yao smiled lightly. "It's fine." Zhou Liang then turned to look at Yang Kai and Fei Yu, gently nodding and asking, "Are they friends of young Master Zhai?" And Zhai Yao smiled. "They're new friends." Zhou Liang's expression instantly became friendly as he looked towards Yang Kai approvingly. "The younger generation will surpass us in time. Since they are friends of young Master Zhai, they are honored guests of my floating cloud city. You may rest assured, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter." Saying so, his expression became cold and gloomy, like the calm before a storm, turning around and striding towards Nie Feng. Nie Feng still hadn't recovered from her shock, her eyes filled with confusion. The scene in front of her was really unacceptable. Although Zhai Yao had taken out Ao Gu's golden dragon token before, that only meant that he was Ao Gu's guest. Why was Zhou Liang so polite to him, even deliberately trying to curry favor with him? Could it be that there was a power behind this young man that even Zhou Liang feared? When he came back to his senses, Zhou Liang was already standing in front of her. "Uncle Zhou." He could feel Zhou Liang's anger and annoyance. Nie Tsong's face was pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. "Pa!" A resounding slap rang out, and Nie Tsong was sent flying like a rag sack. He tumbled a few times in the air before falling to the ground and fainting. "Zhou Liang, what are you doing?" Nie Feng's beautiful eyes gradually regained their clarity. Seeing that Nie Tsong had been knocked unconscious, he immediately roared. "Pa!" with another crisp slap. Nie Feng's pretty face was stained with a series of 5 finger marks as red blood flowed from her thin lips. Covering her cheek with her hand, Nie Feng's beautiful eyes trembled. Staring in horror at the man in front of her, who had always loved her so much, she suddenly felt like he was a complete stranger. The indifference on Zhou Liang's face made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar, causing her heart to freeze. "Cheap slut, do you know what you've done?" Zhou Liang asked coldly. Nie Feng shook her head blankly. "Foolish woman." Zhou Liang's eyes flashed fiercely as he coldly declared, "All these years you've used my name to commit all kinds of crimes in Floating Cloud City with your vile spawn. All I did was open one eye and close the other. I let you do as you please. But today, I can no longer tolerate you." "Why?" Nie Feng screamed. "You've offended someone you shouldn't have." Zhou Liang said indifferently, "Go, take your vile spawn and scram as far away as you can. From now on, you'll never set foot in Floating Cloud City again. If I see you here, you know the consequences." Nie Feng's beautiful face went pale as she stared at Zhou Liang in shock, seemingly not having expected him to say such heartless words. "Scram." Seeing that she didn't move, Zhou Liang shouted angrily. Feeling Zhou Liang's murderous intent, Nie Feng's tender body trembled as she realized that he wasn't joking. Only now did she understand how powerful the forces behind Zhai Yao were. Nie Feng was sure that even if she had offended someone from the Ao Gu family, Zhou Liang wouldn't treat her like this. But now, his heartlessness allowed Nie Feng to clearly see just how terrifying the forces behind Zhai Yao were. This was a behemoth that even Zhou Liang had to act in accordance with. After understanding this, Nie Feng immediately burst into tears and begged, "Zhou Liang, don't be so cruel. I know I was wrong. I'll apologize to him. I promise I'll never provoke him again." Nie Feng was just a first-order transcendent who belonged to no sect. She had relied on her beauty and body to win Zhou Liang's favor, allowing her to live freely in Floating Cloud City. Without Zhou Liang, with her strength and capital, she would never have been able to achieve this. Over the years, Nie Feng had offended many people in Floating Cloud City. Once she left Zhou Liang's protection, she was well aware of what fate awaited her. In front of everyone's eyes, Nie Feng knelt on the ground, hugged Zhou Liang's thigh, and begged loudly. Not only did the onlookers not feel pity for this beautiful woman, most of them even showed a look of satisfaction. This beautiful woman was obviously not popular in Floating Cloud City and had done many bad things. Zhou Liang, on the other hand, remained indifferent and just stared down at her indifferently. Nie Feng gradually despaired, knowing that the other party would not change his mind. Calming down, she brushed her messy hair behind her ear and slowly got up. "Zhou Liang, if you drive me away, I won't complain, but out of consideration for our many years of friendship, I have one more thing to ask of you. I hope you can agree. If you do, I'll leave right now." Looking at the other party's beautiful face, Zhou Liang's brow twitched, as if remembering the good times of the past, sighing slightly. "Speak. I can fulfill your last wish." Nie Feng smiled reluctantly and whispered, "Last night, I heard you say that a very powerful alchemist had come to the city lord's mansion. Can I ask him to help me refine a pill to reconnect Song Er's severed arm? Since you said he was very powerful with his methods, he should be able to refine such a pill, right?" "He can." Zhou Liang nodded. Then, Nie Feng smiled happily. "But I can't satisfy your request." "Why?" Nie Feng suddenly became hysterical. "A day as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. Do you really want to be so heartless?" "It's not that I'm heartless. It's that you're too stupid." Zhou Liang leaned over and whispered in Nie Feng's ear, "The young man you offended is the only disciple of that alchemist grandmaster. That alchemist grandmaster is an existence that Ao Gu, Jin Jiao, and I don't dare to provoke." Nie Feng's beautiful eyes widened in an instant. "Scram." Zhou Liang waved his hand. "I hope you won't be so short-sighted in the future." Nie Feng's face filled with grief and indignation as she bit her thin lip, causing blood to seep out. Immediately bending down, she picked up the unconscious Nie Tsong on the ground and shot a vicious glare towards Zhou Liang and Zhai Yao before quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Among the crowd, many people immediately retreated with gloomy expressions and followed behind Nie Feng. Resentment must be repaid. Hatred must be avenged. It was time to settle accounts with this poisonous woman. Zhou Liang witnessed all this but did not stop it. "That woman is dead," Yang Kai muttered softly. "Serves her right." Fei Yu spat disdainfully. She despised this kind of woman who sold her body and fawned over the powerful without any self-awareness. Zhou Liang walked over and looked at Yang Kai and Fei Yu kindly. "Since the two of you are young Master Zhai's friends, why don't you stay in the city lord's mansion for a few days? There should still be some time before the 1,000-year demon flower blooms." Zhai Yao also glanced over at Yang Kai with some expectation, seemingly hoping he would go to the city lord's mansion. Yang Kai shook his head. "I have a few martial uncles and martial uncles outside. We'll have to wait here for them to return, so we won't bother you. If that's the case, then this old master won't force you. If the two of you have time, you can come to the city lord's mansion at any time." Zhou Liang smiled slightly before turning to Zhai Yao and saying, "Young Master Zhai, let's go back first." Zhai Yao nodded and nodded to Yang Kai before quickly leaving with Zhou Liang. The surrounding area was completely silent. The people who were watching the fun seemed to have not yet recovered from the incident just now. Everyone's faces filled with disbelief. For the sake of an unknown young man, Zhou Liang not only beat his beloved mistress but also drove her out of Floating Cloud City. It was really cold and heartless to the extreme. Moreover, just because Yang Kai and Fei Yu had some relationship with that young man, they were able to receive such a warm invitation from Zhou. That young man's background was a bit too big, wasn't it? After a long time, the crowd gradually dispersed. Some busybodies wanted to inquire about Zhai Yao from Yang Kai, but Yang Kai and Fei Yu didn't give them a chance and had already hidden inside the inn. They were also a little shocked. Although he felt that Zhai Yao had some kind of background, Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated the other party's background. Along with Fei Yu, both Yang Kai and Yang Kai couldn't figure it out and could only give up. After Zhai Yao returned to the city lord's mansion, he immediately went to see his teacher. In a quiet room, Zhai Yao's teacher was resting with his eyes closed. Zhai Yao gently walked in and waited for a long time before the old man slowly opened his eyes. "Teacher, I lost again," Zhai Yao said softly. "You lost again?" The old man was surprised. "And, teacher, please take a look at this spirit pill." Zhai Yao respectfully handed over the spirit pill, refined by Yang Kai. The old man took it and his eyes suddenly lit up. Pill veins. Releasing his divine sense. His expression changed and he suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. After a long time, he handed the spirit pill back to Zhai Yao and pondered for a moment before asking, "This is the spirit pill refined by your opponent? What kind of person is he?" "About the same age as me," Zhai Yao quickly described Yang Kai's appearance. The old man listened quietly, stroking his beard. After listening, he said, "This young man is quite amazing." "What do you mean?" "His alchemy technique is a bit clumsy. It seems that he hasn't been strictly taught. In other words, unlike you, he doesn't have his own teacher." "Really?" Zhai Yao exclaimed. Chapter 708. Without the guidance of a teacher, he could have such amazing alchemy skills. If he had been taught by this old man for more than 10 years, how much would he have grown? If it were up to me, he should have learned from some ancient books and notes left behind by his predecessors. The old man casually speculated, but it was infinitely close to the truth. "Master, I'm very depressed." Zhai Yao seemed to have lost his spirit. "Haha, you don't have to be like this." The old man smiled gently. "In this world, there are always one or two people with great aptitude. He belongs to this kind of people. Although no one taught him, he has his own understanding of spirit arrays and yuan qi, as well as the allocation of herbs. He is a very good seedling." "Ha!" Di Yao heaved a heavy sigh. "Teacher, it's only been a little more than a year since I came out of the wasteland and I've already lost to 2 different people. It's only natural that I lost the last time. After all, my opponent's physique is different. But this time I've really lost in confusion." He was originally full of confidence, but at the last moment, Yang Kai actually refined pill veins, causing him to suffer a crushing defeat. "Now you know what it means to say that there is always someone better than you," the old man said in a deep voice. Zhai Yao nodded heavily. "Rest assured, master, from now on, this disciple will study alchemy diligently and will not disappoint master's expectations." The old man stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. There was a flash of light in the depths of his eyes. There was something he did not say to his disciple. From the spirit pills Zhai Yao brought back this time, the old man saw some familiar traces, which were traces of spirit arrays drawn by alchemists during the process of refining spirit pills. These traces seemed to be similar to the technique used by the little girl who defeated Zhai Yao a year ago. Was there any relationship between the two? The old man pondered, his heart filled with curiosity about Yang Kai, and he could not help but want to meet him. 2 days later, the Zhangyan elders finally returned. When Yang Kai saw them again, he was surprised to find that the expressions of his martial uncles were not very good. He took a sip of tea and rested for a while. Rimaru sighed heavily. "It seems that we underestimated the allure of the 1,000-year demon flower to transcendence. The matter this time is a little difficult to handle." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "There are too many people. Right now, there are at least 100 transcendents gathered on that mountain, all of them waiting for the 1,000-year demon flower to bloom. When that day comes, this number will likely triple." Zhangyan sighed softly. Yang Kai's expression changed. More than 300 transcendents, even if only 10% of them were third-order transcendents, that was still more than 30. Although Zhang Yan and the others were not weak. His cultivation was definitely not low, but in this environment, wanting to escort Yang Kai to Ascending Heaven Cliff and monopolize the 1,000-year demon flower would be extremely difficult. If things didn't go well, the result would be complete annihilation. A talent like Yang Kai was rare, so Zhang Yan and the others had no choice but to consider whether or not they should take this risk. If they couldn't afford the consequences, it would be best to leave Floating Cloud City now. Can we find someone to cooperate with? Yang Kai's expression changed as he proposed. Cooperate with who? Zhang Yan slowly shook his head. Everyone is eyeing the 1,000-year demon flower, so it's unrealistic to find anyone to cooperate with. If we cooperate, it means we'll have to divide the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid. There are 4 of us here, and no one knows how much medicinal liquid the 1,000-year demon flower can condense. If there isn't enough to divide, we'll have to fight for it. There will be disputes. If there is someone who doesn't want the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, we can cooperate with them, right? Yang Kai asked with a smile. How could there be such a person? There is. You mean that little brat? Fei Yu asked thoughtfully. She understood who Yang Kai was talking about. And Yang Kai nodded. Which little brat? What's the situation? Rimaru suddenly asked. While we were away, did you not stay in the inn? And that's a small matter. Fei Yu quickly changed the subject. We really did meet a very interesting little guy. Tell us about it, Zhang Yan said with great interest. Yang Kai immediately recounted what had happened after he met Jia Yao. The several martial uncles and martial seniors were all amazed. Being able to make Zhou Liang, a Saint Realm master, treat him so politely, even going as far as to expel his mistress. This Jia Yao's identity was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, this boy was not Zhou Liang's guest, but rather the guest of Ao Gu, the master of the demon race. As a human, Zhou Liang had actually stood up for him. This was all the more intriguing. Although they had never met, after listening to Yang Kai's description, everyone seemed to see a huge and heavy shadow lurking behind Jia Yao. Can you trust him? Zhang Yan asked solemnly. I believe him, Yang Kai nodded. To be honest, I also believe him. This little guy isn't bad. Fei Yu smiled. Since all of you say so, then we can trust him. Zhang Yan nodded. The other party also wants to cooperate with you, right? That's what he said. It seems that the other party isn't confident he can climb Ascending Heaven Cliff under the watchful eyes of so many masters. Since that's the case, we might as well find him and have a good talk, each taking what they need. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed. However, if he isn't after the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, what is he after? This point needs to be investigated clearly. It's not that I want to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, but it's important to be on guard against others. Then should I go to the city lord's mansion and talk to him? Yang Kai asked. He was also very concerned about some of the words Jia Yao had said before. This guy seemed to know some secrets that others didn't know, but he didn't know where he had heard them. Moreover, Yang Kai wanted to know what kind of power was behind Jia Yao. Zhou Liang couldn't be so polite to a young man for no reason. So the only explanation was that there was someone behind Jia Yao and Zhou Liang was trying to curry favor with that person. If Yang Kai's guess was correct, then this person was Zhou Liang's master, and at this moment, he should also be a guest in the city lord's mansion. This person was definitely a top alchemy grandmaster, and being able to talk to such a character would also be beneficial to Yang Kai. With the permission of his martial uncles, Yang Kai and Fei Yu left the inn and walked in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Not long after they walked out, an old man and a young girl suddenly appeared in front of them. The old man was Du Wan and the young girl was naturally Mina. Mina ran over and said a few words to Fei Yu before her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai and asked in amazement, "Who is this little gigolo?" Yang Kai's face went black. "What do you think?" Mina couldn't help covering her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai in shock, pointing a finger at him as she said, "You? How did you?" Suddenly remembering something, she clapped her hands and said, "Right. It was old man Du who gave you that thing. I almost forgot." Saying so, she reached out her hand and pinched Yang Kai's cheeks, marveling at him. Old Man Du and Fei Yu simply stood to the side with smiles on their faces, not intending to stop her. You bastard, you just arrived in Floating Cloud City and you already made such a big fuss. You really don't know your place. Mina giggled as she played with Yang Kai's white cheeks, her face filled with excitement. Did you hear? Fei Yu looked at Mina and asked. The entire Floating Cloud City knows. Mina nodded slightly and continued to pinch Yang Kai, as if she had found a new toy. Yang Kai became angry and gloomily said, If you keep pinching me, I'll fight back. Little girl, don't push your luck. Saying so, he stared meaningfully at her full and straight breasts, his eyes filled with lust and wickedness. Mina immediately retreated, crossing her arms in front of her chest as she gritted her teeth and said, Rogue! Old Man Du, where are you going? Yang Kai didn't pay attention to this crazy girl, and instead turned to Du Wan and asked, There is an alchemy competition in the square over there, hosted by the Alchemist Guild. This old man is taking me there to participate. It's a rare opportunity for her to come out, so naturally I want her to broaden her horizons. Du Wan explained before suddenly asking, Does little friend Yang want to participate? Although the registration period has already passed, with this old man's recommendation, there should be no problem in participating. Come on, we're all young people here. If you go, you'll be able to earn some glory for our Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild. Mina said eagerly. Yang Kai pinched his nose and grinned. Old Man Du, did you make a special detour to come here? Du-Wan chuckled. Did little friend Yang see through us? It didn't make sense for Du-Wan and the others to happen to come this way. When he and Fei Yu were shopping around the trading district that day, Yang Kai had also heard about the alchemy competition and knew that the venue was not in this direction. After all, because of the 1,000-year demon flower incident, countless alchemists had gathered in Floating Cloud City. This was a rare sight, so the Alchemist Guild naturally wanted to do something in this regard and test the level of this generation's alchemists. This would also provide a platform for everyone to communicate and compete. Actually, this old man made a bet with a few old friends to see whose younger generation is the best. They are all leaders of different alchemist guilds in different cities. And the wager is anything they have in their universe bags. These old men's backgrounds are quite rich, Du-Wan said with a look of enticement. Mina followed up, If we can win in the end, the Alchemist Guild will give us a huge reward, all of which will be rare herbs and even a top-grade pill furnace. Saying so, she shook Yang Kai's arm and begged, Big brother Yang Kai, please go. This one really wants that pill furnace. That's a saint-grade pill furnace. Yang Kai immediately got goosebumps and shuddered, helplessly saying, Since Old Man Du has said so, how can I refuse? Stop shaking me. You're making me dizzy. You agree? Great. Mina suddenly became excited. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, if we can win in the end, I hope to be able to choose the herbs I need from the wager and rewards. I don't want that pill furnace. That's not a problem. Mina nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Don't be so excited. There are many powerful alchemists in this world. We may not necessarily be the ones to have the last laugh. You can definitely win. This is a competition between the younger generation of alchemists. No one can be better than you. Mina had absolute confidence in Yang Kai. Chapter 709. Going to the city lord's mansion to find Jia Yao to discuss the matter of the 1,000-year demon flower was temporarily put aside. In any case, there was no need to rush. The reason why Yang Kai agreed to Old Man Du's request was because Old Man Du had taken good care of him. In Grand Boulder City, if it weren't for Old Man Du opening the door for him, his life would not have been so smooth. In the end, it was also because of Old Man Du that the Tsangyan had found him. Secondly, Yang Kai was indeed tempted by benefits. He had now collected a lot of herbs for refining St. Pills. Even the Earthfire core had been collected 2 days ago, but there were still a few rare materials left. Old Man Du's friends might not necessarily have them, but perhaps they had some connections, so Yang Kai decided to make some inquiries. As long as he collected the remaining herbs and improved his alchemy skills, Yang Kai would be able to return to the Snow Mountain Range and bring the ancient demon clan back. In this world, Yang Kai urgently needed to have his own team and strength. In the northwest corner of Floating Cloud City, a huge martial ground was packed with people. Tables were placed in the middle of the martial ground, spaced at least 300 meters apart from each other. Roughly counting, there were hundreds of tables. These were all prepared for the alchemists who were about to participate in the competition. Outside the martial ground, countless cultivator and alchemist were waiting quietly. At the front of the martial ground, on a high platform, a number of white-haired old men were busily working. Yang Kai's state of mind was calm and he didn't feel much tension. But Mina, after seeing such a magnificent scene, couldn't help exclaiming in amazement, like a country girl who had never seen the world suddenly entering a magnificent city. Everything seemed so fresh and new to her. "Brother Yang," a voice suddenly called out from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and was surprised to find that Zhai Yao was also here. Behind him were two Transcendent Realm black-armored cultivator. It seemed that, after the events of the past few days, the city lord's mansion had arranged two bodyguards for him, taking very good care of him. "How come you're here?" Yang Kai smiled. This was really a coincidence. If he had really gone directly to the city lord's mansion, he might have missed it. It was the right choice to come here. "I'm here to watch the show." Zhai Yao smiled. "You're here to watch the show too?" "I'm here to participate," Yang Kai explained. "Are you serious?" Zhai Yao was obviously shocked. "If you participate, what hope do they have?" A young generation of alchemists. Those who were able to reach the spirit level were already considered to have good aptitude and were extremely rare, not to mention people like Yang Kai who had already reached the spirit level high rank. With this kind of capital to participate, this was clearly bullying. Just for fun. Yang Kai chuckled. Zhai Yao's eyes flashed, and a look of eagerness appeared on his face. "If you want to participate, I want to participate too." "Yang Kai, who is this?" Mina's eyes flashed as she stared at Di Yao and asked. "This is the one who competed with me for the Earth Fire Corps a few days ago. Zhai Yao, brother Di." Yang Kai introduced before pointing to Du Wan and Mina. "This is Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild's Old Man Du Wan and Spirit Grade Low-Rank Alchemist Mina." Zhai Yao's expression became solemn as he quickly cupped his fists respectfully. "So it is Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild's young master. This junior greets Old Man Du. Do you know me?" Du Wan smiled kindly. "I've heard Master mention you before. Master said that you are one of the few masters in the world who is likely to become a Saint-grade mid-rank alchemist. Your honored master is..." Du Wan's expression changed. "Sorry, Master did not allow me to say his name," Zhai Yao explained awkwardly. Du Wan couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his expression, saying, "It doesn't matter since your honored master said so. He must be this Du Wan Senior. Please convey a message to your master for this Du Mao will definitely not disappoint his expectations in this lifetime. He will definitely reach Saint Grade mid-rank. This junior will definitely do so." Zhai Yao nodded firmly. "The younger generation will surpass us in time." Du Wan sighed. "I thought that little friend Yang was the most outstanding alchemist of this world's younger generation. But after seeing little friend Di today, I realized that this old master's vision was still too short-sighted. Little friend Di is not much inferior to little friend Yang." "Old man Du, how do you know that his alchemy skills are comparable to Yang Kai's?" Mina asked curiously. "Haha, an alchemist is different from a cultivator. When you are as old as me, you will also have such vision." Du Wan chuckled. Mina glanced at Zhai Yao in amazement and found that he actually had an indifferent look on his face, accepting old man Du's evaluation without any qualms. She suddenly pouted and said in a dissatisfied tone, "You're not bad looking, but you're a bit arrogant." Am I?" Zhai Yao was stunned. Mina nodded and snorted. "I'd like to see if your alchemy skills are as good as Yang Kai's. Old man Du, let him register as well. Perhaps he's just an embroidered pillow, pretty but useless." "Mina, don't be rude," Old man Du shouted. "Good, since brother Yang is participating, of course I will also participate," Zhai Yao said with a happy expression. Senior Du, I will participate as a member of your alchemist association. Duan heard this and smiled bitterly before shaking his head. It looks like my old friends are going to bleed a lot. Originally, with the participation of Yang Kai, victory was already in his grasp. But now with the addition of Zhai Yao, the others simply had no chance of winning. I hope they won't suffer too much, Old Man Du secretly thought to himself. With Zhai Yao wanting to join in the fun, Yang Kai had no choice but to let him do as he pleased. Following Du Wan to the high platform and completing the registration procedures, Yang Kai and Zhai Yao each received a number plate. The two of them were different from the other alchemists, their expressions indifferent, without the slightest trace of nervousness or excitement, as if they really were just here to play. While they were waiting, a group of people walked over, led by several old men, followed by a group of young alchemists. Yang Kai immediately understood that these should be the old friends Old Man Du had mentioned. When they got closer, they greeted each other with smiles, and the scene was harmonious. These old fogies had been friends for many years, so naturally, their friendship was deep, but the younger generation of alchemists were staring at each other with strong hostility, creating a strange atmosphere. The old fogies were also aware of this, but not only did they not stop them, they instead constantly provoked these young people with words, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. The calmness of Yang Kai and Zhai Yao attracted their attention, so they wanted to inquire Old Man Du about their background. But Old Man Du simply smiled without saying anything, causing these old men and women to feel an itch in their hearts. Suddenly, the sound of gongs, drums, and wind instruments rang out, and the scene became extremely lively, causing the crowd to quiet down. From the high platform, a dignified voice called out, "Hello everyone. This one is Lu Fu, the head of Floating Cloud City's Alchemist Guild. Since you are all alchemists who have come from afar, this Lu welcomes your arrival. Regardless of your purpose in coming here, today, friends from all over the world have gathered here. Taking this opportunity, my Alchemist Guild will hold an alchemy competition here. I ask that all of you show your full ability and compete with the world's alchemists." Lu Fu spoke eloquently, including the rules of the competition, the arrangements, and the final rewards. The appearance of the Saint Grade Pill Furnace instantly caused the eyes of countless alchemists to turn red. Mina was also indescribably excited. Her face filled with an expression that said she would not give up until she obtained the Saint Grade Pill Furnace. After speaking for a long time, everyone's mood was aroused. Lu Fu looked around and smiled. "Now, the competition begins. Please find your seat according to the number plate you have received." As soon as he finished speaking, several hundred people rushed into the square. These were all alchemists of the younger generation, the oldest among them no more than 40 years old. All of them were mysterious grade alchemists, with only about 10% of them being spirit grade alchemists. Yang Kai and Zhai Yao glanced at each other before slowly walking towards the square. The two of them were the last to register, so their seats were naturally in the last corner, and the table they were sitting at was also newly added. If it weren't for Old Man Du coming forward, they would definitely not be eligible to participate. However, this was in line with Yang Kai's intentions. He could also take advantage of this opportunity to discuss cooperation with Zhai Yao. On the table, there was a universe bag. Yang Kai picked up the universe bag and probed it with his divine sense, discovering that it was filled with a lot of herbs and even a pill furnace. This pill furnace was mysterious grade mid-rank, and the grade of the herbs inside was not high at most spirit grade. With these restrictions, most people could display a decent level of skill, making it more convenient for the final evaluation and comparison. The alchemy competition was divided into several events, the first of which was condensing medicinal liquids. Within a set time, the more medicinal liquids one could condense, the higher the grade, and the greater the advantage one would have. It could be said that everyone's starting point and capital were exactly the same, and as for the final result, it would depend on one's own means. Under Lu Fu's command, the competition officially began. Yang Kai took out all the herbs, picked up a few of them, and placed them on his palm, circulating his yuan qi to condense them. His expression relaxed. Glancing over at Zhai Yao, Yang Kai found that he was also doing the same. Alchemists with outstanding strength could multitask when condensing medicinal liquids. They didn't need to condense them blindly. Mina was in the middle of the field, her speed not slow. Compared with Yang Kai, she didn't have much confidence, but compared with the other alchemists, she was undoubtedly very good. Yuan Qi flames surged out, and the herbs were quickly condensed into medicinal liquids. The impurities were removed in an orderly manner. Brother D. Yang Kai called out softly as he moved. It's about the cooperation you mentioned before. Have you considered it? Zhai Yao whispered back, his hands not slowing down in the slightest. We can cooperate, but I want to know, if your purpose is not the medicinal liquids of the 1,000-year demon flower, then what are you going to do there? Didn't I say that condensing medicinal liquids is of great benefit to you, and it is also the same for me? Naturally, I am going to condense medicinal liquids, and of course all the medicinal liquids I condense will be yours. Your martial uncle needs this, right? Yes. Yang Kai nodded, frowning as he asked, if it's convenient, can you tell me what the benefits are? It's not that it's inconvenient, it's just that I can't say. Zhai Yao smiled and shook his head. That's what teacher told me. I just have to do as I'm told. Chapter 710. Zhai Yao once again mentioned his mysterious master, making Yang Kai curious. He didn't know what kind of master this mysterious master was, but he also knew that if he asked directly, he most likely wouldn't get an answer. I have 4 third-order transcendent martial uncles here, who can escort me to ascending Heaven Cliff? What about Brother Zhai? Yang Kai continued to ask. Aogu will probably give me a few transcendent realm masters, I don't know the specifics, but as long as we work together, we should have a good chance of winning. At first, the battle will be between transcendent realm masters, but once we reach ascending Heaven Cliff, it will become a battle between alchemists. Heh. Alchemists aren't that strong. So when the time comes, you and I can easily occupy the 1,000-year demon flower. Zhai Yao grinned. Good. Then it's settled. When the flower blooms, we'll act together. Yang Kai nodded firmly, putting down the medicinal liquid he had just condensed and slowly raising his other hand. Zhai Yao was dumbfounded. So fast. While they were talking, Yang Kai had finished condensing all the herbs. The old men on the high platform who were supervising were also stunned, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. Before they could recover, Zhai Yao also hurriedly raised his hand, only a moment behind Yang Kai. Immediately, a saint-grade alchemist flew down from the high platform and arrived in front of Yang Kai and Di Yao. After inspecting the medicinal liquids, this alchemist announced their results with a strange look on his face. Du Wan, who was sitting on the high platform, chuckled as he stroked his beard. As if he had already expected such a scene, his expression completely calm. His heart was filled with relief. His old friends suddenly couldn't sit still, one of them a yellow-faced old man asking, Brother Du, where did you find these 2 little monsters? The speed at which they condense medicinal liquids is comparable to ours. Heh, that's a secret? Duan smiled and shook his head. Prepare to be slaughtered. The faces of the several old men suddenly turned ugly, only now realizing that Du Wan had clearly grasped victory in his hands, and they had foolishly fallen into his opponent's trap. However, they were all old friends, so they naturally wouldn't go back on their words. The items in the Chenquin bag would not be moved either. On the contrary, the appearance of 2 young alchemists with outstanding aptitude was something they really wanted to see. This showed that the future of this generation was still full of hope. In the first round of the competition, more than half of the several hundred people were eliminated. These people were unable to condense all the medicinal herbs into medicinal liquid or condense them within the allotted time. He had failed too many times. Mina successfully passed the second trial and was overjoyed. After the first round was over, he immediately entered the second round of the competition, inscribing spirit arrays. Using the mysterious grade mid-rank pill furnace in his universe bag, the participants were to inscribe the spirit arrays that the alchemist had mastered. There was no time limit for this round, so the more complex the spirit arrays one could inscribe, the better the results would be. Yang Kai and Zhai Yao easily won first place. The third item was the control of fire. The fourth item was the allocation of medicinal herbs. The fifth item, the sixth item, until the very end, it was the alchemy competition. There was no time to rest, only one day. The alchemy competition was over, and in the end, only Yang Kai and Jia Yao were left. Mi Na was eliminated in the 4th round, so she couldn't help but feel a little depressed. But at her age, being able to persevere to this point was already very rare. After receiving a few words of praise from Old Man Du, her mood immediately brightened up, under everyone's watchful eyes. In the final round, Jia Yao took the initiative to admit defeat and didn't compete with Yang Kai, because he knew that if they were to fight seriously, he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent. Although the two of them were very close in terms of alchemy, there was still a slight gap. Jia Yao also didn't want to expose his and Yang Kai's true alchemy skills in front of so many people. The previous rounds were just scattered items, so there weren't many problems, but if they were to really refine pills, it would be easy to expose some problems. The two's alchemy speed and methods were simply too unusual. The people from the Alchemist Guild were also a little shocked, none of them having expected that Jia Yao would give up such a great opportunity, but after noticing his indifferent attitude, they all felt relieved. Brother Yang, I'll see you another day. I've been wandering around outside all day, so I'll head back first, otherwise teacher will scold me again. Jia Yao said before walking back towards the city lord's mansion under the protection of the 2 Transcendent Realm Black-Armored Cultivator. Lu Fu stepped onto the high platform and announced the final winner of the competition as Yang Kai, handing out the rewards promised by the Alchemist Guild on the spot. A universe bag filled with rare herbs and a saint-grade alchemy furnace. This caused countless people to feel envious. Yang Kai casually tossed the saint-grade alchemy furnace to Mi Na, the little girl so excited she couldn't wait to kiss Yang Kai. Little friend Yang, this way. Duan smiled and beckoned from a corner of the high platform. Yang Kai nodded slightly and walked over. Little guy, who's your teacher? Do you want to come to my 3 Chuan Cities Alchemist Guild? It's much more prosperous than Grand Boulder City and has many beautiful women. Following Duan has no future. That old dog's neck is half buried in the ground and he's about to die. Come to us instead. As soon as he walked over, the old men around Duan began shouting, all of them showing eager eyes as they stared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was taken aback. The enthusiasm of these old men and women was so high that he was almost completely surrounded. You old fools, do you have any sense of shame? Duan shouted. Do you really think this Du is dead? Actually trying to poach my disciple right in front of me? If anyone dares to say another word, this Du will fight them to the death. Duan, save your energy. What's the point of getting so worked up about an old bag of bones? Be careful you don't sprain your back. Someone laughed. You're not young either. Duan snorted. Senior's kindness, this junior appreciates. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before bowing. However, this junior has no intention of studying alchemy for the rest of his life. And I want to spy on the pinnacle of the martial Tao. Studying alchemy is only for the sake of better studying the martial Tao. Therefore, this junior will have to decline everyone's kindness. All the old men were suddenly dumbfounded as they stared at Yang Kai with their mouths wide open. Even Duan was stunned. You want to study the martial Tao? With such good alchemy aptitude, you want to study the martial Tao? Young man, don't you know what kind of capital you have? That's right. This is too much of a waste of heaven's gifts. If you want to protect someone, you need to have some attainments in alchemy. As long as your alchemy level rises, there is nothing in this world you can't obtain. Wealth, power, fame, status, beauty, whatever you want, you can have it. Moreover, you don't even need to do it yourself. You only need to release a message and someone will naturally take care of it for you. After becoming an alchemy grandmaster, there are many benefits. No matter where you go, you will be treated with courtesy. Even if you go to the demon land or monster race, the demon race will not attack you and will only treat you as an honored guest. A group of old men, one after the other, earnestly tried to describe the beautiful prospects of becoming an alchemist to Yang Kai in an attempt to change his mind. I just want to reach the peak of the martial Tao. Yang Kai sternly declared, his face filled with determination, his eyes not the slightest bit of confusion. Everyone was speechless. The peak of the martial Tao, this was indeed something that alchemy could not achieve. Feeling Yang Kai's sincerity and determination, everyone sighed, thinking that Yang Kai was wasting his talent too much. Duan, when you have time, talk to this little brat. He is still young and full of vigor. I'm afraid he can't see his future clearly. The old man who had enthusiastically invited Yang Kai to Three River City whispered in Duan's ear. Duan nodded gently. If there is an opportunity, I will talk to him. Duan obviously also felt that with Yang Kai's current capital, pursuing the endless martial Dao was far less promising than studying alchemy. Lightly coughing, Duan said, Let's not talk about this for the time being. Little friend Yang having his own goals is a good thing. Young people naturally have their own pursuits. Duan was afraid that these old men's preaching would have the opposite effect, so he quickly changed the subject. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Is everyone ready? Hearing this, the faces of the several old men suddenly became ugly, gnashing their teeth as they glared at Duan. You old fox! Although they said so one by one, they all took out their universe bags and tossed them to Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught them, and in an instant, 4 or 5 universe bags appeared in his hand. Heh. Who asked you to be so confident? Duan laughed wildly as he gestured to Yang Kai. Little friend Yang, there's no need to be polite. Just take whatever you like. In any case, the things in their universe bags were not earned by them. Then, Junior won't be polite. Yang Kai also grinned, releasing his divine sense and carefully inspecting the universe bags in his hand under the watchful gazes of these old men. After inspecting the first universe bag, Yang Kai's complexion changed. As expected of a Saint-grade alchemist's universe bag, everything inside was of high quality. At the very least, they were all spirit-grade low rank. Pills, herbs, secret arts, artifacts, everything one could think of. There was no lack of Saint-grade existences. There were also some strange materials, but Yang Kai didn't know what they were for. Regardless of which one it was, they all exuded powerful energy fluctuations. Yang Kai was dazzled by the variety of items, and after confirming that this universe bag did not contain the herbs he urgently needed, he found it difficult to choose. Young man, hurry up and choose. This old master is a little nervous. If you take so long, I won't be able to hold on any longer. The owner of this universe bag couldn't help urging with a bitter expression. Old man Du, I can only take one thing, right? Yang Kai glanced at Duan awkwardly. That's what my bet with these old friends of mine said. Duan nodded gently before suddenly smiling slyly. But my old friends are all very generous people, especially those with promising prospects. So I think it won't matter if you take a few more things. Isn't that right, Brother Chong? Saying so, he turned to the owner of this universe bag with a smile. Chapter 7:11. That's right. The old man surnamed Chang's face turned blue, but he still smiled and nodded. After being ridiculed by Duan in front of a junior, he couldn't deny it. So he gritted his teeth and said, This Chong is very generous. As he spoke, his face twitched, as if he couldn't wait to beat Duan up. Then I'll take these 2. Yang Kai immediately took out 2 herbs from his universe bag. The old man surnamed Chong glanced at them, and his expression suddenly relaxed as he snatched the universe bag back from Yang Kai and said generously, Take it! Take it! Looking at him like this, it was obvious that the things he cared about most had not been taken away by Yang Kai, so he relaxed a lot. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be so vicious. This time, he had already gained a great deal, so he was very satisfied with taking out 2 Saint-grade materials from this universe bag. With these 2 Saint-grade herbs as catalysts, Yang Kai could refine 2 Saint pills. After dealing with the first universe bag, Yang Kai checked the second one. Sweeping it with his divine sense, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. From this universe bag, Yang Kai found a material he urgently needed, congealing dew grass. In the list Li Rong had given him, dew congealing grass was a must-have. The environment in which it grew was extremely harsh, and although it could be found anywhere in the continent, because of the harsh conditions, it was very rare for it to grow. The congealing dew grass in this universe bag, whether it was its shape or age, had already reached the limit, so it was obviously a top-grade herb. Yang Kai accepted it without any trace of politeness before casually taking out another Saint-grade herb from this universe bag. The third and fourth cosmos bags did not yield much. Similarly, he only obtained 2 medicinal herbs. When it came to the last universe bag, Yang Kai carefully examined it. After a short while, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. He found that this universe bag didn't have the materials he wanted and was about to casually take out 2. Suddenly, his expression changed. He stared blankly at something inside the universe bag. After a while, he smiled slightly and said, "These 2." As he spoke, he took out 2 items. Everyone looked over and couldn't help showing a strange expression. Because the 2 things Yang Kai took out this time were Saint-grade herbs, not much different from the previous ones. However, the other item was a pitch-black round stone. "What is this?" Duwan glanced over and asked curiously. The other elders also looked at it and shook their heads in confusion. No one recognized what this pitch-black round stone was. The owner of the Chenkuan bag kept shaking his head. "Don't look at me. I don't know either. I just felt that this stone was very strange. So I kept it in my Chenkuan bag. It had been there for decades, but no one had been able to figure out what it was for. Little friend, do you know?" As he asked, he looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. "I don't know either. I just thought it was a little strange, so I found it." "Then I'll give it to you. Anyway, I haven't figured out what it's made of in the past few decades," the owner of the Chenkuan bag said generously. "Many thanks, seniors." Yang Kai chuckled and put the pitch-black round stone into his black book space. Since the bet had been completed, Yang Kai took his leave. Then he jumped off the high platform. The other old fogies still wanted to persuade him. But since they couldn't open their mouths, they could only let him leave. Duwan. He must not be allowed to go astray. He must achieve something in alchemy. It's rare to meet such a good seedling. I don't want him to be ruined. Yes, Duwan, after you go back, you have to persuade him. If you can't do it, I'll bring him to 3 River City. This old man will do his best. Duwan smiled bitterly, also somewhat unable to understand why Yang Kai was so obsessed with the martial Tao. In this world, 80% of people cultivated and could be called cultivators. Alchemists, on the other hand, were extremely rare. Out of 10,000 cultivators, there might not even be 1 alchemist, and those with aptitude in alchemy were even rarer. An alchemist with excellent aptitude and skill would be respected wherever they went. It was impossible for this little brat not to see the gap between a cultivator and an alchemist. Oh. After returning from the square with Feiyu, Yang Kai immediately reported the results of his discussion with Zhai Yao to the Zhongyan elders. Listening to this, the Zhongyan elders nodded slightly. If that's the case, our chances of winning are undoubtedly much higher. Since that little brat is Ao Gu's honored guest, Ao Gu will not treat him lightly. When the time comes, the bodyguard assigned to him will at least be a 3rd-order transcendent. This is just a conservative estimate. Martial uncle, how long until the 1,000-year demon flower blooms? I don't know exactly how long it will take, but according to ancient records, before the 1,000-year demon flower blooms, there will be a strange phenomenon. We will know when the time comes. Right now, there are many people stationed on that mountain peak, waiting for the 1,000-year demon flower to bloom. There are even some people waiting on ascending Heaven Cliff, but the closer we get to the target, the more dangerous it will be, so we don't need to worry. Rimaru chuckled. Little martial nephew, you should rest well for now. When the time comes, we'll take you there. And Yang Kai nodded. Returning to his room, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began cultivating while taking out 2 pitch-black round stones from his black book space. Hey! Aren't these the stones you obtained from that predecessor's cave mansion last time? Feiyu called out in surprise. How come there are 2 more? I just found them in the universe bag of a senior alchemist. Yang Kai explained. It was precisely because the 2 stones were made of the same material and size that Yang Kai chose the pitch-black round stone. Martial uncle, what are these for? I don't know. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Feiyu shook her head. Strange. Yang Kai was puzzled. That senior alchemist also couldn't recognize what these stones were made of or what they were used for. Yang Kai had heard from that senior alchemist that he had obtained these stones several dozen years ago, yet he hadn't been able to unearth any of their secrets. Yang Kai instinctively felt that these two pitch-black round stones were not simple. Circulating his yuan qi to roast them and releasing his divine sense to probe them, Yang Kai found nothing. After struggling for a long time, Yang Kai gave up and put them away again. Over the next few days, Yang Kai remained in seclusion in the inn, maintaining his best condition at all times, waiting to deal with the upcoming battle. His several martial uncles were also preparing closely. One morning, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to feel that the world energy around him was somewhat strange. It was as if it was being pulled by an invisible force. It was converging in a certain direction. Before he could figure out what was going on, this situation suddenly became fierce. Even inside the room, a strong wind blew around him, causing the windows and doors to creak. Feiyu also quickly opened her beautiful eyes and said in surprise, "This is..." Saying so, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she walked over to the window and looked into the distance. With great excitement, she shouted, "The 1,000-year demon flower is about to bloom!" Yang Kai's spirit was shaken. From the room next door, the sound of clothes flapping could be heard. Obviously, the Zhangyan people had set out. Yang Kai and Feiyu glanced at each other and without hesitation, jumped out of the window. At the same time, all of Floating Cloud City boiled up as countless cultivators flooded the streets from all directions and stared towards the mountain peak a few dozen kilometers away. "The 1,000-year demon flower is moving," someone shouted. His words made everyone excited. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared towards the mountain peak, only to see a 5-colored glow appear on the horizon, illuminating the area. The world energy was madly rushing towards the mountain peak, causing all of Floating Cloud City to fall into chaos. "Go!" the Zhangyan shouted, wrapped in a rainbow light, flying towards the mountain peak. Everyone followed closely behind. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk countless people were rushing towards the mountain peak. Yang Kai instantly realized how difficult this competition would be. There were many transcendent realm masters here, so he had no choice. Although there were very few third-order masters, the number of people here far exceeded the Zhangyan's estimate. The number of transcendents who had rushed out of Floating Cloud City alone numbered between 300 and 400, not to mention the opponents who had been guarding the mountain peak. A conservative estimate was that there were at least 500 transcendents participating in this competition. This terrifying number caused Yang Kai's scalp to go numb. Inside the city lord's mansion, Ao Gu, Zhou Liang, and Jin Jiao stood high up, staring at the mountain peak with dignified expressions. Grandmaster seems to have also gone over. Jin Jiao looked at the several figures rushing out of the city lord's mansion and suddenly said, "HM? Isn't Grandmaster a Saint Realm Master? If he goes over, the 1,000-year demon flower won't be able to bloom again." Zhou Liang was surprised. "You don't have to worry about that. Grandmaster seems to have taken some kind of pill to temporarily suppress his cultivation," Ao Gu said lightly. "After all, when the 1,000-year demon flower bloomed last time, it was he who condensed the medicinal liquid, so he knows more about this than anyone else." Hearing this, both Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Although this was also the first time they had met Grandmaster, they had already obtained unimaginable benefits from him. Just a single saint pill refined by Grandmaster had allowed their physical bodies and souls to grow rapidly. Although the cultivation of the three of them hadn't increased by much compared to that day, any one of them could feel that they had become much stronger. Grandmaster coming to Floating Cloud City was a good thing they had never imagined. In order to repay Grandmaster's kindness, Ao Gu and the other two spared no effort this time, dispatching the city lord's mansion's most trusted subordinates to protect his disciples' safety. The human, monster, and demon clans had a total of 6 transcendents, 2 of whom were third-order transcendents and 4 second-order transcendents. Ao Gu and the others were originally preparing to snatch the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower for themselves. Although the 3 of them didn't need it, their friends and family still needed it. But since Grandmaster had come, they were too embarrassed to continue fighting for it. The transcendent realm masters of Floating Cloud City flew like the wind, scrambling to be the first to arrive at the mountain peak. Before they even reached the foot of the mountain, a battle had already broken out. No one was willing to let others get ahead of them. They were all enemies, and those who could not hold themselves back would naturally want to make the first move to gain the upper hand. A small conflict would trigger a small-scale battle, which would then expand and affect others. More and more powerful cultivators would join the fray. Chapter 7:12. Yang Kai, under the protection of Songyan and the others, rushed through the chaotic battlefield with ease. A team of 4 third-order transcendents was quite a powerful force, and the surrounding people seemed to realize that Songyan and the others were not to be trifled with, so naturally they wouldn't provoke them for no reason. Screams rang out one after another. In such a large-scale melee, there were naturally people who were injured or killed, blood and broken limbs flying everywhere. The several dozen kilometer distance was covered in less than half a stick of incense worth of time. Some people had already arrived at the foot of the mountain ahead of them. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, they saw these people rushing towards ascending heaven cliff. Songyan turned his head and quickly asked, "Little martial nephew, is the person who said he would cooperate with you here? He hasn't arrived yet." Yang Kai shook his head. He hadn't found Zhai Yao's figure yet. "Should we go up?" Rimaru asked impatiently. "Wait a moment." Songyan frowned. If little martial nephew's inference is not wrong, that little brat must know some secrets that others don't. If we act together with him, we'll be able to seize the initiative. Those who rushed to the top of the mountain first would not necessarily have the last laugh. The mountain was filled with hidden dangers, so whether they could successfully reach ascending heaven cliff was still unknown. Standing in place and waiting quietly, from time to time a group of masters would rush past them, all of them excitedly pouring into the mountain forest. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Zhai Yao's voice suddenly called out, "Brother Yang, over here." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand, carefully examining the lineup he had brought with him, his eyes flashing brightly. He found that he had somewhat underestimated Zhai Yao's ability. He had actually brought 7 people with him. 6 of them were masters from the human, monster, and demon clans, all of them 2nd or 3rd order transcendents. There was also one whose cultivation Yang Kai couldn't see through. This person's head and face were covered by a cloak, seemingly unwilling to show his true face. However, judging from his exposed skin, this person was an old man. As he watched, Yang Kai's expression changed. He vaguely guessed something, but he didn't point it out. The Songyan group and the experts from the city lord's office looked at each other and were quite satisfied with each other's cultivation. They felt that the other party would not drag them down, and immediately looked happy. "Everyone, this is a very important matter. I hope that everyone can sincerely cooperate with each other. Don't be unhappy in the end. I get along very well with Brother Yang." Zhai Yao said with a smile. The 6 experts he brought nodded in unison. "Rest assured, young Master Zhai." Songyan also said, "Little brother, you're too kind. But for the sake of caution, I'll take the liberty to confirm that you really don't need the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, right?" "Yes, I have already explained this to Brother Yang." Zhai Yao nodded. "Good, then there's no problem." Songyan seemed satisfied. "Since that's the case, let's go up. There's no rush." Zhai Yao smiled and shook his head. "Wait a little longer. Now is not the time." "Wait a little longer?" Songyan frowned, although he also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. The heavenly manifestation had already appeared and the 1,000-year demon flower was about to bloom. With so many people rushing up, if they delayed any longer, they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. It's still early. This is just the precursor of the heavenly manifestation. When the real heavenly manifestation appears, it won't be too late for us to go up. Zhai Yao didn't explain too much. His expression relaxed, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. Songyan and the others were puzzled, thinking for a moment before asking, "Little brother, it's not that I don't believe you, but how much do you know about the 1,000-year demon flower?" "And, more than any of you, haha." Zhai Yao smiled faintly. While they were talking, Yang Kai was suspiciously looking at the old man whose face was covered by a cloak. He felt that this person was Zhai Yao's master. The reason why Zhai Yao knew so much about the 1,000-year demon flower was precisely because of this old man. The old man seemed to notice Yang Kai's gaze, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he asked, "Is this little brother the one who won the alchemy competition that day?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. The younger generation will surpass us in time," the old man praised. Song Yan and the others looked at him suspiciously. They really couldn't figure out what this person's background was. His tone was a bit too big. "Yang Kai." Suddenly, a tender voice called out from behind him. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Mina and Old Man Du rushing over. Before they had even arrived, they were already enthusiastically waving and calling out to him. When they arrived, Yang Kai looked at them speechlessly. "Why are you here?" Old Man Du helplessly said, "This little girl is really troublesome, insisting on coming to watch the fun. This old master couldn't persuade her otherwise, so he came with her." "You're too mischievous." Yang Kai reprimanded her with a straight face. Mina couldn't help sticking out her tongue and awkwardly saying, "I just came to take a look. I won't go up. There won't be any danger." "Then you be careful." Yang Kai sighed. Mina looked around and giggled. "Aren't you going up? Everyone else seems to be pushing their way over." "We're waiting." Yang Kai replied casually. "Waiting for what?" "Waiting for the real heavenly manifestation to appear." "The real heavenly manifestation?" Duan was also stunned. Obviously, he didn't know much about the 1,000-year demon flower. So after saying this, his eyes suddenly focused on the old man whose face was covered by a cloak, a thoughtful look appearing on his face as he hesitated for a moment before asking, "May I ask what your excellency's name is?" There was a sense of caution and nervousness in his tone. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help flashing. "Haha, this old master doesn't need to mention his name," the old man said with a chuckle. Duwan's body shook as his eyes suddenly widened, staring at this old man in disbelief, trembling as he asked, You are... Shu." Zhai Yao quickly raised his index finger. Duwan's face was filled with excitement as he respectfully said, "Disciple Duwan greets Grandmaster." Yang Kai, Zhang Yan, and the others were all stunned on the spot. Duwan was the head of Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild and a famous figure throughout the entire Tongxian realm. After all, Saint Grade alchemists were extremely rare, and an alchemist like him would always be treated as a distinguished guest no matter where he went. Only those around him would treat him with courtesy and respect. But now, this famous Saint Grade alchemist was actually greeting another person as a junior and calling himself a disciple. This was simply too shocking. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the 6 transcendent realm masters Zhai Yao had brought with him. They were only following orders and didn't know much about the identities of Zhai Yao and this old man. The old man smiled bitterly. "You don't need to act like this, others will see." This old master hides his face because he is afraid of attracting attention. Duwan awoke from his daze, sweat dripping down his forehead as he blamed himself. "Disciple was negligent. I hope Grandmaster won't take offense." "It's fine." The old man slowly waved his hand and chuckled. "How did you recognize me? Does Grandmaster not remember?" Duwan asked excitedly. When Disciple was young, he received some pointers from Grandmaster. Although it was only for 10 short days, Disciple has always remembered Grandmaster's description and voice. "So that's how it is." The old man gently nodded. Songyan's face also suddenly changed as he cried out, "It's him!" Hearing Duwan's words, Songyan suddenly realized just how respected this old man was and why Ao Gu and the others had taken care of Zhai Yao, even sending 6 transcendent realm masters to escort him to ascending Heaven Cliff. It turned out that Zhai Yao's master was actually such a powerful master. Only such a character could teach a disciple like Zhai Yao. At this moment, Songyan understood. "Who is it?" Feiyu asked softly while Rimaru and Fei Jian also looked at him curiously. Songyan glanced at the old man and seeing that he had no intention of stopping him, his lips twitched slightly. Feiyu and the others were dumbfounded. Yang Kai also read Songyan's lips. The old man of Heaven's Keep, the only top-level alchemist in the world who had won the respect of the human, monster, and demon races. At the same time, like Yang Kai, he also possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea. The reason why Tsangyan recognized him was entirely because Duwan had once told him that he had studied alchemy for 10 days under the Old Man of Heaven's Keep's tutelage. Now that Duwan mentioned this matter, Tsangyan naturally reacted. Everyone was indescribably excited. With the legendary Old Man of Heaven's Keep in front of them, Tsangyan and the others subconsciously restrained their domineering auras and became respectful, their eyes filled with worship. Yang Kai was also secretly sizing up this legendary master, his mood somewhat complicated. People with conflagrated knowledge seas were extremely rare, and alchemists with conflagrated knowledge seas were even rarer. In this world, only he and this grandmaster in front of him possessed one. This commonality made Yang Kai want to inquire about the mysteries of conflagrated knowledge seas from this old man. Yang Kai's current use of his conflagrated knowledge sea was still somewhat crude, but this grandmaster in front of him was different. This grandmaster had lived for countless years, so whether it was in terms of experience, he was far richer than Yang Kai. If he could converse with this grandmaster, Yang Kai believed he would definitely gain great benefits. However, he was not sure if he could reveal the secret of his conflagrated knowledge sea to this old man. While contemplating this, the Old Man of Heaven's Keep smiled. "Since you have recognized me, this old master won't play any tricks." As he said that, he raised his head and revealed his face. "Grandmaster." This disciple only wanted to see Grandmaster once in his life, to be able to listen to Grandmaster's teachings face to face. And now, Duwan was so excited that his voice was choked with emotion. "When this matter is over, let's talk about it. This old master is very pleased with your current achievements. Back then, this old master only taught you for 10 days, yet you were able to reach this point today. This is all thanks to your own ability," the Old Man of Heaven's Keep said kindly. Duwan was flattered and quickly expressed his thanks. "Don't call me Grandmaster. It won't be good if people hear it. This old master's real name is Li Rue. You can just call me Li Lao." "Yes," Duwan responded respectfully. Chapter 713. Who is this senior? Why is Old Man Du calling himself a disciple? Mina still hadn't reacted, grabbing Yang Kai and asking in a low voice, "You can ask Old Man Du yourself some other day." Yang Kai took a deep breath. So mysterious. Mina curled her lips in disdain. Based on her previous personality, if she encountered such a situation, she would definitely step forward and shout, "Hey, old man, who are you?" But seeing Old Man Du act so solemnly, Mina didn't dare act too rashly. She was indeed straightforward, but she wasn't a fool. The group of people hadn't yet recovered from their shock when Yang Kai turned to the Old Man of Heaven's Keep and asked, "Li Lao, what Brother D knows about the 1,000-year demon flower should have been told to him by you, right?" "Yes." Li Lao nodded lightly and looked at Yang Kai kindly. "Little guy, I feel an aura from you that is somewhat similar to mine. When this matter is over, can we have a chat? If you don't mind, I have a lot of things I want to tell you." Songyan and the others' eyes lit up as they glanced at Yang Kai, signaling him to agree. Yang Kai was an alchemy master, and this senior in front of them was the world's top alchemy grandmaster. No matter who it was, they would be eager to listen to the others' teachings. With such a great opportunity suddenly appearing in front of them, how could they not agree? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Just now, he had been considering whether to reveal the secret of his conflagrated knowledge sea to the other party, but he hadn't expected that the other party would have already sensed it. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide it. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't feel any malicious intent from this senior, so he quickly said, "I couldn't ask for more." "Good, good, good." Li Lao nodded repeatedly, smiling from ear to ear. "Master, let's talk about the 1,000-year demon flower. Brother Yang and the others must be confused right now and are waiting for you to clear up their doubts," Zhai Yao suggested. Everyone quickly turned to Li Lao. Li Lao took a deep breath and said, "Good." Letting Zhai Yao wait here was this old master's idea, because this heavenly manifestation really hasn't appeared yet. The 1,000-year demon flower is still in its final stages of brewing. It will take about half a day before it appears. At that time, it won't be too late to go up. Right now, it's just a chaotic battlefield. It's useless to go up there. The demon flower blooming 1,000 years times old man's blood. So in this regard, he knows more about it than anyone else. Zhai Yao's bloods explained. The Zhangyan and the others. They had never heard this news. 1,000 years ago, the old man of Heaven's Keep was definitely not the same as he was now, having a transcendent status and being revered by all living beings in this world. At that time, he must have been like Yang Kai and Di Yao, young and full of vigor. As time passed, he gradually made a name for himself. Gradually, the world forgot his real name and called him the Old Man of Heaven's Keep. Everything that happened before this was mostly forgotten by the world. Li Lao chuckled and slowly explained, the 1,000-year demon flower is said to be a product of the star field. Legend has it that many years ago, a seed fell onto ascending heaven cliff and the 1,000-year demon flower was born. Its medicinal liquid has a great effect on transcendence breaking through to the saint realm, so every 1,000 years, this place becomes very lively and many people die. Many masters try to monopolize this 1,000-year demon flower, but no matter how many people come here, before the time limit is up, no one can find a trace of the 1,000-year demon flower. Ascending Heaven Cliff used to be as high as 10,000 meters, but now it's only 8,000 meters high. Because those masters in the process of searching for the 1,000-year demon flower raised the cliff layer after layer. Everyone listened carefully, lest they miss a single word, their expressions becoming extremely focused. Why can't they find it? I've always been curious, since this flower is so important, why has it always been on Ascending Heaven Cliff and never been taken away? Mina asked, puzzled. Because the 1,000-year demon flower is a rootless flower. Li Lao glanced at her with a smile. It's also not a real thing. Not a real thing? Everyone was surprised. It is a product of heaven and earth and contains an extremely mysterious energy. After a while, you will be able to see it and naturally understand what this old master is talking about. Li Lao didn't seem to have any intention of hiding anything and told them everything he knew. On top of that, it is quite sensitive. Once it perceives the aura of a Saint Realm Master, it will close itself up and refuse to come out. Several times, because of the interference of Saint Realm Masters, the 1,000-year demon flower has not bloomed, so in recent times no Saint Realm Masters have come here. Li Lao, what should we do after we go up? The Zhangyan quickly asked. Escort the two little ones into the flower's pistil. After that it will depend on their own good fortune. You won't be able to help. Hearing this, the Zhangyan was stunned. Li Lao chuckled. I can't explain it clearly now, but when the time comes, you will understand. The Zhangyan and the others nodded slightly and no longer asked any more questions. While they were speaking, violent battle fluctuations continued to spread out from the mountain peak, as if the entire mountain range had become a battlefield. The Transcendent Realm Masters were escorting the alchemists in their teams forward while risking their lives to engage in battle with others. Gradually, the fighting subsided, as if everyone had discovered that something was wrong with the 1,000-year demon flower and was no longer as fierce as before. Half a day later, the 5-colored light in the horizon suddenly erupted. In the void, a colorful, magnificent flower bud that illuminated the world suddenly appeared. This flower bud was so huge that even Floating Cloud City, which was several dozen kilometers away, could clearly see it. It was suspended in the void with Ascending Heaven Cliff directly below it. From what one could see, this flower bud didn't seem to have a real form and was instead composed purely of energy, giving it a mysterious appearance. With the appearance of this flower bud, the world energy within a few hundred kilometers seemed to go berserk and madly rush towards it. At a rate visible to the naked eye, this world energy was constantly pouring into the flower bud and disappearing. At the same time, inside the mountain range, the masters who had survived the battle also rushed out towards the flower bud. Dozens of teams, hundreds of Transcendent Realm Masters, each of them using their full strength. The battle that had just subsided broke out again, and this time it was even more bloody and cruel than before. the masters continued to fall from the sky, their bodies shattered and their souls destroyed by the chaotic martial skills and artifacts. Even the alchemists they were protecting were not spared. In just a moment, several teams were completely wiped out, with not a single person surviving. Everyone's expression turned solemn as they suddenly realized the cruelty of this competition. Li Lao, the Zhangyan asked, his expression tense. Don't worry. Li Lao slowly shook his head, his expression still calm. The Zhangyan took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and waited quietly. Not long after, some people rushed to the flower bud, and before the first team to arrive had time to celebrate, they were overwhelmed by the crowd that followed. In the vicinity of the flower bud, countless people were fighting to the death, one after another, advancing forward. There were also some shrewd people who avoided the whirlpool of battle and tried to find a way to condense the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, but they were unable to find the main point and helplessly circled around the flower bud, only to be targeted by their opponents and drawn into the battle. The blooming of a 1,000-year demon flower caused at least a few dozen great forces to suffer heavy casualties. After about an hour or so, the surrounding world energy gradually thinned out, as if all of it had been absorbed by the 1,000-year demon flower's flower bud. With such a huge amount of nourishment, the flower bud that had been closed for so long finally showed signs of blooming again. It's time. Li Lao nodded lightly. Let's go. The Zhangyan shouted as he and the others surrounded Yang Kai and Zhai Yao in the middle, using their movement skills to quickly rush towards the flower bud. In this group of 12 people, with the exception of Yang Kai and Di Yao, everyone else was a transcendent 6th Third Order and 4 Second Order. Such a team was far superior in terms of both number and strength among all the other teams. However, the Zhangyan and the others still didn't dare relax in the slightest, forming a circular formation around Yang Kai and Zhai Yao. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge flower bud. Gradually, the petals on the flower bud began to spread outwards at an extremely fast speed. By the time that Zhangyan and the others had flown halfway, the 1,000-year demon flower had almost completely bloomed. An inexplicable energy fluctuation appeared between the heavens and earth, and under the influence of this energy, everyone calmed down. The remaining masters no longer cared about fighting and quickly landed on the petals of the 1,000-year demon flower, each of them searching for a position while remaining vigilant of their surroundings and allowing the alchemists to begin condensing the medicinal liquid. However, unexpectedly, none of these alchemists knew where to start. Although the yuan qi was wrapped around the petals, it couldn't be refined at all. This discovery made everyone's heart sink. They had worked so hard to get here, but there was no progress, so what was the point of all this effort? By the time that Zhangyan and the others arrived, the 1,000-year demon flower floating in the void was already overcrowded with people, and there was almost no place to set foot. Go to the flower's stamen, Zhai Yao suddenly shouted. The Zhangyan, who was at a loss as to what to do, heard this and quickly rushed over. The flower's stamen was naturally the most eye-catching position, and at this moment, it had already been occupied by 2 strong teams who were desperately searching for a way to refine it. Song Yen and the others rushing towards them in an aggressive manner immediately aroused their vigilance and attention. Their expressions were unfriendly as they set up their battle formation. At this moment, the movements of the 2 opposing teams were surprisingly in sync. Perceiving the number and cultivation of the other side, the Zhangyan frowned slightly and stretched out his hand, summoning a saint-grade giant sword into his grasp. Raging flames burned on the surface of the sword like a roaring fire dragon, giving off an imposing aura. Don't be in a hurry to fight them, Zhai Yao said, immediately smiling as he greeted the people below. How about you give up your position? I can tell you how to refine the 1,000-year demon flower. You know? Among the crowd below, someone's eyes immediately lit up. Probably. Di Yao chuckled. But if you don't agree, then we'll have to fight. Chapter 7:14. Zhai Yao was simply trying to be polite before resorting to violence, his expression calm. Hearing him say this, the other side's expression changed as they glanced at the Zhangyan group, realizing that something was wrong. Although their numbers were not less than the Zhangyan group and their cultivations weren't bad, After all, they were still two teams and it would be difficult to unify them. However, the Zhongyan group was different. At a glance it was obvious that they were a group. Once a fight broke out, the Zhongyan group wouldn't have a good time, but they would most likely not be able to escape. The masters from the two teams glanced at each other and exchanged a few simple glances before quickly reaching a consensus. One of the teams moved closer to the other, giving up their original position. Zhai Yao's eyes lit up, obviously a little surprised. He had just casually mentioned this and didn't expect things to go so smoothly, quickly saying, "Many thanks." While speaking, the Zhongyan group had already landed. Stepping on the petals, Yang Kai felt a sense of density. Although this 1,000-year demon flower was purely composed of energy and was not a physical object, its energy was rich to the point of almost being tangible. The position has been given to you. How do you plan on condensing the medicinal liquid? A master on the opposite side vigilantly sized up the Zhongyan group while asking Zhai Yao. Wait a little longer. Zhai Yao smiled slightly but did not answer. The masters from the two teams suddenly had ugly expressions as they condensed their yuan qi, secretly preparing to attack at a moment's notice. About 10 breaths of time later, at the center of the flower's stamen, a circle of energy visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared. As this circle of energy ripples spread out, everyone became vigilant. Zhai Yao suddenly leaned close to Yang Kai and whispered something, to which Yang Kai remained silent and nodded slightly. Immediately, Zhai Yao turned to the Zhongyan group and issued an order. This small action was not able to escape the surveillance of the masters from the two teams, and someone immediately shouted angrily, "What the hell are you planning? If you dare deceive us, we'll make you suffer." Zhai Yao chuckled and said, "Don't worry. You'll know how to condense the medicinal liquid soon. I won't lie to you. That's for the best." As they spoke, the ripples from the stamen became more and more frequent, becoming more and more dense, like a calm lake with pebbles constantly being thrown into it. At the stamen of the flower, the ripples spread outwards, and a mysterious and magical energy was transmitted from there. "Let's go!" Diao suddenly shouted. Yang Kai responded and rushed towards the flower's stamen with him. The two's origin Yang Kai, and Yang Kai's in a flash the center of the world's stamen. Although the masters from the two teams had been vigilant, they did not expect such a strange thing to happen, and by the time they wanted to stop it, it was already too late. They were all furious and were about to attack the Zhongyan group when the Zhongyan group said, "Wait, you thieves, what else do you have to say? I can let your alchemists in, but condensing the medicinal liquid can only be done inside. However, you must guard this entrance with us. You don't want too many enemies to break in, right?" Song Yen said indifferently, the saint-grade great sword in his hand still burning fiercely, giving off a powerful aura. Those people were stunned for a moment, but without thinking, they quickly nodded, "Yes, please." Song Yen gestured. The spirit-grade alchemists from the two teams quickly copied Zhai Yao and Yang Kai's movements and rushed into the stamen, disappearing in the next moment. All of a sudden, for spirit-grade alchemists disappeared into the stamen, naturally attracting the attention of many people. Although they did not understand why all this was happening, everyone keenly grasped the crux of the problem and faintly felt that this was the correct way to condense the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower. A series of unfriendly gazes were cast in this direction, and in the next moment, countless teams rushed over. Song Yin grinned fiercely, the saint-grade sword in his hand suddenly transforming into a roaring fire dragon, meeting the oncoming crowd with great momentum. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao. Asterisk Fei Jian pulled back his bow and released a series of powerful arrows invisible to the naked eye, like a swarm of locusts, shooting out. Rimaru's small body suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light, and in an instant, her short stature became as majestic as a giant, standing majestically in front of everyone. Fei Yu gently parted her lips and spat out a fine mist from her small red mouth. This mist suddenly transformed into a poisonous snake with sharp fangs, shuttling back and forth through the crowd. The cultivator who was bitten by this mist suddenly flushed red as if he was drunk, his head spinning as he staggered backwards. The air was filled with the thick aroma of wine. It was so fragrant and intoxicating. The four masters from soaring heaven sect immediately brought out their full strength, causing the other transcendents in the stamen to frown. None of them dared to be negligent, whether it was the transcendents from the two teams or the 6 people sent by the city lord's mansion. All of them displayed their best martial skills and summoned their powerful artifacts. For a time, the brilliance of martial skills and artifacts blossomed as an earth-shattering battle unfolded on the petals of the 1,000-year demon flower. Although Songyan's group wasn't small in number, with the addition of the other 2 teams, a total of 17 or 18 people, and their strength wasn't low, a tiger couldn't withstand a pack of wolves. Faced with the attacks of several hundred transcendent realm masters, Songyan's group was quickly overwhelmed. In less than 20 breaths of time, everyone had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Rimaru, who was at the forefront of the group, had been bombarded by countless attacks and was now covered in blood. Songyan's expression was extremely dignified as he and the others guarded the stamen while observing its movements. After the 4 spirit-grade alchemists broke in, the ripples spreading out from the stamen seemed to have slowed down significantly, and as time passed, the rate at which they spread became slower and slower. After a while, there were no more ripples spreading out. "Let's go!" Songyan shouted, not daring to linger, grabbing Rimaru and flying away like lightning. Feiyu and the others, as well as the 6 from the city lord's mansion, followed closely behind. The remaining 2 teams didn't seem to have recovered from their shock and didn't know why they had suddenly given up, but without Songyan and the others, it was impossible for them to defend themselves. Looking at the menacing onslaught of their opponents, they quickly fled. At the stamen, the door was suddenly wide open, and there was no one left. The cultivator who had rushed over were overjoyed when they saw this and jumped up, fighting while escorting the alchemists they had brought with them, preparing to follow Yang Kai, Zhai Yao, and the others into the stamen. But to their surprise, it seemed that because the ripples had stopped spreading, no matter how hard they tried, no one was able to enter the stamen. For a time, countless people cursed in anger. Songyan and the others had already returned to the foot of the mountain, all of them gasping for breath and covered in blood. Even a young woman like Feiyu had messy hair and a look of lingering fear on her face. Fortunately, they only had to guard the area for about 30 breaths. If they had stayed any longer, none of them would have survived. Everyone was injured, but Rimaru's injuries were the most serious. After the golden light and giant body dissipated, he immediately fell to the ground and did not wake up. Elder Li hurriedly stepped forward and distributed a medicinal pill to everyone one by one. Songyan and the others thanked him and hurriedly took it to refine. After a short while, they all felt much better. Rimaru's injuries also stabilized, and his life was no longer in danger. "Li Lao, is this all?" Songyan opened his eyes and turned to look at the 1,000-year demon flower that was still blooming in the void. Until now, there were still countless experts on the petals, looking for a way in. "Yes, it's all right." Li Lao nodded slightly. "The rest is up to their own luck. There are still 2 alchemists who went in, but we had no choice but to let them go." Songyan was somewhat dissatisfied. "It doesn't matter. They won't be able to obtain anything even if they go in." Li Lao chuckled, obviously having great confidence in Zhai Yao. "N." Songyan nodded lightly. With Yang Kai inside, those 2 outsiders wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. This little brat had even killed 2 second-order transcendents. "This time we really have to thank Li Lao," Feiyu said with some lingering fear. "If it weren't for Li Lao's guidance, I'm afraid we would have ended up like those people, running around like headless flies. Who would have thought that condensing the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower would require so much attention? Everyone thought that when the flower bloomed, all they had to do was let the alchemists refine it. If it weren't for their good luck that Yang Kai and Zhai Yao met and then received guidance from Li Lao, things would not have gone so smoothly. I've only lived a few days longer than you." Li Lao smiled kindly. "Good. There's no need to wait here. Let's return to Floating Cloud City. I'm afraid it will be a few days before they come out." Everyone nodded and followed Li Lao back to Floating Cloud City. Along the way, Songyan found that Li Lao seemed to be very interested in his little martial nephew and asked a lot of questions about him. Although there were outsiders present, facing Li Lao's questions, Songyin did his best to answer. Oh, so he comes from a very remote place? Li Lao suddenly smiled. So that's how it is. We didn't expect that this little brat would have such amazing talent. Songyin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Compared with Yang Kai's performance, the elite disciples of Soaring Heaven sect were simply trash. You can't underestimate those from low backgrounds. That kind of place will also have many amazing talents, but because of various constraints, their development is limited. However, if they can break through that harsh environment, they can often bloom into brilliance that far surpasses the average person. Li Lao said solemnly. Li Lao is right. Li Lao nodded. Songyin chuckled. I didn't believe it before, but after seeing little martial nephew, I believe it. On top of that, I heard my little martial nephew say that he also has 2 senior sisters who are not only no worse than him, they are even more powerful than him. He has 2 senior sisters? Li Lao raised his brow. Little martial nephew has been looking for them, but unfortunately, he hasn't been able to find any clues. Trying to find 2 people in this vast sea of people is really difficult. Chapter 7:15. In the void, Yang Kai and Zhai Yao suddenly appeared. The moment they appeared, Zhai Yao quickly summoned a defensive artifact, a yellow light curtain wrapping around him, and Yang Kai as he solemnly said, Brother Yang, don't leave the protective range of my artifact, otherwise your life will be in danger. Yang Kai didn't answer and instead just stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. Up, down, left, right, there was nothing but emptiness, as if they were in an endless abyss. All around them, there were stars, the sun body exuding a blazing energy, and the moon body exuding a cold aura. When the light shone down on them, Yang Kai felt like he was in a dream. In this void, the light wasn't too dark, but the boundless vastness made Yang Kai feel a sense of dread. There was no ground beneath their feet, so the 2 of them were floating lightly in the air. The mountains, ascending heaven cliff, and the 1,000-year demon flower had all disappeared, and behind the 2 of them was a dark hole. It was a void corridor. The 1,000-year demon flower stamen seemed to be the entrance to a void corridor, but Yang Kai didn't know where he had been teleported to. Where are we? Yang Kai asked quickly. Star Field. Zhai Yao took a deep breath, his expression excited as he turned his head and looked around. Star Field. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he suddenly realized a problem. Is that legend true? Of course it's true. Zhai Yao nodded firmly. Most masters have heard of the rumors about the Star Field. Tongshan Realm also has many products from the Star Field, but no one has ever been to the Star Field and seen what the Star Field is like. But who knows that the 1,000-year demon flower is the key to reaching the Star Field? Is this really the Star Field? Not a mysterious small world? Yang Kai still couldn't believe it. Relatively speaking, he was more convinced that this was a magical, mysterious small world. Why would I lie to you? Zhai Yao chuckled. Teacher told me that this is the Star Field. Do you see that planet below us that exudes vitality? That's the Tongshan realm we live in. Yang Kai looked down and sure enough, there was a huge planet below his feet, but from here it was only the size of a fist. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and seemed like he could hold it tightly, his mood inexplicably. Why is it round? Yang Kai frowned. He hadn't expected that the so-called Tongshan realm was actually round. Then wouldn't the person standing on the back fall down? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling worried. I don't know. Yang Kai's words. As the 2 of them were talking though, their expressions suddenly changed and they turned to look at the void corridor behind them. Zhai Yao quickly activated his defensive artifact and brought Yang Kai to the side. In the next moment, 2 more people appeared from the void passageway. These 2 were the alchemists from the previous 2 teams. As soon as they stepped out of the void corridor, these 2 alchemists assumed fighting stances. Obviously, they knew that if they wanted to obtain the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, they would have to clash with Yang Kai and Zhai Yao. These 2 spirit-grade top-rank alchemists weren't young and their cultivations weren't too low, both first-order transcendents, but because of the unique nature of alchemy, Their combat power was only slightly higher than a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, not comparable to a true transcendent. However, facing two young men like Yang Kai and Zhai Yao, they weren't afraid and thought they could win. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and was about to rush over to fight when Zhai Yao stretched out his hand and stopped him, slowly shaking his head. There's no need to fight with them. Why? Yang Kai was stunned. Zhai Yao laughed. Because they're dead. Saying so, he turned to the other two and shouted, "Friends, you'd better summon your defensive artifacts quickly, otherwise you may die a miserable death." The two alchemists frowned when they heard this, but after seeing the situation in front of them, both of their eyes bulged as they fell into a daze. Neither of them knew that after coming out of the 1,000-year demon flower stamen, they would arrive in the middle of Starfield. The vast and endless abyss around them terrified them to the extreme. Before they could stabilize their minds, though, they felt an inexplicably powerful energy tearing at their bodies. Both of their faces changed greatly and no longer dared to hesitate, quickly summoning their most powerful defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Alchemists weren't poor, so their artifacts weren't bad either. Both of them had defensive artifacts of spirit grade mid-rank or high rank. This level of defensive artifact was enough to withstand a full-powered strike from a third-order transcendent master. However, in this star field, these artifacts could only delay their deaths. The inexplicable energy impacted their defensive artifacts, causing them to flicker, like candlelight in the midst of a storm, in danger of being extinguished at any moment. "Where are we?" one of them roared. Who knows? Zhai Yao wasn't going to kindly point them out, and instead waved goodbye to them happily before leading Yang Kai away. The two alchemists glanced at each other but didn't dare to linger here. Just as they were about to return, the void corridor behind them suddenly closed. When they tried to search for Zhai Yao and Yang Kai again, they couldn't find them, causing their faces to go ashen and their eyes to fill with fear. Faintly, Yang Kai seemed to hear a series of miserable screams. Looking back, he saw that the two men's corpses had been completely destroyed, even their defensive artifacts shattered into pieces, their flesh and blood flying in all directions at an extremely fast speed. There seems to be some kind of powerful energy shuttling through this star field. Yang Kai quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. The outer layer of Zhai Yao's defensive artifact did show signs of being attacked, but since it was of a very high grade, there was no need to worry about it being broken through. The power of the star field isn't something we can withstand. Teacher almost died here that year. If he hadn't coincidentally brought along a defensive artifact, there wouldn't be the old man of Heaven's Keep today. Teacher said that to be able to withstand the power of the star field, one would need to have at least the strength of a second-order saint, or else they would need a defensive artifact of the same grade. Yang Kai nodded slightly, also feeling a little curious about this star field. He had never known that the legendary star field was actually so dangerous. Saying so, Zhai Yao's footsteps suddenly came to a stop and grinned. "Found it." Saying so, he pointed to a spot not too far away. Yang Kai turned his head and couldn't help his eyes from lighting up. A 1,000-year demon flower? In front of him, there was a 1,000-year demon flower that was exactly the same as the one he had seen before, blooming proudly in the void. But this 1,000-year demon flower had been shrunk countless times, only about the height of a child. It's the real 1,000-year demon flower. Zhai Yao nodded lightly. In fact, the 1,000-year demon flower we saw on Ascending Heaven Cliff was just a magnified image of it. The 1,000-year demon flower has an inexplicable connection with Tong Xian Realm. It can absorb energy from Tong Xian Realm, and during this process, its main body will be magnified countless times and appear on Ascending Heaven Cliff. All of that energy actually flows into this place. At this moment, the 1,000-year demon flower's green petals were blooming, and at the center of its stamen, there were a few drops of crystal-clear, gem-like liquid that lay quietly, an intoxicating fragrance filling the void, making one feel both physically and mentally comfortable. "Brother Yang, let's go collect them. These medicinal liquids don't actually need to be refined. As long as we can find the main body of the 1,000-year demon flower, we can directly take them away. This is the essence of the 1,000-year demon flower, a divine medicine that has a great effect on transcendence breaking through to the saint realm. Zhai Yao explained. Yang Kai nodded lightly and walked over to the 1,000-year demon flower with him, carefully counting it. A look of joy soon appearing on his face because he found that there were actually 6 drops of crystal-clear liquid lying in the stamen of this 1,000-year demon flower. Quite a lot. It seems Brother Yang's luck is quite good. Zhai Yao chuckled. When teacher came last time, there were only 3 drops. I was worried that your martial uncles and martial aunt wouldn't have enough to share. But now it seems there are actually 2 more drops. These 2 drops are yours? Yang Kai said as he took out a jade bottle and carefully collected the medicinal liquids. I don't need them. Zhai Yao shook his head. We agreed before that all of these medicinal liquids are yours. Moreover, it's useless to me. Teacher has already reached the saint realm. As for me, I want to break through to the saint realm through my own ability, not with the help of external forces. Yang Kai looked at him for a moment before nodding. Then I won't be polite. Zhai Yao was obviously very confident in himself and felt that with his aptitude, even without external help, he could break through to the saint realm. This was also the case for Yang Kai. When he broke through to the saint realm, he had never relied on external forces, instead relying on his own comprehension and hard work. This way, his foundation would be very stable, but if he relied on external forces, it could be harmful in the future. However, he was different from Zhai Yao. Zhai Yao only had one relative, Li Lao, but Yang Kai had many, so the extra 2 drops might be useful in the future. After receiving the 6 drops of medicinal liquid, Yang Kai was in a good mood and asked, How do we go back now? There is a void corridor nearby that leads to Tongshen realm. As long as we can find it, we can go back, but teacher didn't tell me where it is. He told me to find it myself. Zhai Yao curled his lips. But even if we find it, I'm not in a hurry to go back. Why? Yang Kai was stunned. This is a rare opportunity, Brother Yang. Zhai Yao said excitedly. This is the star field. The star field's power flows all around us, containing countless heavenly principles. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating for half a year below, and if you can comprehend anything, you will benefit for the rest of your life. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, Really? Zhai Yao nodded seriously. Then what are we waiting for? Yang Kai couldn't wait and quickly sat down cross-legged to circulate his secret art. Zhai Yao laughed dumbly. There's no need to rush. With this saint-grade artifact protecting me, the star field's power can't enter. Just wait, I'll let the star field's power in so we can cultivate. Saying so, his expression became dignified as he controlled his defensive artifact and opened a small crack. Chapter 7:16. In the endless star field, a layer of yellow light curtain wrapped Yang Kai and Zhai Yao. Inside that light curtain, an unbridled energy was shuttling back and forth, tearing their bodies apart. Both of them were topless, revealing their stalwart figures. Their bodies were covered in blood, and there were countless wounds on their skin. Their flesh was wriggling incessantly. Although Zhai Yao had a face that was more handsome than a woman's, his physique was also quite strong. It was not at the level that an alchemist could possess. Could be said that Zhai Yao was the same as Yang Kai. Not only was he proficient in alchemy, but he also had unique skills in combat. Both of them were sitting under the protection of the defensive artifact. While tempering their bodies, they were also comprehending the mysterious power of the star field, trying to benefit from it. It had been 2 days since they arrived at the star field. In these 2 days, Zhai Yao had been trying to release the protection of the defensive artifact, allowing the power of the star field to surge in. For him, the gains were not small. After 2 days of tempering, his body had become much stronger. However, Yang Kai was gradually becoming dissatisfied. Now that the power of the star field was surging in, he felt no pressure at all. On the contrary, Zhai Yao seemed to be reaching his limit every time. If he continued to cultivate like this, he would not be able to make much progress. After thinking about it, Yang Kai suddenly said, Brother Zhai, let's split up. I see that you seem to be consuming a lot of yuan qi to maintain this artifact. Without me, you should be able to relax a little. In these 2 days, Zhai Yao had also been constantly taking pills to replenish his yuan qi. Otherwise, he would not be able to maintain the function of the artifact. What he brought were all top-notch medicinal pills. It was obvious that he had been prepared in advance. Hearing this, Zhai Yao frowned and said, "It's not a problem to split up, but do you have a Saint-grade defensive artifact? A Saint-grade low-grade artifact may not be enough. You must have a Saint-grade mid-grade artifact or above." "I think I probably won't need an artifact," Yang Kai said with a strange look. "What?" Zhai Yao clearly thought that he had misheard. "You're not thinking of using your physical body to withstand the power of the star field, are you? I'll give it a try first. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it again," Yang Kai suggested. Zhai Yao frowned for a moment before nodding slightly. "Then you need to be careful. Although I think your physique may be stronger than mine, this isn't a joke. This is the star field. If one's physique isn't strong enough, then only death awaits. Even Saint Realm Masters are no exception." "I know," Yang Kai chuckled. "Then I'm going out." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai rushed out of the range of Zhai Yao's artifact. In this star field, Yang Kai immediately felt different. There was an indescribable energy surging in all directions, as if there was an invisible enemy that was ferociously and mercilessly attacking him. ****. Countless small wounds immediately appeared on his stalwart body, from which blood began to flow. However, Yang Kai not only didn't feel any pain, but instead showed a look of ecstasy. Sure enough, his physique was able to withstand the tearing force of this star field. Not only was his life not in danger, if he continued to temper himself here, he would obtain unimaginable benefits. Zhai Yao's face instantly went blue as he curled his lips and muttered with some envy, "Monster!" He didn't dare to leave the range of his artifact. Although his physique wasn't bad, it was far from reaching Yang Kai's level. It could even be said that even if he was given a few more years, he may not be able to reach such a level. "How do you feel?" Zhai Yao quickly calmed down and asked curiously. "I feel it." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he winked at him. "Brother Zhai, do you want to come out and try?" "No need. I know my limits." Zhai Yao quickly refused. "Good. Since you don't need this defensive artifact, let's split up and see who finds the void corridor leading to Tong Xian realm first." "Good." Yang Kai nodded firmly. "It's not convenient to communicate here. If I find the void corridor first, and you don't appear when I reach my limit, I'll leave first. Brother Zhai doesn't need to worry about me. When I've had enough fun, I'll also leave. Then you be careful, don't die." Zhai Yao said solemnly. "There's one more thing you need to know. The power of the star field isn't evenly distributed. There may be some places where the star field is extremely rich. Don't go to such places. I'm afraid you'll really die." "There's such a place?" Yang Kai's face was filled with excitement as he asked. Zhai Yao rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He found that although Yang Kai's personality was very similar to his own, there was one thing that was absolutely different. In the face of great danger, he was the calm type while Yang Kai was the adventurous type. "I've said everything I need to say. If you die, it has nothing to do with me. Farewell. We'll meet again in Floating Cloud City." Zhai Yao cupped his fists, no longer paying any attention to Yang Kai, turned around and walked away. "Take this." Yang Kai threw something to Zhai Yao. "What is it?" "A good thing." Yang Kai grinned. "If you really suffer a great injury, apply this externally and take it. You'll quickly recover." "Many thanks." Zhai Yao smiled and nodded before quickly disappearing into the star field. Looking at his disappearing back, Yang Kai smiled faintly. Yang Kai had a very good impression of Di Yao. This time, obtaining the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower had been a great help to him. If it weren't for him, Yang Kai felt that it would have been impossible for things to go so smoothly. So before leaving, Yang Kai had given him some myriad drug milk. Before, Yang Kai had not come into contact with alchemy, so he couldn't distinguish the grade and preciousness of high-grade herbs. But now, he had become an alchemist and his vision was much wider than before. He could also distinguish the grades of the myriad drug liquid. The lowest grade of myriad drug liquid was almost spirit grade, while the myriad drug milk was saint grade. As for the smallest amount of myriad drug cream, Yang Kai couldn't tell, but he always felt that it was somewhat different, as if it had surpassed the scope of saint grade. Giving the myriad drug milk to Zhai Yao could be considered returning the favor. Standing quietly in place for a moment, Yang Kai turned around and walked in the opposite direction from Zhai Yao. Moving through the endless star field, the only thing he could use as a reference was the planet of Tongshen realm below. Yang Kai searched for a void corridor while tempering his body. The power of the star field was constantly tearing at his body, and although this kind of power was not life-threatening to Yang Kai, it was still enough to hurt him. Through the blood that flowed out, a faint golden glow could be seen. This was the blood of the demon god. Li Rong and Han Fei had both said that one day, Yang Kai's blood would completely turn golden, and at that time, he would possess the same strength as the legendary great demon god. Yang Kai was very much looking forward to the arrival of this day. Without knowing how much time passed, Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been wandering in the star field. At the beginning, the power of the star field was still able to hurt his body, but gradually, as his body became tougher, the impact of this power on his body was like a tickle, no longer having any effect. Yang Kai still hadn't seen the void corridor and felt that he had gone in the wrong direction. The direction Zhai Yao was searching for was the direction of the void corridor. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and simply shuttled through the star field, looking for a place where he could temper his body and comprehend the heavenly way. As Zhai Yao had said, in the star field, the distribution of mysterious energy was very uneven, with some places having more and some having less. Places with more energy were the goals of Yang Kai's search, and only there could he obtain effective tempering. During this long and endless journey, Yang Kai's temperament and divine sense had also undergone an imperceptible change, and his thoughts and divine sense had become much sharper. One day, Yang Kai was sitting in a place rich in energy tempering his body, releasing his divine sense to comprehend the various mysteries contained in the star field, when he suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Quickly immersing himself in his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined his surroundings and a moment later, finally found the source of the problem. It was actually from the wordless black book. To be more precise, it was from something inside the black book space. The surrounding star field's power was flowing into the black book space at a very subtle speed, seemingly being absorbed by something inside the black book space. Carefully observing it, Yang Kai was surprised to find that what was absorbing the star field's power was actually the two pitch-black round stones. He didn't know what they were made of. As the energy flowed in, the two pitch-black round stones began to glow faintly, as if they had suddenly become full of vitality. Yang Kai was stunned. He was keenly aware that if he wanted to see what these round stones were, it was likely that the star field's power was the key. Old Man Du's old friend had obtained these round stones several dozen years ago, but hadn't found any clues because he had never been to the star field before. What a coincidence! Yang Kai thought to himself and couldn't help paying close attention, wondering what kind of changes would occur to these round stones in the end. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai slowly gave up. Because the two pitch-black round stones hadn't changed much from beginning to end and had instead continued to absorb the star field's power, their light still flickering, but there was no further progress. Shaking his head, no longer wasting time on them, Yang Kai stood up, glanced around casually, found a direction, and once again embarked on his journey through the star field. During this period of time, sitting here and tempering his body had consumed a lot of the nearby star field's power. If he didn't look for another place, he wouldn't be able to continue tempering. He changed his position again, and every time he found a place, the energy was more abundant than before. Yang Kai's body was also becoming stronger and tougher at a flying speed. The wounds on his body healed one layer, then another, densely packed and terrifying, but he was willing to endure it. Although the pain was unbearable, it was still quite valuable. Gradually, Yang Kai couldn't find a place suitable for him to cultivate. The space that could kill him in the past, he could now stroll around in it without suffering any harm. Although he believed that in the deeper parts of the star field, there would definitely be more violent energy spaces, But if he went deeper, Yang Kai was worried that he wouldn't be able to find the way back. Chapter 7:17. The star field was vast and boundless. If one lost their way here, they would die without a doubt. After feeling that he had gained enough, Yang Kai embarked on the return journey. Although the star field was empty, Yang Kai felt that he would not get lost by using the planet that was so far away from him as a reference. He moved forward day by day. Although his speed was extremely fast, there was still a long way to go. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He relaxed both his body and mind, trying to get as much benefit from the star field as possible. At a certain moment, he suddenly stopped and frowned. The star field flowing around him seemed to have some unusual movements. This was something that had never happened before. Yang Kai suddenly became alert and quickly turned his head to look. He could not help but become aghast. In the endless star field, within the range visible to the naked eye, there was actually a storm-like energy vortex that covered the boundless star field. It was spinning and approaching his position. It was extremely fast. Yang Kai was stunned. Although he had been looking for places with rich star field energy to temper his body these days, he did not expect that there would actually be storm-like energy in the star field. From the aura coming from that distant location, Yang Kai smelled the smell of death. I can't resist it. In an instant, this thought appeared in Yang Kai's mind. With his current physical strength, once he was caught in such a storm, he was afraid that not even his bones would be left behind in a very short time. The star field had always been a very dangerous place. Zhai Yao and Li Lao did not know what kind of magic was hidden in the star field, and had never seen the star field storm. Naturally, they could not provide Yang Kai with any information in this regard. Realizing this, all the hair on Yang Kai's body stood on end. Without thinking, he quickly removed the primeval shackles on his ankles and fled as fast as he could. Ever since Feiyu gave him the primeval shackles, Yang Kai had been wearing them. Now, in order to save his life, he had no choice but to take them off. Like a bolt of lightning, he quickly flew through the star field. In the blink of an eye, he had reached a very far place. However, Yang Kai still felt that it was not enough. The wind and thunder wings on his back spread open. The wings that contained the power of wind and thunder pushed Yang Kai's speed to the limit. The wind attribute was nimble and the thunder attribute was swift. After the wind and thunder wings were completely tempered and fused with the flaming yang wings, both the combat power and speed provided to Yang Kai had greatly improved. He did not know how long he had been running. Yang Kai did not even have the time to look back. However, from the feeling behind him, he knew that not only did he not manage to shake off the star field storm, but it was also getting closer and closer. The area it covered was too wide. If he could not shake it off as fast as he could, he would not be able to escape from it. After a few days, Yang Kai and Yuan Qi had consumed a lot of energy. The star field storm behind them was already in front of them. In this endless void, Yang Kai seemed to have the illusion that the sky was falling down on his head. His face suddenly turned cold. He suddenly stopped running forward. The wind and thunder wings on his back were also retracted into his body. Turning around, Yang Kai stared at the star field storm that was approaching him. He could not escape. There was no hope of escaping. Since he could not escape, he could only face it head-on. Yang Kai did not know if he could be safe, but he could only give it a try. The star field storm was getting closer and closer. Yang Kai was surprised to find that not only was he not nervous, but he was also excited. There was a desire to compete with this storm. His blood was boiling. Yang Kai's eyes were shining brightly, flashing with high fighting spirit. The power of the star field around him was very chaotic and very violent. However, it could not be compared to the star field storm at all. Not far in front of Yang Kai, there was a small sea of meteorites. There were hundreds and thousands of meteorites of various sizes floating there. The small meteorites were only the size of a basket, while the big ones were the size of mountains. He had just passed through this sea of meteorites. Soon, the star field storm with a destructive aura spread over. When it covered the sea of meteorites, all the meteorites that came into contact with it were instantly turned into dust. There was no exception to the size. Hundreds and thousands of meteorites, covering a large area of the Sea of Meteorites, disappeared in just 3 breaths of time. Only some dust-like things were left in the star field. Yang Kai's lips curled into a silent and mysterious smile. The next moment, the star field storm swallowed him up. Become the demon race. A low murmur sounded. Streaks of dark demonic chi turned into lines of explosive energy. Demon crests covered Yang Kai's body, imprinting into his flesh and blood and disappearing. His blood and chi rose wildly, and his physical strength rapidly increased. Yang Kai raised his bone shield and blocked in front of him. However, this mysterious grade top-rank defensive artifact only lasted less than 2 breaths of time before it shattered in Yang Kai's hands. Unable to play any role, Yang Kai's clothes were torn to shreds, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Yang Kai grit his teeth and let out a low roar, his true chi violently surging out and covering his body. But as soon as this pure Yuan chi appeared, it was like snow melting in early spring, blown away by the wind. Yang Kai's face sank, suddenly realizing that Yuan chi could not provide him any protection here. If he wanted to resist this destructive disaster, he could only rely on his physical body. Understanding this point, Yang Kai no longer wasted his true chi and instead focused all of his attention on the changes in his body, pushing against the direction of the storm and swimming upstream. He was like a lone boat in the storm, in the midst of the stormy waves, in danger of being destroyed at any time. But surprisingly, he swayed left and right, and although he was unable to stabilize himself, he was still full of vitality. The omnipresent power of the star field violently poured into Yang Kai's body from his damaged flesh, bringing with it an inexplicable energy that rampaged through his body. His 5 viscera and 6 organs were all damaged, and Yang Kai's face was as pale as gold. Blood rained down from his body, and there wasn't a single place on his body that was undamaged. It was as if his entire body had been stripped bare, his muscles all exposed. Even after using his demon god transformation, in this star field storm, Yang Kai's tough body was unable to withstand it. His body was damaged, his soul was shaken, and the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea seemed to be on the verge of being blown away. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai quickly took out the myriad drug milk, no longer caring to cherish this saint great herb, swallowed it in large gulps, and smeared it all over his body. The powerful medicinal efficacies, combined with the vigorous vitality he gained from using the demon god transformation, quickly repaired the damaged parts of his body, but as soon as they were repaired, they would be destroyed again, repeating the same process over and over again. As time passed, the destructive aura around him became stronger and stronger, more and more violent. Yang Kai was gradually drawn into the center of the star field storm. Pieces of flesh and blood quickly separated from the bones, revealing the shiny golden bones inside. This was the unyielding golden skeleton, the great demon god's bone body. Under the raging storm of the star field, his bone body remained unscathed, without the slightest damage. Yang Kai was completely numb, and in his heart, there was only a tenacious struggle that drove him to make a final effort. He knew that if he admitted defeat here, he would really be finished. Although he wasn't sure if he could survive this disaster, there was always a glimmer of hope if he gave it his all. Time had never been so slow. From the time he had been drawn into the star field storm until now, only half an incense stick worth of time had passed. But Yang Kai felt like several years had passed. Every breath he took was an unimaginable torment. The myriad drug milk was constantly being consumed, and at this point, Yang Kai couldn't care less about whether this saint great herb would be wasted or not. His flesh and blood were being reborn in the process of being destroyed by the star field storm, becoming tougher and stronger each time, capable of withstanding even greater damage. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, the violent energy around him weakened significantly. Yang Kai's spirit shook, and after carefully examining himself, he found that he had left the center of the storm and was being shaken off. The most difficult time had passed, and Yang Kai was ecstatic, feeling that there was indeed hope for him to survive, so he spared no effort. The violent energy was getting weaker and weaker, and gradually the star-field storm passed in front of Yang Kai and threw him out. Yang Kai was dizzy for a long time before he gradually stabilized himself and stared at the star-field storm that was gradually fading away, unable to hold back his laughter. His laughter was hoarse, weak, but filled with joy. The next moment, Yang Kai's soul trembled, and he felt weak all over, as if he had been swallowed by darkness and fainted. Oh! In the endless void, Yang Kai lay quietly, not even having the strength to move a finger. Motionless, his body and soul relaxed to the extreme as he experienced the changes to his flesh and blood. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but the intense pain all over his body woke him up. Although he couldn't see his current appearance, Yang Kai knew that he must be in a miserable state because he could feel that his flesh and blood had been greatly reduced. The demon god's blood exuded a faint golden light as it condensed in his body, bringing with it surging vitality and powerful life force. It exploded in his blood vessels, transforming into a mystical energy essence that repaired his damaged meridians and flesh. The unyielding golden skeleton was the foundation of the demon god's blood, and after this disaster, it seemed that the unyielding golden skeleton's potential had been stimulated. Drops of pure demon god's blood were slowly being produced, each drop transforming into Yang Kai's vitality. When he was in Demon God Citadel, Yang Kai had witnessed the powerful resilience of the ancient demon clan. Their physique was several times stronger than the cultivator outside. This was because they had an excellent bloodline and the faint energy of the great demon god flowing through their bodies. As the legitimate successor of the great demon god, Yang Kai's resilience were many times greater than those of the ancient demon clan. His tough muscles and flesh were constantly wriggling, and under the effect of the demon god's blood, the damaged areas exuded a faint golden light. His broken meridians reconnected, becoming even more resilient than before, and his damaged flesh and blood were slowly being repaired. Chapter 7:18. In this disaster, apart from Yang Kai's bones, everything else in his body had suffered varying degrees of damage. The great demon god's bones were even tougher than a saint-grade high-rank defensive artifact, so under the raging storm of the star field, they had not been damaged in the slightest. This made Yang Kai very happy. His flesh and blood, his meridians and veins were all covered in a faint golden glow, and even his damaged internal organs were exuding a golden brilliance. His internal vitality was vigorous, and his flesh and blood were gradually replenished, once again covering his bones. The medicinal efficacies of the myriad drug milk were still working together with the demon god's blood. Lying in the void, Yang Kai didn't think about anything, simply relaxing his mind and body, allowing the demon god's blood to play its role, transforming his meridians and physique, repairing his body. From the perspective of an outsider, at this moment, Yang Kai was shrouded in a faint golden light. Inside this golden light, a vigorous vitality was slowly being emitted, and the vitality he had lost was slowly and subtly recovering. Under the effect of the demon god's blood, the fatigue and pain he felt gradually disappeared, and his strength was restored. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened. At this moment, he felt that there was an indescribable energy in his body. This energy was the starfield's power that had poured into his body when he was swept into the starfield storm. From his damaged flesh, an endless amount of starfield's power poured in, and after experiencing the initial rampaging, it gradually settled down, seemingly very satisfied with Yang Kai's current body, settling down and no longer causing trouble. Instead, it had become a kind of asset to Yang Kai. This star field contained all kinds of mysteries. With a single thought, Yang Kai's entire body's acupoints began to rotate and absorb this star field's power. However, the mysteries of the star field's power were still incomparably mysterious. It was waiting for him to comprehend them. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai immediately held his breath and immersed his consciousness into his body. An invisible door seemed to be slowly pushed open in front of him. Yang Kai stepped into a new world, a world he had never seen before. For some reason, He couldn't help but feel like he was standing on top of the clouds, overlooking all living beings. At this moment, he felt that he had transcended the level of mortals and reached another realm. Impurities that had never been detected before were expelled from his wriggling flesh and blood. His body became purer and stronger. As the impurities in his body were expelled, an invisible barrier was slowly being destroyed. Yang Kai seemed to see himself taking a big step forward, crossing a heavenly moat on the road to the peak of martial arts. This kind of feeling became clearer and clearer. Gradually, he became infatuated. He enjoyed himself in this kind of state, forgetting to return. His mental state rapidly improved. In the endless star field, Yang Kai lay there quietly. He entered a miraculous state, comprehending the heavenly Tao, the ascension of the divine soul. His body was also slowly recovering. In the process of recovery, he was undergoing a miraculous tempering. His soul and body benefited together. This time, he had survived the disaster of the starfield storm. The benefits he obtained were unimaginably huge. His body recovered, his soul was as stable as ever. Yang Kai quickly forgot about the existence of time. At this moment, he also forgot that he was in the starfield and that he was not disturbed by anyone. One day, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly overflowed with light, flashing with understanding. At the same time, he noticed the changes in himself. His flesh and blood all wriggled, and his bones crackled. The mysterious energy wandering in the star field seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and suddenly all rushed into Yang Kai's body. After withstanding the baptism of the starfield storm, the power of the starfield could no longer cause any harm to Yang Kai. After it entered his body, it became his powerful capital. An invisible momentum spread out, growing stronger and stronger. Like a small storm, with Yang Kai as its center, it quickly took shape. His body and mind were greatly encouraged, every inch of his flesh and blood filled with joy. Yang Kai threw his head back and roared to the sky, venting the excitement in his heart. A halo of light suddenly burst out from his body, spreading out in all directions. Immediately, everything calmed down. Yang Kai stood quietly in place, feeling a steady flow of power from his body. Gently clenching his fists, he felt as if he could really pluck the stars and summon the moon, overturning rivers and seas. The strength in his body was more powerful than ever before. Transcendent realm. The moment his body was repaired, Yang Kai successfully reached the transcendent realm. From now on, he had truly transcended the level of mortals. Yang Kai could clearly perceive that this realm was very different from the immortal ascension boundary. Whether it was his physical body or the strength of his spiritual energy, both had made great progress, and his combat effectiveness had increased crazily. If he were to fight Bright Thunder Spirit Religion Su Chi and Duan Hai again, Yang Kai was confident he could beat them both by himself, no longer needing to rely on the power of the Wind Eye to kill them like last time. The advancement of a great realm was extremely difficult, but once it was successful, there would be a fundamental difference. This was the case for any cultivator. That was why cultivators pursued the increase of their realms and cultivation, enjoying it immensely. Calming his excitement, Yang Kai examined his body. Surprisingly, he found that there wasn't a single scar left on his body, and even the damaged flesh and blood had been completely regenerated. Compared to before, his body was much stronger. Not only that, Yang Kai could also feel that the blood flowing through his veins was very different from before. It seemed that a third of his blood contained destructive power. This was definitely the demon god's blood. Moreover, the power of the unyielding golden skeleton had also been stimulated. In the future, this skeleton would continuously produce the demon god's blood, replacing the original blood in Yang Kai's body. It wouldn't be long before all the blood in his body turned a rich golden color. At that time, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai silently examined himself. Gradually, a grin appeared on his face. At first, his laughter was very small, but it gradually grew louder and louder, eventually becoming a hearty laugh that resounded throughout the star field, spreading far and wide. The journey to the star field was monotonous and boring, but Yang Kai felt that this trip had not been in vain. He had obtained huge benefits from the star field. That kind of storm should be very difficult to encounter, so wanting to use it to temper himself again was a bit unrealistic. It was time to go back. Making up his mind, Yang Kai took a deep breath and turned his head to look around. Suddenly, he found that not far away, there were some strange lights exuding a faint glow. He hurriedly flew over to investigate. These stones were actually some very precious ores of excellent quality. Yang Kai's expression became strange. After thinking about it, he immediately understood that these ores should be the remnants of the sea of meteorites destroyed by the star field storm. In that sea of meteorites, there were hundreds of large and small meteorites. There must have been some precious ores inside. After the outer layer of rock was shattered, the ores inside remained. And to be able to withstand the baptism of the star field storm, the grade of these ores could be imagined. At the very least, they were Saint-grade mid-rank ores. If these ores were used to refine artifacts, they should be able to refine Saint-grade artifacts. The premise was that there was a need for an outstanding artifact refiner. Yang Kai hurriedly collected these ores. His bone shield had been shattered before, so after collecting these ores, if there was a chance in the future, he could ask an artifact refiner to help him refine artifacts. The harvest was quite rich. He collected more than 100 large and small ores. Yang Kai couldn't recognize any of them, so he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. But after all, these were products of the star field, so it was natural that he couldn't recognize them. After stuffing them all into the black book space, Yang Kai's sense of regret for the broken bone shield disappeared. After identifying the direction, Yang Kai embarked on a journey to find his way home. He didn't know how long he had spent in the star field, but it was definitely not short. Just the restoration of his body alone had taken him at least 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months of enlightenment had allowed him to successfully break through to the transcendent realm. The hardships involved could be imagined. Having not returned for so long, Yang Kai was certain his martial uncle and martial aunt were all waiting anxiously. Time flew by, and just when Yang Kai thought he was lost, he finally found an emerald green budding flower, the 1,000-year demon flower. At this moment, it was no longer blooming but had instead returned to its bud form and was now suspended in the void. Finding this place, Yang Kai's heart settled. On that day, he and Jia Yao had appeared here, and according to Li Lao, the void corridor leading to Tongxian realm was definitely not far away. With this 1,000-year demon flower as the center, Yang Kai spread out in all directions, running back and forth several times before finally finding the void corridor. There was no sign of Jia Yao nearby, so he should have returned some time ago. Before this, everyone had agreed that they didn't need to worry about the other, that they could return as soon as they felt it was time. So much time had passed, so Yang Kai shouldn't be in the star field anymore. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and plunged into the void corridor. After experiencing the familiar feeling of dizziness, Yang Kai's vision suddenly opened up. All around him was the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers, a verdant forest. Yang Kai scratched his head, somewhat unable to recognize where he was. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon smiled. About a dozen kilometers away, there were some life fluctuations, indicating there should be some people moving. Using his movement skill, Yang Kai flew over and soon arrived near this group of people. Glancing around, Yang Kai's expression became strange because he found these people to be quite interesting. They were indeed human, but they were in groups of 2, 1 man and 1 woman, a total of 3 pairs, all of them immortal ascension boundary masters, neither high nor low in strength. At this moment, they were fighting a fierce monster beast. From the way they fought and the way their yuan qi flowed, it was obvious these men and women were in harmony. In other words, they were a pair of dual cultivators. In groups of 2, they could display strength that exceeded their own cultivation. Chapter 719. When Yang Kai appeared, he didn't conceal his aura, so he was naturally noticed by these 6. These 6 people didn't forget to be vigilant during the battle, so obviously they had good awareness. Although they noticed that Yang Kai wasn't hostile, They still sent out a man and a woman to attack from the sidelines while paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements, fearing he would jump out and disturb them. Yang Kai just smiled lightly and didn't care about their vigilance. When encountering a stranger outside, especially in battle, their approach was undoubtedly correct. The monster beast they were dealing with wasn't very strong, only at the 6th order, so under the joint attack of the remaining 4, it was quickly killed. After they cleaned up and recovered for a while, Yang Kai stepped forward in a friendly manner and asked for directions. "Are you going to Floating Cloud City?" One of the women frowned slightly as she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, pointing in a certain direction and saying, "Floating Cloud City is this way. If you follow this direction, you'll arrive there in 3 to 5 days. "Many thanks." Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in relief. He was really afraid that the place he would return to would be too far from Floating Cloud City. Tongshen Realm was really too big. If the Void Corridor in Starfield had teleported him to a very distant location, it wouldn't have been unusual for him to fly for a year or so. "Friend, why are you going to Floating Cloud City now? The struggle for the 1,000-year demon flower ended a year ago. You shouldn't have not received the news, right?" Another big man with a rough appearance said. "A year ago?" Yang Kai's face went black. He had underestimated the passage of time. He thought he had only stayed in Starfield for half a year at most, but a year had already passed. Seeing him show a surprised look, these people immediately misunderstood him, thinking that he had really gone to Floating Cloud City to compete for the 1,000-year demon flower, but had missed the opportunity. The 3 women all pursed their lips and chuckled, looking at him like he was a fool. "And it ended a year ago. It is said that 2 young people beat us to it, but these 2 young people's whereabouts are unknown. Now many people are looking for them. I want to buy the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower from them." The burly man said with a smile. "Friend, isn't it a bit too late for you to rush over now?" "I really don't know." Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant, thinking to himself that it was time to remove the disguising artifact on his face. Otherwise, if it was discovered by someone, it would definitely be troublesome. "Friend, where are you from? Why are you so uninformed?" The burly man chuckled and asked. "I was born in the countryside, so it takes a while for news to spread," Yang Kai said perfunctorily. Without waiting for him to speak, he cupped his fists and said, "No matter what, thank you. Goodbye." As he spoke, he had already flown in the direction that the woman had pointed out. "This person is really interesting. He's too slow to realize it." The woman beside the big man laughed. "Ignore him. Let's take a look at the quality of this monster beast's inner core." The group of 6 immediately looked forward to it. Yang Kai flew as fast as lightning, reaching out and taking off the disguising artifact covering his face, revealing his original appearance. This artifact given to him by Old Man Du really had some use. If not for this artifact at that time, Yang Kai estimated that he would now be pursued by all the transcendents in the world. Thinking about how Zhai Yao's little white face would suffer such a fate, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a burst of schadenfreude. However, he still had Li Lao to protect him. Even if someone found him, no one would dare to provoke him. Oh! Floating Cloud City, City Lord's Mansion. Li Lao and Zhai Yao had been guests here for a year. As the City Lord and Vice City Lord, the Saint Realm Masters from the 3 clans were naturally overjoyed. Although they didn't know why they had stayed here for so long, with Li Lao as a guest, they felt infinite glory. Every day, they would come to greet him, calling themselves juniors, and even taking care of Zhai Yao. At this moment, Zhai Yao was listening to Li Lao's lecture, learning his alchemic way. 9 months ago, Zhai Yao had returned and stayed in the star field for 3 months, reaping unimaginable benefits. This data made Li Lao very satisfied. He had thought that Zhai Yao would only be able to stay in the star field for a month at most, but his apprentice's performance far exceeded his expectations. As he spoke, Li Lao suddenly noticed that Zhai Yao was somewhat absent-minded. Smiling lightly, he stopped teaching and asked, "Are you worried about that little guy surnamed Yang?" And Zhai Yao nodded. "If only I had acted with him at that time. It's been more than a year, but he still hasn't returned. Teacher, do you think he's—" "If that's the case, then it's his fate. Li Lao sat down, took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and said lightly, "After staying in the star field for a year, I find it hard to imagine he'll survive." If Zhai Yao hadn't insisted on waiting for Yang Kai to return in the city lord's mansion, Li Lao would have already taken him to travel the world. Although he had an agreement with Yang Kai with Li Lao's esteem status, waiting for Yang Kai for so long was more than enough. Brother Yang shouldn't have died, right? Zhai Yao frowned, his tone somewhat uncertain. "It seems you still have some confidence in him," Li Lao chuckled. "I've seen his physical strength in the star field." Zhai Yao's eyes flashed with shock. "Even if I trained in the star field for 3 months, I wouldn't dare to compare myself to him at that time. It's hard for me to believe that such a person would die just like that. A year is too long. It's possible that he got lost or met with some kind of accident." Li Lao sighed slightly. "I also don't wish for such a person to die young. But if that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. Yao, we should leave this place. It's not good to stay in one place for too long. Teacher, let's wait for 10 more days. If he still hasn't returned in 10 days, then we'll leave." Zhai Yao pleaded. "Fine. Let's wait for 10 more days and see if he can create a miracle." Li Lao nodded slightly. Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned cold and strange. "What's wrong, teacher?" Diao asked curiously. He rarely saw such an expression on his teacher's face. It was as if something had happened that made him extremely surprised. "It seems like a miracle has really happened." Li Lao looked at him and said, "You're saying?" Zhai Yao suddenly realized, his face full of surprise and joy. Li Lao nodded heavily. "Haha, I knew it. This guy won't die. Then where is he now?" Zhai Yao asked with a laugh. "In that inn. I'll go find him. I want to see what this guy has become." Zhai Yao said and ran out. "Remember to bring him here. I have something to say to him." Li Lao's voice came from behind. Zhai Yao quickly responded. After his disciple left, Li Lao was shocked and muttered to himself, "A year? Could it be that this guy really stayed in the star field for a year? How did he survive?" Li Lao had also experienced the dangers of the star field. Although it was 1,000 years ago, no matter how much time had passed, the star field was still the star field. Not just anyone could set foot in it. Half a year ago, Li Lao was sure that Yang Kai probably wouldn't come back. But seeing Zhai Yao so determined to wait, he didn't point it out. He didn't want to disappoint him. In this world, there were very few people who could compete with Zhai Yao in alchemy. His own disciple saw that guy as his biggest rival. This was something that Li Lao was very clear about. But now he realized that he was wrong. Very wrong. A wise old man like him had his own unique vision. He rarely made mistakes in his judgment. But now, Yang Kai's miraculous return made him wonder if this was fated. Slowly shaking his head, Li Lao pondered for a long time before smiling. Inside the inn, Yang Kai's return surprised Songyan and Feiyu. For more than a year, the two martial uncles had been waiting in Floating Cloud City. Although Zhai Yao had invited them to visit the city lord's mansion, they had declined. Don't look at how Aogu and the others were polite to Li Lao and Zhai Yao. That was because of Li Lao's identity and status. If Songyan and the others really went there, Aogu wouldn't have welcomed them. "You little brat, you're finally back," Songyan laughed, feeling as if a big stone had been lifted from his heart. Feiyu's beautiful eyes were watery and extremely alluring. Her cheeks were flushed red as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. "Martial uncle, you're drinking again." Yang Kai was speechless. The room was filled with the strong smell of wine, so it was obvious at a glance that it was Feiyu's doing. "What's wrong with drinking a little wine? Mind your own business." Feiyu's red lips trembled as she glared at Yang Kai, then immediately smiled again. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Feiyu was worried sick about you. Drinking all day long to drown her sorrows. I almost died from the smell," Songyan quickly complained. "Where are Martial Uncle Rimaru and Martial Uncle Fei Jian?" Yang Kai looked around but didn't see the two of them. nor did he detect their auras in the inn. "They've already gone back," Songyin explained. "You don't know how long you've been gone, right?" "I know," Yang Kai nodded. The sect can't be left alone, so they went back early. Feiyu and I were waiting for you here. Old Man Du and me Na also returned to the Grand Boulder City Alchemist Association. Now that you're back, we can leave. I've made martial uncles worry." Yang Kai felt a little guilty. Even though he had disappeared for more than a year, when he saw Yang Kai again at this moment, he didn't see any suspicion on their faces, only relief at his safe return. If it were any other outsider, they would have suspected that he had obtained the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower and escaped. But his martial uncles obviously didn't think so. "I'm also very worried, Brother Yang. What do you want to say?" Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from outside, and before it fell, Zhai Yao strode in. After looking around, Zhai Yao scratched his head and asked in amazement, "Where's Brother Yang? Didn't I hear his voice? Who's this guy?" As he spoke, he looked up and down at Yang Kai, puzzled. Chapter 720. Zhai Yao had never seen Yang Kai's true face before, so it wasn't surprising that he couldn't recognize him at this moment. Yang Kai chuckled and greeted him. Hearing his voice, Zhai Yao immediately woke up and shook his head with a wry smile. "It turns out you've never shown your true face, you're quite vigilant." Saying so, his eyes narrowed, and although his expression was indifferent, it was difficult to hide the shock in them as he quickly asked, "I see that Brother Yang is a little different from before. Could it be you've broken through to the transcendent realm?" His vision was quite sharp, and he immediately saw the problem. "It was a fluke." Yang Kai smiled modestly, not concealing anything. Both Songyin and Feiyu were shocked. Only now did they realize that Yang Kai had really reached the transcendent realm. Just now, they had been so happy with Yang Kai's safe return that neither of them had noticed this. The two of them also cheered up. "Little brat, if I gave you another 10 or 20 years, I'm afraid you'd be able to catch up to your martial uncle." Songyin laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder, an expression of satisfaction on his face that Soaring Heaven Sect had finally found a successor. "Brother Yang, you didn't really stay in the star field for a year, right?" Zhai Yao asked with some uncertainty. Even though he had witnessed Yang Kai's powerful physique, he still couldn't believe that he could safely spend so long in the star field. But if that wasn't the case, how could Yang Kai's cultivation have broken through a great realm? "I encountered an accident there and only found my way back a few days ago." Yang Kai nodded. Zhai Yao's expression was one of shock, speechless to the extreme. He had struggled desperately in the star field for 3 months before finally being unable to hold on any longer and returning to Tongshen realm through the void corridor. Even so, after returning, he was praised by his master for a long time. Zhai Yao himself also felt that such a result was enough to be proud of. But now, compared to Yang Kai, the difference was obvious. Star field. Songyin and Feiyu were stunned and looked at them in disbelief. "Did you just say star field? Could it be that you went there?" "Sit down and talk." Yang Kai chuckled. Everyone wanted to know the secrets of the star field. Songyin and Feiyu were no exception. The four of them sat down. Yang Kai told them about all the miraculous things he had encountered in Starfield. Not only did Songyin and Feiyu listen with great interest, even Zhai Yao, who had also been to Starfield before, was listening attentively. Many of the wonderful things that Yang Kai had encountered were things that he had never seen before. During the 3 months in Starfield, Zhai Yao had spent most of his time beside the void corridor, tempering his body while preparing to evacuate at a moment's notice. Unlike Yang Kai, who acted as if he didn't know the difference between life and death, running all over the place and encountering the devastating Starfield storm. Hearing that the Starfield storm had crushed hundreds of thousands of meteorites in an instant, everyone's faces turned pale. They found it hard to imagine how Yang Kai had survived such a disaster in the Starfield. Even a Saint Realm Master who was caught in such a storm would have no choice but to die. But not only had Yang Kai survived, he had become even stronger than before. Yang Kai didn't explain in detail what had happened in the Starfield storm, only explaining that he had brushed past the edge of the storm and suffered some injuries. After all, This was related to the great demon god's bone and demon god blood. So Yang Kai didn't dare reveal it casually. Taking out 4 drops of the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, Yang Kai put them into a jade bottle and handed it to Tsangyan. Even the calm Tsangyan couldn't help trembling slightly when he received these 4 drops of medicinal liquid. His big hands trembled slightly. His expression was filled with excitement. With these 4 drops of medicinal liquid, the 4 protectors had a great chance of breaking through to the Saint Realm. Although the difference between the Saint Realm and the Transcendent Realm was only a single step, the distance between them was like heaven and earth. The gap between them was even greater than the gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Immortal Ascension boundary. On Tongxian Realm, there was no lack of Transcendent Realm Masters, but there were very few Saint Realm Masters. Each Saint Realm Master was a cornerstone of their respective sect, a rare and precious asset. Soaring Heaven Sect, on the other hand, only had 2 Saint Realm Masters. In addition to their ancestral founder Chu Lingxiao, there was also their martial uncle who was in secluded retreat. On the other hand, a great force like Bright Thunder Spirit Religion had no Saint Realm Masters at all. Now that we've obtained the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower and little martial nephew has returned, Tsangyan, we should return to the sect. Fei Yu said softly. She couldn't wait to return to Serene Resplendent Peak and enter retreat to break through the biggest hurdle of her life. And Tsangyan obviously also thought so. But before that, little martial nephew should go and say goodbye to Li Lao. This time, if it weren't for Li Lao's help, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. And Yang Kai nodded. Even if Tsangyan hadn't said anything, he would have gone and talked to Li Lao. After all, in this world, only the 2 of them possessed conflagrated knowledge seas. From Li Lao, Yang Kai felt that he could learn a lot of useful knowledge. Master also asked me to bring you along. Zhai Yao chuckled. Then let's go. We shouldn't keep Master waiting too long. 2 seniors, do you want to go? We won't be going. Tsangyan shook his head. Send our regards to honored Master. And Zhai Yao nodded before leaving the inn with Yang Kai and walking towards the city lord's mansion. A moment later, the 2 arrived at the city lord's mansion and, under the guidance of Zhai Yao, walked unimpeded. In front of a room in the city lord's mansion's backyard, Zhai Yao stopped and respectfully said, Master, Brother Yang is here. Come in. Li Lao's aged voice came from inside. Yang Kai's expression became serious. He tidied up his appearance and followed behind Zhai Yao. After seeing Yang Kai's true appearance, Li Lao didn't show much surprise, as if he had already known. He chuckled and said, Sit. Sorry for disturbing Li Lao. Yang Kai cupped his hands and sat cross-legged in front of him. Zhai Yao personally poured tea for the 2, brought it over and sat beside Yang Kai. Tasting the fragrant tea, the room was quiet for a while. Li Lao didn't speak and Yang Kai didn't dare to speak rashly. In front of him was an existence that could be described as a saint, one that was revered by all living beings in the world. After a long time, Old Man Li suddenly waved his hand. Yang Kai clearly noticed that an invisible force had enveloped the entire room. From the inside, he could see what was going on outside, but from the outside, he couldn't hear the slightest thing from inside. His expression becoming serious, Yang Kai suddenly realized that this white-haired old man in front of him was not only a top-level alchemist, but also a master with an extremely high cultivation. I heard Yao say that little brother is a disciple of Soaring Heaven Sect? Li Lao asked. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. If this old master is so bold as to ask, was little friend born in Soaring Heaven Sect, or did you only join the sect recently? Old Man Li suddenly asked a seemingly random question. Yang Kai stared at Li Lao in amazement. How does Senior know? I really only joined the sect recently, about a year and a half ago. Sure enough. Li Lao nodded lightly. Good. I won't tell you the specific reason for now. I'll explain it to you later. This old master will ask you one more time, do you have a conflagrated knowledge see? As soon as this statement came out, Zhai Yao's face was filled with shock as he turned to look at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai chuckled. Senior's vision is indeed sharp. When you saw this junior before, senior must have already noticed it, right? And those who possess a conflagrated knowledge see are able to sense each other. The higher one's strength is, the stronger this sense is, so this old master was able to detect it. However, you don't need to worry, as long as you don't use your conflagrated knowledge see casually. Even a Saint Realm master won't find it easy to spy on you. You really have a conflagrated knowledge see? Zhai Yao's eyes widened. Yang Kai nodded. You little brat. You really make one envious. Yang Kai grinned bitterly. Di Yao smiled bitterly. A conflagrated knowledge see was something he dreamt of having, because he had witnessed the various mysteries of conflagrated knowledge see from his master. When it came to alchemy, what kind of help could a conflagrated knowledge see provide? As an alchemist with excellent aptitude, how could Di Yao not want one? However, this kind of thing wasn't something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. A conflagrated knowledge see was a kind of mutation of one's divine sense and was largely dependent on coincidences. Over the years, Li Lao had made many preparations for Zhai Yao and made many efforts, but Zhai Yao's divine sense remained the same, without the slightest change. What can you do with your conflagrated knowledge see now? Li Lao asked again. Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said somewhat embarrassedly, catching others off guard and sneaking up on them. Li Lao laughed heartily, appearing extremely happy. Not bad, not bad. This is indeed one of the wonderful uses of a conflagrated knowledge see. A mutated divine sense is much more lethal than an ordinary divine sense. Even if an enemy is stronger than you, if they are not prepared, they will still suffer a great loss. Even their soul may be incinerated, which is a great danger to anyone. However, this is only one of its uses. Did you know that the greatest use of a conflagrated knowledge see is in alchemy or artifact forging? Junior has thought of it before, but I don't know how to use it. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he respectfully said, Please enlighten me, senior. Li Lao smiled and nodded. He was very satisfied with Yang Kai's eagerness to learn. This time I called you here precisely to pass on my experience in this area to you. Release your knowledge see's defenses, Li Lao said softly. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he hurriedly held his breath and opened the door to his knowledge see. Li Lao's expression also became serious as he slowly extended his middle finger. An inexplicable energy burst forth from the tip of his finger, flickering with a little bit of fluorescent light. That finger gently touched Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's body trembled as he instantly felt a pure energy carrying a huge amount of information pour into his mind. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai hurriedly began to investigate. This information was all of Li Lao's many years of experience in studying the conflagrated knowledge see, how to use it in alchemy, and how to use it reasonably. All kinds of insights, all kinds of experiences were extremely precious. Yang Kai was immersed in his investigation and gradually gained some understanding of the wonderful uses of the conflagrated knowledge see in alchemy. It was impossible to investigate such a huge amount of information in a short period of time. After all, this was the summary of Li Lao's several hundred years of experience. And now, he had unreservedly imparted it all to Yang Kai. As time passed, the room was quiet. Whether it was Li Lao or Zhai Yao, neither spoke to disturb him, all of them holding their breaths and quietly waiting. Chapter 7:21. After a long time, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly regained their clarity, and a thoughtful look flashed across his face. Reaching out, he summoned out his pill furnace and took out a few herbs from the black book space. Conflagrated knowledge see burst out and wrapped around these herbs. Under the scorching heat, these herbs were quickly condensed into medicinal liquids which were then placed into the pill furnace in an orderly manner. His conflagrated knowledge see then wrapped around the pill furnace and the medicinal liquids began to fuse and transform. A moment later, a fresh pill fragrance filled the room. With a soft sound, a round pill flew out from the pill furnace. Yang Kai grabbed it and carefully examined it, a smile appearing on his face. A spirit-grade pill. Compared to using yuan qi to refine pills in the past, this was much faster and more convenient. The time taken to refine pills was greatly reduced. On top of that, Yang Kai could feel that if he practiced and used his conflagrated knowledge C well, the quality of the pills he refined would also be much higher. Using conflagrated knowledge C to perform alchemy was on a completely different level from using Yuan Qi. Throughout the entire process, Li Lao and Zhai Yao were also completely absorbed. Zhai Yao watched in amazement. Even though he had seen his master use conflagrated knowledge C to perform alchemy countless times, he still couldn't help feeling amazed. For someone like him who didn't have such an advantage, naturally he was quite envious of Yang Kai's qualifications. Li Lao also nodded approvingly, his eyes shining brightly. Yang Kai's comprehension ability and aptitude made him feel that his experience was not a lie. Yang Kai would definitely be able to thoroughly understand his experience and develop his own insights and developments based on it. Many thanks for Li Lao's guidance. Yang Kai put away the spirit grade pill and cupped his fists respectfully. Haha, little brother is too polite. This old master actually has conditions for teaching you this. Li Lao smiled lightly. Please speak, Li Lao. This old master wants to ask, how did your conflagrated knowledge C come to be? Moreover, from the strength of your conflagrated spiritual energy, it seems to be not inferior to this old master's at all. It was hard for me to imagine that you could cultivate your conflagrated knowledge C to such an extent. If it's convenient, can you tell this old man about it? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, well, about the first question, it actually came up by accident. I once had a piece of jade true spirit and wanted to devour its energy to increase my cultivation base and battle prowess. But I didn't expect that during that cultivation, I would accidentally cultivate a conflagrated spiritual energy. Jade true spirit? Li Lao's expression changed. You've got guts. How dare you swallow something like that? I didn't think too much about it at the time. Now that I think about it, it was indeed quite dangerous. Yang Kai grinned. Fortunately, the jade true spirit wasn't too strong. Otherwise, I would have died. Li Lao nodded slightly and pondered. It turns out that devouring a jade true spirit can also give birth to a conflagrated knowledge C. But this method is still a bit too risky. He asked this obviously because he wanted to help Zhai Yao obtain a conflagrated knowledge C. Yang Kai's method was not suitable for Zhai Yao. Not to mention whether it was dangerous or not. Even if there was no danger, there was no guarantee that Zhai Yao would be able to produce a conflagrated knowledge C. The element of coincidence was too big. As for the second question, Yang Kai slowly said, the reason why my conflagrated knowledge C can be comparable to Li Lao's is because I devoured it. I think it's probably because I devoured other people's conflagrated knowledge C and not because I cultivated it myself. Devoured other people's conflagrated knowledge C. Li Lao paled. Li Lao misunderstood. I didn't take it by force. In a certain place, many cultivator with conflagrated knowledge C died. Their spiritual energy was preserved and I was able to devour it by chance. Yang Kai explained. Your opportunity really makes one jealous, Zhai Yao said with envy. In this world, although it was rare to find a cultivator with a variant conflagrated knowledge C, there were always a few. It could only be said that the only high-level alchemists with conflagrated knowledge C were Yang Kai and Li Lao. Perhaps there were others with conflagrated knowledge C, but they were not proficient in alchemy and could only use it in battle. This old master understands. Li Lao nodded slightly. Many thanks to little brother for answering this old master's doubts. This has been a great help to this old master. Li Lao is too polite. This junior has also benefited a lot from Li Lao. Yang Kai quickly said, thinking about it for a moment before asking, is there something else senior wanted to tell me? Before, Li Lao had guessed that Yang Kai had only recently joined Soaring Heaven sect, but he had not revealed the reason, which made Yang Kai somewhat concerned. A person like Li Lao would not say such nonsense, so since he had done so, there must be some profound meaning behind it. And this matter may or may not be related to you, Li Lao chuckled, reaching out and taking out a spirit pill and handing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and examined it carefully, asking in amazement, isn't this the spirit pill I refined? This spirit pill was the one he had refined when he competed with Zhai Yao in the inn last time and still had pill veins on it. If it is convenient for little friend, Could you please depict the spirit array used to refine the spirit pill? Li Lao said kindly. Rest assured. This old master is not trying to pry into your knowledge, he just has some doubts. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Yang Kai chuckled. In front of a character like Li Lao, he felt very assured. Circulating his yuan qi, he began to inscribe the spirit array he had used before inside the pill furnace. Soon, after the spirit array was inscribed, Yang Kai handed over the pill furnace. Li Lao took it and examined it, a thoughtful look appearing on his face before he casually handed the pill furnace to Zhai Yao. Take a look. Zhai Yao, with a confused look on his face, took the pill furnace and began examining it. A moment later, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh, as if he had discovered something interesting. What's wrong? Yang Kai was confused by this master and disciple duo. Interesting. Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. The spirit array Brother Yang used is slightly different from the one we use now. It seems to be a very ancient technique. Yes. Li Lao nodded slightly. It is indeed a very ancient spirit array, one that has been lost for many generations. Compared to the spirit array we use now, it is undoubtedly more useful. I learned it from a very ancient book. Yang Kai explained. Li Lao, if you want, I can inscribe all the spirit arrays I know. Old Li chuckled. There's no need for that. I'm not asking you this because I covet your knowledge, but because Yao and I have seen this kind of spirit array before, so I think it might be related to you. Yang Kai frowned. I'd like to hear the details. Brother Yang, it's like this. Zhai Yao continued. Since I was a child, I have been cultivating with my master in the mountains, learning the alchemic way. After 20 years, a few years ago, my master decided to take me out of the mountains to experience the world. I have always felt that with my alchemy skills, I am invincible among my peers in this world, but in Floating Cloud City, I lost to Brother Yang. And before that, I lost to another person just 2 years ago. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. There is someone who is better than Brother Zhai in alchemy? Yes, what makes me most depressed is that that person was a woman. Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai was stunned, but suddenly, as if he remembered something, his eyes lit up and he eagerly asked, What kind of woman? I don't know. That woman was wearing a veil, her forehead was decorated with a sapphire, and her eyes were very bright and clear. She should be a beauty, but she looked a little delicate. Yang Kai's breathing gradually became rapid as he asked in a trembling voice, Was there a lecherous old man by her side? Lecherous? Zhai Yao looked at him blankly. It was probably lecherous. In any case, that old man gave off a feeling of disrespect. Is that old man surnamed Meng? Yang Kai took a deep breath. Sure enough, he is related to little brother. Li Lao gently nodded. When this old master saw the traces of the spirit array used in this spirit pill, he had some guesses, but he wasn't sure. Now it seems that little brother and that young lady are from the same family? After all, the spirit arrays you use are the same. And that's my senior sister. Yang Kai nodded heavily. There was no mistake. 2 years ago, the one who defeated Zhai Yao in alchemy was definitely Xia Ningchong. In this world, only Xia Ningchong could achieve such a feat. There was no one else. Which sect are you all from? Why are you all so strong? Diao wore a speechless expression. That woman is one thing, but it seems she was born with a different physique. When it comes to alchemy, she doesn't need a pill furnace at all. She can simply gather the surrounding world energy and refine pill veins at will. I competed with her 3 times, but the result was a crushing defeat, a heavy blow to my confidence. But you're even more extraordinary, actually possessing an advantage like your conflagrated knowledge. See, I simply can't compare to you senior sister and junior brother. She does indeed have a special physique, one that was specially born for alchemy. Yang Kai nodded, his heart filled with excitement. After searching for so long, he finally found a useful clue. Sacred Spirit Medicine Body. Li Lao suddenly exclaimed, No wonder. It turns out she has the Sacred Spirit Medicine Body. In time, her achievements will definitely surpass this old master's. Yet that old bastard Meng Wuya is still being so secretive and unwilling to reveal it to this old master. Yang Kai's expression changed. From the way Li Lao addressed Meng Wuya, the two seemed to have known each other for a long time, and were even of the same generation. Senior, when you met them, did you see anyone else? I still have a senior sister and a friend with them. Could it be they're also proficient in alchemy? Zhai Yao asked with a bitter expression. No. Yang Kai shook his head. I didn't see them. Meng Wuya seems to only have that little girl surnamed Xia with him. Yang Kai's expression sank. His heart filled with impatience. If Meng Wuya had Xianing Chong with him, then what about Su Yan? What about the old demon? Where had the two of them gone? There was no need to worry about the old demon. He was originally from Tongshen realm and had even occupied the body of a demon general. Besides a saint realm master, no one could hurt him, but Su Yan was different. She was a lone woman and her strength wasn't particularly high. What if she encountered some kind of danger? What was the reason for her being separated from Meng Wuya? Or had she encountered some kind of accident? Yang Kai's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of his stomach as his imagination began to run wild. Chapter 7:22. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's impatience, Li Lao hurriedly offered a few words of comfort. Yang Kai also knew that it was useless to think about these things right now. Only by finding Meng Wuya and asking him would he be able to learn more about the situation. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's mood gradually calmed down and he asked, Li Lao, where did you and Brother Zhai meet them? Blue Water City. Blue Water City. Yang Kai frowned. And it's about a few months away from here, but even if you look for them now, you may not be able to find them. We met them 2 years ago when Meng Wuya said he would be leaving Blue Water City soon. By now, he should have already left. Li Lao said with some regret. Judging from Yang Kai's demeanor and mood, Meng Wuya and that little girl surnamed Xia must be very important to him. In any case, this is a clue after all. I've been looking for them for a long time but haven't been able to find any clues, so I think I should go and take a look, Yang Kai said seriously. Very well. Li Lao smiled and nodded. Then I wish little brother all the best. Thank you for your kind words, Li Lao. Yang Kai cupped his fists. After bidding farewell to Li Lao and Zhai Yao, Yang Kai hurriedly returned to the inn. This time, obtaining such a valuable clue from Li Lao was a pleasant surprise. So Yang Kai didn't want to delay any longer. After informing Songyan and Feiyu, he immediately set off for Blue Water City. Songyan and Feiyu both knew that Yang Kai was looking for their 2 senior sisters. Now that he had a clue, although the chances were slim, they didn't stop him and instead offered to escort Yang Kai. Yang Kai refused. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, it had taken him more than a year to bring it back. His 4 martial uncles and martial aunt were all waiting for this to break through to the Saint Realm. So how could Yang Kai allow him to delay their important matters? Yang Kai's attitude was firm, so Songyan and Feiyu had no choice but to agree. They repeatedly reminded him to pay attention to his safety and to tell them if he was wronged outside. Feeling the concern of his martial uncles, Yang Kai felt warmth in his heart. Acting alone in the outside world, Yang Kai was very experienced. For so many years, it could be said that he had basically been roaming the world by himself. After a simple packing, Yang Kai immediately set off. Outside Floating Cloud City, Songyan and Feiyu watched Yang Kai leave before also heading back to Soaring Heaven Sect. They too had to return to prepare for their breakthrough to the Saint Realm. In the City Lord's mansion, Li Lao and Zhai Yao also bid farewell to Ao Gu and the others. He embarked on the path of traveling the world. Flying as fast as lightning, Yang Kai was burning with anxiety. Although he knew his chances were slim, Yang Kai still used all of his strength to hurry along. All he wanted to do was reach Blue Water City as soon as possible and see if he could obtain any useful clues there. Crossing the famous mountains and rivers, crossing the rivers and streams. Yang Kai's speed was like lightning. Now that his cultivation had reached the transcendent realm, his speed was much faster than before. Moreover, in places where no one could see him, Yang Kai would also display his wind and thunder wings to increase his speed. The Transcendent Realm was not a low realm, but in Tong Xin Realm where Transcendence could enter the Saint Realm, it was still not enough to dominate the world. Yang Kai estimated. He needed to cultivate to the Saint Realm at the very least. Only then would he be able to travel unimpeded here. He needed to become stronger, and stronger in order to have a foothold in this world. Although he was now in Soaring Heaven sect and his ancestral founder and martial uncles were very good to him, in the end, this was not his foundation. What he wanted was the kind of strength that belonged to him. As time passed by, Yang Kai's anxious mood gradually calmed down. After his mood calmed down, Yang Kai suddenly felt enlightened, his previous perseverance and self-confidence returning to him. He felt that as long as he was given enough time, one day he would be able to stand at the top of this world and become an overlord. He had the unyielding golden skeleton and the demon eye of annihilation. Although these were all precious treasures left behind by the great demon god, only Yang Kai could utilize them to their fullest and use them to achieve his own goals. While on the road, Yang Kai didn't remain idle, instead comprehending the various mysteries he had obtained from the star field and comprehending the method Li Lao had taught him to use his conflagrated knowledge see. This kind of change in self-confidence and mentality was like a catalyst, allowing Yang Kai to comprehend more and more about his own strength. His recent breakthrough to the Transcendent Realm quickly stabilized. In front of him was a dense forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and everything that entered his eyes was lush green. The air was fresh, and the energy was quite extraordinary. In the dense forest, there were many traces of demon beasts and human activities. Yang Kai flew past, not paying them any mind. Half a month later, he passed through this forest. The moment he crossed the towering mountain peak, Yang Kai felt a fresh and natural aura wash over him. This aura was mixed with a slight fishy smell. Yang Kai's expression shook as he couldn't help feeling a sense of familiarity. Back when he was still very weak, when he first left High Heaven Pavilion for life experience and arrived in Sea City, he had smelled this kind of aura. Because it was a sea breeze, the wind carried with it a salty smell of seawater. Looking around, on the distant horizon, Yang Kai saw a blue sea with sparkling waves. The wind was blowing from that direction, but because it was blocked by the high mountains below, there was no such aura on the other side of the mountain. Seaside. Yang Kai raised his brow. He hadn't expected that the so-called Blue Water City would actually be located on the coast. He had left in such a hurry that he hadn't carefully inquired about this place before rushing over. Songyin and Feiyu hadn't warned him either. So when Yang Kai saw the blue sea now, he felt as if he had been transported to another world. It was as if he had suddenly returned to his own world and arrived near Sea City. The masters from the Endless Sea Islands and the young girl who raised peacocks, Zhong Miaoku, flashed across Yang Kai's mind one by one. Chuckling lightly, Yang Kai shook his head and dispelled these memories before quickly flying forward. The further he flew, the richer the water attribute energy in the air became. This was definitely a good place for a water attribute cultivator to cultivate and take root. 3 days later, Yang Kai finally arrived at Blue Water City and paid a crystal stone to enter safely. Inside Blue Water City, there was a distinct smell everywhere. Most of the cultivators who came and went wore light blue robes. Because they cultivated water attribute secret arts and martial skills, they had a special liking for this color. Here, Yang Kai's true Yang secret art was faintly suppressed, but it wasn't a big deal. A cultivator like him who cultivated Yang attribute secret arts or fire attribute secret arts would not be willing to live in this kind of place for long. If he stayed here for too long, not only would his secret arts and martial skills be suppressed, but his own strength would also regress. Although he already knew his chances were slim, shortly after setting foot in Blue Water City, Yang Kai still showed a look of disappointment. He didn't release his divine sense to investigate, but he was certain that Meng Wuye was no longer here. Because Treasurer Meng's defensive artifact, the Heavenly Palace, was still in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai had deliberately taken it out of the Black Book space when he arrived at Blue Water City. If Meng Wuye was really here, he would have sensed it. After all, this artifact contained his soul imprint. Since he hadn't appeared, it meant that Meng Wuya and Xianing Chong had long since left. After feeling depressed for a while, Yang Kai regrouped and began to inquire about Blue Water City. Although Meng Wuya had left, perhaps he had left behind some clues that he could track down. Now that Yang Kai had an alchemist identity and an alchemist token, if he wanted to inquire about information, it wouldn't be as difficult as before. Walking over to Blue Water City's Alchemist Guild, Yang Kai showed his alchemist token and asked the alchemists there. Yang Kai's alchemist token was the one he had obtained in Grand Boulder City and had never been replaced, so under the investigation of others, he was just a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist. Even so, this surprised the alchemists of Blue Water City. The head of the Alchemist Guild here, a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist who was over 100 years old, was even more surprised. Sighing with emotion, he warmly received Yang Kai. It had to be said that, with an alchemist token, it was very convenient to go anywhere. Although the world was vast, almost every city had an alchemist guild, unless the city was too small. Of course, not every alchemist guild's head was a saint-grade alchemist like Old Man Do. The head of this alchemist guild was a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist. In some places, a spirit-grade mid-rank alchemist could lead an alchemist guild. Yang Kai came here to inquire because of his alchemist identity and also because Xianing Chong was also an alchemist, so he might have had some dealings with the alchemists here. After asking, everyone shook their heads. Only one person said that he seemed to have seen this old man and young duo before, but he had never interacted with them. 2 years had passed, so he didn't know where the two had gone. Yang Kai could only helplessly say his thanks and take his leave. The clues he had obtained from Li Lao were cut off just like that. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Although this series of disappointments was quite a blow to Yang Kai, he was not discouraged. He firmly believed that one day he would be able to reunite with Su Yan and Xianing Chong, as well as Old Demon. That old bastard was nowhere to be found. Over the next few days, Yang Kai kept an eye out for information in Blue Water City while also trying to purchase a certain type of medicinal herb. This medicinal herb was necessary to refine the saint pill needed to save the ancient demon clan. It could only be found in the territory of the sea and was extremely rare and precious. Yang Kai felt that there might be some here. Time flew by, but Yang Kai still hadn't gained anything. Not only was he unable to obtain any information about Meng Wuya, but he also couldn't find the medicinal herb he was looking for. Everyone he asked shook their heads, claiming that this medicinal herb was almost extinct and they had never seen it before. One day, a month later, Yang Kai was inquiring about some news in a medicine shop when he suddenly sensed the auras of several people approaching him. Frowning, Yang Kai turned around and saw a group of cultivators led by a middle-aged man walking towards him. This group of people didn't have high cultivations, basically all of them at the Immortal Ascension boundary, but there were quite a few of them and their auras were fierce. Obviously, they were all masters who lived on the edge of a blade. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, the middle-aged man looked him over. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked with some displeasure. Chapter 723. This group of people didn't look very friendly, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't treat them with courtesy. He was currently in a bad mood, so if someone provoked him, it would be a good time to vent. "I heard you were looking for the whereabouts of an old man and a little girl?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Kai and asked coldly. "You've seen them before?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Is it a lecherous old man and a little girl with a veil?" The man confirmed. "It's them." Yang Kai was overjoyed, suddenly feeling that this group of people in front of him had become friendly. "Then we've seen them before." The big man nodded slightly. "Why are you looking for them? What's your relationship with them?" "You don't need to know that." Yang Kai shook his head. "You just need to tell me if they left behind any clues. I'll give you a reward." "Reward?" The big man suddenly smiled slyly. "What kind of reward?" "Crystal stones or spirit pills, as long as it's a valuable clue, I can give it to you." When the big man heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. Looking at Yang Kai's clothes, he really didn't expect him to be so rich. "Boy, you're quite arrogant." The big man nodded slightly. But although we've seen the old man and the young girl, we haven't talked to them, so we don't know the specific information. Then don't waste my time. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became a lot more subtle and his face became cold. The big man chuckled. We don't know, but that doesn't mean others don't know. If you really want to ask around, then come with us. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he suddenly smiled. Good. Take me to someone who knows the situation. The big man nodded. Taking the lead, Kai Yang hurriedly followed. The people brought by the big man also followed behind, sealing off Kai Yang's path of retreat without leaving a trace. This group of people was a bit unfriendly. Yang Kai could naturally sense it, but they had definitely seen Meng Wuya and Xiaoning Chong. Otherwise they wouldn't have described them so clearly. What did old man Meng do to them? Why did this group of people seem to hate him so much? Even though he was aware of this, Yang Kai was still bold. He wasn't afraid at all. He followed along calmly while secretly observing the situation around him. He had been active in Blue Water City for a month now and naturally knew that there were no Saint Realm masters here, so he had nothing to fear. He followed the burly man for a long time. Suddenly, they arrived in front of a huge mansion. After entering the house, the burly man led Yang Kai through the courtyard. Not long after, they arrived at a garden. In the garden, there was a young man with a sinister expression sitting on a chair under the young man's knees. Two seductively dressed women were half kneeling on the ground, snuggling up to him like pets. The strength of these two women was not high. They were probably only at the Yuanqi state. At this moment, both of them had a collar around their fair necks, and on the other end of the collar, there was a strange expression. There was a rope in the young man's hand. One of the women had a round buttocks. She was half kneeling on the ground, putting on a seductive posture, as if she was a puppy, shaking her head and begging the young man, trying her best to please him. The other woman buried her head in the young man's crotch, moving nimbly. Her mouth seemed to be stuffed with something, and she was whimpering. These two women were wearing very little, with only thin gauze covering their bodies, faintly visible between their breasts and legs. When they arrived here, the burly man and the group of cultivators couldn't help breathing a little faster, licking their lips as their eyes filled with lust. As for the young man sitting on the chair, his expression was even more lustful. Yang Kai's expression sank. Although he had long heard that some young masters from rich families had some unusual hobbies, there were some in the central capital who liked these perverted things. However, this was the first time he had seen one with his own eyes. Young master, we've brought them. The burly man observed for a while before realizing something was wrong and quickly saying. The young man sitting on the chair simply nodded but didn't pay much attention to him, still wearing a bone-chilling expression. Suddenly, the young man's expression changed, becoming ferocious and terrifying as he grabbed the hair of the woman who had buried her head between his legs and slapped her several times, shouting angrily, "Cheap slave! How many times have I told you not to use your teeth?" These slaps were so heavy that the woman's cheeks swelled up in an instant. But even so, she didn't dare to complain in the slightest and quickly crawled to the young man's feet, her tender body trembling. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, his aura gradually becoming dangerous. The young man straightened his clothes, glanced around calmly, and coldly snorted. "Are you the one looking for that old man and little girl?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "Do you have any clues about them?" "No, I'm also looking for them." The young man grinned. "If you have any information, can you tell me? You're also looking for them?" Yang Kai frowned. "Why are you looking for them? Be clear about your position. I should be the one asking this question." The young man's face suddenly became cloudy as he unhappily said, "But since you asked, there's no harm in telling you." As he spoke, his expression suddenly became ferocious, his hands gripping the back of his chair as his yuan qi burst out. "I'm looking for them because I want them dead. The reason this young master fell to this point is all because of that old man. Boy, you can tell me now, what is your relationship with them? You better think carefully before you answer. If you are their friend or relative, I will let you taste all the torture in the world and then torture you to death." "That old man crippled you?" Yang Kai was stunned hearing this. What kind of person was Meng Wuya? If there wasn't some special reason, it was impossible for him to be so ruthless to such a junior. The only explanation was that this young man had angered Meng Wuya. Yang Kai immediately thought of Xianing Chong. Treasurer Meng regarded the little senior sister as a treasure, so if this young man had ideas about the little senior sister, he might really have angered Meng Wuya. Moreover, from the way this young man acted, it was obvious that he was a playboy who was obsessed with women. Although little senior sister had never revealed her true appearance, anyone could see that she was definitely born with a heavenly fragrance and national beauty. Especially that kind of delicate and innocent temperament, it made people unconsciously infatuated with her. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face also became unkind. My Chung family treated that old man like a VIP, but he was so ruthless to my young master. This is simply unforgivable. The big man who led Yang Kai said coldly, "Boy, what is your relationship with that old man? If you dare to lie, this grandpa will teach you a lesson. Why did he treat your young master like that? Can you tell me?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him, his eyes as sharp as a knife. The big man didn't seem to notice and snorted. "It's just that my young master is infatuated with that girl. He put medicine in the food." "Medicine?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "I can see that your young master is really capable of doing such a thing." Xianing Chong had the sacred spirit medicine body, so using medicine to deal with her was the biggest joke in the world. Although he knew that the little senior sister was safe and sound, Yang Kai's heart still burned with anger. That old man was already merciful when he crippled you. If it were me, I wouldn't have done such a thing. Yang Kai grinned fiendishly. "Boy, what did you say?" The big man's expression became cold as he sternly asked. The young man looked at Yang Kai with interest. "If it were you, what would you do?" "Kill." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Suddenly, they all burst out in laughter. "Boy, you're really crazy, daring to say such words in my Chung family. I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. In this blue water city, my Chung family is—" The big man's face was full of ridicule. Before he could finish, his voice suddenly stopped. A faint smell of blood filled the air, causing the big man's eyes to widen and his face to turn red. He felt his meridians and blood continue to swell, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress them. Hong. Flesh and blood flew all over the sky. No one knew what happened, but the big man suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a pool of red blood where he stood. Those who were close to him were covered with bits of flesh. This hellish scene stunned everyone, and they stood there stupidly, unable to react. The young man sitting in the chair was even more stunned, unable to believe what just happened. "I'll ask you one last time. Do you know where that old man and that little girl went? If you know, hurry up and tell me, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse." Yang Kai swept his gaze around, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Kill him." The young man's face paled as he finally recovered and shouted angrily. The remaining cultivator also seemed to have awoken from a dream and began to move. Wind blew and thunder rumbled. Yang Kai stood in place, not moving, but the yuan qi in his body burst forth. The wind and thunder wings didn't appear, but the wind and thunder force contained within them converged into a territory of slaughter in the garden. The immortal ascension boundary cultivator, who was caught in this whirlpool, didn't even have the chance to resist, and was cut into countless pieces, dying horrible deaths. The young man sitting in the chair was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that he would provoke such a demon this time. Because Yang Kai looked very young, he had sent someone to bring him back, but he didn't know that this young man's strength was not something he should possess at his age. Transcendent realm? Impossible. The young man's eyes bulged as panic filled his heart. Being able to kill so many immortal ascension boundary cultivators so easily without even moving, only a transcendent could do so, but was there such a young transcendent in this world? Looking at the cold expression on Yang Kai's face as he slowly approached him, the young man screamed, "Don't come here! I don't know the whereabouts of those two. Don't come here. Then you're dead." Yang Kai grinned, and after confirming that the other party wasn't lying, He smashed his fist into the young man's head. Inside the garden, the smell of blood filled the air, but Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. This kind of battle, for him, could be said to be no battle at all. The other party daring to provoke him was simply courting death. The two scantily clad women weren't injured, but they seemed to have been frightened. At this moment, they were staring blankly at Yang Kai, their tender bodies trembling, not daring to move. Yang Kai glanced at them, his eyes gradually softening. He didn't want to find trouble with these two women. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression became cold as he turned his head and stared in a certain direction. Chapter 724. From that direction, a fierce aura rose up, obviously indicating that a master was flying over. The Chung family was a powerful force in Blue Water City, so naturally it had a transcendent realm master. Feeling the fluctuations of the battle in the garden, they immediately rushed over to investigate. Before they even arrived, a loud shout rang out. "Who dares act so atrociously in my Chung family?" Yang Kai raised his brow and stood in place, waiting quietly, not showing any intention of running away. The person who had just arrived was a first-order transcendent, the same cultivation as Yang Kai. Although there were two of them, Yang Kai didn't fear them at all. In a battle of the same realm, no one could beat him. A moment later, two old men arrived at the same time from the left and right. One of them was wearing a yellow robe while the other was wearing a light blue robe. When they saw the tragic situation in the garden, their expressions turned cold. Yang Kai's brow furrowed because he discovered that both of these old men were missing limbs, one of them missing an arm while the other had a broken left leg. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of artifact had been used to replace their missing arms and legs, but they looked lifelike and gave off a cold metallic aura. "Little brat, did you kill these people?" The yellow-robed old man immediately shouted angrily, his eyes filled with anger. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not denying it. "Why did you kill my Chung family people? What grievance does my Chung family have with you?" The blue-robed old man roared angrily. "No grievance, no enmity. Then why did you act so viciously? Do you think my Chung family is easy to bully?" As they spoke, the two old men condensed their yuan qi, apparently preparing to take action to avenge the dead. Yang Kai's calmness made them realize that he obviously had some skill, and when they tried to probe him with their divine senses, they found that he was like a bottomless pit, unable to detect any clues at all. This made them somewhat wary, wondering just where this little brat came from, possessing such unfathomable strength at such a young age. "If you don't give us an explanation today, my Chung clan will never coexist with you." The yellow-robed old man's face turned red as he clenched his teeth and roared. "Sworn to be enemies?" Yang Kai sneered in a low voice. "Very well, let's fight first. I still have some things to ask you." The dead youth didn't know where Meng Wuya and Xianing Chong went, but these two old men might know. While speaking, a scorching hot divine sense suddenly burst out, rolling up the intent domain that could burn everything, and without a trace, it bombarded the two old men. The other party was not young and had been cultivating for a long time, so the defenses of their knowledge seas were naturally not so fragile. What's more, they were all wearing defensive soul-type artifacts. But it wasn't until the soul-type artifacts on their bodies began to glow that they finally reacted. Feeling the scorching hot aura, all of them paled in fear. With Li Lao's guidance, Yang Kai also had a certain understanding of how to use the conflagrated knowledge sea. The conflagrated knowledge sea was not only extremely useful in alchemy, but also in battle. This was Yang Kai's first battle after breaking through to the transcendent realm, and his opponents were two cultivators of the same realm. Naturally, he wanted to test his current combat strength, so he didn't show any mercy. But what he didn't expect was that the two old men would be so weak, their knowledge sea defenses easily torn apart. If it weren't for their two defensive artifacts, Yang Kai would have been able to incinerate their souls with just this one blow. Even so, the two old men still broke out in a cold sweat and quickly used their own methods to protect their bodies. Yang Kai retracted his conflagrated knowledge sea and his figure flashed like lightning, arriving in front of the two old men. With two palm strikes, the two old men's bodies were sent flying like paper kites, coughing up blood as they flew through the air. Falling to the ground, before they could even get up, Yang Kai's figure had already appeared in front of them. Like an insurmountable mountain, his figure blocked the sun above their heads, causing their vision to darken. Unable to resist, the two old men couldn't accept such a result at all. Yang Kai was also somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that he had made a mistake by trying out a cultivator of the same level. A dangerous aura enveloped the two old men, making them unable to move at all, only able to lie on the ground, a chill creeping into their hearts, as if they had fallen into an abyss, unable to even see their own fingers in front of them. "Who the hell are you?" The yellow-robed old man was still stubborn, suppressing the fear in his heart as he tried to inquire about Yang Kai's origins. Yang Kai shook his head. "You don't need to know who I am. I just want to ask you a few questions. If I'm satisfied with your answers, I'll let you go. If not, heh. Your Chung family will be destroyed here today." These cold and ruthless words made them tremble in fear, quickly nodding their heads. From the means Yang Kai used to deal with them, he really did have the ability to destroy the Chung family. 2 years ago, did your Chung family receive an old man and a veiled woman? Yang Kai looked straight into their eyes, asking in a low voice. As soon as these words came out, the two old men's faces suddenly paled, as if they had recalled something terrifying, their eyes overflowing with panic. The yellow-robed old man said, "So you were with them? Little brother, the Chung family's unfilial son made a mistake. He also paid the price. Even the two of us were punished. Now that it's been 2 years, why do you still want to exterminate them?" The blue-robed old man also quickly nodded. "Our Chung family has already been taught a lesson. This matter should be over, right?" Yang Kai's brows wrinkled. He found that the other party seemed to have misunderstood him. His eyes flashed, saying, "Your hands and legs were chopped off by that old man?" The two old men nodded, their faces filled with lingering fear, somewhat unwilling to recall what happened 2 years ago. Yang Kai grinned, the dissatisfaction in his heart towards Treasurer Meng disappearing greatly. Someone daring to drug Xianing Chong, with Meng Wuya's personality, he wouldn't have simply broken the young man's legs. It turned out that the two transcendents of the Chung family had also been punished. The yellow-robed old man spoke. "That senior seems to have some friendship with one of my Chung family's ancestors. When he came to Blue Water City, he immediately entered my Chung family. During the few days he was a guest, my Chung family treated him with courtesy, but, my Chung family's unfilial son actually had designs on his disciple, spiking her food with drugs. In a fit of anger, that senior made a move. At that time, if it weren't for an elder from Water Spirit Temple intervening, my Chung family would have been exterminated long ago. Even so, we still paid a heavy price. In the end, that senior spared our lives out of consideration for his friendship with my Chung family's ancestor. Water Spirit Temple. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "You mean Water Spirit Temple? What's wrong?" The yellow-robed old man looked confused, not understanding why Yang Kai suddenly looked so excited. Did that old man and the veiled woman go to Water Spirit Temple? Yang Kai asked eagerly. It should be, because it was that elder from the Water God Temple who led them to Blue Water City. Moreover, this city is the territory of the Water God Temple. My Chung family can be considered a vassal force of the Water God Temple, said Chung Yi. Yang Kai patted his head and stood in place in a daze, his expression constantly changing. Observing the changes in his expression, the two old men couldn't help trembling in fear. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly laughed. So that's how it is. At this moment, he suddenly saw the light. This was truly a case of, when the cart reaches the mountain, there is a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. Little brother, you? The yellow-robed old man asked with trepidation, fearing that Yang Kai would really destroy his Chung family in a fit of anger. It's none of your business. Since that old fogey didn't destroy your family, your ancestor's relationship with him must be quite deep. so it's not appropriate for me to overstep my authority. But I killed so many of your subordinates, and one of them looked like a young master. What do you say about this? That unfilial son deserves to die. The yellow-robed old man suddenly snorted coldly. If it weren't for his blind dog eyes, how could the two of us have fallen into such a situation? As he spoke, his face filled with anger. Obviously, he was quite angry. Good. Yang Kai nodded lightly, putting away the idea of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, lightly asking, "Which direction is Water Spirit Temple? Point it to me." Over there, in the Endless Sea territory, the islands are the foundation of Water Spirit Temple. The yellow-robed old man quickly pointed in a certain direction to Yang Kai. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yang Kai shot out like a bolt of lightning. After waiting for a long time and confirming that Yang Kai had gone far, the two old men glanced at each other and slowly got up, their faces alternating between red and blue. Being so easily defeated by a little brat was simply too shameful. Fortunately, no one had seen this scene, otherwise they would likely have killed him to silence him. What a sin! After leaving Water Blue City, Yang Kai hurriedly flew forward, not caring about Yuan Chi's consumption of energy. Water Spirit Temple was the force Shui Ling belonged to. It had been almost 3 years since Yang Kai and Shui Ling had arrived in Tongshan Realm through the Void Corridor in the Abandoned Earth. When they parted ways in Bold Independent City, Shui Ling had invited him to visit Water Spirit Temple, but Yang Kai had refused. If only he hadn't refused at that time, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling some regret. Yang Kai was sure that Meng Wuya and Xianing Chong had gone to Water Spirit Temple to find Shui Ling. Perhaps Treasurer Meng had left behind some kind of message for Shui Ling to pass on to him. After all, when they were in the central capital, Meng Wuya had learned about Shui Ling's origins and had also guessed that Yang Kai might have come here but couldn't find him, so he could only go to Water Spirit Temple. This was Yang Kai's speculation, but it was likely to be the truth. The words of the two old men from the Chung family also confirmed this to Yang Kai. At that time, an elder from Water Spirit Temple had led Meng Wuya to Water Blue City, which meant that he had already been to Water Spirit Temple and seen Shui Ling before that. Seeing Shui Ling meant that he indeed knew he had arrived in Tongshan Realm. Burning with anxiety, Yang Kai shot across the sea like a bolt of lightning, creating a strong wind that seemed to split the sea in half. After a day and a night, some vague traces of islands appeared in the distance. These islands were scattered, and as far as the eye could see, they were like chess pieces, scattered irregularly on the chessboard of the sea. These islands were both large and small, the small ones only a dozen kilometers in diameter while the large ones occupied an area of hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he realized that this was definitely the place where Water Spirit Temple was located. Close to the islands, large and small ships were sailing in and out, transporting supplies to Water Spirit Temple. A magnificent scene that clearly demonstrated the extraordinariness of Water Spirit Temple. Chapter 725. Dark Clouds Island was one of the many islands under the jurisdiction of Water Spirit Temple. No one knew what kind of changes had occurred here, but the sky above the island was cloudy all year round. 8 out of every 10 days it would be drizzling and the air would be humid. Although Hipu only had a peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivation, he was good at managing interpersonal relationships. Although his cultivation wasn't high in Water Spirit Temple, he had taken on the role of steward. Today, he was in charge of managing the operations of Dark Clouds Island. The drizzle continued, and the weather was as bad as ever. Hipu cursed the heavens as he directed his subordinates to transport the supplies delivered by the ships. These supplies were to be delivered to Water Spirit Island for the elite disciples of Water Spirit Temple to cultivate and use in their daily lives. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Hipu quietly took 2 crystal stones from the pile and stuffed them into his pocket before pretending as if nothing had happened and continuing to direct his subordinates to transport the supplies. Steward he, steward he. Suddenly, a shout came from the side. Hipu turned his head and saw a disciple named Cuttlefish calling out to him. What do you want? He-Pu snapped back. At this moment he was feeling guilty, so hearing someone call out to him like this, he almost broke out in a cold sweat. Water Spirit Temple had strict rules, so even if he was the steward of Dark Clouds Island, if he was caught stealing, he would be expelled from the temple or even have his hands and feet broken. Steward there's a suspicious little black dot over there. Is someone flying over? That disciple was born with the head of a deer and the eyes of a mouse. Cuttlefish was not his real name, but a nickname that everyone gave him. However, it was inadvertently passed down. Now, no one remembered what his name was. Usually, they would just call him Cuttlefish Cuttlefish. Someone's here? He-Pu narrowed his eyes and looked over carefully, a moment later grinning meaningfully. This fool probably doesn't know about the mysteries of our Dark Clouds Island, right? Don't worry about him. We'll let him have a taste of our heavenly prestige. This what if he dies? Cuttlefish asked worriedly. If he dies, then he dies. What does it have to do with me? He-Pu coldly snorted. He didn't even know about the mysteries of Dark Clouds Island, so he obviously isn't an acquaintance of ours. Even if 1,000 of such people died, it wouldn't matter. Saying so, he looked up at the cloudy sky and cursed. This damned heavens, they really don't let us live. Hearing what he said, the squid also felt that it was very reasonable. At that moment, he was no longer worried about that person. Instead, he raised his head and looked forward to seeing how miserable this person would die. Flying all the way here, the first thing Yang Kai saw was Dark Clouds Island. The dense dark clouds covering the island were quite strange to him. Faintly, he felt that there was something unusual about this place, but after carefully inspecting it, he couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Transforming into a streak of light, Yang Kai quickly approached Dark Clouds Island. There were many people on the shore who seemed to have noticed him and were pointing at him, all of them saying something, but because they were too far away and the strong wind was blowing and the waves were rolling, Yang Kai couldn't hear them clearly. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived above Dark Clouds Island. The cultivator on the shore suddenly went silent, all of them looking at him with sympathetic eyes. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what they wanted to do, but he also didn't sense any hostility from them. Just as he was about to descend, he heard a cracking sound above his head. Immediately, Yang Kai felt a surge of electricity fall from the sky and hit him directly on the top of his head. The force was so great that Yang Kai almost fell into the sea. His whole body felt as if it had been electrocuted. His hair stood on end, and his hair stood on end. Kai Yang couldn't help but shiver as an unparalleled sense of comfort filled his heart. The wind and thunder wings seemed to have absorbed a lot of lightning energy and stored it in his right shoulder blade. The crowd below let out a cry of alarm but soon stopped, each of them showing a look of disbelief as they stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Being struck by a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm, besides his hair standing on end, this little brat was completely unscathed. This was something they couldn't accept. Dark Clouds Island was special not only because it was covered in dark clouds all year round, but also because these dark clouds contained a huge amount of lightning attribute energy. Normally, these dark clouds wouldn't release any lightning. Only when living creatures approached them would they be stimulated. Therefore, Dark Clouds Island, which was located at the outermost edge of Water Spirit Temple, was not only a place for material exchange but also a natural defensive barrier. If someone who didn't know the inside story rashly flew over, they would only suffer a baptism of lightning. This kind of heavenly pressure was something even Water Spirit Temple's elders couldn't bear. Every half a year, the elders of the Water God Temple would use some special methods to release the accumulated lightning energy in the dark clouds. Otherwise, if too much lightning energy was accumulated, it might erupt one day and destroy the entire island. He-Pu remembered that the last time the elders had released this lightning attribute energy was a few months ago. After such a long period of accumulation, the lightning attribute energy in the dark clouds should have reached a level that even Transcendence would have to retreat. So why was this little brat completely unscathed? While he was in a daze, the dark clouds continued to release lightning bolts one after another, like snakes emerging from their lair, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. No matter which direction they fell from, they would always accurately strike Yang Kai. The cracking sounds were incessant, and the light was as bright as day, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Hipu narrowed his eyes, trying to see what was going on, but he couldn't see anything. This scene continued for who knows how long until the lightning bolts emerging from the dark clouds became sparse and their power greatly reduced. Only then was everyone able to clearly see the situation in the sky again. Exclamations rang out again as everyone found that the guy who had intruded into Dark Cloud's island was actually still standing firmly in midair, not only unharmed, but also with a strange expression on his face. Steward, was that person struck dumb? Cuttlefish came over and asked in a low voice. Hipu was at a loss. He didn't know how to interpret the scene in front of him. If the other party was not struck dumb, then his strength was so profound that he could ignore the lightning attribute energy. But how was that possible? The elders had said that even a third-order transcendent wouldn't be able to escape from such heavenly might. So how could this little brat be so young, only about 23 or 24 years old? While everyone was in a daze, the young man in the sky actually slowly shook his head, revealing a look of disappointment before straightening his clothes and flying down towards Dark Cloud's island. Everyone's expression changed greatly as they all raised their guard towards Yuan Qi, secretly raising their guard. Perceiving their vigilance, Yang Kai grinned, revealing his white teeth and a harmless smile as he steadily landed on the island. "Who are you?" Hipu asked coldly as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, quickly discovering that this person really was unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. Everyone who entered Water Spirit Temple would first arrive at Dark Cloud's island, so if this person really was an acquaintance, Hipu would definitely have an impression of him. "Excuse me, is this Water Spirit Temple?" Yang Kai didn't answer, instead glancing around and quickly discovering that there wasn't a single transcendent realm master on this island. Most of them just immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Hipu nodded. "This is Water Spirit Temple's Dark Clouds Island. Who is your excellency? What business do you have with my Water Spirit Temple?" Yang Kai's outrageous performance just now made Hipu feel that this young man wasn't someone to be trifled with, so he didn't dare act presumptuously. But since it was his duty, he naturally had to inquire about the other party's identity and purpose. "Don't misunderstand. I have no malicious intent." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "I'm here to find someone." "Find someone?" Hipu frowned. "Who are you looking for?" "A girl named Shui Ling. If I remember correctly, she should be the daughter of your Water Spirit Temple's temple master." "Looking for Shui? You're looking for the little princess." Hipu's eyes bulged as a strange expression appeared on his face, grinning meaningfully. Everyone else also directed an ambiguous look towards Yang Kai. "Yes, I'm looking for your little princess." Yang Kai nodded. "If it's convenient, can you tell me where she is? And it would be best if you could take me to see her." "Little brat." Hipu smiled, a playful expression appearing on his face. "Although I don't know which great force you belong to, I can see that you have some ability, so I won't embarrass you. Go back to where you came from. The little princess isn't someone a person like you can approach." Saying so, Hipu waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain appearing on his face towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, thinking for a moment before asking, "Are you misunderstanding something?" Hipu curled his lips. "That's what everyone who comes here says. Don't you want to pursue my family's little princess? I won't waste time with you. My little princess is a beautiful woman. It's normal for young people like you to think about her. This brother is also a man of experience." Saying so, a look of regret appeared on his face. "However, although I understand your intentions, I won't make an exception. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being impolite." Yang Kai let out a light sigh as he smiled wryly, feeling that this group of people really misunderstood him. Although Shui Ling really wasn't bad-looking, and she was also quite charming, from beginning to end, Yang Kai didn't have many thoughts about her. When they were in the central capital, the two of them had gone from being enemies to friends, and after returning to Tongxian realm with her, their friendship had improved greatly. Yang Kai felt that Shui Ling didn't have any romantic feelings for him. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai took out something from the black book space and handed it over. Take a look at this. Hipu glanced at him for a moment before taking it, but after looking at it carefully, he couldn't help exclaiming, "The little princess token? Where did you get it?" "Nonsense, of course it was given to me by your little princess." Yang Kai snorted. "Given to you?" Hipu widened his eyes and slapped his head, as if he had remembered something. "Oh right, so you're the person the little princess mentioned. This is really rude. Brother, please don't blame me. Brother, please don't blame me. If you had taken out this token earlier, I wouldn't have made things so difficult for you." "It's fine." Yang Kai shook his head and asked curiously, "What did your little princess say to you?" 3 years ago, when the little princess returned, she told me that if a young lord came here with her token, I was to treat him with courtesy. Chapter 726. 3 years ago, he and Shui Ling had parted ways in bold Independent City. After learning that Yang Kai was the young lord his little princess had spoken to him about, Hipu's previous indifferent attitude immediately became enthusiastic. This person was also a lively person, and his mouth was quite eloquent, constantly praising Yang Kai for being young and handsome, his strength tyrannical, and so on. Yang Kai let him talk for a while before interrupting his chatter. "I want to see your little princess. Can you take me to where she is now?" Hipu suddenly looked a little embarrassed. If it were any other time, with the little princess's instructions, brother would have taken out this token and this Hipu would have led you there. But now, the little princess doesn't seem to be on her island. "How about this? I'll have my brothers inquire about where the little princess is, then I'll take you there." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. He had already come to Water Spirit Temple, so as long as he could see Shui Ling, he would know what message Meng Wuya had sent her. As for Su Yen and the old demon's situation, he wasn't in a hurry. "Then I'll have to trouble you." No need, no need. Brother, please sit down, I'll be right back." Hipu said respectfully before withdrawing, ordering some people to serve him wine and fruit platters before leading a group of people away from Dark Cloud's Island. Dark Cloud's Island was the outermost natural barrier of Water Spirit Temple, and it was also a place where goods and materials flowed. With so many people coming and going, it was extremely lively. Yang Kai waited here for half a day before Hipu hurriedly returned, a big smile on his face as he said, "Brother, I didn't disappoint and found the little princess. The little princess seems to want to see you very much, so she asked me to take you there quickly. Do you want to leave now?" And Yang Kai stood up and walked out with Hipu. Normally, when Water Spirit Temple's people entered and left Dark Cloud's Island, they had to take a boat because once they left the ground, the lightning accumulated in the clouds above the island would strike them down. But today, Yang Kai had just finished absorbing the lightning, so Hipu boldly led Yang Kai away. Along the way, Hipu introduced Water Spirit Temple to Yang Kai. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, there were thousands of large and small islands, all of which were properties of Water Spirit Temple. These islands were rich in world energy and rich in spirit grasses and medicinal herbs. The environment for cultivation was quite good. Because these islands were so widely distributed, it was usually quite troublesome to find a single person. As the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, Shui Ling naturally had her own island, and that island was one of the best among all the islands of Water Spirit Temple. But today, she wasn't on her own island but had instead gone to a place called Wind Cloud Island. Water Spirit Temple's foundation was on the sea, far away from the chaos of the mortal world and the hustle and bustle of the city. The environment was elegant, but there was only one place that made Water Spirit Temple's people angry. From time to time, sea beasts would come to these islands to wreak havoc. The monster beast of the sea was very different from the monster beast on land. Sea beasts generally had large bodies and were proficient in water attribute mysteries, making them very troublesome to deal with. If it was some weak monster beast, it would be easy to deal with, but once it encountered a powerful monster beast, even a cultivator of Water Spirit Temple would have to spend a lot of effort to expel or kill it. At this moment, on Wind Cloud Island, Shui Ling was commanding a group of cultivators to fight a sea beast the size of several houses. The reefs around Wind Cloud Island were smashed to pieces and the waves were tumbling, creating an extremely dangerous scene. The sea beast had 8 long fleshy legs, and it moved back and forth nimbly. Its ferocious mouth was constantly shooting out water arrows with imposing auras that carried extraordinary lethality. Although Shui Ling had gathered a lot of masters under her command, the vitality of this sea beast was extremely tenacious, and if she couldn't kill it in a single blow, it would be impossible to drive it away. When she heard He Pu's report just now, Shui Ling almost couldn't believe it. Her mind was in chaos and she had no idea how to give orders, causing the actions of her subordinates to become chaotic, almost resulting in a loss of life. Lu Zhua, you take command. Shui Ling's mind was in a mess, the monster beast no longer in her eyes, replaced by a look of pleasant surprise and expectation. Standing in place, she stood on her tiptoes, constantly looking towards the distant sky, as if she was waiting for something. The cultivator named Lu Zhua heard this and nodded heavily, taking over command and issuing various orders in an orderly manner. The chaotic scene soon settled down. Quietly turning his head, Lu Zhua found that the little princess' mood seemed to be fluctuating, seemingly very happy. So he couldn't help asking, "Young lady, what kind of person is the person He Pu spoke of? Why does young lady care so much about him?" "A friend." The image of Yang Kai appeared in Shui Ling's mind, and remembering all the rude things he had done to her in the central capital, she suddenly grit her teeth and replied, "A very hateful friend." Lu Zhua was stunned. If this person was a friend, why was he so hateful? Shaking his head, he didn't know what the little princess was thinking. However, as the little princess's retainer, it wasn't appropriate for him to inquire about the other party's private affairs, so he couldn't help feeling curious about this person. He had been with the little princess for several years now, but he had never seen her show such a varied expression like today. About half an hour later, 2 small black dots appeared in the sky, causing Shui Ling's expression to shake. Quickly looking over, she saw He Pu leading a group of people towards her. Approaching closer, Shui Ling was finally able to see the appearance of this person. Her heart trembled, and her eyes quickly became misty. Just like a few years ago, he hadn't changed much, but he seemed to have matured a bit and his body was a lot sturdier. While still in midair, Yang Kai discovered Shui Ling and suddenly increased his speed, leaving He Pu behind, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Shui Ling. "Beauty, long time no see." Yang Kai greeted her with a smile, his expression friendly. Shui Ling could be said to be one of his few friends. "You bastard." Shui Ling bit her lip, as if she wanted to swallow Yang Kai whole, suddenly rushing up and kicking Yang Kai. He Pu, who was following behind, and Lu Zhua, who was directing the battle, were both stunned. Neither of them had ever seen their little princess flirt with a young man like this before, so they were both dumbfounded. "What?" Yang Kai didn't dodge, letting Shui Ling hit him a few times before asking in surprise, "Didn't you die? How did you come back to life?" "Who said I died?" Yang Kai shouted angrily. "That beauty from Bold Independent Union said so." Shui Ling angrily snorted. "When I went to Bold Independent Union to find her last time, she told me you were taken away by someone and then disappeared without a trace, most likely dead. There were too many people here, so Shui Ling didn't directly mention the name coffin-carrying man, obviously afraid of bringing trouble to Yang Kai. "Oh, that's true." Yang Kai nodded, not denying it. "Then how did you escape?" Shui Ling was shocked. "My luck was good, he let me go," Yang Kai casually replied. "Really? Good people don't live long. Scourges live for 1,000 years. Shui Ling curled her lips disdainfully. "When that beauty told me about it, she was crying so hard that she didn't want to die. Is there something fishy going on between the two of you? Otherwise, why would she be so sad when you died? When I left, your relationship wasn't so good. Tell me what happened between the two of you. Did you do something to her?" Seeing Yang Kai come back from the dead, Shui Ling seemed particularly happy and didn't stop talking, asking him a lot of irrelevant questions. "A little girl. Why ask so many questions?" Yang Kai glared at her. "I knew it. Shui Ling said with a disdainful expression. You pervert. Wherever you go you pick up flowers and grass. I shouldn't have let that woman get close to you. I really did harm to her. It was an accident, a pure accident, Yang Kai said awkwardly. At that time, he had been poisoned by the charm monster's divine sense and couldn't help himself. Humph. Who would believe you? Shui Ling snorted, suddenly straightening her expression and saying, in any case, many people will be happy that you're still alive. You're also happy? Yang Kai raised his brow, a perverted expression appearing on his face. I can't wait for you to die. Shui Ling curled her lips, her face blushing red. When He Pu and Lu Zhua saw this scene, they were even more surprised. It seemed that the relationship between the little princess and this young man was not shallow. What was this guy's background? He actually made the little princess forget her usual etiquette. It was really unbelievable. It's quite lively here. Yang Kai glanced around and found that in the coastal territory near the island, a group of cultivators were fighting a huge monster beast. The strength of these cultivators wasn't low, with one of them being a transcendent while the rest were all immortal ascension boundary masters. However, this monster beast seemed to be a 7th order one. Its 8 long, meaty legs moving about wildly in the sea, its lethality tyrannical as it slapped the water into the sky. The cultivators inflicted large and small wounds on its body, but were unable to destroy it completely. Pale blue blood flowed out from these wounds as its flesh wriggled, and after a short time, it was completely healed. Yang Kai only observed for a moment and understood that with the strength of these people, it was impossible for them to kill this monster beast. Its vitality was simply too tenacious. This beast seems to have set its eyes on a kind of spirit grass on Wind Cloud Island and has eaten a lot of it. Shui Ling was also a little annoyed as she stared hatefully at the monster beast. Young lady, I'm afraid we'll have to find more people to help. Lu Zhua also saw that the situation was not good and quickly said. Shui Ling nodded heavily. Why don't you go up? Yang Kai glanced over at Lu Zhua in amazement. This person was a first-order transcendent. If he cooperated with the others, although it would take some effort, they should still be able to kill this sea beast. But instead of helping, he chose to remain here and take command, not showing any intention of helping. Lu Zhua glanced over at Yang Kai and coldly snorted. If I go up, who will protect young lady's safety? Yang Kai was surprised and didn't say anything more. Shui Ling seemed to still be a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, unable to break through to the transcendent realm. When she separated from Yang Kai, her cultivation was at this level, but now 3 years had passed and she still hadn't broken through to the transcendent realm, showing just how difficult it was to break through. Chapter 727. Shui Ling's identity was very noble, so it was natural for Lu Zhua to have such concerns. Yang Kai wasn't in a position to comment on this matter. This was someone else's territory. If he were to speak out of turn, it would only be annoying. Shui Ling spat out her tongue at Yang Kai before turning to Lu Zhua and saying, You go. The sooner you can deal with that guy, the better. But young lady, Lu Zhua frowned, obviously not willing. His duty was to protect Shui Ling, everything else was secondary. If I tell you to go, then just go. What are you nagging about? I'm in a hurry to talk to that bastard. Shui Ling glared at him before softly comforting him. Don't worry, I'll hide here, and with this bastard here, even if that monster beast rushes over, I'm afraid it won't be able to do anything to me, right? Her last sentence was directed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai just chuckled and didn't answer directly. A 7th order monster beast. Although it was huge and its strength wasn't weak, Yang Kai was confident he could kill it. However, he didn't want to incur the wrath of others, so he didn't want to attract too much hatred. Go. What are you still standing here for? Shui Ling saw Lu Zhua not moving and couldn't help urging him. Lu Zhua shot a cold glare towards Yang Kai and bitterly said, Little brat, look after the young lady carefully. Don't let anything happen to her. Don't worry. Yang Kai nodded. Lu Zhua then activated his movement skill and flew towards the sea. With his participation, the situation of the battle really changed. With the two transcendents joining forces and the other immortal ascension boundary masters assisting them, they quickly seized the initiative, causing the sea beast to wail in pain as all 8 of its legs were damaged. Yang Kai stood in place for a while, and after determining that there was no problem, he smiled faintly. Then, he smiled and said, "These people seem to be very loyal to you. They're all my people. Of course they're loyal to me." Shui Ling said proudly, "Do you think this young lady is still the same as when I was in the central capital? I'm warning you, if you dare bully me again, I'll have them cut you into pieces." "I haven't bullied you, right?" Yang Kai was stunned. Shui Ling snorted. "Whether you've bullied me or not, you know in your heart. After not seeing you for a few years, it seems you've grown quite a bit. What's your current cultivation?" Yang Kai wrinkled his nose. "Why do you want to know this?" It wasn't that he wanted to hide anything from Shui Ling's heart. When they first met, Shui Ling was an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master, while Yang Kai was just a peak true element boundary cultivator. After a few years, Yang Kai's cultivation had completely surpassed Shui Ling's. Was simply too fast. Of you is something IM's right. Use a person's. No matter where you is assessed a. To be SSSI. A U to say. To be AA8 TSSSTS a 1 to be expected. S. TTTT. After leaving the water god temple, you can't do anything. You're a girl. Why do you need such a high cultivation? I won't talk to you about that. How about it? After seeing the riches of my water spirit temple, do you want to join us? My offer is still the same. As long as you join, I can provide you with the best cultivation environment. Right, I have a lot of islands under my control. As long as you take a fancy to them, you can pick one, and from now on, that island will be yours. 3 years ago, Shui Ling had tried to win over Yang Kai, and now that they had met, she still had the same idea. Because there had never been a person who could make Shui Ling's eyes light up. Only Yang Kai had done it. Although this person was hateful, his ability and aptitude were unquestionable. If I join here, it'll be the same as ruining myself. Yang Kai smiled and declined Shui Ling's offer. "The water attribute energy here is so rich. How do you want me to cultivate?" "Of course, my water spirit temple has a suitable place for you to cultivate. There are several volcanic islands nearby. The climate is quite hot." "No, I already have a place to settle down." "What place?" Shui Ling suddenly became interested. "It actually caught your eye." Yang Kai briefly explained what had happened in Soaring Heaven Sect to Shui Ling, hearing that the ancestral founder was the one who had founded High Heaven Pavilion. Shui Ling suddenly felt relieved. High Heaven Pavilion was Yang Kai's sect, so it was reasonable for him to choose Soaring Heaven Sect. On top of that, Soaring Heaven Sect was one of the great forces in Tong Shen realm. Even Shui Ling had occasionally heard of it. While they were talking, the battle over there was already over. After Luge would join the battle, the sea beast was no match for him and managed to escape with heavy injuries. Although it was a pity that they weren't able to kill it, it was still good news that they hadn't suffered any losses. Shui Ling ordered her subordinates to deal with the situation on their own before leading Yang Kai off in a certain direction. Water Spirit Island was one of the larger islands in the sea region, and it had dense spirit chi. It was one of the islands under the water spirit's name, and the name of the island came from the water spirit. Usually, Shui Ling lived and cultivated on this island. Most of the residents on this island were disciples of Water Spirit Temple, as well as the families of those disciples. On the island, a number of houses were arranged in picturesque disorder with crowds of people coming and going, making it quite lively. At the highest point of the island, there was a row of palace-like buildings, Shui Ling's palace. Leading Yang Kai to this place, a young and beautiful maidservant immediately greeted him, offering him fine wine and delicacies, as well as various exotic delicacies, all of them enthusiastically entertaining Yang Kai. Yang Kai had something on his mind, so even though he ate and drank, he didn't feel like eating or drinking. Shui Ling seemed to have noticed this as well, so after dismissing the servants, she said, "I know why you're here, and I can tell you that I have the information you want." Yang Kai's breathing quickened slightly as he stared at Shui Ling. Meng Wuya really came here and left you a message. And 2 years ago, he suddenly came to Water Spirit Temple with your little senior sister who was proficient in alchemy. After leaving behind a few words, he hurriedly left and told me to pass on his message to you when I saw you. I originally wanted to go to Bold Independent Union to look for you, but when I arrived, I heard from Yun Xian that you were probably already dead. Shui Ling sighed faintly. Fortunately, you're safe. The heavens help the worthy. What did Treasurer Meng want you to pass on to me? Yang Kai asked eagerly. He said, after that old demon arrived here, he separated from them and said he wanted to go to the demon land to develop his forces there. While waiting for young master's arrival, Shui Ling smiled. That old bastard. Yang Kai also shook his head and smiled bitterly. But the old demon's ambitions really did have a chance of being realized. He was different from ordinary people. Possessing the body of a demon general was his greatest asset. If he used it well, he would definitely be able to progress smoothly in the demon race. What about Su Yan? Where is Su Yan? Shui Ling glanced over at him and said, Can I not tell you where she is? But I can tell you that she's fine. Senior Meng and your little senior sister seem to have an important matter to attend to. So Senior Meng entrusted Su Yan to an old friend of his, allowing her to temporarily cultivate there. The location of that force is very suitable for Su Yan. Not only is she not in any danger, but she will also be able to benefit immensely. Then why don't you tell her where she is? Yang Kai was stunned, because if I told you, you would definitely go find her. That force is not a place anyone can casually join. The people there are somewhat unreasonable and their influence is much larger than my water spirit temples. There are countless masters in that sect, and with your temper, if you don't see Su Yan, who knows what kind of trouble you'll cause. At that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to return. Really? I'm just going to see my senior sister. Why would they make things difficult for me? I already said that the people there are somewhat unreasonable and can't be measured by common sense. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he pondered, whispering softly, Treasurer Meng entrusted Su Yan to that force before coming to Water Spirit Temple to leave a message for you. So that force is very likely to be near your Water Spirit Temple. As for my senior sister Su Yan, she cultivates the Ice Heart secret art, so the only suitable environment for her would be an extremely cold zone. There is a sect in the extremely cold zone near your Water Spirit Temple that is even stronger than your Water Spirit Temple. Enough, enough. Shui Ling was speechless. With just a few words, Yang Kai had almost deduced Su Yan's location. So she knew that even if she tried to hide it, it would be useless, so she could only glare at him hatefully. You're so smart. Then just tell me, so that I won't have to think about it for a long time and still have to find someone to ask around. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. He didn't know much about this world's great forces. Otherwise, he would have already guessed. Ice sect, Shui Ling said helplessly. Have you heard of it? Yang Kai shook his head. About a few thousand kilometers to the west of my Water Spirit Temple, there is a world of glaciers. Ice sect is located in that world of ice. They have very little contact with outsiders and almost live an isolated life. That's why I said they were unapproachable. The closest place to them is my Water Spirit Temple, and because of this, I have some understanding of them. Occasionally, my Water Spirit Temple will have some business dealings with them, but every one of them, whether male or female, old or young, is as cold as ice. Your ice doll senior sister really found a suitable place to enter. Why would Treasurer Meng take senior sister to such a place? Yang Kai frowned. It seems that because Senior Meng has some friendship with Ice Sect's sect master, he felt relieved to entrust Su Yan to her. After Shui Ling finished speaking, she turned to Yang Kai and asked, You're going to Ice Sect, right? Yang Kai nodded. He had been searching here for several years now, and now that he finally had some definite news, of course he wanted to see how Su Yan was doing. If Ice Sect was really suitable for her, it wouldn't hurt to let her stay there and cultivate. But if she wanted to go with him, Yang Kai would take her to Soaring Heaven Sect. Chu Ling Xiao was High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder. So naturally, he was Su Yan's ancestral founder. When are you leaving? We're leaving now. Do you know where it is? Shui Ling rolled her eyes. Wait a few days. I'll find you someone familiar with the route, so you don't have to waste time blindly looking for it. Good. Yang Kai nodded, not refusing Shui Ling's kindness. Having someone to lead the way was naturally better than wandering around by himself. Chapter 728. Above the endless sea, a huge iron ship sailed through the wind and waves at an extremely fast speed towards the west. This ship was full of cultivation materials, and the crew were all Water Spirit Temple disciples. Yang Kai stood at the bow of the ship, gazing towards the west, his thoughts wandering. Ever since he had dual cultivated with Su Yan, the two of them had never been separated for such a long time. The deep yearning in his heart was like an aged wine. The more it was stored, the more fragrant it would become. After staying on Water Spirit Island for about half a month, Yang Kai decided to take advantage of the trade between Water Spirit Temple and Ice Sect to come to this island. During this half-month, Shui Ling had taken good care of Yang Kai, enjoying all kinds of conveniences while constantly persuading Yang Kai to join Water Spirit Temple. Unfortunately, even until the end, Yang Kai refused to budge. When he left, Shui Ling was still sulking and didn't even appear to say goodbye to Yang Kai. Taking advantage of this half-month, Yang Kai also used Shui Ling to find the herbs needed to refine the Saint Pill. There was no such herb in Water Blue City, but for Water Spirit Temple it wasn't too difficult to find it. Although the speed of the ship's navigation wasn't as fast as Yang Kai's flight, it was definitely not slow. Moreover, this iron ship seemed to have been refined using some kind of secret technique, as there were traces of artifacts on it, so even if it was attacked by a monster beast in the middle of the sea, it wouldn't be destroyed so easily. The ship was also equipped with several Transcendent Realm Masters to guard it in case of any accidents. He Pu of Dark Clouds Island had also come this time and was mainly responsible for the trade with Ice Sect. Although Ice Sect was powerful, had many masters, and was known for its ruthlessness, because of this it was very honest when it came to trading. Water Spirit Temple and Ice Sect had been cooperating for more than a year, and both sides trusted each other. When the time came, as long as they brought the goods, they could exchange them for a large number of ice attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. On top of that, Ice Sect was rich in ice attribute ores, which were also good things Water Spirit Temple needed. Young Master Yang. He Pu appeared beside Yang Kai with a flattering smile on his face. In another half a month, we should be able to reach that glacier. After that, we'll have to disembark and fly over. The person you're looking for is in that world of ice. Ice Sect, what kind of sect is it? Yang Kai turned to look at him. I'm not too sure either. He Pu smiled awkwardly. You don't know either? Don't you often trade with them? We do have some dealings, but I've never been to Ice Sect. Every time we trade, it's always been on a glacier some distance away from Ice Sect. Those from Ice Sect. It was one thing for them to be unreasonable, but every time they put on a sour face, as if we owed them money. On top of that, they were quite wary of outsiders, believing that Ice Sect was a pure land and that outsiders would only bring filth to that pure world. They won't be polite. So you don't know where Ice Sect is? Yang Kai frowned. He Pu shook his head and lightly coughed. Young lady has instructed that if things do not go well this time, young Master Yang should return to Water Spirit Island. Young lady will be waiting for you there. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. That little girl, she even has ideas about me. He Pu's mouth twitched. He had never heard anyone call the young lady a little girl before. This young Master Yang's tone wasn't ordinary. Moreover, his relationship with the young lady was also unusual. The wind is strong outside. Let's go in, He Pu said with a smile. My brothers have prepared some food and drink and would like to invite young Master Yang to join us. Good. Yang Kai nodded and followed He Pu into the cabin. Although He Pu and the others didn't know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Shui Ling was, they could still guess. Shui Ling treated Yang Kai differently than others, so naturally she wanted to establish a friendship with him. Yang Kai also took this opportunity to make the most of it, quickly becoming one with the crew, exchanging toasts and toasting each other, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As the days passed, the air became noticeably colder, as if as the iron ship sailed forward, they gradually arrived at a world of ice. The waves on the sea were also much weaker than before, and the ship was surrounded by a thin layer of ice. As time passed, this situation became more and more serious. Yang Kai knew that they were getting closer and closer to the world of ice, his heart filled with infinite expectation and excitement. Half a month later, the ship came to a stop. The sea in front of them was completely frozen, snow falling like goose feathers, and the ice on the sea was several meters thick. The ship could no longer move forward. Hipu skillfully directed the crew to pack the ship's supplies into universe bags and prepare to board the glacier. After a short period of work, everything was ready. Leaving behind a few people to look after the iron ship, the rest of the crew jumped off and braved the biting cold, heading west. The temperature here was extremely low. Even a cultivator like Hipu wore a lot of winter clothing. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was wearing thin clothes, but not only did he not feel cold, his face was rosy, causing Hipu and the others to be amazed. They couldn't help wondering what kind of cultivation Yang Kai had, but in this harsh environment, he was actually completely fine. What entered their eyes was a snow-white world, seemingly without any impurities, as pure as a newborn's eyes. The group of several people flew forward at full speed for several days before the transcendent in the lead suddenly made a hand gesture. Everyone stopped and squinted their eyes towards the front. In this world of falling snow, there seemed to be several figures in front of them, all of them wearing snow-white robes, but against this pure background, they were impossible to detect. Yang Kai actually felt the life auras of these people, but he didn't point it out. After observing for a while, the transcendent in the lead finally confirmed it was them, a look of joy appearing on his face as he hurriedly flew forward. A moment later, they finally arrived at the location of these people. These people should be the disciples of Ice Sect. Yang Kai swept his eyes over them and couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. Although these people didn't smile, their expressions were indifferent, and they were indeed a bit unreasonable, but no matter how high or low their cultivation was, their true essence was extremely pure. From head to toe, they exuded a chilling aura that penetrated the heart. The harsher the environment, the more powerful the cultivator would be. This was a well-known fact. Living an isolated life in this world of ice, it was difficult for Ice Sect's disciples not to be strong. It seemed that Treasurer Meng had spent a great deal of effort in entrusting Su Yan to this place. With Su Yan's temperament, this place was indeed very suitable for her. Both sides were familiar with each other. But even so, when the Ice Sect leader saw the people from Water Spirit Temple, he still showed some impatience on his face and asked indifferently, "How come you're so late this time?" Hipu quickly smiled. Sorry. Some matters delayed our trip. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's best if there isn't a next time." The man coldly snorted. Hipu was almost choked speechless, rolling his eyes and not saying anything else, quickly gathering the universe bags so the people from Ice Sect could confirm the goods. After a short while, the Ice Sect leader nodded faintly, expressing his satisfaction with the materials sent by Water Spirit Temple this time, taking out 2 more universe bags from his sleeve and handing them to Hipu. After checking them, Hipu smiled and said, "Good." This time the handover went smoothly. It was a pleasure to cooperate. The people from Ice Sect turned around and left, not even exchanging a single word of courtesy. "Everyone, please wait," Hipu hurriedly called out. The leader of the group turned around and asked unhappily, "What else do you want?" "It's like this. I want to inquire about a certain person from you." Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Inquire about a person? Who are you inquiring about?" The leader frowned, his expression quite impatient. "A woman named Su Yan. She should be in your Ice Sect." "Su Yan? She entered your Ice Sect 2 years ago. If possible, I hope to see her." "Ice Sect doesn't have such a person. You've come to the wrong place." The leader didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish speaking, waving his hand and interrupting him before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai was slightly angry, but he didn't act on the spot, instead just coldly staring at the departing backs of this group of people. Soon, these people disappeared into the snow and wind. "Young Master Yang, This, Hipu looked at Yang Kai with some sympathy. Although he had long known that people from Ice Sect weren't easy to get along with, this group of people was simply too indifferent, not even giving him a chance to speak. You go back first. Tell Shui Ling that this time I must thank her. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will personally thank her in person. But young lady said that if things didn't go well, we had to bring you back no matter what, lest you be bullied here. Hipu frowned. I appreciate her kindness. Go back and tell her that it was I who insisted on staying. Yang Kai chuckled and patted Hipu on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work this time. Hipu was flattered and quickly smiled. Young Master Yang is too polite. This he wishes young Master Yang success. If things don't go well, please leave as soon as possible. These people from Ice Sect are not easy to provoke. I know. Everyone, we'll meet again someday. Yang Kai cupped his fists before chasing after the Ice Sect disciples and quickly leaving. Looking at his disappearing back, Hipu sighed and could only lead the others back the way they had come. Yang Kai released his divine sense subtly and locked onto the group of Ice Sect disciples, tracking them as they left. He was certain that this group of people knew Su Yan, although the person who had spoken had kept his mouth shut. When the young woman next to him heard Yang Kai mention Su Yan's name, her beautiful eyes flashed and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Although she quickly restrained herself, Yang Kai still saw this. Yang Kai didn't know why they were denying Su Yan's existence, but if he didn't meet her personally, he couldn't feel at ease. A faint uneasiness lingered in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. It stood to reason that Su Yan was entrusted to Ice Sect by Meng Wuxia, and Treasurer Meng and Ice Sect Master had some friendship, a very good one at that. If not for this, Meng Wuxia wouldn't have done this. Yang Kai believed in Treasurer Meng. Since that was the case, Su Yan wouldn't be wronged in Ice Sect. But this faint uneasiness made Yang Kai vigilant, vowing to find Su Yan and see how she was doing. Chapter 729. Atop the glacier, a few Ice Sect disciples wearing white robes were running, the group who had made a deal with Hipu and the others. This group of people, under the leadership of a middle-aged man, swayed left and right in an erratic manner. There were many large and small icebergs atop the glacier, and these people all wore white robes. Their method of concealing their auras was quite exquisite, so if one didn't carefully investigate, it would be impossible to detect them. The middle-aged man leading this group of disciples frowned as he led them forward, feeling like they were being followed. But when he released his divine sense to investigate, he found nothing, causing him to feel somewhat restless. After running for half a day, not only were they not approaching Ice Sect, they were actually getting farther and farther away from it. A young woman next to him finally couldn't help asking, "Marshal Uncle and I ran. Why are we running in this direction?" The middle-aged man didn't answer, as if he hadn't heard her. The young woman pouted and asked again. Also, that person just now said he was looking for junior sister Su Yan. Why did you tell junior sister she wasn't in Ice Sect? She was obviously here. I saw her a year ago. Only then did Aniran look at the woman coldly. Being stared at like this, the woman immediately became terrified and quickly shut her mouth. A young man next to the young woman comforted her. Junior sister, don't ask. Marshal Uncle naturally has his reasons for doing this. It's all for our own good. Outside, people's hearts are sinister. That guy looks like a rat. At first glance, it's obvious he's not a good person. Coming to our Ice Sect to look for someone, I don't know what kind of intentions he has. The young woman nodded. Although she didn't agree with Marshal Uncle and I ran in her heart, she didn't dare ask any more questions. Another disciple who looked somewhat steady picked up his pace and approached an Iran, asking softly, "Marshal Uncle, are we being followed?" An Iran frowned and said lightly, "I don't know. Maybe it's just my imagination. Among that group of people, there shouldn't be anyone who has the strength to follow me without being detected. To be on the safe side, let's take a detour." Yes. An Iran's brow wrinkled as he recalled Yang Kai's appearance, shaking his head, wondering if he had been a bit too cautious. Although that young man had an extraordinary temperament and wasn't a mediocre member of the younger generation, in the end, with his age, his cultivation shouldn't be too high. However, what Aniran cared about was that the person he was looking for was actually Su Yen, the woman who had inexplicably entered Ice Sect 2 years ago. Not long after joining the sect, this woman had already blossomed into a dazzling radiance. Even the sect master and several elders had said that she would one day reach the peak of the Third Order Saint realm. On top of that, her performance was truly amazing. When she first joined the sect, she was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage cultivator, but in less than a year, she had successfully broken through to the Transcendent realm, her cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. According to Elder Qian Yu, over the past year, this woman named Su Yen had been in retreat inside the Ice Snow Cave, so no one knew what her current cultivation was. Ice Sect's secret scriptures and various secret skills. She had only needed a single glance to become proficient in them. This was something no one in Ice Sect's history had ever been able to accomplish. Her aptitude was not far from the legendary special physique, the Ice Crystal Body. Unfortunately, the Ice Crystal Body was too rare. No one had ever found anyone with such a special physique. Aniran had only been in contact with Su Yen a few times, but he had learned from Elder Qian Yu that a woman like Su Yen was the best talent to cultivate Ice Sect's secret skills. Originally, it was the sect master who had reluctantly accepted her into the sect, but after discovering her amazing talent, Elder Qian Yu had the idea of accepting her as a disciple. Not only had she opened her secret scriptures and martial skills to her, she had even allowed her to freely enter the Ice Snow Cave. Unfortunately, this girl didn't seem to be very willing to join Ice Sect, causing Elder Qian Yu to both hate and love her. As soon as Yang Kai mentioned Su Yen, Aniran became vigilant. If it were any other disciple, Aniran probably wouldn't have tried to conceal this matter, but since it was related to Su Yen, Aniran felt that he should first report this matter to Elder Qian Yu and see what she thought. Thinking so, Aniran continued to shuffle through the world of glaciers and ice mountains. Yang Kai, who was following in the distance, narrowed his eyes slightly as a sneer appeared on his face. The other party seemed to be aware that he was following them, but couldn't be sure, so he was circling around in an attempt to throw him off. However, under Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, all of Aniran's efforts were in vain. 3 days later, Yang Kai noticed that the group of people had suddenly disappeared into an ice mountain, their life auras strangely disappearing without a trace. After waiting for a moment, Yang Kai frowned and walked over to the ice mountain territory. After carefully investigating for a long time, Yang Kai didn't gain anything, only able to determine that there was some kind of mystery hidden inside these ice mountains. However, what excited him though was that he felt Su Yan's aura, because he cultivated the Yin-Yang joyous unification art. As long as both parties were within a certain range, they could sense each other's existence. Moreover, the Yin-Yang monster ginseng's energy flowed through each other's bodies, greatly enhancing this invisible spiritual connection. Su Yen wasn't far from him, somewhere inside this ice mountain. Her aura was even, seemingly having fallen into a deep sleep. No matter how Yang Kai tried to communicate with her with his divine sense, he couldn't get the slightest response from her. Yang Kai's face instantly became gloomy. Su Yen must have had some kind of accident. Otherwise, if she had noticed his arrival, she would definitely have run out excitedly. In an instant, Yang Kai's anger surged as murderous intent filled his eyes, his gaze becoming even more hostile. Inside these ice mountains, everything was crystal clear. The foundation of Ice Sect was located in this stretch of ice mountains. Many years ago, Ice Sect was one of the largest great forces in Tongxian realm, but because of an accident, Ice Sect was forced to relocate and live in seclusion here, no longer contacting the outside world or accepting outsiders. Every 10 years or so, the elders of Ice Sect would go out to find some disciples with excellent aptitude and bring them back to supplement Ice Sect's fresh blood. These people were all orphans who had no father or mother and were now wandering the outside world. The stringent selection of disciples allowed every disciple of Ice Sect to have the qualifications and strength to be proud of. Ice Sect didn't have many people, from the sect master down to only a little more than 500. but there were many masters, several Saint Realm masters, and 20 to 30 transcendents. It was clear from this that Ice Sect's talent and vision for finding new disciples was extraordinary. At this moment, in the center of an ice mountain, inside an ice room, an Iren was reporting to Elder Qian Yu about this transaction. Qian Yu was a beautiful middle-aged woman, and although she didn't look very old, she was actually a first-order saint. Like Fei Yu, she was skilled in retaining her youthful appearance. After listening to an Iren's report, Qian Yu nodded lightly. "You've done well. Thank you for your hard work. Take those disciples to collect some materials and cultivate." "Many thanks, Elder Qian," an Iren said respectfully, but didn't immediately withdraw, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. "Is there something else?" Qian Yu's pair of beautiful eyes swept over him, keenly aware of something, and asked lightly. "It's like this, Elder Qian. During this transaction, something happened that caught Disciple's attention. Tell me about it." "There was a young man who asked Disciple about Su Yan's whereabouts. I don't know where he obtained this information, but apparently he knew Su Yan was in our ice sect." "He was looking for Su Yan?" Qian Yu's pretty face froze, her brow furrowing slightly. "What kind of man was he?" An Iren quickly described Yang Kai's appearance, adding, "He wasn't very old, but there was something strange about him. Disciple was incompetent and wasn't able to see through his strength, but he gave me a feeling of oppression." "He oppressed you?" Qian Yu looked surprised, thinking about it for a moment before muttering. "Could it be the person that old man mentioned to Sect Master before? How did he find her so quickly?" When that old man brought Su Yan to Ice Sect and handed her over to the Sect Master, he had said that one day a young man would come looking for Su Yan. At that time, he had asked the Sect Master to let him go, otherwise it was very likely he would cause great trouble. The Sect Master and Qian Yu hadn't known Su Yan's aptitude was so outstanding at that time, so naturally, they had agreed without hesitation. But now, after witnessing Su Yan's intelligence, Qian Yu really didn't want her to leave. As long as she remained in Ice Sect with her talent, she would definitely inherit the position of Sect Master and become a powerful leader. What made Qian Yu feel most helpless was that Su Yan was currently in a difficult situation, so it wasn't time for her to see anyone. The relationship between that young man and Su Yan was definitely very close. If he were to see Su Yan's current state, there was no telling what kind of trouble would ensue. Qian Yu couldn't help rubbing her forehead, feeling a headache coming on, asking, "Did that young man come to Ice Sect?" "No." And Iren shook his head. Disciple felt that this matter should be reported to Elder Qian first, so he didn't tell him the truth. "Good, you did well." Qian Yu nodded with satisfaction. Just as she was about to offer a few words of praise though, her expression suddenly changed and she released her divine sense to investigate, coldly snorting. "And Iren, you really are incompetent. That young man followed you to our Ice Sect, yet you didn't even notice?" And Iren was shocked. "That's impossible. I deliberately circled around outside for several days to determine there was no problem before returning. How could he?" "Humph." Qian Yu coldly snorted. "I said he came, so he naturally came." Moreover, this little brat seems to be very dissatisfied with our Ice Sect. His aura is somewhat violent at the moment. "Elder, please calm your anger. Disciple will drive him away," and Iren quickly said, a trace of annoyance appearing on his face. When he returned, he had been vigilant enough, but he had still been chased all the way to his doorstep, causing him to lose a great deal of face. "Go. Bring more people with you. This little brat isn't easy to deal with. Just teach him a lesson. Don't take his life," Qian Yu ordered. After all, this young man had some kind of relationship with that old dog. If she really killed him, it would be difficult to explain to that old dog and the Sect Master. Because of Su Yan's accident, the Sect Master had already reprimanded her once. Qian Yu didn't want to be reprimanded again, and Iren quickly complied, bowing and retreating, his expression extremely cold. Chapter 730. Outside the ice mountain, Yang Kai's expression was also quite ugly. closing his eyes and probing his surroundings. From Su Yan's aura, he could infer that her life wasn't in danger, but for some reason, she didn't respond to his divine sense call, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Several powerful life auras suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's perception and flew towards him at a rapid speed. Yang Kai opened his eyes, a cold light flashing across his pupils as he stared at the several ice sect disciples who had suddenly appeared. A moment later, these people arrived in front of Yang Kai one after another. "Sure enough, it's you, brat," an Iron shouted as he saw the gloomy expression on this little brat's face and thick murderous intent. At a glance, it was obvious he wasn't a good person. Towards this kind of person, an Iron didn't have the slightest goodwill. "You dare follow me? Your courage isn't small." An Iron coldly snorted, saying in a displeased tone, "I'm going to ask Water Spirit Temple about this. Is Water Spirit Temple the kind of place that cultivates such insidious villains?" He had seen Yang Kai act together with Water Spirit Temple's disciples before and thought Yang Kai was from Water Spirit Temple. "Water Spirit Temple doesn't care about me." Yang Kai snorted heavily. An Iron frowned as he glanced over at Yang Kai, calmly saying, "I don't care which force you're from. This place belongs to my ice sect. Go back where you came from, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Before I see the person I want to see, I don't want to go anywhere." Yang Kai glared at an Iron, feeling a bit annoyed. This guy clearly knew about Su Yan, but before this, he hadn't even given him a chance to ask questions. Now that he had found this place, this guy actually wanted to drive him away. His attitude was arrogant to the extreme. Yang Kai was furious in his heart, but he still endured. After all, Ice Sect Master had some kind of relationship with Meng Wuya, and Meng Wuya entrusting Su Yan to him was obviously out of good intentions. If Ice Sect could give him a reasonable and acceptable explanation, Yang Kai didn't want to make things worse. Right now, he just wanted to know how Su Yan was doing. Yang Kai didn't get angry, but an Iron did and shouted, "Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In my Ice Sect's territory, you're the first one to dare speak to me like this. If you dare provoke me again, I'll teach you a lesson." "You can try," Yang Kai sneered. An Iron nodded slightly. "I didn't want to hurt you, but you asked for it. A junior dares to be so presumptuous in front of me, you simply don't know your place. Today, I will let you know who is the master here." As he said this, an Iron's eyes suddenly lit up. A pure white light suddenly burst out from his eyes. In this pure white world, it was extremely difficult to detect such a light. The light mixed with the cold aura was like a sharp sword, piercing into Yang Kai's head and tearing apart the defense of Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. It seemed to want to destroy him in one blow. A divine sense attack. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a cold smile as he slowly shook his head. "I thought Ice Sect's people were more powerful, but it turns out you're just so-so. If this is all you've got, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Although Ni Ren's divine sense attack easily pierced into Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, it was quickly incinerated by the scorching waves. Ni Ren's complexion changed, and the other Ice Sect disciples around him also stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Ni Ren was a first-order transcendent master, and although he didn't cultivate his spiritual energy, his soul was still relatively powerful. Dealing with such a junior, not only was he not injured in the slightest, he was even able to leisurely speak, a result that was difficult for all of them to accept. "Junior brother, this little brat is a bit strange." Beside Ni Ren, another transcendent quickly said. Ni Ren nodded solemnly. Just now, when Elder Qian Yu had asked him to bring more people to drive this little brat away, Ni Ren felt like she was making a mountain out of a molehill, but now that he thought about it, it was fortunate that he had found his other brothers to help him. Otherwise, if he had come out alone, he would have suffered a big loss. Thinking so, Ni Ren stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression and quickly said, "Boy, it seems you have some skill. I won't embarrass you. You can leave now." I said, "Before I see the person I want to see, I won't leave." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his attitude firm, his expression becoming cold as he declared, "If you don't let me see her, I'll flatten your 3,000 ice mountain world. Arrogant. Ice sect is not a place you can act so atrociously. An Iron roared. It seems that talking to you is useless, your status in ice sect isn't high. Since that's the case, I'll go find someone I can talk to. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, his figure leapt up and flew straight towards one of the ice mountains. From this ice mountain, an Iron could vaguely sense a tyrannical divine sense, as if someone was spying on him. Wishful thinking, an Iron shouted angrily, his Yuan Qi bursting out. Ice seal world. The biting cold wind became even colder at this moment, and an inexplicable energy suddenly appeared around Yang Kai's body, surrounding him. From this energy, icicles quickly formed and shot towards him from all directions, each icicle as sharp as a knife and filled with an imposing aura. In an instant, he was submerged in this ice mountain. An Iron's expression, however, did not relax and instead became even more solemn. ****. Icicles continued to shoot out, but at the center of the ice attribute energy, a blazing flame erupted, spreading at an unimaginable speed. Soon, the red flame became as dazzling as the sun. Hong. The ice seal world collapsed and Yang Kai stood mid-air, his body covered in a fiery red light and exuding a scorching aura, staring down at an Iron indifferently. Transcendent realm. An Iron's complexion changed greatly as his eyes lost focus. Feeling the fluctuations of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi, an Iron immediately understood what the other party's cultivation was. This young man, just like him, was actually a first-order transcendent master. On top of that, this young man's Yuan Qi was several times more powerful than his own. What made an Iron even more uneasy was that this young man's Yuan Qi attribute was the opposite of his own Yuan Qi attribute. Junior brother, be careful. While an Iron was in a daze, his brother beside him suddenly shouted and hurriedly pulled him back. ****. A fiery red spear brushed past an Iron's body and pierced into the ground, creating a giant hole a few thousand meters deep in the ice seal world. Feeling the power of this spear that was purely condensed from Zhen Yuan, everyone's face paled. All of them were transcendent realm masters, but none of them had the confidence to resist such an attack with their bodies. If they were struck, they would likely die instantly. ****. An unbearably hot Yuan Qi aura spread out, covering a radius of several thousand meters. Within this range, everyone's ice attribute secret arts were suppressed to varying degrees and the flow of Yuan Qi within their bodies seemed to slow down significantly. Yang Kai stepped out of the void, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he faintly asked, I'll ask you one last time, what happened to Su Yan? Little brat, if you want to fight then fight, we don't know who Su Yan is. An Iron braced himself and shouted. Good. Yang Kai nodded lightly, no longer speaking. A drop of yang liquid seeped out from his fingertip and flew out with a flick of his finger. This drop of yang liquid flew through the air and suddenly turned into thousands of tiny droplets that shot towards an Iron's group. Ice curtain. Ice lock. Ice crystal beast. An Iron and the other transcendent realm masters all attacked at the same time, all kinds of ice attribute martial skills blossoming. A barrier filled with ice energy suddenly rose up in front of them and at the same time, a white energy chain shot towards Yang Kai, accompanied by the roar of a monster beast. A giant, ferocious battle beast suddenly appeared above the glacier. These battle beasts were all composed of pure energy and looked like carefully carved ice sculptures, lifelike and lifelike. Some ran on the ground, some flew in the sky, all of them fiercely attacking Yang Kai. ****. The 10 million droplets of yang liquid effortlessly pierced through the ice barrier, causing an Iron and the other transcendent realm masters' faces to go pale as they summoned their own defensive artifacts to block in front of them. The ice lock that had suddenly appeared directly bound Yang Kai, but before the ice lock master could rejoice, he was shocked to discover that this martial skill, which was powerful enough to bind any first or second order transcendent, was directly melted by Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi. It didn't even have the slightest effect on him, not even slowing him down. Yang Kai quickly rushed forward to meet the ice crystal beasts head-on. The beast soul seal that had not been used for a long time was once again used, the heaven-shaking white tiger and earth-splitting divine ox both appearing, their golden bodies burning like suns as they followed closely behind Yongkai. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk all the ice crystal beasts that rushed forward were no match for Yongkai and these two beast phantoms, all of them shattering and disappearing one after another. In the blink of an eye, Yongkai had already rushed in front of these people, his surging true chi and overwhelming momentum causing their hearts to tremble. They had never thought that among cultivators in the same realm, there would actually be someone who could single-handedly fight against all of them. Not only did he not show any signs of being defeated, he even seemed to be able to fight back with ease. Feeling the power surging through his body, Yongkai couldn't help feeling refreshed. The combat power of these people from Ice Sect was far greater than any cultivator in the outside world. The two first-order transcendents from the Chung family that he had dealt with in Blue Water City were on a completely different level from these people. Although their cultivations were the same, their understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao was different, so the combat power they could transform into was naturally different. In this regard, Yongkai had reached the pinnacle. These people from Ice Sect were also doing a good job, but they were nowhere near as profound as Yongkai's. Striking out one deadly blow after another, Yongkai's anger seemed to be released along with these attacks, his mind gradually calming down. He had not come to Ice Sect to fight, nor to kill, he had come to find Su Yen. Thinking so, Yongkai restrained his murderous intent, but showed no mercy. And I ran and the others tried their best, but not only were they unable to stop Yongkai, they were also forced to retreat, showing signs of exhaustion. This scene caused them to feel fear in their hearts, and their attitude towards Yongkai also quietly changed. Chapter 731. Outside the Ice Mountain, the several transcendent realm masters from Ice Sect had joined forces to resist Yongkai. All of them had thought that Yongkai was just a young boy and that any one of their brothers would be able to easily defeat him. But Ren and the others hadn't expected that Yongkai's strength would be so outstanding. As soon as he took action, he was able to overwhelm all of them. Such a huge contrast made all of them jump in fright. Although everyone's Yuan Qi attributes were mutually exclusive, in comparison, it was undoubtedly the other party's Yuan Qi that was purer and denser. When their Yuan Qi collided, the martial skills they displayed were like snow under the scorching sun, melting away before they could even touch the other party's body. Today, whoever dares to stop me will die. While attacking, Yongkai suddenly showed an impatient expression and shouted coldly, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Ren's heart trembled and he suddenly felt uneasy, subconsciously wanting to retreat and assume a defensive posture. Under the threat of Yongkai's murderous intent, Ren finally felt a sense of foreboding. Yongkai's performance was completely beyond his expectations. He had never imagined that this young man could rely on his own strength to completely suppress his brothers. This is my Ice Sect. It's not your place to act presumptuously. Ren clenched his teeth and roared. You just said the same thing. Yongkai glared at him coldly. So what if you're from Ice Sect? I'll show you how presumptuous I am. As soon as these words fell, the wind and thunder began to rumble as a killing field formed around Ren and the others. Wind blades were everywhere, and lightning bolts quickly wrapped around them. The wind and thunder forces wreaked havoc in this killing field, causing the defensive artifacts in the hands of these people to flicker and lose their auras. In just a moment, they had lost their effectiveness. The ice attribute Yuan Qi that had been protecting them was also unable to resist the erosion of the wind and thunder forces, ripping apart their clothes as numerous wounds appeared on their bodies. Feeling the aura of death approaching them, Ren and the others all went pale. They couldn't even escape after being imprisoned by the killing field. Yongkai slowly extended a hand and slammed it down in their direction. Suddenly, a huge golden palm print appeared in the sky. It was as if the sun had fallen, bringing with it a scorching, destructive energy. It was as if a mountain had collapsed. Before the palm print arrived, the world of ice had already started to melt. Waves of mist rose into the air, and Ren and his several brothers all went limp and almost knelt on the ground. Their eyes trembled violently as they stared blankly at the huge palm print that was slapping down from the sky. "Stop!" A delicate shout entered everyone's ears, and a white figure suddenly flew out from inside the iceberg. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above Ren and the others, and raised a jade palm to meet Yang Kai's attack. Pa! The dazzling golden palm print directly collapsed, and Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. His face paled, and some blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. However, Yang Kai was not surprised and instead smiled happily as he stared at the woman who had suddenly appeared. This woman was a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a white dress. Her figure was full and mature, but her expression was cold as she stared at Yang Kai with a look of fear and disbelief, as if she couldn't believe that such a young man had so easily defeated Ren and the others. Ren and his brothers were all first-order transcendents, and their strength in Ice Sect wasn't low. Despite outnumbering them, such an outcome was really difficult for her to accept. When had such a powerful young man appeared in Tongshan realm? Finally, someone who can take charge. Yang Kai lightly snorted. Elder Qian Yu, Ren and the others seemed to have seen their savior, their eyes filling with joy as they quickly called out. "You can withdraw." Qian Yu waved her hand. And the slaughterhouse of wind and thunder surrounding Ren and the others was broken. Yang Kai's expression became dignified. This woman was a Saint Realm Master, so it wasn't surprising that she had such means. The reason why he had put on such an appearance of wanting to kill Ren and the others and created such a huge commotion was to draw this woman out. This woman was the one who had spied on him from inside one of the ice mountains just now. Ren and the others couldn't take charge of Ice Sect, but this woman probably could. Which force do you belong to? Why are you proficient in 3 different types of energy? Qian Yu's brow furrowed slightly as she stared at Yang Kai solemnly, trying to discern some clues from his clothes but failing to do so. "You don't need to worry about that. I only came here to see one person." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "I ask your Ice Sect to open its doors. If she's safe, I'll take her away and this matter can be considered over. But if she isn't, your Ice Sect can only wait to pay the price." Arrogant. Qian Yu slowly shook her head, a look of ridicule flashing across her beautiful eyes. Ice Sect has been in seclusion for a long time and doesn't have much of a reputation. But that doesn't mean just anyone can bully it. The person you're looking for isn't here. Go back to wherever you came from. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action against you. You don't need to play dumb with me. Su Yan is in your Ice Sect. You and I both know this. Yang Kai's eyes remained indifferent, not wavering in the slightest because of Qian Yu's words. "I said, the person you're looking for isn't in Ice Sect." Qian Yu's face became slightly angry, her expression becoming somewhat ugly. "Is that so?" Yang Kai smiled mockingly. "Do you want me to show you where she is?" Saying so, he pointed in a certain direction. "About 10 kilometers from here, inside one of the ice mountains, the person I'm looking for is currently sleeping." Qian Yu's beautiful face paled as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. This little brat's words were so accurate that Qian Yu couldn't understand how he knew. "Am I right?" Yang Kai saw the change in her expression and coldly said, "I just want to see her and see what's going on with her." "I don't know what you're talking about." Qian Yu's expression turned cold. "If you insist on not letting me see her, then I can only force my way in." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became violent as he roared, "I hope your Ice Sect can afford the price. If you dare act wildly here, be careful you won't be able to protect your own life." Qian Yu grit her teeth and threatened. Yang Kai gently nodded and no longer spoke, his powerful Yuan Qi suddenly erupting. Asterisk Hua. Asterisk his wind and thunder wings unfurled, causing everyone to stare blankly, not understanding whether this was the power of a martial skill or an artifact. In the next moment, Yang Kai disappeared from where he stood. Qian Yu's complexion changed as her tender body flickered, and she hurriedly chased after him. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk 1,000-meter-high iceberg suddenly let out a loud bang and, under the force of a tremendous force, broke off at the waist, the upper half of the iceberg shattering into ice shards. Asterisk hong hong hong, star. A series of loud noises spread throughout the iceberg. And Ren and the others were all dumbfounded as they couldn't see Yang Kai's figure at all. After opening his pair of strange wings, this young man's speed seemed to have reached an unimaginable limit. Even if they released their divine senses, they couldn't lock onto him. Yang Kai's figure flickered and one iceberg after another was damaged. He was like a blazing fireball, smashing straight into the iceberg, using his body and Yuan Qi to directly smash a hole in it. In just a few breaths of time, 5,000 or 6,000 meter high icebergs were destroyed. Many of the ice sect disciples who had been cultivating inside these icebergs were caught in the crossfire, cursing as they tried to escape, but just as they were out of danger, their vision went dark and they fainted. And Ren and the others were also the same. After observing for a while, they suddenly fell to the ground and fell unconscious. Qian Yu didn't notice this at all. The moment Yang Kai shot out, she immediately chased after him. But even with her first-order Saint Realm cultivation, wanting to catch up to Yang Kai with his wind and thunder wings was somewhat unrealistic. The wind attribute was agile while the thunder attribute was swift. The wind and thunder wings provided Yang Kai with a speed bonus that couldn't be described with words. Above the iceberg world, two figures flashed, one chasing the other running. As they chased, large holes were constantly smashed open in the iceberg, causing it to collapse. From the very beginning, Yang Kai didn't intend to confront a Saint Realm Master head-on. Yang Kai's current strength was indeed extraordinary, and he was able to fight across realms. Dealing with Ren and the others was a piece of cake. But he still had some self-awareness. A Saint Realm Master was not something he could contend with right now. The energy flowing through every Saint Realm Master's body was very different from that of a Transcendent Realm Master. The martial skills and moves they displayed were not something a Transcendent Realm Master could compare to. The Saint Realm was a level above the Transcendent Realm. If one wanted to fight against a Saint Realm Master, they would need to break through to the third-order Transcendent Realm at the very least. Fighting with such a beautiful woman, Yang Kai had no chance of winning, so he could only use this method to force her to submit. He was going to turn this world upside down. Little brat, stop. Qian Yu was furious, but unable to catch up to Yang Kai. She could only shout at him. I said, if I don't see Su Yan, I'll destroy this 3,000 iceberg world. Yang Kai coldly snorted, not only not slowing down, but instead increasing his speed greatly. His powerful physique wrapped in his blazing hot Yuan Qi slammed straight into the iceberg. Not a single iceberg was able to withstand the force of his crash, and wherever he passed, it was destroyed, leaving behind a mess. Qian Yu's eyes went bloodshot as she watched Ice Sect's 1,000-year-old foundation being destroyed, her heart filled with both pain and anger. Encountering such a stubborn young man who didn't know the meaning of death, she felt she was really unlucky. Chasing after him, Qian Yu suddenly came to a stop, her beautiful eyes flashing a cold light as she stared towards Yang Kai's figure and shouted, "Provoke!" The world energy around him suddenly became strange, causing Yang Kai's expression to change greatly, his body coming to a halt as he hurriedly turned around. However, from all directions, the ice attribute energies suddenly shot towards him, leaving him no place to dodge. Facing a Saint Realm Master's heaven-defying methods, Yang Kai didn't even see what was going on before he was struck. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the ice attribute energies struck Yang Kai, causing him to tumble through the air, blood spraying everywhere as a faint golden light glowed around him. Unable to control his body, Yang Kai plummeted to the ground. Chapter 732. Today, seeing Yang Kai suffer such a heavy blow, Qian Yu's face couldn't help relaxing slightly. This time, she knew she was in the wrong. Denying Su Yan's existence and not allowing Yang Kai to see her was all out of selfishness. So even though Yang Kai had destroyed more than a dozen icebergs, she hadn't killed him. She had only wanted to force him to retreat. Su Yan. It was impossible for her to hand her over so easily. It was not easy for her to encounter such an outstanding person. So Chen Yu wanted to accept him as her disciple. Moreover, Su Yan's current state wasn't good and she couldn't see anyone right now. Injuring him and driving him away was one thing, Chen Yu thought to herself, but before she could fly over to check Yang Kai's condition, her expression changed again. Down below, Yang Kai, who should have been knocked unconscious, once again rushed up with the golden yuan qi wrapped around him. Impossible! Chen Yu's beautiful eyes trembled violently. She was well aware of how much strength she had used just now. A mere first-order transcendent youth shouldn't have been able to withstand it. But now, her opponent only seemed to be slightly injured, and his momentum not only hadn't weakened but had instead become even more violent, as if he wouldn't give up until he razed Ice Sect to the ground. How tough was his physique? How could he withstand such a blow without fainting? Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk one iceberg after another continued to collapse as Chen Yu hysterically roared like a madwoman. Little brat, you're courting death. Don't blame me for not showing mercy. Yang Kai laughed wildly. If you can kill me, then do so. Let's see if I die first or if your Ice Sect's foundation is destroyed. If you won't let me see Su Yan, I'll bury you all with me. Impudence! Chen Yu shouted. Seeing that a tenth of Ice Sect's foundation had really been destroyed, she finally decided to kill this boy. If she didn't kill this little brat now, with his current rate of destruction, it wouldn't even be an hour before Ice Sect had to find another place to relocate. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed everyone else in Ice Sect. One by one, masters emerged from the various icebergs and gathered together. Chen Yu, what happened? Where did this barbaric brat come from? A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression asked coldly. Big brother, help me catch this little brat first. We'll talk about this later. Chen Yu hurriedly shouted as he chased after Yang Kai. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed. Although he was somewhat reluctant to deal with this young man, seeing him so violently destroy Ice Sect's foundation, the middle-aged man couldn't help feeling angry, nodding in agreement. Good! As he spoke, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Yang Kai. He coldly shouted, Kid, let's stop here. Before he could finish his words, Yang Kai had already swept past him like a gust of wind. With a loud rumbling sound, an iceberg behind the middle-aged man shattered in an instant. How arrogant! The middle-aged man coldly snorted. Without any apparent movement, he suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai and pointed his finger towards Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai's face went pale and his speed suddenly decreased. At the same time, an extremely cold energy spread through his body, causing the circulation of his yuan qi to slow down. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire, unable to move an inch. A thin layer of frost appeared on the surface of Yang Kai's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his hair was frozen solid. A second-order saint. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he twisted his body, quickly avoiding this middle-aged man. The yuan qi in his body rushed out violently, quickly dispelling the chill in his body and mind, restoring his freedom in the next moment. The middle-aged man showed a look of surprise and couldn't help muttering under his breath. What a fierce little brat! With his second-order Saint Realm cultivation, injecting his frozen yuan qi into Yang Kai's body would have been enough to easily freeze anyone else. But this boy had only suffered a slight hindrance in his movements and was fine. Attacking Yang Kai once was already extremely difficult for him. If he were to attack again, it would be outrageous. A master like this middle-aged man was someone who was confident in his status and generally wouldn't act like bullying the weak. Big brother, why aren't you attacking yet? Chen Yu saw the middle-aged man standing mid-air with his hands crossed behind his back, giving off the demeanor of a powerful master, and couldn't help urging him. The middle-aged man frowned and quickly said, What's the matter? Little brat, you should stop. I won't attack you again, but don't act too presumptuous. If you have something to say, let's all sit down and discuss it. As the middle-aged man spoke, the other two Saint Realm Masters from Ice Sect blocked Yang Kai's path of retreat. These two didn't attack Yang Kai, instead showing calm and relaxed expressions as they stared at him with great interest, their eyes flashing with curiosity. For Saint Realm Masters, Ice Sect's tyrannical heritage was clearly visible. Yang Kai was in the middle of this encirclement and knew that with the other side's lineup, he couldn't continue to act recklessly. Perceiving the middle-aged man's sincerity, he also stopped and stood mid-air. "What can I talk to you about?" Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged man and asked indifferently. The middle-aged man smiled slightly and nodded. "I am an elder of Ice Sect, Qian Hao." Yang Kai glanced over at the beautiful middle-aged woman and sneered. "She is also an elder of Ice Sect. How do I know you two aren't wearing the same pair of pants?" Qian Yu's pretty face went cold and was about to speak but was interrupted by Qian Hao, who smiled and said, "She and I are brother and sister. Don't you think we're wearing the same pair of pants?" "Big brother." Qian Yu glared at him bitterly. "But you have no choice." Qian Hao's expression became cold. "You destroyed so many of my Ice Sect's properties. If you don't give me an explanation, do you think I'll let you go? You'd best have a good reason for your actions. Otherwise, I'll let you taste all the torture in this world before torturing you to death." Yang Kai sneered and took back his wind and thunder wings, glancing over at Qian Yu and saying, "I was looking for someone, but she refused to let me see her." "Looking for someone? Who are you looking for?" Qian Hao frowned. "Su Yan." Hearing this, Qian Hao and the other two Saint Realm Masters raised their brow. "Big brother, this person should be the one that old fogey mentioned before." Qian Yu whispered to Qian Hao's ear. Qian Hao nodded slightly, indicating he understood, but still grumbled. "If that's the case, why didn't you let him see her? Why did you have to cause such a big ruckus?" "Su Yan had an accident," Qian Yu said somewhat awkwardly. "An accident?" Qian Hao was shocked. What happened? Although Qian Hao was an elder of Ice Sect, he had been in retreat for the past few years and didn't know much about the sect's affairs. If it weren't for Yang Kai making such a big ruckus today, he wouldn't have been alarmed. "Ha, let's not talk about this for now, I'll explain it to you later. It's just that now is not the time for Su Yan to see anyone, and this little brat is ruthless and cruel. He's obviously not a good person. How can I let Su Yan come into contact with such a person? He's an old acquaintance." Qian Hao sighed heavily. "I think it's more like a toad wanting to eat swan meat." Qian Yu coldly snorted, glaring at Yang Kai with even more disdain. Seeing his sister's poor impression of this little brat, Qian Hao didn't say anything more. In any case, although his sister was in the wrong this time, this little brat didn't put Ice Sect in his eyes at all, destroying so many icebergs at once. If Qian Hao really tried to turn this big issue into a small one, then a small one, he wouldn't be able to explain himself in front of the sect's disciples. Considering all this, Qian Hao coldly said, "Just because of this, you're willing to go to such lengths and even destroy my Ice Sect's property? If I'm not happy, no one will be happy. Little brat, you're quite arrogant. But I don't know if you can afford the consequences. I won't kill you, but I'll give you two choices. Either you join my Ice Sect as a slave and pay for the losses you've caused this time, or I'll cut off your hands. Choose for yourself." Saying so, Qian Hao stared coldly at Yang Kai, wondering what choice he would make. "I won't choose either." Qian Hao smiled and shook his head. "That's not up to you. And, seeing that your aptitude is quite good, I'll choose the first option. Although your secret art is contrary to my Ice Sect's, you can still be considered a talent. It's a pity to destroy you like this." Saying so, an invisible energy suddenly burst forth and directly imprisoned Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't show any intention of dodging and simply allowed himself to be bound. Not only did he not panic, he instead wore a look of victory as he sneered lightly. "What are you laughing at?" Qian Hao frowned. "From now on, you'll follow me and take care of me. Rest assured, I won't treat you badly. Once you enter Ice Sect as a slave, you'll eventually be able to see the person you want to see. But that's only if you behave yourself, otherwise you'll suffer." "You want me to take care of you?" Yang Kai laughed. "I'm afraid you don't have that kind of luck." Qian Hao coldly snorted. "Allowing you to serve me is an act of kindness. Don't fail to appreciate it." Another Saint Realm Master also chimed in. That's right, little brat. Brother Qian Hao is being generous. Don't fail to appreciate his kindness. The last person also chimed in. Angering Brother Qian Hao won't do you any good. Qian Hao looked at Yang Kai with interest and smiled. I don't care what you came to Ice Sect for, nor do I care what kind of grievances you've suffered. But the fact that you've acted so atrociously here is a fact. Not killing you is already the greatest mercy I can give you. Now tell me, what qualifications do you have to bargain with me? Do you think with your strength, you can escape from my hands? Look around yourself. Yang Kai's lips curled into a sarcastic smile as he lightly reminded her. Hearing this, the 4 Saint Realm Masters all showed strange looks as they quickly scanned their surroundings. The next moment, the expressions of the 4 saints all changed greatly. From the beginning, they had felt something was off, but all of their attention had been focused on Yang Kai, so they hadn't been able to investigate carefully. But now, under Yang Kai's reminder, they discovered that their surroundings were completely silent. Almost all of the Ice Sect disciples who had been forced out of the Ice Mountain were completely silent. Moreover, all of the Ice Sect disciples had pained looks on their faces and were unconscious. Chapter 733. After a cursory examination, Qian Kai found that more than 200 people were in such a situation. Regardless of their cultivation or age, each one of them was the same, their life auras somewhat chaotic. Even the sect's transcendents weren't able to avoid this. It was impossible for the sect's disciples to become like this for no reason, so the only explanation was that this little brat had done something to them. But what kind of skill did he possess to do such a thing under the noses of 4 saints? Qian Hao and the others couldn't help feeling suspicious. Did you do this? Qian Hao winked at the other 2 Saint Realm Masters while glaring towards Yang Kai coldly. Guess. What did you do to them? Why are they all in such pain? Qian Hao asked sternly. Yang Kai laughed heartily, his smile extremely carefree. The 2 masters who had been instructed by Qian Hao to investigate were shocked to find that there were no wounds on these disciples at all, nor were there any signs of poisoning. Looking at each other, both of them wore looks of confusion. If they weren't poisoned or injured, how could their disciples all become like this? Not thinking too much about it, the 2 of them quickly released their divine senses, wanting to carefully investigate what had happened to their disciples. But not long after they released their divine senses, both of their faces changed as they called out in alarm. What is this? While screaming, they began fleeing in panic, as if there was something powerful chasing them from behind. Seeing this scene, whether it was Chen Yu or Qian Hao, both felt a chill run down their spines as a chill ran down their spines. What's wrong with you? Chen Yu asked. Don't come over. Don't use your divine sense to investigate. One of them went pale as he ran and shouted. There's something that targets our divine sense. We can't get rid of it if we touch it. At the same time, the other man let out a miserable scream, his face filled with pain. The 2 First Order saints both looked like they had encountered a great disaster, both of them panicking. Qian Yu wanted to help but didn't know where to start. Qian Hao glanced over at Yang Kai coldly, a thoughtful look appearing on his face, a deep sense of dread flashing across his eyes as he quietly stared towards Yuan Qi. This little brat's methods were too strange. Even a First Order saint had suffered a calamity, so he didn't dare not be on guard. After a while, the 2 Saint Realm Masters gradually stabilized, but both of their faces were still pale, their brow furrowed, a look of lingering fear on their faces. Brat, what did you put here? One of them looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and no longer looked at him with contempt. He endured the pain in his spirit and asked, worthy of being a Saint Realm Master, you can still maintain your consciousness. Yang Kai's expression was relaxed as he praised. Not only were they able to maintain their consciousness, but their combat strength was also not damaged. In other words, they were not much different from before. They just had some worries. What's going on? Chen Yu asked in horror. She was well aware of the strength of these 2 elders. If even they were affected, she would not have been able to escape either. Some kind of imperceptible insect has spread throughout the knowledge seas of those disciples. When we used our divine senses to investigate, we were also infected. One of them glared at Yang Kai with resentment and slowly explained, although we were able to temporarily suppress these insects, it will take some time to get rid of them. With the disciples' current strength, I'm afraid they won't be able to do so. Exotic insects? Qian Yu's beautiful face paled. What kind of insects? I don't know, we'll have to ask him. Qian Hao took a deep breath, hesitating for a moment before releasing the shackles on Yang Kai and saying lightly, "Boy, you win." I'll let you go first to show my ice sect's sincerity. Now answer our questions obediently. A wise man submits to circumstances. Yang Kai smiled sarcastically. The faces of the four elders sank. For saints against a single first-order transcendent. But not only were they unable to do anything to him, two of them had also fallen victim to his underhanded tricks. Ice Sect's foundation had been destroyed and hundreds of its disciples were still alive. This time, they had lost a great deal of face. Although Yang Kai's sarcasm had angered them greatly, none of them dared to act out. What kind of insects are they? Qian Hao asked in a deep voice. Since you released them, you should know better than anyone else, right? Yang Kai gently nodded and said, Soul-devouring insects? Haven't you heard of them before? Hearing this, the four elders' expression became solemn. Naturally, they had heard of the soul-devouring insects. These exotic ancient insects were so small that they were almost imperceptible and specialized in devouring spiritual energy. Once infected, they would rapidly multiply, making them extremely difficult to eliminate. However, these were only exotic insects they had heard of in legends. Who would have thought they were still alive? Little brat. One of the elders who had been infected by the soul-devouring insects coldly snorted. Although my ice sect is isolated from the rest of the world, we are not ignorant. These soul-devouring insects are indeed powerful. But to think they can devour the soul of a Saint Realm cultivator is simply a fantasy. These can't possibly be soul-devouring insects. Soul-devouring insects were something a Saint Realm cultivator could easily deal with and avoid harming themselves. Powerful spiritual energy could easily kill these exotic ancient insects in an instant. So when Yang Kai reported the name of these insects, his first reaction was that he was lying. Yang Kai grinned. Sorry, my soul-devouring insects may not be the same as the ones described in legends. They are actually a bit more powerful. It had been almost 2 years since Yang Kai had followed Songyan and Feiyu into the ancient mansion and obtained these exotic ancient insects. During these 2 years, the soul-devouring insects had been living on the five-colored island in Yang Kai's knowledge sea and had been greatly nourished. Yang Kai could also feel that they had become even more powerful. While Yang Kai was entangled with Chen Yu, he had destroyed many of the ice mountains and scattered countless soul-devouring insects along the way. All the ice sect disciples who had been forced out had fallen victim to these insects, without exception. You say they're soul-devouring insects? Why are you safe and sound? How did you release them? The man asked coldly. You ask too many questions. I have no obligation to answer them. Yang Kai glanced at him contemptuously. I can only tell you that your ice sect disciples won't be in danger for half an hour, but after half an hour, I can't guarantee that. These little insects aren't very obedient. You're digging your own grave. If even a single one of my ice sect disciples dies, you can prepare to die. Yang Kai laughed. You want to bury hundreds of people with me? As long as you're willing, I don't care if I die. The four people suddenly went silent, feeling a headache coming on. Ice sect didn't have many disciples, at most 500. If 200 to 300 of them were to die at once, the loss would be too great. This little brat was simply an unscrupulous demon, a piece of meat on the chopping block, hateful to the extreme. The four people hated Yang Kai to the bone, but for fear of breaking the vases, they didn't dare act rashly, although they had absolute confidence they could kill this little brat in one blow. But after killing him, what would happen to those soul-devouring insects? But if they had to admit defeat now, none of them would be able to swallow this insult. Just as they were silently cursing in their hearts, a woman's voice suddenly floated over. "Little brat, is your surname Yang?" Yang Kai's face changed dramatically because he hadn't noticed anyone approaching. But when he looked towards the source of the voice, he was shocked to find that not far away, a graceful figure had appeared. This woman looked extremely young, at most about the same age as Su Yan, but her cultivation was unfathomable and her aura was stable, like an ancient well without any fluctuations. Yang Kai felt great pressure from her. This kind of pressure was something he hadn't felt from the four elders of Ice Sect. Standing there, she seemed to be one with this frozen world, omnipresent. Third Order Saint. Yang Kai took a deep breath, his expression becoming vigilant. Although he knew this was a powerful enemy, after listening to this woman's words, the violence and anger in Yang Kai's heart actually weakened significantly. Her voice seemed to contain a mysterious power that seemed to be able to dissolve the resentment and injustice in his heart. It was soft and gentle, like the sound of nature, extremely pleasant to the ear. "Greetings, Sect Master." Qian Hao and the others also bowed respectfully. The woman smiled lightly. "There's no need to be polite. Isn't the noise you've made a bit too big?" Although her tone didn't reveal any trace of blame, Qian Hao and the others couldn't help feeling a little ashamed, as if they wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Their faces flushed red. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he asked, "Are you the Sect Master of Ice Sect?" I am the Sect Master of Ice Sect, Qingya." The woman nodded gently, her face filled with a faint smile. The woman gently nodded with a smile on her face. Her aura was extremely pure, like a glacier without the slightest impurity. Just looking at her would make one feel refreshed. Her voice was soft as she asked again, "Is your surname Yang?" The hostility on Yang Kai's face was greatly reduced and his expression relaxed as he nodded slightly. "Then there's no mistake. The person Meng Wuya was talking about was you, right?" "Yes. You're even more outstanding than he described. I hadn't expected you to find this place so quickly." Qingya smiled lightly. "I also didn't expect Ice Sect's Sect Master to be so young and beautiful. I thought Treasurer Meng's friend was a white-haired old woman. But seeing you today is an eye-opener." Yang Kai looked her up and down, a look of amazement filling his face, but his eyes were clear and filled with amazement, without the slightest obscenity. "What do you think?" Qingya seemed to be very happy, her smile becoming more and more cheerful. "Smelly brat, smooth talking." Qian Yu curled her lips. "Sure enough, you're not a good person. Treasurer Meng actually knows someone like you? It seems I've underestimated him." Yang Kai nodded seriously. Qingya giggled. Yang Kai's flattery was so subtle that it made her feel quite happy. Qian Hao and the others were secretly watching from the sidelines, their hearts filled with a bitter taste. They hadn't seen their sect master smile like this for a long time. None of them had expected that a little brat who had popped out of nowhere would be able to tease their sect master to such an extent. This little brat is definitely a womanizer. Otherwise, how could he have such a clear understanding of women's thoughts? All of them cursed in their hearts, their expressions filled with disdain. Chapter 734. Outside the Ice Mountain, Ice Sect's Sect Master Qingya had strangely appeared, but not only did she not show any dissatisfaction or hostility towards Yang Kai, she was actually quite amiable, making Yang Kai feel embarrassed to continue making trouble. Yang Kai had already decided to shed all pretense of cordiality with Ice Sect and cause a ruckus here before taking Su Yan away. However, Ice Sect's Sect Master Qingya's attitude made it impossible for Yang Kai to use his full strength. She had greeted him with a smile, so if he continued to act like he did just now, he would appear somewhat unreasonable. "You're here to find Su Yan, right?" Meng Wuya mentioned this before. Qingya still asked softly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I won't hide it from you, Su Yan had an accident." Yang Kai's face suddenly became cold. Qingya quickly said, "But you can rest assured, her life isn't in any danger. She just sealed herself in ice." "Sealed herself in ice?" Yang Kai frowned. Her current situation is the result of her own choice. Of course, my ice sect also bears some responsibility for it. Come with me, you'll understand when you see her. Just a few words won't be enough. Qingye beckoned to Yang Kai. Sect Master. Qian Yu hurriedly called out, obviously wanting to stop them. But after being glared at by Qingye, she quickly shut up. Right before that, can you take back those little insects from my ice sect disciples' knowledge seas? Since you released these insects, you should have a way to take them back, right? Qingye looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Sorry, before confirming the condition of my senior sister, I'm not going to take back those insects. Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Right now, he only had this trump card. Using the lives of more than 200 Ice Sect disciples as a hostage was the only way to make Ice Sect hesitate to attack him. Although he felt that this Qingye was a trustworthy person, he still needed to be on guard against her. If she suddenly attacked him after he received the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai didn't have the ability to survive a third-order saint. You're really careful. Qingye shook her head helplessly. If that's the case, my Ice Sect disciples won't have an accident, right? I've already said that their lives will not be in danger for the next hour. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. All right, come with me. Qian Yu, you come with me. Qian Hao, you guys stay outside and look after the disciples. Yes. Everyone nodded respectfully. Qian Hao stared coldly at Yang Kai and threatened, Brat, don't play any tricks, or you'll suffer. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with him. As Qingye flew forward, she came to a stop in front of the ice mountain where Yang Kai had sensed Su Yan's aura. Qingye waved her jade hand and a strange door appeared halfway up the ice mountain. This gate was also carved out of ice crystals, and mysterious energy flowed through it. There was also a faint array pattern on it, which was obviously able to isolate the probing of divine sense. After entering the ice mountain, a bone-chilling chill washed over them from all directions. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he hurriedly circulated his yuan qi to expel the cold from his body. Feeling the hot energy in his body, Qian Yu showed a look of disgust on her pretty face. Everyone in Ice Sect cultivated ice attribute secret arts and martial skills, so they were extremely sensitive to this kind of energy. The interior of the ice mountain was crystal clear, and the road inside seemed to be paved with crystal. It was a beautiful sight to behold and was dotted with strange stones used for illumination, illuminating the ice crystal corridor in a dazzling light. As they walked down, Yang Kai's breathing gradually became heavier. He could clearly feel that he was getting closer and closer to Su Yan. After walking for about half a cup of tea's worth of time, the three of them arrived in front of a huge ice room. Qingye glanced back at Yang Kai and said, Su Yan isn't here, but you have to promise me that you won't get too excited. I know. Yang Kai responded faintly. Qingye nodded lightly, pushed open the door of the ice room, and was the first to walk in, Yang Kai and Qian Yu following closely behind. Inside the ice room, there was nothing but an ice bed. On this ice bed, Su Yan's eyes were closed, her body wrapped in ice, seemingly in a deep sleep. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a monstrous anger rose in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it and slowly walked towards the ice bed. Qingye and Qian Yu both stared at him, the two of them strangely discovering that the moment this arrogant and insidious young man saw Su Yan, his ferocious face calmed down and his pair of eyes filled with a deep sense of longing. So gentle it was almost as if water would drip from them. The expression on Yang Kai's face constantly changed, seemingly a mix of fear and expectation as he slowly approached the ice bed. As he walked, his expression gradually calmed down. Arriving in front of the ice bed, Yang Kai stared at the jade figure on the bed, his mouth curling into a slight smile. Su Yan was lying on the bed. Her life was not in danger, but her whole body was wrapped in an extremely strange ice, as if she was sealed in ice, completely unresponsive to Yang Kai's arrival. Yang Kai stretched out his hand but couldn't touch her. Quietly observing, Su Yan's expression was calm, her two hands naturally resting on her flat stomach. Before she was sealed in ice, she seemed to have a high level of awareness and didn't feel the slightest pain. Moreover, at this moment, The yuan qi in Su Yan's body was still circulating rapidly, and the secret art she cultivated was still operating at a faster rate than usual. Knowing that Yang Kai's mood was fluctuating, Qingye and Qianyu tactfully kept quiet and didn't disturb him. As time passed by, Qingye's expression didn't change, but Qianyu was becoming impatient. More than 200 ice sect disciples had encountered a great disaster. If Yang Kai didn't take back his soul-devouring insects after half an hour, they would all die. So Qianyu couldn't help urging, "Little brat, how much longer are you going to watch? No matter how much you watch, you won't be able to wake her up. Not only has she frozen her body, but she has also frozen her consciousness." Yang Kai suddenly turned around and stared at her coldly. Qianyu unconsciously averted her gaze, as if she had a guilty conscience. "Is this a martial skill?" Yang Kai turned to Qingye and asked. Qingye nodded lightly. This is one of my ice sect's secret arts, ice body sealed heart. After using this secret art, one's yuan qi will condense, sealing one's body and mind in ice, causing one to lose all sensation in an instant. Then why is senior sister's secret art still operating? Yang Kai frowned. Qingye smiled lightly. Ice body sealed heart is a secret art that assists one's cultivation. When my ice sect's disciples use this technique, they can force themselves into a state of complete selflessness. Cultivating in this state allows them to cultivate much faster than normal. Many disciples use this move when they are in seclusion. Depending on the amount of true essence and comprehension used to use this martial skill, the duration of the frozen body-locked heart is also different. How long does my senior sister's secret art last? Yang Kai asked. Qingye's expression became gloomy as she slowly shook her head. I can't say. It could be a dozen years. It could be a few decades. It could also be forever. Su Yan is currently using the yuan qi she cultivates to maintain the frozen state outside her body. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Why does she want to freeze herself? Did she suffer some kind of grievance in your ice sect? Was she abused? Saying so, he turned an unfriendly look towards Qianyu. Smelly brat, what are you looking at me for? I like her so much. How could I abuse her? Qianyu suddenly became annoyed. Little brat, don't worry. Elder Qianyu won't mistreat Su Yan. She still wants to accept your senior sister as her disciple. Qingye quickly tried to persuade him. I'm afraid she won't have that kind of luck. Yang Kai hated this beautiful woman Qianyu from the bottom of his heart. However, this matter really has something to do with Elder Qianyu. Qingye sighed softly. Su Yan becoming like this is partly her responsibility. Qianyu's expression also became gloomy as she said bitterly. I didn't expect her to be like this. Nor did I know when she learned the ice body sealed heart. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have forced her like this. Ha! Saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai and coldly said, Boy, I won't deny this, but I did it for her own good. I didn't mean to harm her. What happened? Yang Kai's eyes spat fire. Although Qianyu had said so, it was still just her side of the story, so he still had to ask her clearly about the situation. Qianyu, tell me. Qingye rubbed her forehead. Qianyu nodded slightly and began recounting what happened after Su Yan entered Ice Sect. 2 years ago, Meng Wuya suddenly brought Xianing Chong and Su Yan to Ice Sect and found Ice Sect's sect master Qingye, entrusting her with the task of taking care of Su Yan temporarily. Ice Sect lived in seclusion in this ice world and generally did not accept outsiders, but Meng Wuya had some friendship with Qingye after all. Unable to resist this old man's shameless coaxing, Qingye had no choice but to agree. After entrusting Su Yan to Ice Sect, Meng Wuya and Xianing Chong left. That old man said that what he was going to do was very dangerous. Taking his disciple with him was one thing, but he couldn't bring Su Yan along and put her in danger, so he secretly left Su Yan here. It wasn't until that old man left that Su Yan learned the truth and had no choice but to temporarily live in Ice Sect. Qianyu explained. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Treasurer Meng's actions were understandable. He definitely hadn't told Su Yan his purpose in coming to Ice Sect in advance. Otherwise, with Su Yan's personality, she would definitely have followed Treasurer Meng and helped him instead of staying in Ice Sect to live a comfortable life. And then, Yang Kai asked. Then Sect Master handed Su Yan over to me. At first, I didn't pay much attention to her. Although her strength wasn't low when she came here, it wasn't too high either. But soon, I discovered that this child's talent was unparalleled and her cultivation speed was incredibly fast. What was most commendable, though, was that the secret art she cultivated was in line with my ice attribute secret art. I think that old man must have had a premeditated plan to entrust Su Yan to Ice Sect. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, thinking that it would be strange if Meng Wuya didn't have a premeditated plan. Meng Wuya definitely knew many powerful masters on Tongshan realm, and Chu Ling Xiao was an old acquaintance of his, yet he had sent Su Yan here. Obviously, he had taken a fancy to Ice Sect's heritage. Meng Wuya's move was obviously to get Ice Sect to help teach Su Yan for free. If it were Yang Kai, he would have done the same. Chapter 735. After witnessing Su Yan's extraordinary aptitude, Qian Yu had gradually taken a liking to her and wanted to test her. How could she have imagined that Su Yan would be able to learn all of Ice Sect's martial skills and secret scriptures so quickly? Qian Yu was pleasantly surprised, thinking she had picked up a treasure. From then on, she began to carefully teach Su Yan, taking great care of her. Ice Sect's restricted area, the ice cave, was even open to her, allowing her to freely enter and cultivate. After a few days like this, Qian Yu proposed to accept Su Yan as a disciple, but to her surprise, Su Yan did not agree, causing her to feel a little disappointed. However, cherishing Su Yan's aptitude, Qian Yu didn't blame her and instead continued to take care of her. Su Yan was very grateful to her, and although she didn't call her master, she still treated her as a junior. This child's aptitude is unquestionable, and her physique is very pure. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter she had, but it seems to be very close to the legendary ice crystal body, Qian Yu slowly said, her face filled with doubt. But after carefully reading some ancient books, I found that her physique is not the ice crystal body. Yang Kai snorted lightly. He had given Su Yan so much myriad drug liquid and myriad drug milk at the time. After so many years of consuming it, it would be strange if her physique wasn't pure. Moreover, I often see her alone in contemplation, and every time she does so, a happy smile will appear on her face. Qian Yu glanced at Yang Kai coldly. There will also be a look of reminiscence in her eyes. Yang Kai sniffed. Qing Yu pursed her lips and smiled, quietly sizing up Yang Kai, also somewhat puzzled, wondering what was so special about this little brat that he could actually make Su Yan so moved. My Ice Sect's disciples cultivate ice attribute secret arts, so they must be pure of heart and few desires in order to achieve great success. This child often shows such a look of yearning. It's all because of you, Qian Yu said, her anger rising as she glared hatefully at Yang Kai, seemingly thinking that it was this guy who was hindering Su Yan's future development. Yang Kai curled his lips and said with disdain, "You old woman, how would you know the beauty of female love? You!" Qian Yu was so angry that her body started to tremble. Her face turned pale and her yuan qi started to surge. It was as if she wanted to slap Yang Kai to death to vent her anger. "This child, what are you talking about?" Qing Yu rebuked as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said impatiently, "Okay, go on." Qian Yu clenched her teeth tightly, her chest heaving up and down. It seemed that she was quite angry, and her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred. After a long while, she finally calmed down under Qing Yu's comforting words. She turned her head and said, "I'm not in the mood. Let's not talk about it anymore." Yang Kai sneered and looked towards Qing Yu with a questioning gaze. The Ice Master sighed helplessly and slowly said, "I'll tell you. Originally, Su Yan's aptitude was excellent and her progress was gratifying. Elder Qian Yu wanted to accept her as a disciple, but after being rejected, he didn't pay her any mind. He only thought that one day, he would be able to convince her with sincerity and one day she would willingly enter my ice sect and become a disciple. Unfortunately, Good times don't last. Qingya frowned slightly. After coming here for a year, Elder Qian, you and I both discovered a problem with Su Yan. What problem? Yang Kai asked anxiously. She seems to be cultivating more than one kind of secret art. Inside her body, there is another kind of secret art that coexists with her original ice attribute secret art. Qingya slowly shook her head. If she didn't have this kind of secret art, Su Yan would have no hidden dangers if she only cultivated the ice attribute secret art. But this unknown secret art seems to be hindering the progress of her original secret art. Hindrance? Although there is no problem for the time being, if this situation continues for a long time without proper guidance, not only will Su Yan's strength not make any progress, it will instead be in danger of regressing. Qingya looked at Yang Kai. Since you and this child are senior sister, and she is so devoted to you, you should know what kind of secret art she cultivates, right? I know. Yang Kai nodded. What kind of secret art? Qingya and Chen Yu both asked quickly. A dual cultivation secret art, Yang Kai said bluntly. The two women blushed at once, Chen Yu cursing in disdain. You bastard. You really are the culprit behind Su Yan's misfortune. If you hadn't taken her virginity early on and allowed her to maintain her natural body, how could she have achieved so little now? What do you know? Yang Kai snorted disdainfully. This woman seemed to want to put all the blame on him, causing Yang Kai to be very dissatisfied. From the time he had met Su Yan until now, cultivating the joyous unification art had not only brought her no harm, it had instead brought her many benefits. The reason why Yang Kai and Su Yan's strength had progressed so quickly was because of the joyous unification art. A dual cultivation secret art? Qingya frowned. How could you cultivate such a vulgar secret art? Although a dual cultivation secret art can allow one to grow quickly, generally speaking, one's foundation will not be stable. Sooner or later it will become a hidden danger on your path to growth. How is a dual cultivation secret art? Isn't your thinking too conservative? Yang Kai glanced at her. Besides, Su Yan and I both have a stable foundation. You should be clear about this. Qingya's expression suddenly became suspicious. Indeed, if she had really cultivated a dual cultivation secret art, it would have been impossible for Su Yan to have her current foundation and cultivation. With her strength reaching such a level, all the hidden dangers she had buried in the past should have erupted long ago. But she was still outstanding. This little brat in front of her was also the same. Being able to contend with a master like Chen Yu with just a first-order transcendent cultivation was not something just anyone could accomplish. The only explanation was that the dual cultivation secret art these two were cultivating was definitely very high-end, and not only was it not harmful to the two of them, it also had various benefits. It wasn't that such a secret art didn't exist in this world, but when people heard of a dual cultivation secret art, it was inevitable that they would think it was some kind of dirty trick. Let's not talk about this for now. After all, we haven't seen a dual cultivation secret art, so it's not appropriate for us to comment on it. Qingya's face flushed red as she changed the subject. But when Elder Qian Yu discovered this problem, she hoped that Su Yan would abolish that unknown secret art and devote herself to cultivating her ice attribute secret art. If she abolishes that secret art, my ice sex other supreme secret art can also be cultivated, which will only bring her benefits, no harm. My senior sister refused, right? Yang Kai stared at her coldly. Chen Yu and I didn't know why she refused so bluntly, but now it seems that this secret art should be the connection between you and her, so she refused to abolish it. Qingya sighed faintly. This child can be considered an infatuated person. Unfortunately, some people aren't worthy of her. Chen Yu's words were laced with sarcasm, her face filled with disdain. If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll have your ice sex 200 disciples die right now. Yang Kai glared at Chen Yu coldly, causing Chen Yu to grit her teeth, a ferocious expression appearing on her face as if she wanted to swallow Yang Kai alive. Qingya continued. Elder Chen Yu tried to persuade her several times, but she refused. In the end, Elder Chen Yu tried to forcibly abolish her secret art, but unfortunately, she seemed to be aware of this, and before Elder Chen Yu could act, She used her ice body-sealed heart and sealed herself in ice, not giving Elder Qian Yu a chance to act. Yang Kai grinned maliciously. So, the reason my senior sister became like this is all this woman's fault? As he spoke, his yuan qi surged violently, overflowing with murderous intent. Qing Ya's expression changed as she quickly said, "Don't be angry. Although I also feel that Qian Yu's approach was somewhat wrong, wanting to act without Su Yan's consent. In truth, she had good intentions. My ice sect's secret art isn't something anyone can learn. It can only be said that her good intentions led to the wrong thing and harmed Su Yan. That is truly a great kindness. I thank you on behalf of my senior sister." Yang Kai grit his teeth and coldly snorted, his voice as cold as the wind blowing from the depths of hell, causing one's hair to stand on end. Qian Yu surprisingly didn't refute Yang Kai and instead wore a look of shame and indignation, her eyes darting around as she wore a pained expression. If she continued to argue, Yang Kai really might not be able to restrain himself and attack her here. Seeing her regretful and ashamed appearance, Yang Kai's murderous intent suddenly lessened. This woman was certainly hateful, but it seemed that she genuinely cared about Su Yan. Based on this point, Yang Kai didn't want to tangle with her anymore. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai calmed the monstrous anger in his heart and slowly said, "I understand what happened." Qingya frowned and softly said, "In fact, this isn't a bad thing. The ice body locked heart isn't harmful to Su Yan. In fact, if she remains in this state, she will be able to rapidly improve her strength. When she wakes up again, her cultivation will have greatly increased." "Wait for her to wake up?" Yang Kai sneered. "When will she wake up? 10 years? 20 years? Or even longer?" Qingya and Qian Yu remained silent. Yang Kai's question was too tricky for them to answer. There had never been an ice sect disciple who had used the ice body-sealed heart to such an extent. Su Yan hadn't even considered whether or not she would be able to wake up. If she didn't find a way to solve this problem, perhaps she would remain in this state forever. "Now that I've explained the situation to you, my ice sect's 200 disciples," Qingya asked, "you can rest assured in the name of ice sect's sect master, as long as those 200 disciples are out of danger, no one here will embarrass you again." Yang Kai stared at her deeply for a moment before nodding lightly. Once again following Qingya and Qian Yu out, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense, covering a large area and retrieving all the soul-devouring insects he had released. However, the two Saint Realm elders of Ice Sect who had been struck by these exotic ancient insects didn't ask Yang Kai to help them and instead returned to their own residences to enter retreat. They were confident that with their powerful cultivation and spiritual energy, they could kill the insects that had invaded their knowledge seas. So naturally, they didn't want to owe Yang Kai a favor. Qian Yu and the others carefully examined the disciples, and after confirming that they weren't in mortal danger, they relaxed. Chapter 736. Ice Sect. Half a month had passed since Yang Kai arrived, and during this time, he had been accompanying the sleeping Su Yan in her ice room, not leaving her side at all. In another ice room, the Ice Master and the 4 Saint Realm elders were gathered together, seemingly in a heated discussion. The 4 of them were each expressing their own views while the Ice Master, Qingya, sat silently on a crystal-clear ice chair. One of the Saint Realm Masters whose knowledge sea had been invaded by those soul-devouring insects shouted angrily, "That little brat doesn't seem to be anything good. I don't know what kind of special method he used to control those exotic ancient insects, but from the way he acted against my Ice Sect disciples, it's clear he is a vicious and merciless brat. Such a person needs to be expelled as soon as possible." Another Saint Realm Master who had suffered a loss at the hands of Yang Kai also nodded quickly, "I agree." Saying so, he turned to Qian Hao and asked, "Brother Qian Hao, what do you two think?" "He must leave." Qian Hao hesitated for a moment before quickly saying, "My Ice Sect is a pure land. The moment he arrived here, he brought so much strife. Such a person is always a scourge and cannot be allowed to remain." Qian Yu didn't say a word, but from her expression, it was obvious she didn't want Yang Kai to remain in Ice Sect. Sect Master. Qian Hao looked up at Qingya. It's time for him to leave. Staying in my Ice Sect all this time isn't proper. Qingya smiled lightly. Why are you in such a hurry to drive him away? Although his previous methods were indeed a bit extreme from his standpoint, he was forced to do so. On top of that, he showed mercy to my Ice Sect disciples. The souls of those disciples who were injured weren't damaged and will only need to rest for a few days to recover. We can't just burn the bridge after crossing the river. Qian Yu's beautiful eyes flashed as she sighed. Besides, he came here looking for his senior sister. Now that Su Yan has fallen into a deep sleep and we don't know when she will wake up, if we insist on driving him away, I'm afraid it will only backfire and force him to release those exotic ancient insects again. Then what do we do? Do we just let him stay in my Ice Sect forever? There's no harm in letting him take Su Yan away, Qian Hao proposed. When that old man came here, didn't he say that if someone came looking for Su Yan, we were to let them pass? We wouldn't embarrass them, nor would we bother with their previous mistakes. How about we just let him take Su Yan away? Qian Yu frowned. Big brother, with Su Yan's current condition, if you let that little brat take her away, I won't feel at ease. Although she hated Yang Kai, she still loved Su Yan from the bottom of her heart. Naturally, he had to do everything in his power to protect him. He shook his head decisively. I won't agree to this. All right. Qingya waved her hand and said, let's not talk about this for now. From what I can see, that brat is also an infatuated person. For the past few days, he has been staying in the ice room without moving at all. How about this? I'll go talk to him first and see what he thinks. Perhaps he doesn't intend to remain in my Ice Sect forever. When the 4 elders heard this, they could only nod. The 3 male elders quickly left, but Qian Yu stayed behind. Sect leader, I'll go with you. Qingya lightly nodded. The 2 of them got up and walked towards the ice mountain where Su Yan was. A short time later, the pair arrived in front of the ice room and gently knocked on the door. There was no response from inside, but Qingya felt some unusual energy fluctuations. Frowning, Qian Yu pushed open the door and entered. At this moment, inside the ice room, not only was there a biting chill, but there was also a scorching heat. Glancing forward, Qingya couldn't help covering her mouth. Yang Kai's hands were actually covering the layer of ice around Su Yan's body. His yuan qi surging. You idiot! What are you doing? Qian Yu immediately shouted, her figure flickering as she arrived in front of Yang Kai and waved her hand towards him. Yang Kai didn't try to resist, instead just turning his head and staring at her coldly. Qian Yu's heart clenched and the palm that was about to hit Yang Kai suddenly stopped, grit her teeth and shouted, What are you doing? It's none of your damn business. Yang Kai snorted. Qingya also hurriedly walked over and worriedly said, Don't do that. You'll hurt Su Yan. I know what I'm doing. Yang Kai responded faintly. He didn't want Su Yan to be hurt more than anyone else, so naturally he would be careful when he acted, making sure no accidents would occur. Are you trying to contact Su Yan? Qingya asked thoughtfully. Yang Kai nodded. He and Su Yan both cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. The joyous unification art had 3 stages. At the very beginning, one's body had to be merged before they could dual cultivate, but at the second stage, there was no need for physical contact. One only needed to be close to each other and not too far away from each other to be able to fuse their yuan qi and sublimate their mind and soul. Whether it was cultivation or battle, this was greatly beneficial to both parties. Currently, Su Yan's body was wrapped in a thick layer of ice, so there was no hope for the first stage. This layer of ice was extremely solid and had been condensed from Su Yan's yuan qi, so Yang Kai didn't want to break it. He only hoped to use the second stage to dual cultivate with Su Yan and see if he could use this opportunity to communicate with her. However, even after trying for so long, he still hadn't made any progress. Su Yan's yuan qi didn't respond to his calls. The 2 simply couldn't merge. Don't waste your energy. I don't know what kind of dual cultivation technique you're cultivating, but the ice body locked heart is one of my Ice Sect's secret arts. Once you use it, you'll lose all sensation. I don't think your dual cultivation technique will be any better than the ice body-locked heart and be able to break through this shackle. Qian Yu splashed cold water on Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her words, his brow furrowed. He had been experimenting for half a month but hadn't made any progress, so now it seemed that he could only try using the third stage of the joyous unification art. If it still didn't work, then Yang Kai would be helpless and could only wait for Su Yan to wake up on her own. Yang Kai didn't expect to wake Su Yan up right now. Using the ice body-locked heart wouldn't do her any harm and would instead benefit her, so there was no need to wake her up now. Yang Kai just wanted to be able to communicate with her and see what she was thinking right now. If Su Yan didn't want to stay in Ice Sect, Yang Kai would immediately take her away, but if Su Yan said she wanted to stay here, Yang Kai would comply. This place was simply a cultivation paradise for Su Yan. Even though the world was so big, it was difficult to find such a suitable environment. Seeing him contemplating, Qian Yu coldly snorted and no longer tried to provoke him. Qing Yu sighed softly and said, Yang Kai, there is a saying that haste makes waste. You shouldn't be too impatient. Yang Kai grinned, raising his head and asking, since your ice sect has such a secret art, is there no way to dispel it? Qing Yu shook her head. Unless the user dispels it themselves, outsiders have no way to do so, let alone establish a connection with it. It is precisely because once the ice body-locked heart is used, one will lose all perception, so it can be used to assist my ice sect's disciples in their cultivation. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai, there's something I want to ask you. Qing Yu hesitated for a moment, her expression somewhat embarrassed. You want to know when I'll be leaving? Yang Kai showed a playful smile, asking directly. Qing Yu was startled, not having expected his thoughts to be so astute, calmly saying, it's not that I want to drive you away, it's just that my ice sect doesn't accept outsiders. Su Yan is one thing, but your arrival here is a violation of my ice sect's rules. Don't worry, I don't plan on staying here forever. This place is so cold that the secret art I cultivate is somewhat suppressed. Yang Kai curled his lips. But for the time being, I don't plan on leaving. And I want to enter retreat for a while. I hope no one will disturb me. Enter retreat here? Qing Yu keenly noticed something. You don't want to try to establish a connection with Su Yan, do you? Little brat, I advise you to give up and leave as soon as possible. Chen Yu said with obvious disdain. Chen Yu said with a look of disdain towards Yang Kai. No one can form a connection with someone who has used the ice body-sealed heart, so don't waste your efforts. Su Yan is here, whether she joins my ice sect or not. I will take good care of her. There's no need for you to worry about her. She doesn't need your care. Yang Kai glanced at her coldly before turning to Qing Yu and saying, Sect Master, please agree to this little brat's request. Fine. Qing Yu nodded helplessly. I'll allow you to enter retreat in my ice sect, but only once. When you emerge, no matter what happens to Su Yan, you must leave. At that time, whether you want to take Su Yan with you or leave her here is up to you. My ice sect will not interfere. Many thanks, Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Qing Yu was much easier to talk to than Chen Yu. She was young and beautiful, and her voice was soft and gentle. He couldn't help wondering if she and Treasurer Meng were old friends. However, when he thought of her standing together with that old man Meng Wuxia, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of regret. As he thought of this, the expression in his eyes became strange. Qing Yu frowned but didn't ask any more questions, quickly leaving with Chen Yu. After they left, Yang Kai took a deep breath and stared at the jade figure sleeping inside the ice, his eyes softening. After staring for a while, Yang Kai closed his eyes and placed his hands on the ice covering Su Yan's body, his divine sense bursting forth. The third stage of the joyous unification art was the fusion of soul and soul. When Yang Kai and Su Yan parted ways in the past, they had already reached a level of mutual understanding, but they had never tried to dual cultivate through soul fusion. Now, he could only use this method to see if he could reach a connection with Su Yan. Constantly calling out to Su Yan with his divine sense, Yang Kai's true qi also burst forth from his hands, penetrating the thick layer of ice and entering Su Yan's body, pouring it into her meridians. There was no response, as if Su Yan had really lost all consciousness. Not only was there no movement from her body, but even her consciousness was also completely still. At this moment, she was simply a sleeping ice doll. Yang Kai didn't become anxious, nor did he feel discouraged, constantly repeating this monotonous action. He believed that with the deep bond between him and Su Yan, there was a high chance he could break through the ice body-locked heart and achieve resonance with Su Yan's consciousness. Chapter 737. Time flew by and Ice Sec's usual tranquility was restored. Although the Saint Realm Masters could clearly feel a burning hot aura emanating from one of the icebergs, all of them had received Qing Ya's orders and none of them dared to disturb it. 10 days passed, 1 month passed, 2 months passed. The burning hot energy aura never ceased, blooming from time to time. Although they didn't really like Kai Yang, his perseverance made them look at him in a new light. From time to time, Qingya and Qian Yu would stare towards the direction of the icebergs and sigh faintly. Inside the ice room, Yang Kai seemed to have been bewitched, mechanically repeating his actions, Yuan Qi and Divine Sense constantly transmitting messages to Su Yan. In the first few days, he didn't get any response. But gradually, he seemed to feel some unusual movements. It was as if there was a divine sense that was trying to respond to him but was unable to find the direction to respond. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's spirits rose and he began sparing no effort. After an unknown amount of time, even Yang Kai felt a deep sense of exhaustion. Suddenly, Yang Kai's divine sense was plunged into darkness, as if it had fallen into a bottomless abyss, losing all sense of direction. A bone-chilling chill spread from his soul, causing Yang Kai to shiver uncontrollably. Looking around, all he could see was endless darkness, without a trace of light. The only thing he could clearly feel was an intense chill. Here, a kind of loneliness and longing spread, and faintly, Yang Kai heard a subtle voice calling out to him. His heart trembling, Yang Kai suddenly realized that this was Su Yan's spiritual world. After using the ice body-locked heart, she had sealed off all her senses, so her consciousness was completely dark, but she still had a trace of her own subconsciousness. Just as she was about to respond to Yang Kai, it was as if she had fallen into a nightmare, unable to break free from the shackles of darkness. Yang Kai searched desperately, his footsteps never stopping, but the road under his feet seemed endless. His divine sense surged wildly, piercing into the dark space, transmitting his emotions in all directions. Somewhere, Yang Kai received some unusual feedback, so he stopped in place and closed his eyes to sense. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes and saw a faint light blooming in the darkness in front of him. Yang Kai grinned as his soul avatar quickly rushed towards the direction of this light. As he approached, a familiar aura was transmitted to him from this light. It was none other than Su Yan's spiritual energy. The light grew brighter and brighter, and when Yang Kai passed through it, the darkness around him, the surrounding area. Seeing this scene, he found this scene, he was extremely familiar with it. High Heaven Pavilion. Scanning his surroundings with his divine sense, Yang Kai found his old house, Su Yan's small loft, the contribution hall, and many other familiar buildings. Everything was there, even the roads leading to the contribution hall. The only difference from High Heaven Pavilion was that there was no one here. It was very peaceful, and it was extremely cold, with ice everywhere. This was Su Yan's spiritual world. Everything could be constructed according to her thoughts, just like in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The 5-colored soul-warming lotus had transformed into a 5-colored island. Su Yan's spiritual world presented the scene of High Heaven Pavilion. The only explanation was that she missed the time in the sect, so she subconsciously arranged her spiritual world like this. This wasn't something she had deliberately created. Yang Kai was well aware of this. Unfortunately, here, Yang Kai still could not find any trace of Su Yan. Standing in place and thinking for a moment, Yang Kai smiled slightly, soon knowing where Su Yan was. His soul avatar set foot on the path he had not set foot on for a long time, passing through the various paths in the sect and arriving at the coiling dragon stream behind High Heaven Pavilion. Beside the huge coiling dragon stream, there were several fruit trees swaying in the wind, with several red fruits hanging from them. These fruit trees were personally planted by Yang Kai. When the demon lord escaped from the coiling dragon stream, these fruit trees had been destroyed, but now they reappeared in Su Yan's spiritual world. Standing beside the fruit trees, Yang Kai reminisced for a while before suddenly jumping down. Once he was in midair, he quickly turned around and drilled into an immortal's cave on the cliff face of the coiling dragon stream. This was Kai Yang's secluded cave mansion. When he was very weak, he had spent a great deal of effort to carve out this secluded cave mansion. Every piece of rock in this secluded cave mansion was carved out by him using his true chi. The cave mansion was not big, only about the size of 2 rooms. The outer room was where Yang Kai usually meditated and cultivated, while the inner room had a stone bed where he rested. Little senior sister Xia Ningchong often took a nap on this stone bed. Passing through the outer room, Yang Kai came to the inner room and saw a familiar and beautiful figure lying on the stone bed. Even in her spiritual world, Su Yan was still asleep. After using Ice Sect's secret art, she had even sealed off her divine sense. If not for this, she would have been able to sense Yang Kai's existence. Slowly walking over, Yang Kai stopped beside the stone bed and slowly squatted down, looking at the sleeping beauty, his face filled with tenderness. Seemingly aware that someone had arrived, Su Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly and her brow furrowed slightly, but after a moment, a smile appeared on her face, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Her long eyelashes trembled even more, and suddenly, she opened her eyes and stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was squatting beside her bed. Yang Kai was stunned. Staring at each other, he still seemed to be in disbelief. Su Yan, on the other hand, pursed her lips and giggled, the surrounding chill quickly reducing by a lot. Su Yan, you? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Breaking into someone's knowledge sea without their permission? Junior brother, your courage isn't small. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai reproachfully and gritted her teeth. How did you wake up? Yang Kai was extremely excited. Didn't you use the ice body-locked heart? Su Yan slowly sat up and smiled. Yes, but when I used it, I placed a seal. What seal? Yang Kai asked. If your divine sense breaks in and finds me, I will wake up for a moment. Wake up for a moment. Yang Kai frowned. Su Yan gently nodded. Only my divine sense will wake up. My body will remain in the state of ice body locked heart. This, I'm afraid Elder Qian Yu doesn't know. Although there was no physical contact, this kind of pleasure was just like the legends, countless times more intense. He could perceive that Su Yan's soul was wrapped around him, and as their souls collided, neither of them could control themselves. Both of them had penetrated deep into the depths of the other's soul, but neither of them spied on the other's secrets, even though both of them had opened their hearts to each other. No matter who it was, both of them were completely immersed in the feeling of soul intercourse, experiencing the beauty of transcending the physical body. As their souls merged, both of their soul avatars underwent delightful and subtle changes. Chapter 738. The Art of Yin-Yang Joyous Unification. During dual cultivation, not only would it allow a man and woman to fuse and converge their yuan qi, but even their divine sense would undergo earth-shaking changes. While experiencing this sensation, Su Yan also felt a profound and mysterious energy being transmitted from Yang Kai's soul avatar to her. Yang Kai shared all of his insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao with her. Su Yan didn't dare neglect and opened her heart to accept this energy, imprinting it into the depths of her soul. Yang Kai's soul also benefited greatly. Although Su Yan's insights were no longer of much use to him, under this fusion, He could clearly feel that his soul was rapidly becoming stronger and his spiritual energy more condensed. Inside the ice room, as the two souls converged, the yuan qi in their bodies also involuntarily burst forth, fusing and interacting, flowing through each other's bodies according to the art of yin-yang joyous unification. Every time it flowed, the yuan qi would become purer. This time's dual cultivation allowed both of them to obtain unimaginable benefits. Suddenly, behind Yang Kai, the phantom of a giant dragon appeared. At the same time, on the surface of Su Yan's body, the phantom of an ice phoenix also appeared. The two ice phoenixes absorbed the two's yuan qi and rapidly expanded, filling the entire ice room in just a moment. A resounding dragon's roar rang out, and a resonant phoenix's cry echoed. The 3,000 glacial worlds shuddered, and the icicles hanging at the bottom of the ice peaks instantly turned into fine powder. Ice cubes rustled as they fell down. Hong Hong. Two sensational energies of diametrically opposed nature burst out from inside the ice mountain and soared into the sky. From Ice Sect's Ice Master Qinya to the ordinary disciples, all of them were alarmed, their expressions changing greatly as they rushed out of their respective ice mountains. Qian Yu was also startled. She had been meditating in her own ice mountain when she felt these two unusual energy fluctuations and naturally rushed out to see what was happening. As far as the eye could see, the other three elders of the sect were all standing in the void, staring up at the sky with dignified expressions, their eyes trembling. Even Ice Master Qing Ya's pretty face was solemn. "Sect Master!" Qian Yu hurriedly approached them and called out, but she didn't get any response. Looking in the direction they were looking at, Qian Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed. In the sky, there was a giant dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long and shone with golden light like a blazing flame. It was a magnificent and bizarre scene, and beside the giant dragon, there was a huge ice phoenix that was sparkling and translucent, and its entire body was ice blue in color. It spread its wings and fluttered in the air. A dragon and a phoenix chased each other playfully, creating a grand scene. From the body of the dragon and phoenix, everyone could feel a pressing heat and a biting chill. This kind of heat and chill was not something that anyone present could underestimate. What shocked Qinya and the others the most was that there were two somewhat familiar auras coming from the golden dragon and ice phoenix. These were the auras of Yang Kai and Su Yan. Just when everyone was shocked, the chasing dragon and phoenix suddenly changed direction and flew straight towards Qinya and the others. The several Saint Realm elders all paled and quickly condensed their yuan qi, secretly raising their guard. The golden dragon and ice phoenix flew 1,000 meters in front of the group and slowly came to a stop. The golden dragon in front and the ice phoenix behind, the two closely intertwined, as if they were husband and wife. The golden dragon's two gong-sized eyes stared at Qinya and the others with interest, giving off a human-like aura. Everyone couldn't help feeling nervous. Looking at these two eyes, they couldn't help feeling inexplicably small, as if they could be destroyed at any moment. This was especially true for Qian Yu. She always felt that when this golden dragon stared at her, there was a strong sense of warning. Qinya frowned as she circulated her yuan qi to resist the oppressive aura coming from the golden dragon and ice phoenix, tentatively asking, "Yang Kai?" A hint of astonishment flashed through the golden dragon's eyes. It suddenly turned around and left with the ice phoenix. Amidst the resounding dragon's roar and phoenix's cry, the dragon and phoenix gradually moved further and further away. Soon they disappeared. It wasn't until they had left that everyone from Ice Sect couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. As the cold wind blew, everyone discovered that their backs were soaked with cold sweat. Looking at the disappearing backs of the dragon and ice phoenix, Qinya fell into deep thought. She could feel that they hadn't simply left, but had instead decided to play around in this ice world for a bit. Sure enough, a moment later, a rumbling sound came from the distance, obviously caused by the dragon and ice phoenix. Qinya shook her head and smiled bitterly before waving her hand. "Let's go back. It's fine." "Sect Master, could this have been caused by that little brat?" Qian Hao frowned and asked uncertainly. When the dragon and ice phoenix first appeared, It was indeed above the ice mountain where Yang Kai and Su Yan were, but with the strength of these two juniors, how could they have created such a huge disturbance? Probably, Qingya smiled lightly. They'll come back. They'll come back? Qian Hao's expression changed. Didn't you notice? The souls and consciousnesses of those two children are inside that dragon and ice phoenix. That dragon and ice phoenix are manifestations of their condensed yuan qi. Their bodies are still in my ice sect. If they don't come back, where can they go? So he woke Su Yan up. Qian Yu heard this and asked happily. I don't know, we'll ask them when they come back. Qingya smiled. That little brat is really hateful, making such a big disturbance. Is he trying to warn my ice sect not to mistreat Su Yan? Qian Yu ground her teeth, thinking back to the warning look in the golden dragon's eyes when he looked at her just now. She couldn't help feeling angry. But sect master, with their cultivations, their bodies can't store such a huge amount of true essence, right? Qian Hao was puzzled. If what Qingya said was true, and the dragon and ice phoenix were manifestations of Yang Kai and Su Yan's yuan qi, how much yuan qi would that have cost? Did they really have such a huge amount of yuan qi in their bodies? Su Yan cultivated an ice attribute secret art, so if her body didn't have enough yuan qi, she could easily supplement it by mobilizing the surrounding ice attribute energy. So how did Yang Kai do it? Unable to understand, Qian Hao shook his head. In the distance, while the dragon and ice phoenix were chasing each other, Yang Kai and Su Yan's consciousnesses were constantly communicating. During their recent dual cultivation, it seemed that every time a dragon and ice phoenix would appear, but Yang Kai and Su Yan had never thought that their souls would be able to enter this dragon and ice phoenix. But this time, because their souls were fusing, they were able to achieve such a feat. This inadvertent discovery made Yang Kai realize that the dragon and ice phoenix diagrams engraved on his and Su Yan's backs were not just simple diagrams. They also contained a huge amount of energy that could be transformed into powerful soul skills. Deliberately running over to ice sex people was indeed what Yang Kai's intention was, as Qian Yu had guessed, to deter and warn ice sex people not to meddle in Su Yan's affairs in the future, lest they make a mistake again. Regarding this, Su Yan seemed to feel a little apologetic and scolded Yang Kai, saying that he shouldn't have acted like this. While chasing after each other, the pair continued to communicate. After transforming into the dragon and ice phoenix, the world they saw was very different from before, as if the entire world was under their control, causing their state of mind to sublimate greatly. Somewhere, Yang Kai came to a stop and stared at a towering iceberg in front of him. He felt that there seemed to be some kind of enormous energy inside this iceberg. If it were any other time, even with his divine sense, it would have been impossible for him to sense this, but at this moment, his soul had entered the golden dragon's body, so his senses were particularly sharp. Su Yan apparently also noticed this and stopped beside Yang Kai, staring at the iceberg in a daze, transmitting her divine sense to him. I've heard that some ancient icebergs are prone to producing precious treasures. Senior Ice Master once obtained one. Qian Hao and Elder Qian Yu also obtained one. Could it be there is such a thing inside this iceberg? What is it? Yang Kai asked in amazement. Cold ice jade crystal. It's a saint-grade material that is of great help to those who cultivate ice attribute secret arts. Yang Kai's spirit shook. Whether or not there is one, we'll know when we see it. Saying so, the golden dragon's body slammed straight into the iceberg, exuding a scorching heat that seemed capable of melting all things. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the iceberg shook a few times, and the giant iceberg that had existed for who knows how many millennia cracked open, spreading out like a spider web across its surface. Although the iceberg was damaged, its sturdiness still exceeded Yang Kai's expectations and it did not collapse. Su Yan did not say a word as she stood beside Yang Kai, the four of them exchanging glances. In the next moment, the two of them exerted their strength at the same time and the golden dragon and ice phoenix disappeared like lightning. The two of them working together was several times more destructive than Yang Kai's single attack. Without the slightest sound, Yang Kai and Su Yan passed through the iceberg and arrived on the other side. After waiting quietly for a moment, a rumbling sound rang out and the huge iceberg collapsed. At the same time that the iceberg shattered, the energy fluctuations Yang Kai felt before also became clearer. But before he could search for them, his vision suddenly shook and a strong sense of fatigue spread out from the depths of his soul. Not only did he feel this way, but Su Yan also seemed to feel the same, her ice phoenix body constantly fluctuating, as if it could collapse at any moment. "Junior brother, I seem to be a little tired. Let's go back first," Yang Kai hurriedly said. This was the first time they had merged their souls into their dragon and phoenix bodies, so it was inevitable that they would not be able to adapt. At this time, it was necessary to return to their bodies and recuperate for a while to avoid any serious damage to their souls. Hearing this, Su Yan nodded gently and quickly returned with Yang Kai. Ice Sect, after a short period of silence, once again became restless. As the two huge energy fluctuations approached, the Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix really returned, and in a hurry, they disappeared into one of the icebergs. Looking at the position they disappeared from, Qingya shook her head and smiled bitterly. "It's them, those two children. Qian Yu, come with me and take a look." And Qian Yu quickly responded. Chapter 739. Inside the ice room, Yang Kai and Su Yan's souls returned, and after a short conversation, Su Yan fell into a deep sleep again, sealing off her 5 senses. After receiving Su Yan's instructions, Yang Kai calmed down. This time, when she used the ice body locked heart, she would need to directly break through a minor realm before she would awaken. In other words, when she broke through to the second-order transcendent realm, Su Yan would voluntarily release herself from her current state. This was also one of the restrictions she had placed on herself when she used this secret technique. After learning the truth, Yang Kai was no longer worried about taking Su Yan away from Ice Sect. The environment here was very suitable for her cultivation. Allowing her to stay here would be more beneficial for her. Moreover, Ice Master Qingya and Qian Yu were really good to her. Although Yang Kai somewhat disliked Qian Yu, Su Yan had put in a lot of good words for her, so Yang Kai didn't hate her as much. After adjusting his breathing, the fatigue in his soul gradually faded. Feeling the 2 life auras outside the ice room, Yang Kai got up and opened the door to his room. Sure enough, Qingya and Qian Yu were standing outside, and after seeing Yang Kai, a complicated light flashed across the 2 women's beautiful eyes. "Su Yan didn't wake up?" Qian Yu glanced over and asked in surprise. "She woke up for a while, then fell asleep again," Yang Kai explained faintly. Qian Yu looked at him and frowned slightly. She found that this little brat's hostility towards her seemed to have reduced significantly, but she didn't know why. "You should have talked about it in detail, right?" Qingya asked softly. Yang Kai gently nodded. "We did." "Then what was your decision?" "Su Yan will remain here. I asked Senior Sect Master to take care of her." Qingya smiled lightly. "Rest assured. Although my ice sect does not accept outsiders, out of respect for Meng Wuya, I won't treat her unfairly." "Many thanks, Sect Master," Yang Kai said solemnly. "And, in fact, even I didn't expect that someone would be able to awaken a disciple who had used the ice body locked heart. You really are an eye-opener. This also proves that the feelings between you and Su Yan are not ordinary." Qingya's pretty face flashed a look of admiration. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't explain further. Although part of the reason for this was because he had summoned them, the most fundamental reason was that Su Yan had set up a barrier in advance. If it wasn't for her restriction, Yang Kai reckoned that even if he was lucky enough to break into her spiritual world, he wouldn't be able to find her soul. "I still have one more thing to ask you," Qingya suddenly said with a solemn expression. Seeing her so serious, Yang Kai couldn't help but become serious and nodded. "Sect Master, please speak. What kind of dual cultivation technique are you and Su Yan cultivating?" "What happened?" Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit strange. Ice Sect's disciples cultivated ice attribute secret arts, and they had always been pure-minded and few desires, so they had nothing to do with dual cultivation. Yang Kai didn't understand why Qingya was suddenly interested in this. Even if she knew about this secret art, she probably didn't have anyone to dual cultivate with. Don't be so vigilant. I'm not trying to inquire about your secret art. I just have some concerns. Qingya's brow furrowed slightly as she pondered for a moment before slowly saying, Do you know, a long time ago, there were several top forces in Tongxian realm? Oh, what kind of forces? Great forces that could cover the sky with a single hand. Qingya quickly said, These forces were once the strongest in Tongxian realm. In their era, the demon race, the monster race, and other races didn't dare act too presumptuously. That was the era when humans were the masters. Today's demon land, the territory of the monster race, was also human territory at that time. There were such forces. Yang Kai was extremely surprised. Qingya nodded lightly. Qingya nodded slightly. However, some kind of unforeseen event happened later on. All of these forces suffered a great loss in strength, and some of them even lost their most fundamental inheritances. After losing their inheritances, these forces were unable to recover from this setback and gradually declined. However, a centipede dies but never falls down. Although these forces have declined, there are still a few that have flourished to this day and have yet to be destroyed. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Ice sect is one of them? Qingya was stunned for a moment before revealing a wry smile and nodding. My ice sect is one of them. Back then, Ice Sect had tens of thousands of disciples and was prosperous for a time, but after that incident, our elders moved Ice Sect here and lived in seclusion, no longer paying attention to the disturbances of the outside world. Yang Kai was stunned. What kind of unforeseen event happened that caused such a great force to suddenly decline? Qingya shook her head. I don't know. Too much time has passed. All I know is bits and pieces of the past. Why is Sect Master telling me all this? Yang Kai asked curiously. These past events probably had nothing to do with him, right? Because I remember that at that time, there seemed to be a disciple of one of these forces who improved their strength through dual cultivation. The top masters of this force were known as the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. When the two of them joined forces, they were almost invincible. What's more, the two of them also held the most fundamental inheritance of that force. When they fought, a dragon and a phoenix would appear. Saying so, Qingya stared at Yang Kai with a scorching gaze. Yang Kai's expression brightened. Sect Master means. Qingya smiled softly. I'm just guessing. I don't know if it's true or not. However, a general dual cultivation secret art is one that neglects the fundamentals and focuses on the details. The dual cultivator's foundation is unstable and their true qi is impure, making it difficult for them to achieve great things. However, you and Suyen are different. The secret arts you both cultivate are obviously extraordinary, and with the strange phenomenon that occurred today, I can't help but wonder if that legendary force is somehow related to you. I don't know. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Qingya looked at him with a smile and didn't ask any more questions. What Yang Kai thought was his own business. Asking any more questions would seem like meddling in other people's business. Sect Master, do you remember what that force was called? I remember it was called the Dragon Phoenix Rift. It should still be active today. If you want to find it, it shouldn't be difficult. Yang Kai nodded lightly, thinking for a moment before suddenly remembering something and asking suspiciously. Something's not right, Sect Master. I once heard people say that a long time ago, the strongest master in the world was the great demon god of the demon race. How could those sects be able to cover the sky with one hand? Qingya pursed her lips and smiled. The great demon god was a legend of his generation, but that was even longer ago. What I'm telling you is from the era after the great demon god disappeared. So it's like that. Yang Kai nodded, also having some speculations in his heart. With the disappearance of the great demon god and the ancient demon clan being sealed, the demon race naturally wasn't a match for the human race. The Tongxian continent had a long history and was rich in legends. This was something the central capital couldn't compare with. Sect Master, I'll go out first. I'll leave when I come back. Yang Kai informed her before leaving the ice room. Looking at his disappearing back, Qinya slowly shook her head. I didn't want to drive you away. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll be safe. Qianyu snorted, quickly rushing into the ice room to check on Su Yan's current state, only relaxing after finding that she wasn't seriously injured. Inside the ice, Su Yan's mouth was still blooming with a happy smile. Yang Kai sprinted all the way, following the path he had taken with Su Yan before, heading towards the direction of the destroyed ice mountain. Half a day later, the collapsed ice mountain finally came into view. Without even releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai could clearly feel that under the collapsed ice mountain, there was an abundant energy fluctuation. Smiling happily, Yang Kai hurriedly rushed over. After a brief moment of bustling about, Yang Kai found a crystal-clear ice bead about the size of a longan fruit. The energy fluctuations were coming from this ice bead. Is this the cold ice jade crystal that Su Yan mentioned? Yang Kai held it in his hand and carefully examined it, quickly discovering that the energy contained inside it was truly extraordinary. What made him feel strange, though, was that inside this ice bead, there was a thick, transparent liquid. This liquid exuded an extremely cold aura, and when Yang Kai released his divine sense into it, he felt as if he was about to be frozen. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of surprise. His current divine sense was not an ordinary divine sense, but rather a conflagrated knowledge C variant. If even he couldn't withstand this cold, it was easy to imagine how cold the liquid inside this ice bead was. Not continuing to investigate further, Yang Kai put the ice bead into his black book space and was about to return home when suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of an unusual piece of ice. Fixing his eyes on it, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Inside this ice block, there was actually a dark skeleton. Atop the skeleton, the meridians were still there, but there was no flesh or blood, giving it a terrifying appearance. Could it be that one of Ice Sect's disciples had accidentally encountered an accident here? Yang Kai thought to himself. With the ice bead inside this ice mountain, this person must have been trying to find some kind of treasure when he was alive and accidentally froze inside it. However, what Yang Kai didn't quite understand was why this person's meridians were still there, but there was no flesh or blood. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to this, but after thinking about it for a moment, he reached out and picked up the ice block that sealed the skeleton, hefted it onto his shoulder, and flew back to Ice Sect. In any case, Su Yan would be taken care of by Qinya and the others in Ice Sect in the future, so if this person was really an Ice Sect disciple, Yang Kai should bring him back and let Ice Sect bury him. A day later, Yang Kai returned to Ice Sect. Just after arriving at the 3000 glacial world, Yang Kai ran into the Ice Sect elder named Qian Hao. This man frowned and stared at Yang Kai coldly, shouting in dissatisfaction, "Boy, why are you still in my Ice Sect? I'm leaving soon." Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of this man and replied coldly, tossing him the ice block he was carrying on his shoulder and shouting, "Right, this may be one of your Ice Sect's disciples who encountered some kind of accident outside." Qian Hao frowned and caught the ice block, but after glancing at it, his complexion suddenly changed greatly as his eyes trembled violently, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. The ice block that sealed the skeleton slipped from his hand and fell to the ground below. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk with a loud bang, Yang Kai stood midair, frowning as he stared at Qian Hao, not knowing why he was showing such a fearful expression. Chapter 740. Above Ice Sect, Qian Hao's expression fluctuated, appearing particularly complex while Yang Kai frowned as he stared at him. "Boy, where did you find this thing?" Suddenly, Qian Hao raised his head and asked Yang Kai. "About half a day's journey from here, inside an ice mountain," Yang Kai replied casually. "What's wrong?" Qian Hao didn't answer, his expression instead becoming more dignified. Suddenly, he lifted his head to the sky and let out a loud roar, one that conveyed a strong sense of warning. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he realized that he seemed to have made a mistake, Or perhaps he had inadvertently implicated one of Ice Sect's most sensitive nerves. What kind of skeleton was sealed inside that block of ice? Why did Qian Hao look like he was facing a great enemy? While issuing this warning, Qian Hao's divine sense was still locked onto the block of ice on the ground, seemingly not daring to relax in the slightest. Hearing his roar, Ice Sect's transcendent realm masters, and above all rushed out under the leadership of Ice Sect's sect master Qinya. What happened? Qinya hurriedly asked as soon as she arrived. If it wasn't something important, Qian Hao wouldn't be so nervous, so she immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Come with me, Qian Hao said before quickly flying down, his yuan qi quietly condensing, ready to erupt at any moment. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he too followed the Ice Sect group in confusion. On the ground below, everyone from Ice Sect was gathered around the block of ice that sealed the black skeleton, many of them frowning as they stared at it suspiciously, obviously just like Yang Kai. On the other hand, Qinya and the other Saint Realm elders all paled when they saw the skeleton. All of you stand back, Qinya quickly ordered. The Transcendent Realm Masters all glanced at each other but didn't ask any questions, simply following Qinya's instructions and retreating. Soon, only Qinya, the 4 elders, and Yang Kai's group of 6 were left standing around the block of ice. Where did you get this? Qinya asked solemnly, her pretty face dignified. This little brat found it. Qian Hao pointed to Yang Kai and replied, Yang Kai, where did you find this? How did you find him? Qinya hurriedly asked in detail. Seeing her serious expression, Yang Kai also knew that something was wrong. He quickly explained everything that had happened. As everyone listened, their expressions became heavier. What? Is he not a disciple of your Ice Sect? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Originally, he had come here with good intentions, but now he had brought trouble to Ice Sect, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat embarrassed. How could such a vicious beast be a disciple of my Ice Sect? Qian Hao coldly snorted, a crazed hatred flashing across his face. Fierce Ho. Yang Kai was stunned. Ah, I didn't know he had some kind of grudge with your Ice Sect. I just thought he was one of your missing disciples. How about this? I'll bring him back. Don't move. Qinya hurriedly stopped Yang Kai and slowly shook her head. Yang Kai laughed dumbly. Aren't you making too much of a fuss? No matter what kind of person he was when he was alive, he's dead now. What's the point of being so vigilant? Who said he's dead? Qian Hao coldly snorted. The smile on Yang Kai's face suddenly disappeared as he frowned. What do you mean? He's not dead, he's still alive. Qian Yu's pretty face went pale as she muttered in a low voice. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and turned to look at the others, quickly discovering that none of them had any intention of refuting, apparently agreeing with Qian Yu's words. He's not dead? But this person doesn't even have a trace of flesh and blood, only bones and meridians. How? Qinya took a deep breath before interrupting Yang Kai's words, softly saying, In this world, there are many strange life forms, many of which you have never heard of. No one knows how they were born, but these strange life forms all possess tyrannical strength that surpasses that of flesh and blood. Yang Kai immediately thought of the Jade True Spirit. The Jade True Spirit was also a kind of life form. It didn't have a body of flesh and blood, but if it were to mature, it would possess the strength to destroy the world. Therefore, although Qinya's words were a little difficult for him to understand, he was able to quickly accept them. But you don't need to be nervous. This one doesn't seem to be too strong. Qinya smiled faintly. Hearing her words, Qian Hao and the others relaxed. Yang Kai, you're the one who brought this thing back. You have to help me deal with it. Qinya looked at Yang Kai. And, please give your orders, Sect Master. Burn him. Qinya pointed at the ice block in front of her. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply circulated his yuan qi, directly wrapping the ice block with a scorching hot energy. The ice block melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon, the frozen skeleton was exposed. Just as Yang Kai was about to increase his strength and incinerate the skeleton in one fell swoop, an extremely fierce and violent aura suddenly spread out from the skeleton. Yang Kai was startled, his expression changing greatly because he discovered that the skeleton's two eye sockets were actually flashing a green light, like a pair of human eyes, giving off a dangerous light. At the same time, the skeleton began to move strangely. It seemed to be struggling. Qingya's pretty face became cold and she quickly took action, sending out a few bursts of energy to fix the skeleton to the ground. Yang Kai's yuan qi surged out even more violently. In everyone's ears, there seemed to be a howling sound as a cruel and violent divine sense roamed around, penetrating everyone's minds in an attempt to interfere with their state of mind. Ice Sect's Saint Realm Masters remained indifferent, and Yang Kai's expression also remained unchanged. This caused Qingya, who had been paying close attention to him, to look at him in a new light. She had thought that Yang Kai would be somewhat affected by this, but he actually ignored it completely. The howling sound in their ears became more and more shrill, more and more urgent, giving off a strong sense of arrogance. Gradually, the howling sound weakened until it disappeared completely. The dark skeleton was finally ignited and was reduced to a fine powder, completely disappearing from this world. Looking at this bizarre scene, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit surreal. He had never thought before that without a body of flesh and blood, one could still exist and have their own consciousness. Sect Master, can you explain what this thing is? Yang Kai frowned as he looked at Qingya, his own confusion making him feel very uncomfortable. Why ask so many questions? Chen Hao coldly snorted. Qingya waved her hand and lightly opened her mouth. How do I explain this? In fact, I don't know much about this. All I know is from the mouths of Ice Sect seniors. This should be a race called the Bone Race. Bone Race? Yang Kai frowned. They don't have flesh and blood, only bones and meridians, but the masters among them have extraordinary abilities. The reason why my Ice Sect is so weak is related to this race. No one knows where this race came from, but in addition to the Bone Race, there seems to be some other strange life forms that mysteriously appeared on Tongxian Realm a long time ago. Remember I told you before that because of some unforeseen event, the great forces of Tongxian Realm all declined? This has a lot to do with all of this. The reason we are living here now is also partly because of them. Our seniors said that some of the Bone Race had fled here, so we have been searching for them here. Over the past countless years, we have found many frozen Bone Race masters and killed them, but since I took over Ice Sect, this is the first time I have encountered such a group. It seems that some of them have slipped through the net. That's quite interesting. Yang Kai's expression was extremely strange. This isn't interesting at all. What you found this time was just a very weak Bone Race master. If it were a powerful existence, my Ice Sect would likely have suffered a great loss. Chen Hao said coldly. Then why are you still here? Yang Kai was stunned. Although the Bone Race has masters, not every one of them is so strong, and we are not weak either. We are guarding this place for their sake, to prevent them from having the opportunity to go out and cause trouble. Qingya smiled slightly. Yang Kai's expression shook. So you mean to say that you are silently contributing to the entire continent? Haha, we are simply following the wishes of our ancestors. Besides, the outside world is too noisy. We don't want to leave here. Qingya smiled. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling awe. Elders, I'll have to trouble you to take some people and carefully search the surrounding area to see if there are any Bone Race survivors. Qingya turned to the 4 elders and ordered. Yes. The 4 elders responded in unison, calling out to the Transcendent Realm Masters before dispersing in 4 different directions. Yang Kai stood in place and pondered for a long time before asking worriedly, Suyen isn't in any danger here, right? Don't worry. Qingya stared off into the distance. As long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to her. Besides, even if there are Bone Race survivors, they won't be able to cause any trouble here. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling relieved, quickly taking out the ice bead from the black book space and handing it to Qingya. This is what I found in that ice mountain. Suyen said it may be of great use to those who cultivate ice attribute secret arts. Cold ice jade crystal? Qingya raised her brow in surprise, quickly calling out, No, cold ice jade essence. What do you mean? The outer layer is cold ice jade crystal, but the liquid inside is cold ice jade essence. You're really lucky you even found this. Qingye stared at him in amazement. With this thing, Su Yan's strength will improve even faster. This is a supreme treasure for those who cultivate ice attribute secret arts. Saying so, she turned to Yang Kai with a smile. You giving this to me? Aren't you worried that I'll take it for myself? It will also be of great use to me. Yang Kai chuckled and said freely, if you want to take it for yourself, then so be it. Su Yan has also received a lot of care from Sect Master here, so consider this a gift from Junior to Sect Master as thanks. You only know how to say such cheap words. Qingye shot him a disdainful look before sternly saying, don't worry. When Su Yan wakes up, I'll give this to her. I won't covet the belongings of a junior. In any case, I'll have to trouble Sect Master to take care of Su Yan. Yang Kai cupped his fists sincerely. Seemingly aware of something, Qingye asked, you're not going to see her again? No, as long as she's safe and sound. Yang Kai shook his head. Junior will take his leave. Saying so, he turned around and left. If you see Meng Wuya, tell him for me that the favor he owes me will be repaid sooner or later. Qingye's voice came from behind. Yang Kai waved his hand vigorously and said goodbye. Chapter 741. On the surface of the sea, a small iceberg the size of a room was drifting along with the waves. Atop this iceberg, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, feeling quite comfortable. After finding Su Yan and knowing that Meng Wuya and his little senior sister were safe, Yang Kai relaxed a lot. Although he had not been able to take Su Yan away and had instead left her in Ice Sect, with Qingye and the others taking care of her, Su Yan would only grow stronger and stronger. The next time they met, Yang Kai estimated that Su Yan would be even more powerful. With such a good mood, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to continue his journey, simply sitting on top of this iceberg and circulating his yuan qi slightly, urging it to move in the direction he wanted to go. Now that he no longer had any worries, the only thing he needed to do was return to Soaring Heaven Sect and improve his alchemy skills as soon as possible. After refining the Saint Pill that could save the ancient demon clan, Yang Kai would then go to the Snow Mountain Range to find Coffin Slave. After receiving some pointers from Li Lao, Yang Kai's understanding of alchemy had become much more profound. Using his conflagrated knowledge C to perform alchemy was much faster and more convenient than using his yuan qi. Moreover, with the help of his soul fusion with Su Yan a few days ago, combined with the insights he obtained from the other masters through his demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai seemed to have gained some new insights. Sitting on top of the iceberg, Yang Kai felt as if he had been enlightened. The various truths of the heavenly way and martial Tao flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. His thoughts intertwined faster than a beam of light as Yang Kai comprehended his own Tao, his expression constantly changing. The sea was vast and boundless, so Yang Kai did not encounter any disturbances along the way. He also forgot the passage of time and even forgot where he was, simply immersing himself in this profound world, growing stronger little by little. Below the iceberg, occasionally a large sea beast would pass by, but Yang Kai concealed his aura so these sea beasts did not discover him, so naturally, he did not cause any trouble. The clouds in the sky dispersed and the waves beneath his feet rose and fell. Since arriving in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai felt for the first time that the world was so beautiful. After a month or two, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and exhaled softly. A faint smile appeared on his face. This time's enlightenment had greatly improved his strength, but he also realized just how difficult it was to break through to the next realm after the Transcendent Realm. It could be said that every Transcendent Realm master had experienced all kinds of hardships, struggling on the edge of life and death, experiencing countless life or death battles in order to achieve a cultivation that transcended the mortal realm. Those who couldn't achieve these things would only be mediocre or die early. This deep enlightenment allowed Yang Kai to gain a considerable understanding of the wonders of the conflagrated knowledge sea. Conflagrated divine sense was a variant of divine sense. Whether it was used for attack or defense, it was much more useful than ordinary divine sense. Moreover, it could also be used to deceive others. Yang Kai's divine sense was already powerful enough. By using this powerful divine sense to cover his body, others would be able to misunderstand him and even underestimate his strength, allowing him to obtain some unexpected gains. After a little experimentation, Yang Kai found that this method was quite convenient. All he needed to do was restrain the circulation of his yuan qi and create some illusions with his divine sense to deceive others. However, Yang Kai estimated that this method of his wouldn't be able to deceive those with stronger divine senses than him. If their divine sense was stronger than his, they would be able to see through his disguise. Overall, Yang Kai was very satisfied with his gains this time. Standing atop the iceberg and stretching his muscles, Yang Kai gazed into the distance, but all he could see was the boundless ocean and nothing else. His face went black as he cursed silently. Although Yang Kai had consciously avoided the sea beasts and unknown dangers while he was comprehending, he had also become completely immersed in his divine sense, causing him to be unable to distinguish his bearings. His original plan was to first return to Water Spirit Temple and meet with Xue Ling. In any case, Xue Ling had helped him this time and was one of Yang Kai's few friends, so it was only right for him to meet her and say thank you in person. Then, using Water Spirit Temple as a transit point, he would return to Soaring Heaven Sect. But now his plans were a bit messed up. Standing atop the iceberg for a while, Yang Kai sorted out his mood and calmed down. As long as he could see someone alive and ask for directions, he would be able to figure out everything. Considering all this, Yang Kai simply sat down cross-legged and watched the rolling sea. His mood relaxed. Under the blue waves of the sea, schools of fish swam past, appearing to be full of vitality. Some colorful corals also opened Yang Kai's eyes. 3 days later, just as Yang Kai was looking at the clouds in the sky in boredom, the divine sense he released suddenly detected a life aura breaking into his alert range. Kai Yang's spirit immediately shook as he stood up and looked over. In the distance, there was a small black dot that was sailing a few dozen kilometers to the side. It was a large ship, and even from such a distance, Yang Kai could clearly see how extraordinary this ship was. These ships sailing the sea were not ordinary ships, but rather ones that had been specially refined with some precious ores. These ships had traces of artifacts on them, and their defensive power was comparable to that of precious artifacts. Only such a large ship could withstand the violent attacks of the sea beasts. There were many such ships in Water Spirit Temple. At this moment, this ship was even more magnificent than the one Yang Kai had been on before, its bow like a dragon's, cutting through the waves at an extremely fast speed. On this big ship, there were many brightly colored flags fluttering in the wind. Yang Kai slightly estimated the speed and direction of the big ship and the ice mountain he was sitting on and felt that after a while, the two would pass by each other a dozen kilometers apart. Immediately increasing the output of yuan qi, Yang Kai increased the speed of the ice mountain he was sitting on. A moment later, Yang Kai took back his divine sense. Although he didn't dare to carefully investigate, Yang Kai was basically certain that there were no Saint Realm Masters on this ship, only a few Transcendents and even a few Third-Order Transcendents. With his soul devouring insects in hand, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to stand up on the ice mountain and shout out loudly, trying to attract the attention of the other party. Sure enough, after a while, several figures appeared on the bow of the ship, all of them pointing towards him, apparently having noticed Yang Kai. However, looking at their indifferent figures, it seemed they didn't intend to pay attention to Yang Kai's shouts, the speed and direction of the big ship not changing in the slightest. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Such a big ship had finally passed by, so of course he wouldn't let it go so easily. Now that he was lost at sea, he really needed to find someone to help him find his bearings. Thinking so, the ice mountain he was sitting on suddenly increased its speed and slammed straight into the big ship. The faces of the people standing on the bow of the ship immediately changed as they shouted out. On the big ship, the crew who heard the commotion were all alarmed and quickly ran to the deck to watch, some of them even being Transcendents. After figuring out what was going on in front of him, the Transcendent Realm Master immediately became angry and waved his hand. Where did this brat come from, acting so recklessly? Shatter the iceberg under his feet for me, actually daring to act against my Holy Land's ship. And let's keep him alive for now, capture him and interrogate him about the situation. Let's see what kind of person he is. Receiving the order of this Transcendent Realm Master, the disciples were immediately filled with righteous indignation. The several people standing at the bow of the ship immediately displaying their martial skills and artifacts. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk several energy beams shot out from the bow of the ship. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected the other party to be so impolite, quickly dodging into the sea. With a loud rumble, the iceberg that had been carrying Yang Kai on the sea for 1 to 2 months suddenly turned into dust. As the pieces of ice scattered on the sea, the people on the ship all looked around, carefully searching for Yang Kai's figure. But unfortunately for them, they couldn't help glancing around at each other. Where is he? The Transcendent Realm Master had also lost track of Yang Kai just now, and when he tried to search again, he couldn't find him, so he couldn't help asking with an ugly expression. Everyone shook their heads. Another disciple muttered, "Could it be he was smashed to pieces? From what I can see, he's quite young and his strength isn't high." "Nonsense," the Transcendent Realm Master shouted. "Daring to wander the sea alone. How can his strength be bad? At the very least, he should be an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. If he was really smashed to pieces, why isn't there any blood on the sea? This little brat must be hiding somewhere. Search carefully for him." "There's no need to search." A slightly annoyed voice suddenly came from the side of the ship, and in the next moment, Yang Kai climbed up and jumped directly onto the deck, frowning as he stared at the people on the ship, his expression ugly as he asked, "Everyone, we have no enmity between us. Why are you suddenly attacking me? We didn't want to attack you, we just wanted to break the iceberg under your feet." The Transcendent Realm Master coldly snorted. "If we really wanted to attack you, would you still be standing here calmly?" Yang Kai frowned but didn't say anything more. He had also seen the attacks just now and knew they weren't aimed at him, nor did they contain any killing intent. It was likely that his approach had caused some misunderstanding. However, Yang Kai didn't intend to let the iceberg hit their ship. Explaining this now was useless, so Yang Kai simply didn't mention it. "Little brat, I'll ask you a few questions. Answer them honestly. If you dare to conceal anything, I'll throw you overboard to feed the fish," the Transcendent Realm Cultivator said solemnly. Yang Kai nodded, circulating his yuan qi to evaporate the seawater on his body, putting on a docile appearance with no hostility. "Who are you? How did you end up on this iceberg?" "Junior is just a nobody. He accidentally lost his way at sea and had no choice but to land on this iceberg. Otherwise he would have drowned long ago." "Humph!" The man coldly snorted, Yang Kai not answering his question directly, obviously making him somewhat dissatisfied. "Then why did you come to my Holy Land's ship?" "I had no choice. I've been waiting for many days and only saw your ship, so I just wanted to come here and ask you for directions. And, if it's convenient, I'd like to ask you to take me away from the sea and find a place to settle down." Chapter 742. "Don't worry. I'll pay you well," Yang Kai finished and added. The cultivator standing on the deck seemed to have heard a good joke and burst into laughter, each of them showing an amused expression as they stared at Yang Kai, a strange light flashing across their eyes. Even the Transcendent Realm Master couldn't help smiling and nodding. "Boy, what kind of reward can you offer? How about 10 crystal stones? That's the price I can afford." Yang Kai tilted his head, simply pretending to be a country bumpkin. He could also see that the owner of this ship was either rich or powerful, so naturally he wouldn't care about such a small reward. The people around him laughed even harder. The Transcendent Realm Cultivator nodded lightly. "I didn't expect you to have some spare cash, boy. However, you can keep those 10 crystal stones for yourself." Saying so, he waved to a nearby cultivator and ordered, "Give him a small boat and tell him to scram." Yang Kai's previous answer had made him somewhat vigilant. Although Yang Kai's strength wasn't high, he wasn't prepared to leave Yang Kai on the ship, only wanting to send him off as quickly as possible. "That's fine." Yang Kai didn't insist. "But can you point me in a certain direction? No matter where it is, as long as I can reach land as quickly as possible." "What's the use of pointing you in a certain direction?" The other man coldly snorted. "With your cultivation, you won't be able to reach land. You'll just have to prey on the sea. You can consider yourself lucky to have met my 9 heavens holy land. If it were any other great force's ship, I'm afraid you would have already been chopped up and thrown into the sea." 9 heavens holy land? Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Daring to use the word holy land, this great force was no small matter. After arriving in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had also seen a variety of forces, big and small, such as Bold Independent Union, Water Spirit Temple, Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, Soaring Heaven Sect, and so on. Among them, Bold Independent Union and Bright Thunder Spirit Religion were relatively weak, Water Spirit Temple was in the middle, and Soaring Heaven Sect was the strongest, but this 9 heavens holy land should be even stronger than Soaring Heaven Sect. As they spoke, a small boat that could accommodate several people was lowered from the ship, and a cultivator called out, "Uncle Qian, the boat is ready." The Transcendent Realm cultivator called Uncle Qian was about to answer, but his brow furrowed as he quickly turned around and bowed. "Young lady, why are you out here?" The other cultivators standing on the deck also hurriedly saluted in that direction, their expressions extremely respectful. Following their gazes, Kai Yang's eyes lit up. From the cabin, a young woman wearing a white dress walked out. This woman was very young and extremely beautiful. Her skin as white as mutton fat, her eyebrows curved like crescent moons, and her pair of beautiful eyes exuded a lively charm. Her figure was exquisite, tall and straight, and her buttocks were round and supple. Her entire body exuded the aura of a noble young lady, pleasing to the eye. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's unbridled gaze, the woman couldn't help frowning slightly as she glanced over at him casually. Uncle Qian turned his head and sneered coldly at Yang Kai, his tone full of warning. Yang Kai responded calmly. "It was a bit stuffy inside, so when I heard some noise outside, I came out to take a look." The woman's lips parted slightly, her voice crisp and pleasant as she glanced around and asked, "What happened here?" Uncle Qian immediately reported everything that had just happened, no matter how big or small. The woman couldn't help looking at Yang Kai with some surprise before nodding lightly, indicating that she understood. "I didn't expect such a trivial matter would disturb young lady. This subordinate deserves 10,000 deaths." Uncle Qian showed quite a bit of fear. "Uncle Qian, you're too serious." The woman slowly shook her head, staring deeply at Yang Kai, smiled slightly and said something shocking. "But he should be lying." Yang Kai was stunned, curiously looking at the woman, not understanding why she was so sure. This subordinate also has some guesses, so I was thinking of making him leave." Uncle Qian glanced at Yang Kai darkly. "There's no need to drive him away. He is an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. If we drive him away, he will have no way to live. Although he lied, he has no malice towards us. Perhaps he has some difficulties that he can't speak of, so we'll take him with us on the road, and when we arrive at our destination, we'll let him leave. Since young lady says so, this subordinate will do as you say." Uncle Qian respectfully responded. "I'll go back first, you all be careful," the woman ordered, turned around and left. After she left, Uncle Qian walked over to Yang Kai and coldly said, "Young lady is merciful, not letting me drive you away. You'd better behave if you dare to plot against us. I'll let you know what it means to be in so much pain you'll wish you were dead." Yang Kai grinned. "Rest assured, I'll be very safe. I just want to return to the mainland." "That's for the best." Uncle Qian nodded heavily, waving to a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. "Chang Fei, keep an eye on him. Don't let him have a chance to cause trouble." "Yes." A tall and sturdy man hurriedly responded. After giving his orders, Uncle Qian also went to do his own things. The cultivator named Cheng Fei walked over to Yang Kai, looking him up and down, his eyes full of contempt. Yang Kai was only showing his immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivation at the moment, so unless a Saint Realm master came to spy on him, no one would be able to see his true cultivation. This kind of cultivation, at this age, was very common in Tongxian realm, so it wouldn't arouse any suspicion. This Cheng Fei was a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, so he naturally felt superior. Little brat, behave yourself. Uncle doesn't have so much free time to take care of you. If you make Uncle angry, I'll make sure you suffer. NN, I'll be very, very honest. Yang Kai nodded quickly. Everyone in Nine Heavens Holy Land had a sense of pride, probably related to the transcendent status of their force in Tongxian realm. Just like in the central capital, the disciples of the 8 great families also had a sense of superiority when they went out, feeling that no one in the world was inferior to them. Yang Kai had seen this many times, so he didn't care. Come with me. I'll arrange a place for you to live. Cheng Fei sneered, beckoning Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly kept up with his pace, asking as he walked, Friend, who was that girl just now? Why does it seem like you're all very respectful to her? Boy, you're quite curious. Cheng Fei glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, coldly snorting, Why are you asking about this? Nothing. I just thought she was very beautiful. Yang Kai showed an expression of gentleness and gentleness. Heh. Her Highness the Saintess is naturally beautiful. Cheng Fei's face flashed a trace of fanaticism, seemingly quite obsessed with Her Highness the Saintess, but soon he snapped back and angrily shouted, Smelly brat, the next time you dare look at Her Highness the Saintess, this uncle will dig out your eyeballs. Do you think a toad can eat swan meat? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Her Highness the Saintess is gentle and kind. The one who can match her has yet to be born. Just you. Being able to look at her is a blessing left over from your previous life. This big man snorted disdainfully towards Yang Kai, his words causing Yang Kai to feel as if he had nothing left to hide. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, thinking that although he couldn't compare to that little white boy Zhai Yao, he was still a heroic and extraordinary man. How could he be described as a wretched person by this guy? Immediately losing interest in talking, Yang Kai followed behind Cheng Fei silently. However, this woman was actually the Saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land, a fact that surprised Yang Kai. It was said that saintesses were holy and noble existences. Under normal circumstances, they would not appear in public. Yang Kai didn't know why the Saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land was floating on a ship at sea. Soon, Cheng Fei led Yang Kai to a room at the bottom of the ship's cabin. With a look of annoyance, Cheng Fei said, Go in. Until we arrive at our destination, you'll have to stay here. Your 3 meals a day will naturally be sent to you. You're not allowed to go out without permission. If you dare go out, you'll be thrown into the sea. Looking at the small space where even turning around would cause him to run into a wall, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. However, he didn't ask for too much and simply walked in without saying a word. Cheng Fei saw Yang Kai act quite meekly and was very satisfied, immediately closing the door after Yang Kai entered. This room wasn't really a room at all. It was probably just a small warehouse used to store things, covering an area of about 2 meters and emitting a strange smell. Yang Kai was extremely helpless. There was nothing in the room, so he could only sit cross-legged on the floor and open the window behind him, allowing the clear sea breeze to blow in. Only then did he feel much better. The big ship continued to sail on the sea, the entire journey uneventful. Yang Kai didn't want to cause trouble for himself, so he didn't spy on the movements of the people on the ship. Every day, he just sat down in the cabin and cultivated, waiting for the big ship of Nine Heavens Holy Land to dock so he could leave. During this period, Cheng Fei also delivered 3 meals a day, all of which were sea fish that Yang Kai didn't have much taste in his mouth. Uncle Qian, who was a transcendent realm cultivator, also came to inquire about Yang Kai's situation several times, and after seeing Yang Kai behave himself, he was very satisfied. Occasionally, some sea beasts would cause trouble, but under the siege of the ship's masters, they were quickly killed. After several battles, Yang Kai was secretly shocked by the heritage of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. There were at least 6 Transcendent Realm Masters aboard the ship, 2 of which were Third-Order Transcendents, Uncle Chen being one of them. The remaining 4 were all Second-Order Transcendents. However, what made Yang Kai feel slightly strange was that there weren't any Saint Realm Masters here. Logically speaking, the status of the Saintess was very important, so if such a character was drifting on the sea, there should be a Saint Realm Master stationed here to guard against any accidents. Unable to understand, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Inside a huge room in the ship's cabin, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess sat at a table, resting her chin on her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Compared to Kai Yang's room, this room was a million times better. The room was lit with the highest grade of incense. The fragrance was pleasant and filled with warmth. The room's decorations were also incomparably exquisite, with a noble aura flowing through every corner of the room. After listening to the waiter's description, Yang Kai understood that these nearby islands belonged to a force called the Seven Family Alliance. There were about 20 to 30 islands nearby, and a total of 7 families occupied these islands. These families were all fairly equal in strength, but none of them were too powerful. As for the masters in these families, as Yang Kai had seen before, the most powerful one was only a second-order transcendent, and there weren't many transcendents, each family only having 4 or 5. After inquiring about the distance to Water Spirit Temple, the waiter's answer left Yang Kai dumbfounded. He seemed to have followed Nine Heavens Holy Land's ship in the opposite direction and was now several tens of thousands of kilometers away from Water Spirit Temple. Learning this, Yang Kai could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that there was no way for him to return to Water Spirit Temple and thank Shui Ling in person, so he could only wait until they had a chance to meet. As for the mainland closest to these islands, it would take at least a month to reach by boat. Is there an alchemist guild here? Yang Kai frowned and asked. The waiter shook his head. What a remote place! Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Even the alchemist guild headquarters didn't establish a branch here. Obviously this place was quite desolate. Is little brother an alchemist? The waiter was a shrewd man, so from Yang Kai's question, he was keenly aware of something. What's wrong? Yang Kai glanced at him. The Seven Family Alliance is vigorously recruiting alchemists and the benefits are first class. If little brother wants to make some money, you might as well apply. Yang Kai quietly curled his lips, obviously not interested in this. He didn't care about the benefits, all he wanted right now was to improve his alchemy skills. But looking at the Seven Family Alliance's forces, it was obvious they didn't have any good herbs for him to refine. Right, what are the guests here talking about? Why do I see them all dressed up so well? Why do they look so elegant and elegant? Kai Yang asked again. Since arriving on this island, Yang Kai had noticed this problem. Basically, as long as one was a young man, they would dress up like dogs. Not only were they particular about their clothing, but when they spoke, they were also very polite. It seemed like all of them were very well educated. Not only young people, but even some middle-aged people were like this, always paying attention to their manners, as if there was a pair of invisible eyes observing their performance. This made Yang Kai quite puzzled, not understanding whether this was the custom of this place or some other reason. Little brother, you don't know? Hearing Yang Kai's question, the waiter suddenly showed a smirk, his expression becoming ambiguous. Should I know? Yang Kai glanced over at him before taking out 2 more crystal stones and placing them on the table without any trace of politeness, saving this waiter from continuing to talk nonsense with him. The waiter's eyes were sharp and his hands were quickly grabbing the crystal stone and thanking him profusely. Sure enough, he didn't waste any more time, glancing around before whispering into Yang Kai's ear. The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintesses are here today. All of them are deliberately showing off. Yang Kai frowned. What does the Saintess coming here have to do with them? Of course it has something to do with them. The waiter saw that Yang Kai really didn't seem to know the inside story and couldn't help being surprised, quickly explaining. The Saintess is out on an inspection tour. She is looking for the next Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. If one can catch the eye of Her Highness the Saintess, that person will be like a fish leaping through the dragon gate, flying to a branch and transforming into a phoenix. Just based on them? Yang Kai swept his eyes around and saw all these crooked and pretentious people, causing him to feel nauseous for a moment before sneering disdainfully. That Saintess would have to be blind to take a fancy to this group of trash. Shoo! The waiter's face changed as he became vigilant, whispering, "Honored guest, please don't say such things. You'll only provoke public anger. Besides, who Her Highness the Saintess will choose, we don't know. Every time the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess goes out on an inspection tour, it will cause such a disturbance. Half a year ago, 9 Heavens Holy Land released news that the Saintess was going out on an inspection tour, shocking the world. Countless young geniuses have been secretly preparing. Our Clear Sea Island has been lively since half a month ago. Everyone has been waiting for the Saintess to arrive. If it were before, how could this place be so lively?" Chapter 744. Although Yang Kai had been in Tongxian realm for 3 or 4 years now, he was still in a state of ignorance. After listening to the waiter's explanation, Yang Kai realized that the Saintess of 9 Heavens Holy Land going out on an inspection tour was a world-shaking event. Moreover, it wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized that 9 Heavens Holy Land had more than one Saintess. There were a total of 4 Saintesses who had gone in different directions. The itinerary of these Saintesses covered almost all of the human territories. These Saintesses had grown up in 9 Heavens Holy Land from an early age. After 10 or 20 years of cultivation and numerous selections, each one of them was young and beautiful and had cultivated the special secret arts of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Their biggest purpose for going out on an inspection tour was to find the next Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Currently, the current Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land was very old and likely would not live for long. So these 4 Saintesses had decided to go out on an inspection tour. As for what method they would use to find the next Holy Master, no one knew, only that every Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land had been found by the Saintesses. According to historical records, before the first 9 Holy Masters were discovered by the Saintesses, they had done all sorts of things. Some were young talents who had become famous throughout the world. Some were just ordinary peddlers. Some were mediocre people, but once they were found by the Saintesses and entered 9 Heavens Holy Land, they would blossom into a dazzling brilliance and undergo earth-shaking changes. And when these 9 people were found, their ages ranged from 10 to 60 years old. The Saintesses seemed to have a unique vision that was different from ordinary people. Because of this, when the Saintesses of 9 Heavens Holy Land arrived, those who had illusions in their hearts would carefully display themselves. If they were really chosen by the Saintess, it would be a blessing to them. That was why there were so many pretentious people on this island who were deliberately trying to show off. None of them knew what method the Saintesses would use to select the next Holy Master, nor did they know whether the masters around the Saintesses were monitoring the entire island, so they could only strive to be perfect and not make any mistakes. Yang Kai listened in amazement. Before this, he had never thought that such a bizarre thing could exist in this world. "Second brother, you know a lot." Yang Kai was impressed. The waiter chuckled. "It's something that everyone knows. It seems that you're the only one who doesn't know." "Then you don't have any ideas?" Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. According to what he said, the Saint Master was most likely a mediocre person before he was found. The waiter also had a chance. Of course, why not? As expected, the waiter nodded heavily. "But I don't think I'm good enough for someone like the Saintess. If she takes a fancy to me, it's my fortune. If she doesn't, it's only natural. I'll just live like before. I don't know how to act." Respect. The indifferent attitude of the waiter surprised Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Well, good luck to you, brother waiter. Thank you for your auspicious words, sir." The waiter beamed and went back to his own business. After eating and drinking in the inn for a while and obtaining the information he wanted, Yang Kai left. Now that he didn't have anything urgent to do, he naturally wasn't in a hurry to leave. The matter of the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess looking for the Saint Master was something he was quite curious about. Naturally, he wanted to stay and watch the show. Each of the 20 or so nearby islands was extremely lively. Since the arrival of the Saintess, all the young men seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and were extremely excited. Yang Kai stayed here for 10 days, running around the various large and small islands, appreciating the local customs and buying a lot of herbs. Unfortunately, the matter he had been paying attention to didn't appear. After the Saintess arrived here, it was as if she had disappeared without a trace, so there was no way she could find the mysterious Saint Master. While Yang Kai was touring the archipelago, inside a palace on one of the islands, the third-order transcendent Uncle Qian respectfully came up to the Saintess and asked nervously, "Young lady, is there still no response?" The Saintess slowly shook her head. Uncle Qian's expression became gloomy as he sighed slightly. "This is already the 8th place we've visited. It seems the Saint Master isn't here. In a few days we'll leave and head to the next place." The Saintess nodded slightly, not refuting. She knew what kind of responsibility she shouldered since she was a child and had always strived towards this goal. Between her and her 3 sisters, one of them would eventually find the next Saint Master in this vast sea of people. "Uncle Qian, we've been here for a few days and haven't gone out yet. Today, I want to go out with Bei to enjoy the scenery. Is that all right?" The Saintess suddenly asked. Uncle Qian hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Good, but young lady should dress up a bit first." "Rest assured, I have a sense of propriety." With Uncle Qian's approval, the Saintess' mood seemed to improve greatly. After dressing up, the 2 women happily went out, 2 second-order transcendent masters quietly following behind them in case something unexpected happened. On the island, Yang Kai was searching for rare herbs in a shop when suddenly, a sensational energy fluctuation spread out from nearby, accompanied by a loud bang that seemed to shake the entire island. Everyone on the island paled, not knowing what was happening. Yang Kai's expression also became solemn as he quickly rushed out of the medicine shop and flew up into the air to look in the direction of the source of the sound. Above the sea, a pillar of water was slowly descending, as if something terrible had happened in the depths of the sea just now. Some people were hurriedly flying back from the sea, while many cultivators who didn't know what was going on were also rushing over. At the same time, Yang Kai noticed an aura that made him feel very comfortable. It was the aura of Yang attribute energy. Obviously, because of the accident just now, this aura had leaked out from the depths of the sea. Immediately shaking his spirits, Yang Kai rushed over. The water attribute aura in the sea was extremely rich, so under normal circumstances, it was impossible for anything with Yang attribute to form, but once it did, it meant it was extraordinary. Yang Kai really wanted to know what kind of thing could actually emit such an aura. But before he could approach, he was stopped by a group of people. These people should be cultivators from the 7 Family Alliance who had formed a line of defense on the coast, not allowing anyone to approach. Although there were many foreign cultivators, everyone adhered to the principle of not looking for trouble and didn't try to force their way in, all of them stopping a short distance away and staring towards the sea, whispering to one another. Yang Kai listened for a while but didn't hear any useful information, only that this accident had happened very suddenly. Soon, many masters arrived on the island. Yang Kai had seen these people before. They were the group of people who had come to greet the Saintess when 9 Heavens Holy Lands ship docked. They were all masters from the 7 Family Alliance. These people had gathered together and were discussing something in low voices, their expressions dignified, from time to time glancing towards the place where many outsiders were gathered. Yang Kai had been observing all this time and felt that the Yang attribute aura leaking out from the depths of the sea seemed to be getting richer and richer, causing him to become more and more curious. After waiting for half a day, Just as Yang Kai was considering whether to sneak into the depths of the sea to investigate before nightfall, the masters from the Seven Family Alliance seemed to have come to a decision. One of the transcendent realm yellow-faced old men walked over to the crowd and stopped a short distance away before lightly coughing. "Everyone. I'm sure everyone has heard about the accident just now and has even seen it with their own eyes. My Seven Family Alliance won't hide anything from you. In line with the principle of sharing good news with all of you, we're guests from afar, so I'd like to inform you that below this island, somewhere in the sea, there seems to be an ancient ruin." Cries of alarm rang out. Yang Kai's expression also changed slightly. Ancient ruin. These 4 words were like a thunderclap in everyone's ears, shocking them all. The yellow-faced old man glanced around and was very satisfied with everyone's reaction, smiling lightly as he said, "There's no need to doubt, that is indeed an ancient ruin. Before this, my Seven Family Alliance was aware of it and sent some people down to investigate. It was precisely because they triggered the spirit array that such a big commotion occurred. The people who returned have confirmed this." "Old man, what are you planning? Do you want us to go down and help you explore so your Seven Family Alliance can take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of us?" Immediately, some of the people who thought they were smart shouted. Hearing what he said, everyone couldn't help becoming a little vigilant as they stared at the yellow-faced old man vigilantly. With such a great opportunity, the Seven Family Alliance had no reason to tell these outsiders about it for no reason. Obviously, they were trying to entice them to go down and investigate. If that wasn't the case, then there must be a great deal of danger down there, otherwise the Seven Family Alliance would have already gone down themselves. The yellow-faced old man chuckled and unexpectedly admitted, "I did have such an idea, but that's not all of it. My Seven Family Alliance knows our limits. If you want to forcibly go down and take a share of the loot, we can't stop you." "You old man, it seems you still have some self-awareness." Someone laughed loudly. Because of the arrival of the Saintess, there were too many outsiders here, and although most of them didn't have high cultivation, it was impossible for them to stop all of them. It was possible that, as soon as they stepped foot down, someone would follow them. The yellow-faced old man's words were quite honest and won many people's goodwill. So after some discussion, my Seven Family Alliance has a proposal. I hope you'll listen to it. Old man, if you have something to say, then say it quickly. My Seven Family Alliance will take the lead and go down to investigate what is hidden inside the ancient ruins. If there are any friends who want to come along, please register and register. When the time comes, if there are any benefits, my Seven Family Alliance is willing to share them with you. This way, everyone will benefit and avoid any unpleasantness." The yellow-faced old man shouted in a deep voice. "However, this old master must remind you that we don't know what the situation inside the ancient ruins is like. But where there are benefits, there are also risks. If you want to act together with my Seven Family Alliance, please have a certain level of awareness. If you lose your life, we will not be responsible." However, the number of cultivators who remained far exceeded the yellow-faced old man's expectations. There were nearly 300 of them, the weakest of whom was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master. Among them, there was no lack of transcendence, but there weren't many of them. Of these 300 people, there were less than 10 transcendents. The Seven Family Alliance's cultivator gathered together to discuss for a while before the yellow-faced old man declared, "This old master has felt everyone's enthusiasm. Those who pass will follow my Seven Family Alliance into the sea. The rest of you must remain on the coast. If you dare not listen to my advice, don't blame my Seven Family Alliance for not showing mercy." The remaining cultivators weren't very strong, so the yellow-faced old man's words were no longer as polite as before. Obviously, he was certain they wouldn't dare act rashly here. After all, this was the Seven Family Alliance's territory. Seeing him change his attitude so quickly, The excluded cultivator could only curse a few times in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. After they finished speaking, the masters from the Seven Family Alliance gathered together again, seemingly preparing for the upcoming battle. Yang Kai stood in a remote corner, coldly observing the strength of the people around him. Most of them were doing the same thing as him, as if everyone here was his competitor. Perceiving this, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. They hadn't even found any treasure yet, but the smell of gunpowder was already so strong. If they really found something good, this group of people would likely immediately start fighting. The Seven Family Alliance had played a good game. They knew that they couldn't prevent these outsiders from exploring the sea, so they had adopted a conciliatory strategy. On the surface, they were willing to share the secrets of the ancient ruins with outsiders, but in fact, even if they took them down, they would only become a hindrance to each other. Such a state of disunity would make it difficult for them to achieve anything in the ancient ruins. When the time came, the Seven Family Alliance's cultivator would only need to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight while reaping the benefits of the fishermen. In this way, they would be able to reap most of the benefits, avoiding losses as much as possible while also reaping great benefits. Yang Kai secretly shook his head. While he was observing, a fragrant wind suddenly blew in from the side, bringing with it a somewhat familiar scent. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to find a woman standing next to him with a faint smile on her face. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously for a moment before his expression suddenly changed. "You? Sure." The woman quickly raised a jade finger and signaled to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he quietly released his divine sense to investigate the surroundings. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, a strange smile appeared on his face as he whispered, "Young lady, why are you here? Are you sure it's me?" The woman smiled faintly, seemingly a little surprised. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. There is a saying that one can recognize a woman by smelling her fragrance. Every woman's fragrance is different, although you've changed your appearance. And I don't know what method you used to conceal your original aura, but this fragrance can't be changed. You really have a dog's nose. The woman's face blushed slightly as she glared at Yang Kai. Seeing how experienced you are, you must have seduced a lot of women, right? Nope. Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. I've always been a clean and honest person. I would never do such shameless things. The woman giggled and shook her head. I don't believe you. Yang Kai glanced over at her before glancing over at the two second-order transcendent masters who were hurriedly flying away. The two of them were releasing their divine senses unscrupulously, seemingly anxiously searching for someone, but after failing to find anything, they could only dejectedly leave. Isn't this inappropriate? No matter what, you're still a saintess. What are you doing here? Yang Kai quietly pointed in the direction the two masters had left. They seem to be looking for you. Don't look at them. They're still vigilant. If they discover you, it won't be good. The woman quickly tugged at Yang Kai's clothes. When he realized the true identity of this woman just now, Yang Kai was truly shocked. She was actually the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess on that ship. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of exquisite method she had used to perfectly conceal her aura and even change her original appearance. If she hadn't taken the initiative to approach him, Yang Kai wouldn't have discovered her. The skills of this Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess were truly bizarre. No wonder she was able to escape from those two second-order transcendent masters and secretly hide here. You haven't told me yet, what are you doing here? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Joining in the fun. There are so many people here. This kind of fun isn't easy to join. If you make a mistake, you'll lose your life. Yang Kai snorted, shooting her a strange look. The saintess immediately became annoyed. Do you think I don't understand anything and will only die in vain? Humph, if an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator like you can go, why can't I? My strength is much higher than yours. Hey, don't you have the manners and upbringing of a saintess? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. The woman in front of him at this moment was very different from the gentle and quiet saintess from before, as if she was the real her. Why do you care? In any case, I won't choose you as holy master. The woman snorted disdainfully. I don't want to be holy master. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. The woman suddenly frowned and said, Don't expose me. I only approached you because I believe you. Don't worry, I won't meddle in other people's business. Yang Kai nodded, but soon became vigilant again. Why would a saintess like you approach a nobody like me? The saintess' long eyelashes fluttered as she smiled and said, How do I say this? I always feel like you're hiding something. Like there's a mysterious aura around you that I can't see through. I'm a bit curious. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he grinned meaningfully. Same here. What kind of cultivation did this woman have? Yang Kai couldn't see through her. Even if he was in close contact with her, it was as if there was some kind of mysterious power around her that prevented him from prying. Your smile is quite evil. The saintess looked at Yang Kai timidly before sighing. I grew up in the Holy Land since I was a child, and this was the first time I had ever left the Holy Land. But wherever I went, there were always people following me. It was so annoying. I just wanted to be able to be my own master for once, so I was able to shake them off. You don't need to explain yourself to me. Yang Kai said lightly, I have no interest in the affairs of outsiders. And when we arrive at the ancient ruins, don't get entangled with me. If you really encounter any danger, you can only pray for yourself. Don't expect anyone to come and save you. Chapter 746. Today, seeing Yang Kai's attitude suddenly become cold, the saintess snorted, I don't expect you to save me. Just take care of yourself. Saying so, she angrily walked away, apparently unwilling to communicate with Yang Kai any longer. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what the situation below was, but perhaps there really was some kind of great danger. If the saintess had been by his side all this time, he really wouldn't have been able to act freely. It was far better to be on his own and not care about the life or death of others. Although this woman had allowed Yang Kai to stay on the ship, they were only strangers who had met by chance, so Yang Kai had no obligation to protect her safety. In Yang Kai's opinion, this was just a little girl who had grown up in a greenhouse and wanted to prove her ability just because she had some skill. He needed to make her suffer a bit so she would understand how dangerous this world was. After waiting for a long time, the cultivator from the Seven Family Alliance finally finished their discussion. Under the yellow-faced old man's command, the selected outsiders gathered into 7 teams. When Yang Kai had signed up before, he had also chosen a random family, but only now did he discover that the family he had chosen was actually the high family this yellow-faced old man belonged to. There were about 40 outsiders in this team, each one of them looking quite strong, with one of them even being a transcendent. The 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess was not in this team. Instead, she was with another family. The yellow-faced old man came to the front of the crowd, cleared his throat, and swept his eyes over them. This old man is untalented, but he is Hai Wanggu, the protector of the 7 Family Alliance's High Family. This time, this old man will lead everyone into the ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. I ask everyone to listen to this old man's orders and not act rashly to avoid unnecessary casualties. And in addition to all of you, my high family will also send a dozen capable masters to cooperate with you. Since all of you have chosen my high family, then this high will definitely do his best to protect all of you. But let me warn you first, if any of you end up harming everyone's interests, then don't blame this high for being ruthless. Saying so, he swept his eyes over the crowd in a dignified manner, causing everyone to remain silent, not saying a word. Hai Wanggu nodded with satisfaction. Then, life or death is up to fate. Let's go. While he was talking, he was the first one to fly out. More than 40 foreign cultivators gathered together with the dozen or so cultivators from the Fair family. They closely followed his footsteps and rushed towards the surface of the sea. At the same time, the remaining 6 families also made their moves. While flying, Yang Kai secretly observed the group of people dispatched by the High family. There were only a dozen or so of them, but if he counted Hai Wangu, there were 3 transcendents while the rest were all peak immortal ascension boundary masters. Although their numbers were small, their overall strength was undoubtedly much stronger than this group of outsiders. The Fair family could be considered to have dispatched all of their elites. They had completely occupied the initiative. The other 6 families also had the same lineup. After a short while, everyone arrived at the surface of the sea. Hai Wangu waved his hand and summoned out a disc-shaped artifact. This artifact was shrouded in a silver glow and exuded a rich energy fluctuation. Clearly a spirit-grade artifact. Everyone, please come closer. This old man will take you down. Hai Wangu shouted to the crowd. Everyone hurriedly moved closer to him. Hai Wangu poured his true chi into the disc artifact, and suddenly, a silver light curtain appeared around him, wrapping up a 200-meter radius around him. Under his control, this light curtain quickly sank, bringing everyone down to the seabed. Seeing him reveal such a skill, many people's expressions became solemn. Although Hai Wangu did not display any powerful artifacts or martial skills, just his ability to bring dozens of people into the sea with him was enough to impress many people. Secretly observing everyone's expressions, Hai Wangu's face showed a faint smugness. All around them was blue sea water, and below them was a sea of darkness. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. Many of the martial artists who had never entered the sea before couldn't help but gulp. They quietly moved closer to Hai Wangu, as if they could find more safety. Yang Kai glanced around and found that there were bright lights all around. It was the cultivator from the other 6 families, all of them using different methods to rush towards the bottom of the sea. The silver light curtain created by Hai Wangu was extremely tough. Even when the sea water flowed outside, it was unable to penetrate. Around it, there were also a number of colorful fish swimming around. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help pointing at it curiously. As they dove deeper, the expression on Hai Wangu's face gradually became less relaxed. The depths of the sea were unfathomable, and the deeper they went, the greater the pressure. Even if he was a transcendent realm master, maintaining such a large-scale artifact required him to consume a huge amount of yuan qi. The silver light curtain also seemed to be under great pressure and was no longer as smooth as before, slowly shrinking in size. Noticing this, the cultivator's expression couldn't help changing, frowning as he stared at Hai Wangu, wondering if he could keep going. After diving for a while, Hai Wangu suddenly said, "Everyone, this old master would like to ask for your help. Can you use your yuan qi to help this old master maintain the operation of this artifact? If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the bottom of the sea." Hearing him say this, many people couldn't help cursing in their hearts. This old man clearly still had some strength to spare, but he was putting on an extremely difficult expression. Obviously, he didn't want to consume too much yuan qi and wanted to maintain his condition, so he wanted everyone to help. Seeing the silver light curtain shrink to the edge of their bodies, the cultivator had no choice but to act, all of them quickly circulating their yuan qi and sending it towards the artifact in Hai Wangu's hand. Hai Wangu smiled and nodded, accepting this yuan qi and transforming it into his artifact's power. Yang Kai also followed suit and sent out a few yuan qi bursts. Everyone snorted in their hearts. Everyone was holding the idea of saving yuan qi and was unwilling to contribute, hoping that others would waste their energy in order to gain the upper hand in the upcoming exploration. They hadn't even reached the bottom of the sea yet they were already scheming against each other. Who knew what would happen once they reached the bottom of the sea? After accepting everyone's yuan qi, the silver light curtain really did expand a lot. But after a while, Hai Wangu once again asked for help. After repeating this process many times, they still hadn't seen the so-called ancient ruins. Everyone's yuan qi consumption was too great, so they suddenly became impatient and began to ask questions. Hai Wangu calmly explained, "Don't worry, we're almost there. The depth of the seabed is not something you can imagine. This continued for about the time it would take to burn a stick of incense before someone suddenly exclaimed and pointed down, "Look down there!" Following the direction he was pointing, everyone looked down and couldn't help shaking their spirits. Down below, there were flashing colorful lights, and surrounded by these lights, a huge and boundless ruin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Ancient ruins. Everyone couldn't help feeling excited. "It looks like we've finally arrived." Hai Wanggu smiled faintly, leading everyone down at a much faster speed. Not long after, the group arrived at the periphery of the ancient ruins. Looking from the outside, the ancient ruins covered a vast area, about a few dozen miles in radius. Inside the ancient ruins, it was desolate. There were many palace-like existences and neatly arranged houses, but most of them had already collapsed, leaving behind only broken walls and ruins. Moreover, the periphery of this huge ancient ruins seemed to be wrapped in an inexplicable barrier, so even at the bottom of the sea, the ancient ruins were abnormally dry, without the slightest trace of moisture. At the edge of the ancient ruins, countless corals swayed back and forth with the flow of the sea. These corals exuded a colorful light, illuminating the ancient ruins with a gloomy aura. Everyone couldn't help feeling frightened, not knowing if there was some kind of danger lurking inside. Hai Wanggu, on the other hand, continued to maintain the operation of the artifact as he led everyone directly into the ancient ruins. The barrier around the ancient ruins blocked the sea and turned a blind eye to everyone's intrusion, allowing the group of a few dozen people to easily enter the ancient ruins. Hai Wanggu took back his artifact and took a deep breath, his old face filled with excitement as his eyes flashed with expectation. "Since we're here, let's hurry up. The other 6 groups should also be here soon," Hai Wanggu said. Everyone's face went black as they looked at Hai Wanggu's relaxed appearance, realizing that they had all been fooled by this old fox. In order to maintain the operation of the artifact, most of the people here had consumed a lot of energy, but Hai Wanggu was still full of energy. Now that he had made such a proposal, it was obvious he didn't intend to give everyone time to recover. As they spoke from different corners, the other 6 groups of people arrived one after another. Not having the time to curse, these cultivators quickly took out pills and stuffed them into their mouths, following Hai Wanggu's pace while secretly circulating their secret arts to dissolve the medicinal efficacies and replenish their yuan qi. In order to avoid suspicion, Yang Kai also put on an act and casually tossed a pill into his mouth. After entering this ancient ruin, Yang Kai felt an extremely rich yang attribute energy flowing out from a certain direction. This yang attribute energy filled the entire ancient ruin, causing it to not only not feel cold, but instead feel warm. However, Yang Kai didn't leave the group and head in that direction. The ancient ruins were mysterious and unpredictable, so he planned to follow the group and explore the situation first. As everyone walked, they couldn't help exclaiming in amazement. Because the things in this ancient ruins were extremely old, at least a few thousand years old. It was unknown which great force it belonged to, but in the end, it had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Everyone was paying close attention to their surroundings, releasing their divine senses to search for any possible treasures. As Hai Wanggu walked, he said, "If you find anything, please give it to this old master. Rest assured, after we leave this place and return to the surface, this old master will share everything with you. My Hai family will never take anything here for itself. Of course, the more effort you put in, the more benefits you will receive in the end. My Hai family is no exception." Hai Wanggu's words were righteous, but after suffering such a loss, no one dared to believe him. Chapter 747. After walking for a short time, a few people suddenly jumped out of the group and ran towards the collapsed houses on both sides. At the same time, many people noticed that inside the houses on both sides, there seemed to be something emitting energy fluctuations. Hai Wanggu waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop and wait quietly. The people who rushed out were the cultivators of the Hai family. After all, this was their territory, So even if a foreign cultivator noticed something unusual, he wouldn't act first. If there were benefits, the Hai family wouldn't mind drinking the soup, but if there was danger, the Hai family would be the one to test it out. That was what everyone was planning. A moment later, the Hai family cultivator quickly returned from the left and right sides. The two who returned from the left side were dejected and slowly shook their heads towards Hai Wanggu. Obviously, they hadn't gained anything. On the other hand, the one who returned from the right side had an extremely excited smile on his face as he handed over a seemingly simple object to Hai Wanggu. Everyone's eyes were like locusts biting into this object. Hai Wanggu took it and carefully wiped the dust off its surface, releasing his divine sense to investigate it, and couldn't help raising his brow as he nodded. It's an artifact, but with the passage of time, it has lost most of its spirituality. Now, it's only mysterious grade low rank. Ha, what a pity. If it was in perfect condition, I'm afraid it would at least be a spirit grade top rank artifact. Listening to him say this, everyone couldn't help showing a look of regret. What he said this time was the truth, because everyone's eyes were focused on this artifact, under the prying of their divine senses. It was impossible for him to lie. However, they had only walked a short distance before obtaining an artifact, which could be considered a good thing, so everyone was looking forward to this trip. This artifact will be kept by this old master for now. When we return, I'll have an artifact refiner repair it. Perhaps it can restore some of its spirituality and improve its grade. Hai Wanggu said as he put the artifact into his universe bag. He had made it clear that everything he found would be kept by him and shared with everyone after they returned. On top of that, this thing was found by the Hai family cultivator. At this time, naturally no one said anything. With such a harvest, everyone became more focused on their search. Moreover, in order to expand the search range, Hai Wanggu divided everyone into 3 small teams, each led by a transcendent from his Hai family, each of them heading off in 3 different directions. Yang Kai still followed behind Hai Wanggu, but after the team split up, there were less than 20 people left. Besides Hai Wanggu, only Yang Kai was a transcendent while the rest were all immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Among the collapsed houses on both sides of the road, from time to time, everyone would find something that made their eyes light up. Most of these things were artifacts, although occasionally there were also secret arts and martial skills. But because too much time had passed, these martial arts manuals were not well preserved. The moment they entered the hand, they turned into fine powder, causing people to wring their wrists in pity. There were also some medicinal pills, but similarly, because too much time had passed, their medicinal properties had completely evaporated, and only some residue remained. They could no longer be used. Half a day later, the group only managed to obtain a few incomplete artifacts that had lost most of their spirituality. This made them somewhat dissatisfied. These gains were far from what they had expected. Yang Kai had been following the team from the beginning. Neither showing off nor deliberately concealing himself, only displaying the performance of an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator, not attracting anyone's attention or suspicion. Among the dozen or so artifacts they had found, he had also contributed, but he wasn't interested in them. What made him slightly puzzled was that this ancient ruin should have belonged to a great sect from a long time ago. Such a sect should have many layers of barriers placed around it. Inferring from the barrier that blocked the seawater, these barriers should still be functional, but until now, no one had encountered any danger. This made him even more vigilant. As he was walking, a thin man suddenly approached him. Yang Kai frowned and glanced over at him casually, only to find that the other party was grinning at him silently and strangely. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. "Boy, you're quite smart." The man glanced over at Hai Wanggu, who was leading the way, and determined that he wasn't paying attention to them before lowering his voice. "Am I?" Yang Kai suddenly felt interested. This man was also a foreign cultivator following Hai Wanggu, a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. He wasn't very old, probably only in his 30s, but his pair of small and narrow eyes were like those of a poisonous snake, giving off a shrewd and insidious aura. Him suddenly coming to find him for no reason made Yang Kai somewhat confused. not knowing what this man was planning. I can see it. The man nodded lightly. Although you're taciturn, your eyes are shining brightly, which is a sign of your shrewdness. You want to hide your true strength so you can make a big move? No, you're thinking too much. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Don't deny it. That's what everyone is thinking. The skinny man chuckled and said, that old man kept all the spoils in his own Chenkuan bag. Who knows what he's thinking? If we really go up there, he might not give us anything at all or just give us a small profit. This is the territory of the Seven Family Alliance. In the end, it's up to them to decide. They eat the meat. I'll just drink the soup. Yang Kai chuckled. My requirements aren't high. You don't look like someone who's so easily satisfied. The thin man curled his lips, his voice becoming even lower. How about it? Are you interested in joining forces with me? Join forces for what? The thin man's expression was one of utter disdain. There doesn't seem to be any danger here, so we might as well leave this team and search for it ourselves. If we find something good, we can keep it for ourselves. Why follow behind them? Oh, good idea. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, a look of interest appearing on his face. You also think this is a good idea? The thin man saw Yang Kai was tempted and quickly struck while the iron was hot. Let's act together, and if we really find something good, we'll split it evenly. No one will cheat the other. I've always been a fair person. Although the idea is good, I'll follow them, the more the safer. Above pill veins was the legendary pill cloud. When Yang Kai was refining pills, pill veins would often appear, but pill clouds had never appeared. Now, for the first time, he finally saw what a pill cloud was. According to legend, when a pill cloud appeared, not only would it increase a pill's medicinal efficacies several times over, but it would also constantly gather world energy for the pill, nourishing it. It could be said that the longer a pill with pill clouds was stored, the greater its medicinal efficacies and value would be. Chapter 748. Yang Kai did not know how many years the Saint Pill in the jade bottle had been stored here. Throughout the countless years of the flowing time Great Emperor, the pill cloud had been gathering world energy for this pill, nourishing it. Such a Saint Pill was no longer a simple pill. Its value was immeasurable. Especially for an alchemist like Yang Kai, it had great research value. If he could figure out the mystery behind the formation of pill clouds, Yang Kai would be able to refine pills with pill clouds in the future. All kinds of thoughts quickly intertwined in Yang Kai's mind, his expression fluctuating. Inside the jade bottle, the pill cloud exuded a subtle attractive force, drawing in the surrounding world energy. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and glared coldly at the thin man. The other party was also grinning at Yang Kai, but the moment he turned his head, a green light suddenly burst out from the thin man's hand, and in an instant, the entire room was wrapped in a poisonous mist. Heh, you stupid bird. Don't blame father for being ruthless. The thin man saw Yang Kai motionless as he was surrounded by his poisonous mist and chuckled in a low voice. Saying so, the thin man formed a blade with his fingers and sent out a surge of yuan qi, stabbing straight towards Yang Kai's chest. At this moment, the thin man erupted with all his strength, vowing to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. A Saint Pill with pill clouds, and one that had been stored here for at least 1,000 years. Not only did Yang Kai want such a treasure for himself, but the thin man also had the same idea. As long as he could obtain this Saint Pill, this trip to the sea would be a great harvest. Even if he could not obtain anything in the following journey, it did not matter. Inside the green poisonous mist, the thin man's face was filled with fanaticism and ferocity. Kung Chong. Yang Kai's figure did not move, but a spark burst out from his chest, not even breaking his skin as he stared coldly at the thin man. The smile on the thin man's face quickly disappeared, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Soon his face distorted. He had used all of his strength in that attack, but not only did he fail to kill Yang Kai, his finger was also fractured. The moment he poked Yang Kai's body, he felt as if he was poking steel. His opponent's body was unbelievably hard. Idiot! Yang Kai calmly patted his chest and smoothed out the creases on his clothes. If you don't do it, I have no reason to kill you. You're courting death, my friend. How did you? Even a transcendent can't resist my bone-eroding poison smoke. How did you manage to escape unscathed? The thin man's eyes trembled violently as panic filled his heart. Nothing is impossible. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously, seeing the thin man make a gesture of fleeing. His figure flickered and blocked his path, sending a palm strike towards the thin man's throat. The thin man's eyes bulged out as he covered his neck with both hands. His throat made some noises, but he couldn't say a single word. After staggering a few steps, he fell to the ground and died. A peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, Yang Kai could easily deal with him now. Without waiting for the thin man to die, Yang Kai grabbed the remaining jade bottles and hurriedly opened them, confirming that there were no pills with pill clouds inside before quickly rushing outside. What happened? What happened inside? The three cultivators outside just happened to rush in and ran into Yang Kai, so they hurriedly asked. Although the confrontation between Yang Kai and the thin man had been concealed, Yuan Chi's sudden burst of power had alerted them, so naturally they had come to investigate. Run! The barrier inside has been triggered. Yang Kai's face paled as he shouted. The three cultivators glanced behind Yang Kai, and upon seeing the green poisonous fog, their expressions became solemn and they didn't dare to rush in, hurriedly following Yang Kai. What happened inside? Hai Wanggu saw the four of them in a hurry and couldn't help asking. There was a barrier in that room. When my friend and I were investigating, he accidentally touched it. Yang Kai quickly explained, his face turning green as he spoke. Where is he? Hai Wanggu's expression changed. He's dead. Dead? The group of people suddenly became horrified. After arriving here, everyone had been walking for more than half a day without encountering any danger. Originally, they thought that this ancient ruin was extremely safe, but now that one of them had inexplicably died, it made them feel slightly uneasy. How come you're fine? Hai Wanggu's pair of bright eyes stared closely at Yang Kai as he asked in a deep voice. I was a little far away, but it seems that I was also poisoned. Yang Kai coughed lightly, the green color on his face changing even more rapidly. As soon as they heard him say this, everyone quickly moved away from him, afraid that they would be implicated. Yang Kai secretly observed the situation and his heart suddenly calmed down. Just now, before the thin man had attacked, he had first released a cloud of poisonous fog, so it was likely that he had been prepared to give the same explanation as what Yang Kai had just said. Yang Kai was just borrowing his means to explain the cause of his death. The room was still filled with poisonous fog, so it was likely that no one would investigate it carefully. Moreover, Yang Kai had deliberately inhaled a little of the poisonous fog, making his explanation even more convincing. There must be a barrier inside. Hai Wanggu muttered in a low voice before suddenly turning to look at Yang Kai. Did you obtain anything? Only these few jade bottles. I quickly brought them out before leaving. Yang Kai said as he handed the jade bottles to Hai Wanggu. Everyone had a disappointed look on their faces. They had found too many jade bottles, but they had never found any useful pills inside. Hai Wanggu's expression was also not very good, looking at Yang Kai with some distrust. They had not encountered any barriers along the way, but now that they had encountered one, it was very likely that there was some kind of treasure inside this room. Otherwise, why would the original owner have placed such a barrier? You didn't hide anything? Hai Wanggu narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't have a universe bag, so even if I did, where would I hide anything? Hai Wanggu swept him with his divine sense, and after confirming that he was telling the truth, he nodded lightly. Although a universe bag was a very convenient storage artifact, not everyone on Tongxian realm could possess one. When he was in bold independent union of all the people Yang Kai had met, Only a few captains from bold independent union were qualified to be equipped with universe bags. This time, most of the cultivators who had followed the Seven Family Alliance into the sea didn't have such a storage artifact. Does Senior not trust me? Yang Kai looked at Hai Wanggu coldly. Hai Wanggu explained lightly, "It's just a routine question. Little brother doesn't need to mind." Saying so, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai, and instead opened the jade bottles with some helplessness. Originally, he didn't expect to find anything in these jade bottles. But when he opened them, Hai Wanggu couldn't help showing a shocked expression, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing, carefully inspecting one of the jade bottles. At the same time, everyone smelled a pleasant medicinal fragrance. Hai Wanggu was surprised as he poured out all the pills in the jade bottle. There were about a dozen of them, most of which were already wasted, but there were still 2 pills that stood out from the rest. These 2 pills had pill veins on them and were filled with rich world energy. It was because of these pill veins that they had not lost their medicinal efficacies and were still in good condition. Spirit pills! Hai Wanggu exclaimed. The group of people was also extremely excited as they stared towards the pills in Hai Wanggu's hand, their eyes flashing with ecstasy. These 2 pills were not only spirit-grade pills but also spirit pills that had formed pill veins, making them several times more valuable than ordinary spirit-grade pills. Yang Kai stood to the side, coldly observing the expressions of the crowd, his expression indifferent. He had also checked these jade bottles just now and knew what was inside, but he didn't take them away. To him, these spirit pills with pill veins weren't of much value. He could refine them himself, but the same pill with pill clouds was something he needed to obtain. Throwing out these jade bottles successfully attracted everyone's attention, making them no longer pay attention to him. Hai Wanggu's pair of old hands trembled as he quickly opened the other jade bottles. Sure enough, he lived up to everyone's expectations and found a few more pills with pill veins. There were spirit-grade pills and mysterious-grade pills, all of them perfectly preserved. Sure enough, there are good things in that house. Hai Wanggu kept nodding as he laughed heartily. Their 7 Family Alliance was just a small family. They couldn't afford to hire powerful alchemists, so naturally they couldn't obtain spirit-grade pills with pill veins. Now that he had obtained a few, he couldn't be happier than ever. If you find more jade bottles later, don't turn a blind eye to them. There may be some pills inside, Hai Wanggu said as he put away his harvest. Everyone quickly nodded. None of them had considered this aspect before. Only now did they remember the legendary pill veins. Little brother has done a meritorious deed. There was also a foreign cultivator who patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately, praising him. No one mentioned the thin man who had died. All of them had just met by chance, so even if he died, no one would cry for him. Yang Kai kept coughing, his expression pained as he said sadly, "It's a pity that the friend who went in with me didn't come out." Hai Wanggu looked at him, and although he didn't agree in his heart, he still said, "Little brother can rest assured. After we return, we will give him a share. If we can find out where his friends and relatives are, this Hai will definitely send them his share. Let's not talk about this for now. Take this detoxification pill. This is a pill refined by my Hai family's chief alchemist. It should be of some help to your injuries." With this harvest, Hai Wanggu not only no longer doubted Yang Kai, he even began to care about him, handing a pill to Yang Kai as he spoke. "Many thanks." Yang Kai took the pill and examined it a little to determine that it was indeed a detoxification pill, and that it had not been tampered with before directly popping it into his mouth. Sitting down cross-legged, he pretended to circulate his secret art and said, "You go first, I'll catch up later." Chapter 749. Although with Yang Kai's current strength, he didn't put these people who had come to the ancient ruins this time in his eyes. With his soul-devouring insects, anyone below the Saint Realm was no match for him. However, because he wanted to use the strength of this group of people to explore the situation inside the ancient ruins, Yang Kai had concealed himself and followed behind them. Now that he had a good grasp of the situation, Yang Kai planned to leave this group and act on his own. He was very curious about the source of the Yang attribute energy and wanted to find out what it was. And right now, there was an opportunity. Yang Kai felt that with Hai Wanggu's temperament, he shouldn't care about his own life or death. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Hai Wanggu slowly shook his head. That won't do. How can I leave you here alone? It seemed that because of Yang Kai's performance just now, Hai Wanggu had become somewhat concerned about him. His face filled with concern as he turned to one of the Hai family cultivators and ordered, "Fourth brother, stay here and take care of him. When his injuries are stable, catch up." The cultivator who was ordered quickly nodded and stood beside Yang Kai, assuming a defensive posture. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, only able to say, "Many thanks for senior's kindness." Hai Wanggu gently nodded. "Good. Heal yourself as soon as possible. Then catch up with fourth brother. We'll rest up ahead and wait for you." Saying so, he led the others forward. Yang Kai was helpless and could only pretend to circulate his secret art. The cultivator called fourth brother also remained silent, standing not far from Yang Kai like a wooden stake. After half an hour or so, Yang Kai stood up again. "How is it?" Fourth brother quickly asked. "It shouldn't be a problem." "Then let's catch up," fourth brother quickly said, his face filled with urgency. Following the tracks left behind by Hai Wanggu along the way, after a stick of incense worth of time, the two of them caught up with the rest of the group. However, when Yang Kai saw the situation of the group, his expression couldn't help becoming solemn. Originally, there were about 20 people in the group, but now there were 6 or 7 missing. Furthermore, the remaining people had a look of lingering fear on their faces. While he pretended to be recuperating from his injuries, it was obvious that they had encountered some sort of danger. As for the 6 or 7 people who had disappeared, it was easy to guess what had happened to them. This ancient ruin was indeed not a safe place. Seeing Yang Kai and the cultivator called fourth brother return to the team, Hai Wanggu just gently nodded, his expression ugly. He didn't say much. What happened just now? That fourth brother walked to the side of a cultivator from the Hai family and asked softly. There was still a look of fear on his face as he explained softly. "There seem to be many inexplicable restrictions here. I accidentally triggered one of them and several people died." The fourth brother's expression suddenly changed, and he didn't dare to ask any more questions. While they were talking, suddenly, a sharp howl came from afar. Hai Wanggu, who had been sitting in place, quickly opened his eyes and stared suspiciously in that direction, muttering softly, "Chung family." Saying so, he hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. "Everyone, please come with me. There seems to be some movement over there." About 5 kilometers away from where Hai Wanggu and the others were resting, a large group of people had gathered, all of whom had heard the howl coming from this direction. Many cultivators had rushed over. These cultivators were led by the masters from the 7 Family Alliance. Wave after wave of cultivators arrived here. After arriving here, everyone stared at the scene in front of them. Everyone was shocked and inexplicably excited. In front of them, there was a huge transparent ball of light that was exuding shocking energy fluctuations. It was unknown what material this transparent ball of light was made of, but inferring from the energy fluctuations it was emitting, it was definitely a high-grade artifact. And it was completely intact. However, at this moment, in front of everyone, there was an invisible barrier that blocked everyone's path, making any cultivator who wanted to approach the ball of light unable to do so. One cultivator after another tried to approach it, but all of them were pushed back by a gentle force, none of them able to get within 500 meters of the light ball. When Hai Wanggu led Yang Kai and the others to this place, the scene was lively, with at least a few dozen people gathered. Looking at the light ball, Yang Kai's brow rose as he secretly paid attention to it. A familiar aura came from the crowd, and when he followed this aura, Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. Over there, the Saintess of 9 Heavens' Holy Land was smiling towards him with a strange expression on her face. Yang Kai turned his eyes away and pretended not to notice. This woman seemed to have some skill, not even a speck of dust on her body. Moreover, her beautiful eyes were brimming with excitement. She looked particularly happy. It seemed that this underwater adventure had allowed her to enjoy excitement and pleasure that she had never thought she would experience before. Silly girl. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. Brother Cheng, what's the matter? Hai Wanggu stepped forward and asked a second-order transcendent old man. The roar just now was from this old man. The Seven Family Alliance had been established on this nearby island for a long time and had a special method of communication with each other. So when he heard the other parties roar, Hai Wanggu knew he was calling for help. Many people had the same question as Hai Wanggu, so one by one, the transcendents gathered around Old Man Cheng and asked him questions. Let's wait for everyone to gather first, then I'll explain, Old Man Cheng said. No one asked any more questions and simply waited quietly. As time passed, more and more teams joined in. Obviously, they were all people who were searching for treasures in the vicinity. More and more people gathered. Soon more than 100 people had gathered. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was coming, Old Man Cheng said, "That's it. Probably no one else is coming. Brother Cheng, can you explain why you called us here?" "Of course it's for that artifact." Old Man Cheng smiled faintly and pointed to the light sphere not far away. "The power of this artifact is unfathomable. I don't know what kind of effect it has, but when we tried to find it, we were blocked by an invisible barrier. I believe all of you saw this clearly just now." Everyone doesn't want to waste time here, right? He could also see that although the attacks just now were quite powerful, most people had not used their full strength, undoubtedly underestimating the defensive strength of this barrier. Hearing him say this, the cultivator who had held back just now no longer dared to take any chances and simply waited for the next attack. After another round of preparation, Old Man Cheng raised his hand again, his pair of eyes sweeping the crowd majestically. Everyone who was targeted by him immediately condensed their yuan qi. Chapter 750. After observing for a while, Old Man Cheng gave everyone sufficient time to prepare before waving his hand once more. If this invisible barrier was in perfect condition, with the cultivation level of this group of people, even if they worked hard for a few decades, they probably wouldn't be able to break it. However, the primordial ruins had existed for too long, and all the restrictions had weakened greatly. The same was true for the barrier in front of him. When the second wave of attacks bombarded the barrier, it caved in even more, but this time it seemed to have reached its limit. Kacha. Many small cracks appeared in the air, and very soon, those cracks spread out in all directions, and even more cracks appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone cried out in surprise and paid close attention. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. With a crisp sound, like a mirror being shattered, the invisible barrier suddenly broke open. The moment the barrier was shattered, all the cultivator present seemed to have been prepared. Without waiting for the orders of the Transcendent Realm Masters, all of them displayed their movement skills and rushed forward. The Transcendents leading the Seven Family Alliance were also the same. Every one of the masters from the Seven Family Alliance stared greedily towards this light sphere, reaching out their hands to grab it before they could even reach it. Among the people who had just worked together, a torrent of open strife and covert struggle suddenly broke out. Yuan Qi was unrestrained, pushing and shoving each other, afraid of falling behind others. Yang Kai didn't move, just coldly observing the changes in the situation. The Saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land also didn't move. In addition, many of the more suspicious cultivator also stood in place. They were aware that they weren't strong enough and that even if they rushed over, they wouldn't be able to seize the mysterious artifact and instinctively felt that there was danger ahead. Naturally, he did not dare to act rashly. They could only wait for the others to rush over and check out the situation first. Sure enough, before those people could get close to the glowing ball, A pure white halo suddenly spread out with the ball as the center. That halo carried a mysterious energy fluctuation that was as fast as lightning. The cultivator who had been rushing forward saw this scene, and all of their expressions changed. Their expressions changed greatly. Even though they were prepared, they were still caught off guard by this halo. No one was able to react. The moment they saw the halo, they were wrapped in it. In an instant, these people's movements became stiff and they tumbled to the ground. None of them had the strength to resist. Yang Kai's face went pale, and without even thinking about it, he quickly retreated. The moment the halo swept over the cultivator in front of him, Yang. But even with Yang Kai's current speed, he was unable to escape the pursuit of the halo. He had only just retreated a short distance before the halo enveloped him. Yang soul. Yang Kai's knowledge sea tumbled. Yang Kai only felt the earth in front of him shake, and he had the illusion that his soul was about to be stripped away. He didn't dare to neglect. Quickly stabilizing his figure, Yang Kai held his breath and stabilized his soul. Quickly, Yang Kai glanced around and found that the cultivator who had been vigilant and hadn't rushed forward to grab the artifact had all fallen to the ground like Hai Wanggu and the others. Even the saintess of 9 Heavens Holy Land was the same. However, she seemed to have held on for a while. Before she fell, she faintly glanced at Yang Kai, her red lips squirming a few times, but no one knew what she wanted to say. Yang Kai guessed that she was asking him for help. How could he have the leisure to pay attention to her? Yang Kai couldn't even protect himself right now. After being covered by that inexplicable halo, Yang Kai felt as if his soul was being grabbed by an invisible hand and was about to be pulled out of his knowledge sea. Shocked, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of mystery was hidden in this situation, so he quickly immersed himself in his knowledge sea. Opening his demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai was unable to avoid this fate. After persisting for less than 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai's vision blurred as his soul left his knowledge sea and entered a white world. One figure after another appeared in front of him, each of them wearing a look of panic as they glanced around in shock, unable to understand what was going on. These people were all soul avatars and were the cultivators who had gathered together before. In fact, there were more than 100 of them here. "Hey!" A shout came from the side, causing Yang Kai to turn his head vigilantly only to find that the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess was hiding in a secluded corner and waving towards him. Yang Kai frowned, but under her continuous urging, he walked over to her. She was also a soul avatar now, so without the ability to change her appearance, she was able to reveal her original appearance. "Do you know where this is?" The 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess looked around and asked quietly. "How would I know?" Yang Kai frowned. Although he had some guesses in his heart, he wasn't certain. "I can see that you've been resisting for longer than anyone else here. Your true strength isn't just at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, right?" The Saintess frowned as she looked Yang Kai up and down, suddenly a trace of surprise flashing across her beautiful eyes. "Hey, why is your soul avatar?" Closer to Yang Kai, she felt a burning aura emanating from Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared at her coldly. The Saintess smiled lightly. "Rest assured, I won't speak nonsense. Do you cultivate some kind of special soul skill?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded lightly, not explaining any further. Normally, he could hide the fact that he possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea. Even when using his conflagrated knowledge sea to fight, as long as he didn't display his conflagrated knowledge sea's power, he could deceive others, but when his soul avatar left his knowledge sea, it would inevitably show signs of burning. Saying so, Yang Kai squinted towards the Saintess in front of him, his heart filled with surprise. This Saintess had a mysterious power on her body that prevented Yang Kai from prying. So Yang Kai didn't know what her cultivation was before, but at this moment, with only his soul avatar here, Yang Kai was able to see through the Saintess' cultivation at a glance. First Order Transcendent. She wasn't much older than him, but she also possessed such strength. This 9 Heavens Holy Land was really amazing. I think it's best if we take care of each other. What do you say? the saintess suddenly suggested. Originally, she thought that with so many people going into the sea together, there shouldn't be a problem. However, on the way to the ancient ruins, some unexpected situations occurred one after another. Only then did she realize that there were dangers in the ancient ruins that she couldn't resist. Now that her soul avatar had been forcibly dragged here, the saintess naturally wanted to find a helper to take care of each other. "I don't take burdens with me?" Yang Kai looked at her and slowly shook his head. The saintess curled her lips and said, "You're too arrogant. You haven't seen my methods yet, so how do you know I'm a burden to you? Perhaps you're actually a burden to me. When the time comes, if there's any real danger, it's hard to say who will take care of who." "Then why don't you let me see your methods?" Yang Kai smiled lightly, his expression indifferent. "Once I see them, I'll consider whether or not to cooperate with you." The saintess' pretty face became cold as she snorted, no longer willing to talk to Yang Kai. From childhood to now, although she had very little contact with men of her generation, she had never thought that there would actually be such a bad-tempered and arrogant person like Yang Kai in this world. It was as if he was the most powerful person in the world and no one else was worth mentioning. This guy is really annoying. While the two of them were talking, the Seven Family Alliance and the cultivator they had gathered were also whispering to each other, discussing the current situation. "Look up there." Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded. Hearing this, everyone raised their heads and looked up. What they saw was a few large golden characters floating in the white void. Extremely dazzling. Soul Battle Hall. For large characters, each stroke bold and powerful, exuding an indescribable charm. What's more, these words were not written in an ordinary way, but instead were engraved with spiritual energy. Even after experiencing the flowing time great emperor for countless years, the thick majesty exuded from these four large characters had not been erased, causing everyone present to tremble in fear. After a single glance, they quickly averted their eyes, as if they continued to stare at it, their soul avatars would be destroyed. Soul Battle Hall? Could it be understood as a place for divine sense battles? So, is that ball of light a soul-type artifact? Our soul avatars were forcibly dragged here so that we could fight. Everyone began to discuss amongst themselves, and soon they were able to sort out some of their thoughts, all of which were similar to Yang Kai's conjecture. Hai Wanggu waved his hand, motioning everyone to calm down, loudly declaring, "If this is really the interior of an artifact, and our soul avatars were forcibly dragged here, then if we want to leave, we must first find an exit. Everyone, don't stay idle. Look around and see if there are any hidden mysteries in this place." Hearing him say this, everyone quickly split up and began searching. This white and empty space seemed to be huge and vast, but when everyone began searching, they quickly discovered that this space was extremely strange. No matter how they moved, they could not escape from a radius of a few kilometers. After searching for a long time, no one was able to find anything suspicious, causing everyone to feel somewhat discouraged. The Seven Family Alliance's transcendents were also searching, constantly releasing their divine senses, but no matter how hard they tried, this white space was like a forbidden room with no blind spots, imprisoning everyone here and blocking their way out. "Did you find it?" The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess suddenly came to Yang Kai's side and asked as if nothing had happened, seemingly having forgotten all the unpleasantness she had with Yang Kai before. After an unknown amount of time, everyone gave up searching for a way out because there was simply no way out. Everyone stayed in place to rest, their faces extremely gloomy. Suddenly, the sound of quarreling came from a certain direction. It seemed that because two cultivators were quarreling, neither of them willing to back down, the more they quarreled, the fiercer they became, as if they were about to fight. This quarrel was like a fuse, igniting the irritation of many people. "Old man, if it weren't for your insistence on breaking that invisible barrier, we wouldn't have fallen into this situation today." Now that we're all trapped here, what do you think we should do? Someone suddenly shouted at Old Man Chung. Following his shouts, more and more cultivator began to join in the condemnation, as if everyone felt that the reason for this disaster was all because of Old Man Chung. Even many people from the Seven Family Alliance were glaring at him with disgruntled expressions. Old Man Cheng's expression became gloomy as he sneered meaningfully. Everyone, what you're saying isn't right. Although I was the one who gathered everyone here, before we broke that barrier, no one objected or tried to stop me. Didn't you all want to enter the palace behind the barrier to search for treasures? Now that things have come to this point, why are you all trying to pin the blame on this Old Man Chung? Isn't this a bit unreasonable? No matter what, it was you who led everyone to this point. If you can't find a way out, you can only wait for death. That's right. Your Chung family must be responsible for finding a way out. Otherwise you'll suffer. The Seven Family Alliance is responsible for this. We're all going to die here, so before we die, we won't let you off so easily. Everyone seemed to be filled with righteous indignation, as if they were facing a common enemy, all of them shouting out at the same time, as if they were ready to go all out if the Seven Family Alliance didn't take responsibility. Seeing that he was the source of all this trouble, Hai Wanggu's expression also became gloomy. Before coming here, did this old master say that where there are benefits, there will be risks, and that life and death will be left to fate? You knew that this trip would be risky, yet you were still tempted by the benefits. My Seven Family Alliance has no obligation to protect your safety, so whether you live or die, what does that have to do with me? With these words, everyone's mood was not very good. So Hai Wanggu's words immediately made the atmosphere even more tense. Old Man Chung grinned as he glared at the cultivator who had just spoken to him and coldly said, "You want me to die? You don't have the ability." As he spoke, a sharp spiritual energy burst out from his soul avatar, and like a snake with fangs, it slammed into the cultivator's body. With a pitiful scream, the cultivator didn't even have the chance to fight back, as his soul avatar was directly shattered. His cultivation was only at the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage, so under the attack of a first-order transcendent like Old Man Chung, how could he possibly survive? Silence filled the air as everyone suddenly fell silent, their eyes trembling as they stared towards the spot where the cultivator had disappeared. None of them had expected that this Old Man Chung would actually kill a cultivator without any warning. But soon, the expressions of the several people around the dead cultivator became strange, a look of comfort appearing on their faces, as if they had been greatly nourished, even their soul avatars becoming slightly thicker. Hai Wanggu raised his brow as he stared in amazement. At the same time, all the transcendents present discovered something that surprised them. The dead cultivator's soul avatar actually turned into a burst of spiritual energy that was absorbed by the several cultivators around him. It was because they had absorbed the spiritual energy of the dead cultivator that their soul avatars had visibly grown stronger. Yang Kai also saw this scene and couldn't help smiling inexplicably, muttering under his breath, "This is going to be fun." "What's wrong?" The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess asked nervously. She had been following behind Yang Kai a moment ago and hadn't seen much, so hearing Yang Kai suddenly say this made her feel a little confused. "Many of the people here will probably die." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. As the two of them spoke, the expressions of the Seven Family Alliance's transcendence fluctuated, all of them glancing around at each other, all of them clearly interested. If an average person wanted to cultivate their soul, it was much more difficult than cultivating their physical body. If one didn't have a good soul secret art, they could only take pills to nourish their soul, and even then, they would have to take these pills over a long period of time to see the effects. However, in this strange space, there seemed to be some kind of inexplicable principle that allowed any soul avatar that died to be absorbed and swallowed by others. This was a huge temptation to anyone. However, this situation was also accompanied by risks. When someone's soul avatar collapsed and died, the remnant energy contained all the memories and experiences of that person's life. If one absorbed too much of this energy, it was likely that their mind would be affected, causing them to lose all sense of who they were. At that time, their mind would become chaotic and they would either go insane or lose their mind. When Yang Kai absorbed the soul avatars of others, he first used his demon eye of annihilation to purify the impurities, leaving behind only the pure energy. If not for this, he would have long since become someone else. Although the benefits obtained in this way were very small, they could avoid future troubles. On top of that, his enemies' insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao would be completely preserved. This was what Yang Kai needed the most. However, the people present obviously didn't think so much. There had never been a secret art that allowed a cultivator to directly absorb the soul avatars of others to strengthen themselves. Even if there was such a thing, it was extremely rare and precious. After seeing the few people around the dead cultivator reap the benefits, the masters from the Seven Family Alliance were inevitably tempted. Looking at each other, they all grinned. A series of transcendent spiritual energy burst out without warning. In this place, they didn't have physical bodies or artifacts to use, so the only thing they could use was their own soul skills. Various soul skills struck the crowd, and before the foreign cultivator could react, more than a dozen of them died. Their soul avatars scattered. The masters from the Seven Family Alliance rushed out and arrived at the position of the dead cultivator, frantically devouring the remnant soul avatars they had left behind. Whether it was Old Man Chang or Hai Wanggu, both of their old faces were filled with excitement and excitement. At this moment, they felt as if they had become stronger. Devouring a single person's soul avatar was equivalent to 1 or 2 of their years of cultivation. They didn't take the lives of these foreign cultivators seriously and were more than happy to see them all die. That way, they wouldn't have to share the treasures they obtained from the ancient ruins with outsiders. Now that such a temptation had appeared, they naturally wouldn't hesitate to kill without mercy. Chapter 752. In this vast white world, the temptation and ready-made conditions in front of them drew out the dark side of the Seven Family Alliance's masters, and without a word, they began a slaughter, killing more than a dozen people in an instant. After feeling the benefits they had obtained, the expressions of these people became even more restless. The foreign cultivator was silent for a moment before finally reacting, one of them roaring, "I knew you were up to no good. Brothers, let's fight them." In an instant, more than 100 soul avatars were divided into 2 camps, the Seven Family Alliance on one side and the foreign cultivator on the other. A desperate struggle broke out inside the soul battle hall. Without artifacts, martial skills, or physical strength, the only thing everyone could rely on was the strength of their souls and the soul skills they cultivated. The 2 camps of cultivator collided with each other, constantly scattering soul avatars and transforming them into streams of energy that were absorbed by nearby cultivators. After swallowing the soul avatars of others, these cultivators also became more and more agitated, their murderous intent filling the air, as if each of them wanted to monopolize the benefits here and kill everyone else. After all, the Seven Family Alliance's cultivator was much stronger, each of them having 1 or 2 transcendents. When they took action, they could easily end the life of a foreign cultivator with a single blow. However, among the foreign cultivators, there were also several transcendents. These people joined forces with their own helpers and were more or less able to hold on for some time, causing the Seven Family Alliance no small amount of damage. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they continued to scream and disappear. This cruel and crazy scene was almost unacceptable to the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess, her tender body trembling as she watched the melee, not even noticing someone approaching her. Yang Kai frowned, wanting to see what kind of skill this woman had, so he didn't lend a hand, simply watching from the sidelines. When she felt the approaching crisis, the saintess awoke from her stupor and her seemingly delicate soul avatar suddenly erupted with a destructive force, destroying the soul of the cultivator who was approaching her. The saintess frowned when she saw the remnant soul energy of the dead cultivator circling around her. She didn't absorb it like the others. Instead, she took the initiative to distance herself from it. Her face was full of disgust. Yang Kai secretly nodded. He felt that this woman was more or less capable, and her judgment was not bad. She knew that if she received such benefits for free, there would be endless troubles. As if feeling that Yang Kai was observing her, the saintess secretly glanced at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with vigilance. She didn't know if Yang Kai would act like the others and suddenly attack the people around him. If that was the case, she felt that she wouldn't be able to resist. From Yang Kai's body, she felt a kind of pressure, especially that burning hot aura, which made her feel a bit of dread. Yang Kai, on the other hand, no longer paid attention to her and instead continued to watch the melee with great interest, his expression indifferent. At this moment, the battle had become one-sided. The foreign cultivator was originally a mass of scattered sand. So under the attack of the 7 family alliance's masters, they had no choice but to join forces to counterattack. Although they had achieved some results at the beginning, in the face of absolute strength, they were quickly defeated. After the few transcendents were killed, the remaining immortal ascension boundary cultivator couldn't do anything. Letting them scream and beg for mercy, the masters of the 7 family alliance simply turned a blind eye, smirking as they scattered their soul avatars and reaped the benefits from them. Gradually, the hundreds of cultivators were reduced to less than a dozen, all of whom were 7 family alliance's transcendents. It seemed that because they had swallowed too much of the soul avatars, at this moment, the drawbacks of their soul avatars finally broke out. All of them seemed a little anxious, each of their soul avatars exuding a chaotic and evil aura. After ignoring each other for a moment, the dozen or so people began fighting again. What do we do? What do we do? As Yang Kai was observing the situation, the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess came to him for the 3rd time, an anxious and helpless look on her face that made Yang Kai quite amused. What do you mean, what do we do? Yang Kai asked knowingly. What if they decide to attack us? The Saintess panicked. Although she was a first-order transcendent, there were still so many people left from the 7 family alliance. Once they all rushed over, she wouldn't be able to resist, so even if she was somewhat afraid of Yang Kai, at this moment she had no choice but to find a way to tie herself to him. You are you, I am me. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it slowly, keenly aware of her intentions. Aren't you afraid you'll die here? If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster, and if it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. So what's the use of being afraid? Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully, his indifferent expression causing the Saintess to be surprised, glancing over at him from head to toe. What do you want to do? The Saintess immediately became vigilant. The malicious intent in Yang Kai's eyes gave her goosebumps, quickly saying, Don't forget, I saved you before, you should know how to repay me. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry, I don't want to do anything to you. There's no need to be so nervous. The Saintess obviously didn't trust him, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at Yang Kai, seemingly trying to peer directly into Yang Kai's heart. After a moment, her expression relaxed. She could feel that Yang Kai really didn't have any malicious intentions towards her, but she was certain he was up to no good, causing her to feel a little uneasy. Her heart was filled with regret. If she had known that this trip would be so dangerous, she would never have come to the bottom of the sea. She had even used some tricks to shake off the 2 Holy Land Masters. She had simply dug her own grave. The Saintess wanted to cry but had no tears. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to her and instead continued to pay attention to the divine sense battle. The dozen or so masters from the 7 family alliance knew each other very well, so their battle was also quite fierce. Moreover, under the influence of the spiritual energy they had swallowed, these dozen or so people no longer feared death, so after only an hour or so, victory and defeat had been decided. Of the dozen or so masters, almost all of them had died, leaving only 2 who were still struggling to survive. Hai Wanggu of the Hai family and the old man surnamed Chang who had gathered everyone here before were both 2nd-order transcendents, so in this battle, they undoubtedly held the advantage in terms of strength. However, after such a fierce struggle, both of their soul avatars appeared somewhat weak, so after fighting for a while, both of them sat down cross-legged and began to adjust their breathing. Seeing this scene, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess immediately urged Yang Kai to take advantage of this opportunity to kill these two old men. Yang Kai kept shaking his head, indicating that his courage was too small and that he didn't have the strength to do so, causing the Saintess' pretty face to distort in anger. From beginning to end, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest sign of fear. When he was watching these people fight, he even had a look of relish on his face. This kind of behavior was either because he had absolute confidence in himself or because he was stupid and ignorant. The Saintess couldn't see him as the latter, so she had never expected him to give up such a good opportunity to launch a sneak attack. If she were to go up alone and launch a sneak attack, she wasn't sure she could win, so she could only stand in place and hesitate. For Yang Kai, killing Hai Wanggu and Old Man Cheng wouldn't be difficult. In fact, it could even be said that it would be extremely easy, but he didn't want to expose his strength in front of outsiders. If it were someone else, it would have been easier to deal with. He would have just killed them to silence them. But this Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess had previously offered him a helping hand, even if that wasn't what Yang Kai needed. However, if he really wanted to kill this woman, Yang Kai really couldn't do it. He wasn't a vicious person who would kill without reason. Yang Kai was now having a headache over this issue. If only he could knock her out right now. While thinking about this, Hai Wanggu and Old Man Cheng seemed to have finally discovered that there were still two outsiders left. Yang Kai and the Saintess had been hiding far away and hadn't participated in the melee, cleverly avoiding the previous chaos. But now that the number of people had been reduced, they couldn't hide even if they wanted to. Hai Wanggu and Old Man Cheng glanced at each other and suddenly grinned. "Brother Cheng, why don't we deal with that side first? Then we can decide who wins and who loses?" Hai Wanggu seemed to still have some sense of reason and proposed. Old Man Cheng frowned for a moment before nodding slightly, a fierce look appearing on his face as he said, "That's a good opportunity to replenish our spiritual energy first." Saying so, the two men stood up at the same time and stared towards Yang Kai and Old Man Cheng. Neither of them seemed to be in a hurry, simply walking over step by step, their expressions filled with confidence. Not far away, the two men swept their eyes over Yang Kai and the Saintess, their expressions suddenly becoming dull as they stared at the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. "You!" Hai Wanggu pointed his finger at the woman, his brow furrowed. "Aren't you Her Highness the Saintess?" Old Man Cheng also looked like he had seen a ghost, completely dumbfounded. The murderous intent and hostility between the two men dissipated the moment they recognized the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess. "It's me." The Saintess nodded lightly. "How come you're here?" Hai Wanggu frowned and asked, seemingly thinking of something, "Could it be you came here with my Seven-Family Alliance?" I just wanted to enjoy the scenery, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen," the Saintess calmly replied. "Then this is..." Hai Wanggu looked towards Yang Kai suspiciously. The Saintess hesitated for a moment before quickly replying, "He's my retainer." Yang Kai's expression flashed as he glanced over at the woman in front of him. Her answer seemed to indicate that she wanted to take care of him while also wanting to stand on the same side as him. As a retainer of the Saintess, he must be a member of Nine Heavens Holy Land. With such an identity, Yang Kai estimated that both Hai Wanggu and Old Man Cheng would be wary of him. Sure enough, after hearing the Saintess say this, the expressions of the two old men became strange, as if they wanted to flatter her but were also hesitating. Their mood was directly reflected in the fluctuations of energy coming from their soul avatars. These fluctuations were fluctuating, sometimes stable, sometimes dangerous. Obviously, they weren't as respectful as they appeared on the surface and were clearly plotting something. Chapter 753. Perceiving their malice towards her, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess' beautiful face changed slightly, suddenly waving her hand and sending out a subtle force from her soul avatar. This force was quite strange and didn't carry the slightest murderous intent or malice, But when this energy appeared, it was like a shower of light falling from the sky, covering Yang Kai, Hai Wanggu, and Old Man Chang before disappearing into their soul avatars. The three old men all frowned, not knowing what the saintess was trying to do. But strangely enough, after she did this, Kai Yang suddenly felt his heart calm down a lot. His body gave birth to a comfortable feeling from the inside out. It was as if he had distanced himself from the troubles of the secular world, and from now on the thought of retreating into the mountains and forests. This made him lose interest in everything in front of him. His heart clenching, Yang Kai quickly focused his mind and expelled this feeling of laziness from his mind. Turning to Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the irritability in these two old men's soul avatars seemed to have been smoothed out and were no longer as violent as before. Both of them seemed to have become much more clear-headed. The soul skill the saintess had just used seemed to have the effect of calming one's mind. Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang glanced at each other and frowned. After a moment of silence, Hai Wanggu said, "What happened just now? Your Highness Saintess saw it, right?" The saintess' pretty face changed as she forced a smile. "Yes, but you can rest assured that I won't speak of it. I also don't want others to know that I was here. What we need to do now is find a way out of here as soon as possible. What do you think?" Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang both remained silent, their brow furrowed as if they were contemplating something. The saintess was a little uneasy. Although she had used her special soul skill to help Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang temporarily stabilize their minds, these two people's natures weren't very good. Once they started having evil thoughts, even her soul skill couldn't control their thoughts and actions. Quickly turning her eyes to Yang Kai for help, she asked for help. Yang Kai pretended not to see her. The saintess couldn't help grinding her teeth in anger. After a while, Hai Wanggu suddenly asked, "Brother Chang, what do you think?" Old Man Chang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Since it has come to this, either we don't do anything or we go all out." Hai Wanggu grinned ferociously. Sure enough, Brother Chang is worthy of his reputation, thinking the same thing as this Hai. As she spoke, she coldly glanced at the saintess. She snorted coldly. "So what if she's the saintess? Here, no one cares about your status. Even if you die here, no one will know." The saintess' expression finally changed. She knew that these two old men were going to silence her in order to keep this secret. With so many foreign cultivators dead, the 7 family alliances' losses were not small. If the truth of the matter were to spread out, it would cause great damage to the Hai family and the Chung family. Moreover, this was indeed the best place to silence someone. While talking, their soul fluctuations fluctuated again, revealing a violent and evil aura. Without saying a word, 2 pure and dangerous soul consciousness attacks suddenly attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai's strength seemed to be relatively low, so Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang naturally wanted to deal with him first. Then they would find a way to deal with the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess. Yang Kai's expression became cold. The moment these 2 attacks were about to reach him, he suddenly dodged. Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang were both surprised. "I'll help you contain one." "You should be able to win one-on-one, right?" Yang Kai said to the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess before turning to Hai Wanggu and smiling contemptuously. "You old dog, come with me. Little brat, you don't know death." Hai Wanggu coldly snorted, easily angered by Yang Kai, hurriedly chasing after Yang Kai. If it was any other time, Hai Wanggu wouldn't have been so obedient. But at this moment, whether it was him or Old Man Chang, both of them had swallowed so much spiritual energy that their minds were somewhat muddled. It could be said that their actions were mostly driven by instinct, so when Yang Kai provoked them, they naturally chased after him. "Hey!" The saintess anxiously shouted and was about to explain something to Yang Kai when suddenly seeing Old Man Chang attack her. Her pretty face paled and she hurriedly used her soul skill to defend herself. Yang Kai had already led Hai Wanggu far away, not wanting to fight him, instead constantly avoiding his divine sense attacks, while taking the opportunity to observe the situation of the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess. Yang Kai had originally intended to let this saintess kill Hai Wanggu so that he wouldn't have to expose his strength and the secret of his conflagrated knowledge see in front of this woman. Moreover, he also felt that, with the background and heritage of this saintess, she should have the ability to do so. Although her cultivation was a minor realm lower than Hai Wanggu and Old Man Cheng, Nine Heavens Holy Land and the Seven Family Alliance weren't on the same level. From the soul skill this woman had just displayed, it was clear she had the ability. However, after observing for a while, Yang Kai found that something was wrong. Under Old Man Cheng's relentless pursuit, the woman only knew how to dodge and defend, not even showing any intention of fighting back. From her demeanor and actions, it was clear she had the conditions and opportunity to fight back, but she simply didn't take advantage of it. It wasn't that she didn't grasp the opportunity, but rather that she didn't seem to have any desire to fight Old Man Cheng. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed and couldn't help shouting, "Fight back! Why are you always running?" The saintess wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. But before she could finish speaking, Old Man Cheng's killing move had already arrived, forcing her to dodge. "Little brat, you should worry about yourself." Hai Wanggu chased after Yang Kai, not leaving his side even a single step as he snickered. Yang Kai glanced over at him coldly before his figure flickered and he changed direction, rushing towards the saintess. A moment later, he caught up with her pace and anxiously asked, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you fighting back?" The saintess grit her teeth and replied, "You already know the answer. Why would I ask when I already know the answer?" Yang Kai was confused. "I am the saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land." "I know, so what?" Yang Kai suddenly found this woman's words to be somewhat incomprehensible. "You don't know what the saintess can't do?" As she rushed forward, the woman stared at Yang Kai with some amazement. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Where the hell did you come from, poor boy?" The saintess saw that he didn't seem to be lying and her beautiful eyes flashed a strange light. "The saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land cannot kill anyone. Who set that rule?" Yang Kai's face went black. He found that his wishful thinking was about to fail. "It's been this way since ancient times." The saintess hurriedly explained, "We can't kill. Once we violate this taboo, a flaw will appear in our secret art." "What kind of bullshit secret art is that?" Yang Kai was furious. He had never heard of such a restrictive secret art. However, in other words, if the restrictions were too strict, then the secret art she cultivated was bound to be very powerful. "Then why don't you take action?" The saintess fled with Yang Kai while sizing him up. "You look so relaxed. Why do you want me to take action?" Yang Kai couldn't help grinning, his heart filled with helplessness, guessing that this time he wouldn't be able to borrow a knife to kill them. "Although I can't do it myself, I can help you. If you're afraid you aren't their opponent, you don't need to worry," the saintess hurriedly said. "How are you going to help me?" The saintess didn't say a word, suddenly sending out a soul skill into Yang Kai's soul avatar. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The moment this soul skill penetrated his body, he couldn't help feeling a strange sensation, as if he had formed some kind of connection with this Nine Heavens Holy Land saintess. It was as if she had bestowed some kind of strange blessing upon him. Yang Kai clearly felt that his spiritual energy was rapidly becoming stronger. Moreover, there were also some mysterious thoughts flashing through his mind. A variety of secret arts and secret arts he had never heard of before flowing through his mind. Yang Kai felt like he could freely use these secret arts. This feeling was strange and completely baseless, but Yang Kai firmly believed it. Suddenly coming to a halt, Yang Kai stood in place and took a deep breath, his eyes flashing brilliantly. The Nine Heavens Holy Land saintess also hurriedly stopped and stood behind Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes staring at him nervously. "Little brat, I want to see where you're going to run now." Hai Wanggu and Old Man Cheng roared. Although these two juniors weren't as strong as them, they were still able to run very fast. If they hadn't taken the initiative to stop, it was likely they wouldn't have been able to catch up. Hai Wanggu and Old Man Cheng both had a belly full of anger as murderous intent flashed across their faces. Yang Kai slowly turned around and stared at them, his brow furrowed, seemingly still immersed in the confusion he had just experienced. After a moment, Yang Kai slowly raised his hand and sent out a burst of spiritual energy, summoning a giant golden sword mid-air. This giant sword was formed purely from Yang Kai's spiritual energy and was several dozen meters long. The golden sword gave off a scorching aura that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. An unparalleled sense of oppression descended from the sky, causing Hai Wanggu and Old Man Cheng, who had been glaring at Yang Kai with malevolent eyes, to tremble. Under this oppressive pressure, they felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making them feel as if they were about to be crushed to pieces. They couldn't even muster up the will to resist, their hearts instantly filling with fear. The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess' tender body also trembled slightly, her pretty face filled with a look of disbelief as she stared towards Yang Kai, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she had just discovered some kind of great secret. Yang Kai stared at the giant soul sword for a moment before waving his divine sense and sending it down towards Old Man Cheng. A violent shockwave swept out and Old Man Cheng didn't even have the chance to make a sound before he disappeared under the giant sword. Hai Wanggu, who had been standing nearby, was also sent flying by the shockwave, his footing unsteady. "Is that the profound heavenly sword?" Yang Kai frowned, turning to the saintess and asking. The latter nodded unconsciously, "Yes." Chapter 754. Old Man Cheng had been killed in a single blow and Hai Wanggu, who had luckily escaped, was now like a stray dog, desperately trying to escape from Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced over at him faintly but didn't move. The giant sword that had just killed Old Man Cheng transformed into a rope and caught up to Hai Wanggu. No matter how he tried to escape, he couldn't avoid it and was directly tied up. Yang Kai waved his hand and the rope that was binding Hai Wanggu suddenly pulled him back. "Is this the imprisoning heaven chain?" Yang Kai asked the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess. Interesting, how did I suddenly become proficient in these soul skills?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "Also, my spiritual energy seems to have become much stronger. What did you do to me? Can we talk about that later?" The saintess' eyes flashed, seemingly unwilling to answer. Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't ask further. The two soul skills he had just used were things Yang Kai had never seen before, but he was able to use them freely and proficiently, as if he had been cultivating them for a long time. It was impossible for him to know all of this for no reason, so the only explanation was that this woman had done something to him. It was as if she had directly instilled these two soul skills into Yang Kai, allowing him to instantly gain insight into these two soul skills. Moreover, the spiritual energy Yang Kai displayed wasn't too strong. Normally, he would only be able to fight evenly with Hai Wanggu, but with this saintess' help, he was able to kill Old Man Cheng in a single blow. Yang Kai's heart was filled with doubts and dissatisfaction. "What do you plan to do with this person?" The saintess pointed to the bound Hai Wanggu and asked. "What else can I do?" Yang Kai grinned and the rope binding Hai Wanggu suddenly burst into flames. With a scream of despair, Hai Wanggu's soul avatar was incinerated, not even leaving behind a single trace. In the entire soul battle hall, only Yang Kai and the saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land remained. They looked at each other. Under Yang Kai's intense gaze, the saintess seemed a little uncomfortable and avoided his eyes. "What's your name?" Yang Kai asked. "And Ling what about you?" "Zhang San." And Ling Er's pretty face immediately turned green. Yang Kai's perfunctory attitude really annoyed her. However, due to his identity, he couldn't flare up, so he could only be angry inwardly. "Now, can you tell me what you did just now?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "That move of yours seemed very strange. Do you have to know?" And Ling pursed her red lips. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "If I don't figure it out, how do I know if it will harm me?" "You don't have to worry about that. It won't do you any harm. Furthermore, I have no motive to harm you. I still want to be clear about this. Good. And Ling took a deep breath. Since you insist, I'll tell you. After saying so, she fell silent, as if she was sorting out her words. After a while, she continued. You should know about our 9 heavens holy land. Every holy master is brought back by the saintess. We use some special methods to find a suitable candidate, and if they pass the test, they will become the next holy master of the Holy Land. As for what method we use to find a suitable candidate, please forgive me for not being able to explain. I can only tell you that it has something to do with the secret art I cultivate. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Presumably you've also heard that before the Holy Master is found, there are many different kinds of Holy Masters. There are many different kinds of people. Their aptitudes vary greatly, but once they enter the Holy Land and become the Holy Master, they will undergo an extraordinary transformation. You will be reborn and achieve extraordinary achievements. This has a lot to do with us saintesses. Oh? What do you mean? We were born to be the Holy Master's cultivation furnaces. Everything we cultivate, everything we master, is prepared for the Holy Master. Find him, bring him back to the Holy Land, and instill all the knowledge we have learned over the years into him. This is the value of our saintess's existence. Moreover, because there was more than one saintess in the Holy Land, the benefits the Holy Lord could obtain were enormous. This was also why every Holy Lord had the ability to transcend the heavens and penetrate the earth. That was because he wasn't cultivating alone. Depending on the number of saintesses, it could be 3 to 5 people helping him cultivate. Could also be 7 or 8 people helping him cultivate. These people were all his furnaces, and the benefits they obtained from cultivating would all belong to him. With such a method of cultivation, it is difficult for the Holy Land's Holy Master not to become powerful. It's that amazing. Yang Kai was stunned. This is the Holy Land's secret. Don't you dare reveal it to me. And Ling warned seriously. Don't worry, my mouth is sealed tightly. Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully. So, the reason why I can master your 9 heavens Holy Land soul skills is entirely because you instilled everything you learned into me? And what you have mastered is what I am proficient in. The saintesses do not kill during their lifetime, but can use this special method to assist the Holy Master. On top of that, the benefits we bring to the Holy Master are not limited to just this. You also felt it just now. With my assistance, your spiritual energy will become much stronger. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming strange. I'm not the Holy Master, am I? How could you use it on me? And Ling sighed faintly, biting her red lips as she said, although I don't want to admit it, you probably have the aptitude to become the Holy Master. Are you kidding me? It's true. I just wanted to help you improve your spiritual energy so you could fight those two. I had no intention of instilling the Holy Land's divine skills into you, but for some reason you were able to comprehend them. Let me ask you, how many divine skills did you comprehend just now? Just 2 of them. 2 of them is already quite amazing. Even with the help of our saintesses, it is not easy for a Holy Master to comprehend the Holy Land's divine skills. It is likely that he will need to try many times before he can thoroughly master a certain divine skill. You being able to comprehend 2 of them in an instant is already enough to explain the problem. And Ling said with a look of admiration. Yang Kai's eyes darted around. How many divine skills have you comprehended in total? 9. And Ling smiled faintly. Do you want to learn? As you wish. Yang Kai didn't comment, putting on a look of disinterest. I can give you everything I know, but you must agree to one condition. Yang Kai's expression sank. He hated it the most when others haggled with him. How could he be willing to sacrifice himself for such a small benefit? But have you ever thought that by paying such a price, you can enjoy a lifetime of glory? This is something many people can't achieve in their lifetime. And Ling still tried to persuade him. Yang Kai chuckled. After 30 years, I will be able to stand on equal footing with your holy master. 30 years. And Ling stared at him in shock. Your tone is quite big. Stubbornly raising her head, she glared towards Yang Kai with a look of hatred, gritting her teeth as she shouted. It turns out you've comprehended more than 2 divine skills. Sorry, in fact, it's 3. Yang Kai smiled. Is this one called Great Heavenly Attraction? And Ling pursed her red lips tightly, not saying a word. Profound Heavenly Sword. Imprisoning Heaven Lock. Great Heavenly Attraction. Yang Kai muttered to himself. Your 9 heavens holy lands divine skills are really good, both convenient and practical. How is it convenient? This is the result of more than 10 years of bitter cultivation. Hearing his evaluation, and Ling was immediately enraged. Yang Kai didn't care and simply stared at the delicate mass of spiritual energy in his hand. This mass of spiritual energy had been stripped from Ling soul avatar and was now sitting cross-legged on Yang Kai's palm, petite and dignified, motionless. This was Ling soul brand. With this brand in hand, Yang Kai could control Ling life and death at will. To be on the safe side, I'll accept your brand. I hope that after we leave this place, we'll never meet again in Sky Sea Pavilion. When the day comes that I can stand on equal footing with your holy master, I'll come to your 9 heavens holy land and return this brand to you, Yang Kai said as he took her brand into his soul avatar. And Ling looked at him angrily, unable to resist. Although she was also proficient in great heavenly attraction, her soul was not as good as Yang Kai's, so she couldn't resist. This man was really hateful to the extreme. She had clearly made a very beneficial proposal to him, but he didn't agree and even tried to control her. Hey, I really don't have any malicious intentions towards you. Don't look at me like that. Yang Kai was helpless and kept shaking his head. You're hateful. And Ling ground her teeth and cursed, venting the grievances in her heart. Okay. I'm hateful. I'm the most hateful person in the world. You just need to rest. Don't be angry. Yang Kai quickly comforted her. With her soul brand, Yang Kai also felt relieved. Although doing this would cause some damage to this woman, as long as she rested for a while, she would be fine. Yang Kai only took her brand and didn't harm her soul avatar. And Ling ignored him in a fit of pique. She sat alone at the side, looking extremely pitiful. After observing for a while, Kai Yang leapt up and flew out. This white world was indeed the interior of the soul-type artifact. Yang Kai also understood the function of this artifact. It was similar to the situation everyone had encountered. It could forcibly pull others' soul avatars into this magical space. For Yang Kai, this was a good thing. His current divine sense cultivation was stronger than his physical body, so once he encountered a powerful enemy, he could use the power of this artifact to force others to engage in a divine sense battle with him. In such a battle, Yang Kai would likely have a lot of advantages. So he really wanted to take this artifact into his own pocket. The more than 100 people who had come in before had examined this place several times but hadn't found anything special. The only place where there was a mystery was the one in the sky where the 4 words, Soul Battle Hall, were engraved. Flying to the location of the 4 words, Yang Kai carefully examined it, his expression extremely focused. As time passed slowly, and Ling also recovered from her previous injuries and blinked her big eyes towards the sky. After a while, she flew up and stood beside Yang Kai and asked, Are you looking for an exit? Or do you want to refine this artifact? You're not angry? Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. He found that this woman seemed to easily forget some things. This was also the case before. Yang Kai had repeatedly given her the cold shoulder, and although she had left in a fit of anger, she had come back after a while. I'm angry, and Ling nodded heavily. but I decided not to be angry with you for the time being. The most important thing is to get out of here alive. Smart girl. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. I want to refine this artifact. Since it's a soul-type artifact, I can use my divine sense to refine it, but I haven't found a good way to do so. What do you suggest? And Ling looked carefully and pondered for a while before saying, You might as well try to refine these 4 words. They may be the core of this artifact. As long as you brand your divine sense into these 4 words, you should be able to refine it. That's what I was thinking. Yang Kai nodded and sternly said, You should stay away. And Ling glanced at him strangely, and although she was a little confused, she still obediently moved away and hid in the furthest corner. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai's soul avatar sitting motionlessly in the void, seemingly brewing something. Suddenly, a berserk and terrifying scorching aura spread out from his body. A dazzling golden light blossomed in that instant, and the entire divine battle hall seemed to show signs of shaking. The 4 words were directly wrapped in a raging fire and began to burn. And Ling Er's mouth dropped open as she stared in shock, her tender body trembling slightly. She had thought that Yang Kai cultivated some kind of special soul skill or possessed some kind of soul-type artifact, which was why his soul avatar was emitting such a hot aura. But now, after seeing the scene in front of her, she suddenly realized that he didn't cultivate a special soul skill at all. The reason his soul avatar was emitting such a hot aura was entirely because of his spiritual energy. A variant spiritual energy, a conflagrated knowledge sea, and Ling was thoroughly shocked. And from the looks of it, his ability to use his spiritual energy had obviously reached a very high level. No wonder he wanted to refine her soul brand. It turned out that it wasn't just because he had learned some of the Holy Land's secrets, but also because of himself. He obviously hoped she could help him hide this secret. Now she might really be saved. The power of a conflagrated knowledge sea was no ordinary divine sense. And this young man's strength was also not to be underestimated. Even if this soul-type artifact wasn't low-grade, it likely wouldn't be able to withstand such a violent burning aura. While Ling was overjoyed, she was still thinking about how to make Yang Kai agree to go to the Holy Land with her. A holy master with a conflagrated knowledge sea. This was a precedent that had never appeared in the Holy Land before. With such aptitude and capital, once he became a holy master, he would be the most powerful holy master in history. Chapter 756. At the bottom of the ocean, somewhere in the ancient ruins, within a radius of 1,000 meters, there were more than 100 cultivators lying on the ground, most of them dead. Only a man and a woman still exuded vitality, but they were still in a coma. In front of these cultivators, there was a glowing sphere that was exuding some strange energy fluctuations. As this energy fluctuated, the light it emitted flickered, as if it could be annihilated at any time. Suddenly, a trace of golden light flowed out from the glowing sphere, and when this golden light appeared, the surrounding air gradually became scorching hot. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the golden color quickly spread throughout the entire glowing sphere, turning it golden like a blazing sun. The scorching feeling in the air became even more intense. Kacha. The sound of something breaking rang out. At the same time, 2 spiritual energy streams shot out from the glowing sphere, circled around it a few times, and then shot down. The golden glowing sphere gradually dimmed, and after a while, no more light came out from it. With a groan, Ling slowly and painfully opened her eyes, her hands supporting her tender body as she straightened her upper body and looked around. Not far away, she found Yang Kai slowly crawling up. The 2 of them exchanged a glance and smiled. Inside the Soul Battle Hall, after finding the right direction to refine the artifact, Yang Kai had been using his powerful divine sense to burn the 4 words. He didn't know how much time had passed, but it wasn't until just now that he had succeeded in subduing the artifact. After going through so many trials and tribulations together, Ling suddenly felt that Yang Kai was much more pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai also felt that this little girl wasn't bad. It was just that sometimes she was a bit silly. When he was refining the artifact, she didn't disturb him, instead just quietly watching from afar. After subduing the soul-type artifact, it was simple to leave. All Yang Kai needed to do was use his divine sense to open an exit, and the two of them could escape. Their soul avatars had been away from their physical bodies for a long time, so they weren't quite used to it. Yang Kai was fine. After all, whether it was his spiritual energy or physical strength, he was much stronger than Enling. On the other hand, after confirming that Yang Kai had returned, Enling sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to adjust her breathing. Yang Kai also rested for a while, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with his body, he stood up and walked towards the location of the soul-type artifact. Now that he had refined it, this artifact naturally belonged to Yang Kai. Arriving in front of it, Yang Kai's divine sense swept it into his knowledge sea. Carefully inspecting the situation of this artifact, Yang Kai's spirit shook as he secretly praised it. Worthy of a treasure left behind by an ancient sect, this soul-type artifact was definitely saint-grade. Even after experiencing the endless flowing time Great Emperor, this artifact's power had not been reduced much. Now that it was being nurtured in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, it was only a matter of time before it was restored to its original strength. Yang Kai was very satisfied and felt that this trip had not been in vain. Obtaining a pill with pill clouds before had already made him overjoyed, but now he had obtained a soul-type artifact that was very suitable for him. It could be said that his harvest was greater than anyone else's. Taking back his divine sense, Yang Kai looked around and saw that Enling was still meditating while Hai Wanggu and the others had already died. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before walking over to the corpses and taking all their universe bags. After searching through them, he kept the good stuff and threw away the rest. Standing in place, Enling waited for about half a day before slowly opening her beautiful eyes. After adjusting her breathing, she had finally recovered. Seeing Yang Kai seemingly looking after her, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess couldn't help smiling, a hint of sweetness filling her heart. Lightly stepping forward, she came over to Yang Kai's side and asked, "Should we go back now or continue exploring?" "I want to continue. There is one thing I want to figure out. As for you, do as you please," Yang Kai said faintly before stepping forward. Seeing Yang Kai's somewhat cold attitude towards her, Enling pouted and quickly followed without saying a word. Arriving at the main hall in front of them, after a brief search, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. This hall was originally protected by the Soul Battle Hall. Hai Wanggu, Old Man Cheng, and the others had joined forces with more than 100 cultivator to break the invisible barrier and had originally intended to explore this hall and search for treasures. But unexpectedly, after the barrier was broken, everyone's soul avatars were pulled into the Soul Battle Hall, causing their original plan to fail. Now, when Yang Kai and Enling came back to take a look, they were surprised to find that this place had already been looted by someone else. The hall had been turned upside down, leaving behind nothing of value. Did someone else come here to explore? Enling guessed. Yang Kai nodded lightly, agreeing with her statement. Although more than 100 of them had been pulled into the Soul Battle Hall, there were still many others who were active throughout these ancient ruins. Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed, but it was likely these ruins had already been thoroughly searched. After realizing this, Yang Kai didn't waste any more time and directly left the hall, following the direction of the source of the Yang attribute energy. Although it had been a month or two since they arrived at the seabed, the Yang attribute energy here was still constantly being produced. Yang Kai really wanted to know what was on the other side. Enling didn't say anything to annoy Yang Kai, simply following behind him obediently. Yang Kai knew that she still hadn't given up and wanted to persuade him to return to Nine Heavens Holy Land with her, so he deliberately ignored her. After walking for a long time, Yang Kai felt that he was getting closer and closer to the source of the Yang attribute energy. But amidst the fluctuations of this Yang attribute energy, Yang Kai was keenly aware of a special fluctuation. It was the power of the void. Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong, thinking that he wouldn't be able to gain anything this time. Sure enough, after turning a corner, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt, and he frowned helplessly as he stared ahead. And Ling Er saw his strange expression and quickly turned to look, but after a single glance, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "A void corridor?" Not far in front of them, about 10 meters above the ground, there was a dark hole. It was a void corridor. The Yang attribute energy and the power of the void that Yang Kai felt were all coming from this hole. How could there be a void corridor here? And Ling Er was also surprised. Void corridors weren't very common. It was said that a long time ago, during a great battle between masters, they tore through space and left behind traces. However, there was also a saying that void corridors were naturally formed. Through studying the mysteries of void corridors, there were now some masters who were able to use the power of the void to construct something similar to void corridors, allowing them to teleport 10,000 kilometers in an instant. Soaring Heaven Sect's Chu Lingxiao had such an ability. However, doing so consumed a great deal of energy, so even masters like Chu Lingxiao weren't willing to easily construct them. However, these void corridors constructed by masters were very different from orthodox ones. Whether it was in terms of stability or distance, they weren't on the same level. And Ling Er couldn't help but be a little surprised that there was a void corridor in the ancient ruins. Yang Kai didn't know where the other end was connected to. It might be someplace in Tongxian realm, or it might be a separate mysterious small world. It was impossible to predict what would happen next. "Let's go back," Yang Kai said faintly. Although the source of the Yang attribute energy was very interesting to him, he wouldn't rush into a void corridor rashly. If he ended up teleporting to the star field, he wouldn't be able to find his way back. As he said this, he ignored Ling Er and leaped up. "Wait for me!" And Ling Er shouted and hurried to catch up. A short time later, the pair arrived at the barrier of the ancient ruin, passed through it, and found themselves in the sea. In an instant, Yang Kai felt a huge pressure from all directions, as if it was trying to crush him to pieces. Under this huge pressure, Yang Kai quickly circulated his yuan qi to push aside the surrounding seawater, suddenly feeling much more relaxed. And Ling Er's eyes and hands were even sharper, directly jumping into Yang Kai's yuan qi barrier and staying by his side. "You woman!" Yang Kai glanced sideways at her. "What's wrong? Don't you saintesses boast of being noble and holy? Casually standing next to a man you're not familiar with and even so close to him, is it really appropriate? Who's casually standing next to you?" And Ling Er was unconvinced. "Didn't I tell you that you are fully qualified to be the Holy Master? If you don't have this qualification, I won't be with you even if I die. If you dare mention this to me again, I'll rape you first and then kill you." Yang Kai's expression was fierce. "You're just saying it, but you don't actually mean it." And Ling Er seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's nature, and was not afraid at all. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, stared at her fiercely, and laughed coldly. "You like to provoke me, don't you? Do you believe that I won't take care of you right now? You dare." And Ling Er glared at him. Yang Kai smiled brightly, and retracted most of his yuan qi. The barrier that was originally large enough to wrap around the two of them suddenly became small. And Ling Er cried out in alarm, and quickly moved closer to Yang Kai, afraid that her body would be exposed to the seawater. Yang Kai continued to slow down the release of his yuan qi, and the barrier became smaller and smaller. The noble and holy saintess continued to move closer to Yang Kai, her small hands tightly gripping his clothes, her pretty face turning pale, and she secretly gritted her teeth, but didn't dare say anything. A moment later, and Ling Er's face turned red. As the defensive shield shrank, she had no choice but to cling to Yang Kai like an octopus, her two plump breasts being squeezed by Yang Kai's sturdy chest to the point where they were somewhat deformed. Even if she was unwilling in her heart, she had no choice but to maintain this humiliating position. "You bad guy, you're a demon." And Ling Er bit her red lips and breathed out in front of Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes watery. Chapter 757. Looking at Enling Er's embarrassed and angry appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, his mood suddenly becoming carefree. "Your Highness Saintess, how do you feel?" As he spoke, he purposely blew a breath of hot air into her delicate earlobes. And Ling Er's earlobes immediately turned red as if they had been dyed red. The sound of her heart beating like a war drum came from her chest. The saintesses of 9 Heavens Holy Land grew up in the Holy Land from an early age and were instilled with a certain philosophy. That was, their entire lives were dedicated to the Holy Master, and everything they had was prepared for the Holy Master. In 9 Heavens Holy Land, the saintess was a symbol of nobility and holiness. Never before had she been so intimate with a man. Feeling the majesty of his body, and Ling Er's heart was in turmoil, secretly regretting how she had provoked such a wicked man. Yet, this evildoer managed to pass his test and comprehend 3 of the 9 Heavens' divine skills at once. The heavens are really blind, and Ling Er bit her red lips and no longer dared to speak. Seeing her aggrieved appearance, Yang Kai no longer teased her, and instead continued to fly upwards. After a long time, the two broke out of the sea and returned to the surface. And Ling Er, like a frightened rabbit, quickly broke away from Yang Kai, gasping for breath as she glared at him with resentful eyes. "I'll solemnly tell you about what happened on the seabed. It's best if you don't mention it in front of the people of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Otherwise, I'll really kill you. I can also promise you that I will never do anything to harm your 9 Heavens Holy Land. Nor will I publicize your secrets. Like I said before, it's best if we never meet again from now on in Skysea Pavilion. This way, it'll be good for both of us." Yang Kai said seriously, "I understand. I won't mention it again." And Ling Er nodded lightly. "Farewell. I hope you find your holy master soon." Yang Kai smiled brilliantly and quickly left. Looking at his disappearing figure, and Ling Er's expression was complicated. She had never thought that there would actually be someone who would refuse such a good thing. She had always thought that when she found the Holy Master, that person would be overjoyed and couldn't wait to return to the Holy Land with her as soon as possible to enjoy the riches of the world. However, Yang Kai's reaction and attitude had shattered her previous thoughts. When he left, he didn't have the slightest reluctance to leave. Clearly, he really didn't want to be the Holy Master. Oh no! And Ling Er was shocked again. She suddenly remembered that she had been missing for so long. Uncle Chen and the others were probably worried to death. The archipelago on the sea was in a state of panic. The people from the 7 Family Alliance and 9 Heavens Holy Land had scoured almost every one of the nearby 23 islands in the past month. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the whereabouts of the saintess. Facing the wrath of 9 Heavens Holy Land, every member of the 7 Family Alliance was terrified. The leaders of the 7 Family Alliance gathered in a palace that was originally the temporary residence of 9 Heavens Holy Land's people, but now it had become a place filled with smoke. Qian Ning's face was gloomy to the extreme as he glared at the leaders of the 7 Family Alliance and roared. "It's been more than a month, yet you still haven't found the whereabouts of the saintess. I'll give you 3 more days. If I don't see the saintess in 3 days, I'll flatten all your islands. Protector Qian, please calm your anger. We will definitely send more people. No matter what, we will find Her Highness the Saintess." A First-Order Transcendent Cultivator nodded, constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Originally, the arrival of 9 Heavens Holy Land was a great honor for their 7 Family Alliance. But who knew such an incident would occur, causing them to be implicated? Protector Qian, could it be that the saintess followed that group of people into the sea? Someone guessed. Into the sea? Qian Ning coldly snorted. How could the saintess do such a senseless thing? But besides the sea, we've searched everywhere. Didn't the people who went into the sea return as early as 3 days ago? There was no trace of the saintess. If she really went into the sea, she should have returned by now. But under the sea, there were also many casualties. Could it be that the saintess has impudence? Qian Ning roared. What kind of character is the saintess? Even you lowly people were able to return alive. How could something have happened to her? I don't care what methods you use or how many people you send. If I don't see the Saintess in 3 days, you know the consequences. Scram. The 7 leaders of the 7 Family Alliance were annoyed but didn't dare show it on their faces. In front of 9 Heavens' holy land, a small force like theirs was nothing, so naturally they didn't have the courage to provoke Qian Ning. But before they could leave, a maid suddenly rushed over, a look of joy on her face as she shouted, Protector Qian, Protector Qian, the Saintess, she's back. Back? Qian Ning raised his brow and hurriedly ran out to greet the maid, eagerly asking, Where is she? The maid turned around and pointed. Qian Ning looked in the direction she was pointing and saw Ling walking briskly over there. Qian Ning burst into tears, so excited that he couldn't speak, the big stone in his heart finally falling to the ground. When Ling arrived, everyone quickly saluted, Greetings, Your Highness Saintess. Ling nodded lightly and said somewhat guiltily, Uncle Qian, I've troubled you this time. I'm really sorry. It's good you're safe? Qian Ning smiled, looking much more relaxed. Were you injured? Ling slowly shook her head. Where have you been these days? When I went out last time, I suddenly had some enlightenment and found a place to enter retreat. I never thought more than a month would pass. Ling said softly, her expression somewhat unnatural. Qian Ning looked at her suspiciously, keenly aware that the Saintess was lying, but he didn't know why she would do such a thing. However, seeing her safe and sound was a blessing from the heavens. He didn't intend to pursue the matter and just nodded. That's good. That's good. Turning his head to the maid, he said, Bei help the Saintess rest. Bei nodded quickly. The leaders of the 7 Family Alliance all glanced at each other and couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. Oh. On one of the islands, Yang Kai found a secret room and after paying a few crystal stones, stepped inside. This secret room was built by the 7 Family Alliance specifically for cultivators to use when they needed to enter retreat. The cost of using it was far lower than an ordinary inn. However, inside the secret room, there were many barriers arranged to prevent interference from the outside world, and the 7 Family Alliance was also responsible for the safety of those who entered, so it was definitely worth the cost. As such, it was very popular with foreign cultivators. A chamber like this could be found in most cities. After all, there would often be a martial artist who had a flash of inspiration and needed to go into seclusion. If they went out, it would be very convenient to have such a chamber. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai carefully inspected it and determined that the barriers arranged inside were not bad and were able to withstand a certain degree of impact while also having an early warning function. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai took out the pill with pill clouds and placed it on his palm, carefully examining it. Yang Kai didn't rush to leave here, partly because he couldn't wait to see how this pill was refined, and partly because he wanted to stay and monitor Ling's movements. It wasn't that he wanted to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, but this matter was too important for him to be careless. If Ling sold him out, he would likely become an enemy of 9 Heavens' holy land. Once such a behemoth was provoked, the consequences would be endless. Yang Kai had inexplicably learned 3 of 9 Heavens' holy land's divine skills, and 9 Heavens' holy land obviously didn't want such a secret art to fall into the hands of an outsider. Once they learned the truth, they would only have 2 choices, either kill Yang Kai to silence him or force Yang Kai to become the new holy master. Depriving Ling of her soul brand was really a last resort. Through this soul brand, although Yang Kai didn't know everything this woman did, he could still subtly perceive her mood fluctuations, making it the perfect tool to monitor her. Not thinking about it too much, Yang Kai immersed his consciousness into the pill in his hand. This was a saint pill. It was a saint-grade mid-rank pill. Alchemists who could refine saint pills were rare, no matter which era they were in. Even Du Wan, a famous character, was only a saint-grade low-rank alchemist. With his means, it was impossible for him to refine a saint-grade mid-rank pill unless his luck was incredibly good. Of all the people Yang Kai had come into contact with, only the old man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui, could easily refine a saint-grade pill. When an outstanding alchemist observed a pill, they could infer the level of the person who refined it through the traces and medicinal efficacies on its surface. Looking at the saint pill in his hand, Yang Kai was deeply shocked. Although his experience wasn't very rich, he could still see how easily the person who refined this pill had refined it. There was no trace of unnaturalness on the pill's surface, and it was smooth and round. That person's alchemy level had obviously reached a transcendent level, perhaps even on par with Li Lao. However, too many years had passed, and Yang Kai didn't know which ancient great force had left behind this ancient ruin. So wanting to spy on the identity of this alchemist was somewhat unrealistic. What was most valuable was that this Saint Pill's pill cloud was filled with rich world energy. Not only did this cloud maintain the integrity of its medicinal efficacies, but it also constantly gathered world energy to nourish the pill as the flowing time great emperor passed. Now, however, the energy contained in this Saint Pill was simply immeasurable. Yang Kai estimated that even if a Saint Realm Master were to swallow this pill, they wouldn't be able to withstand the energy it released. For a single pill to become like this, it could be said to be a miracle. Yang Kai immersed his consciousness in this pill, carefully analyzing the technique used by the alchemist as well as the process of forming this pill. Faintly, Yang Kai seemed to be able to see the scene from countless years ago, but he couldn't see it clearly. Everything was shrouded in fog. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.